criminal organizations these past few days? For heaven's sake, I'm utterly terrified. If this is true, Han, your ancestors must be smiling down upon you. Han Li declared, I announced that the Angel is under my command. Police Chief? Black Cat Sheriff, it seems I've been outclassed in your absence? Even the slowest of minds began to sense something was amiss. As the members of the Stray Dog Gang fell into a state of panic. Damn it, does having numbers mean anything? Run. Hundreds of vehicles suddenly accelerated, responding to the boss's command, while the new members of Angel were filled with adrenaline, ready to charge ahead. For the sake of a better society, hand over everything. For Han, a sea of dark vehicles surged forward, dwarfing the Stray Dog Gang in comparison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yi, who was preparing to encircle the Stray Dog Gang, received astonishing news. Bad news. Hundreds of vehicles have appeared, suspected to be part of a gang, advancing with great intensity. The good news is they are allies. They are heading straight for the Stray Dog Gang. Upon hearing this news, Li Yi and his fellow police officers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 116. I, Han Li, am a trafficker of human beings, acting on behalf of justice. In that moment, the police were somewhat at a loss. What does it mean for a gang to strike against another gang? On the other hand, Han Li, in his vehicle, spoke with great interest to his camera. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this performance. The roar of countless vehicles reverberated through the streets. In an instant, the atmosphere elevated dramatically. The live streaming rooms across various regions erupted with excitement. Oh my, darkness shatters darkness. Everyone, come and witness this. The godfather of the underworld is about to showcase himself. Is Sea City in chaos? My brother Han will decide. Brother, will you take me as your son? Goodness, is he truly a contender? I have a feeling he genuinely is. The netizens went wild. Can you believe it? A contestant from a production team has ascended to the high ranks of the underworld godfather. And the most astonishing part is, he is also combating evil forces. No matter the city, this is explosive news. The director of the production team gazed at the ever-escalating viewership of the live stream, overwhelmed with excitement. My goodness. It's a record-breaking moment. It's hard to fathom that Han Li, within such a brief time, has shattered the popularity record set by the notorious criminal Q. And at this moment, in terms of popularity, Han Li undoubtedly reigns supreme. All the staff of the production team watched in shock as Han Li suddenly amassed over 100 followers. Their faces turned pale. Meanwhile, the residents of Sea City who were watching the live broadcast were left in utter astonishment at the multitude of vehicles in Han Li's live stream. It felt as though, in that moment, they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Damn, I can't hold it anymore. Could all these cars belong to Han Li's followers? What do you think? Soon, the public erupted in fervor. This individual is terrifyingly powerful. If it was already incredible that Han Li had annihilated the strongest team in Sea City, the Black Hawk Group, his image as an invincible figure in the eyes of the common people was now unshakable. Thankfully, Han Li was merely playing a role, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dog Lord gazed at the advancing army behind him, his breath almost hitching in his throat, his face ashen. Damn, is he insane? Doesn't he fear the police chief? However, when he witnessed the police chief retreating and not daring to intervene, the last shred of hope in the Dog Lord's mind vanished, and his mental state began to unravel. This guy has the world under his thumb. Damn it. Let us go all out. The Dog Lord wasn't one to back down. Since it was a fight to the death, let us see who has the stronger fate. Suddenly, dozens of vehicles from the Wild Dog Gang emerged, their members brandishing firearms aimed at the vehicles behind them. Behind the scenes, the Dog Lord had amassed an unknown quantity of weapons, all for this day, a showdown. Competing with my firepower? Han Li picked up the intercom, issuing commands to all members. In the next moment, just as all members of the Wild Dog Gang were reveling in their apparent superiority, a multitude of firearms emerged from the densely packed vehicles behind them, all AKs. Of course, they were loaded with paintballs meant to intimidate. But the Dog Lord was oblivious. Upon seeing the overwhelming display of weapons, he nearly lost control of his bladder. What the hell, such blatant audacity? Is the police chief going to intervene? I'm just collecting weapons. You must be an arms dealer. Dog Lord, we're cornered. His secretary trembled, his entire body shaking, a far cry from his earlier bravado. Filled with despair. What? The Dog Lord turned around, momentarily stunned. The road ahead was indeed obstructed. The members of the Angels had strategically positioned their vehicles, effectively sealing off the path. This sense of being trapped instilled a chilling dread in every trafficker, as they experienced an unprecedented fear for the first time. It felt as though each of their moves had been anticipated, and their adversaries were almost playful in their approach. Just when they found themselves cornered, a fatal blow was delivered. Charge forward. At 60 or even 120 miles per hour. Damn it, the car is about to ignite. The members of the Wild Dog Gang huddled together like turtles, desperately pushing forward. Yet, their despair deepened as their opponents fought with even greater ferocity. Each Angel member was invigorated, clinging tenaciously to them. Suddenly, a vehicle emerged, moving faster than any other. With a deft drift, it maneuvered through 2 or 3 enemy cars, coming to a halt right in front of the vehicle occupied by the gang leader. Then, with a swift tail swing, it forcibly brought the gang leader's vehicle to a stop. Goodness, what a high-speed chase. Is this the king of cars? The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Wow, Canadian drifting. This display is simply astonishing. It must be Han, the master of driving. After watching his skills, I feel utterly inadequate. Everyone present could only think one thing. This maneuver was breathtakingly impressive. The members of the Wild Dog Gang were left in shock. What kind of driving skill was this? Surely, it couldn't be a scene from a movie. Bang. Han Li exited his vehicle and approached the gang leader's car. Seizing the moment while the leader was still dazed, he fired several shots into the air. The gang leader, terrified, scrambled out of his car, pleading, "Hero, big brother. What have I done to deserve this? Do you know who I despise the most? Traffickers. I take down everyone I encounter," Han Li declared with unwavering resolve. "Aren't you also part of the underworld? It's absurd. Tell your men to pull over, hands on their heads, and squat down." One enraged member of the Wild Dog Gang was about to pull a gun on Han Li. However, as the surrounding men in white suits turned their attention towards him, he felt the collective gaze of hostility, and his face was instantly flushed with fear. "Don't act rashly, gentlemen," he exclaimed. "I've never been this frightened in my life. I surrender." The man dropped his gun and squatted down, cradling his head. "Is this even a fight?" The gang leader scoffed. "Well, if I end up in prison, I'll come out a hero again." The traffickers chuckled. Indeed, being imprisoned for a decade or so would not strip them of their bravado. Witnessing their filthy smiles made Han Li furious. When did incarceration become a sanctuary for them? "Han, the police will arrive shortly. We can leave this to them," Ling Han suggested. "Leave it to the police?" Han Li shook his head vigorously. "That would be far too lenient for these beasts." "Staff." Suddenly, he bellowed, "Everyone, please make way." The staff members attempted to approach Han Li, only to find themselves obstructed by a cadre of henchmen, fierce and menacing, as if poised to devour anyone who dared to cross them. "Let him through," Han Li gestured dismissively. In an instant, the throng of henchmen parted, albeit with a hint of reluctance. The staff member stepped before Han Li, feeling an unsettling lightness in the air. "I am about to commit a grave offense," he declared. "What offense?" the staff member queried, perplexed. "You have become a crime lord. What could possibly be more outrageous?" Han Li cast his gaze upon the beleaguered human traffickers, their faces etched with despair. He had previously reviewed the evidence against these individuals, with crimes ranging from the trafficking of a few children to thousands. The youngest barely 3 years old. Truly, they were less than beasts. To hand such traffickers over to law enforcement would merely result in a prison sentence, far too lenient a punishment. "I want them to suffer, to wish they had never been born," Han Li declared vehemently. He turned to Joseph. "Isn't there a recent overseas trade in human trafficking?" "Indeed." Joseph replied with a smile. "Are these individuals sufficient?" Han Li joined in his mirth. The onlookers, including the staff, were left bewildered, as were the viewers in the live stream. "What the hell? Why are you all just standing there?" Joseph admonished the crowd. "Yes," they replied in unison. "Wait, are you serious?" The trafficker, Dog Yi, panicked. "I've always been the one selling people. When did I become the merchandise?" He watched in dread as members of the Angels began escorting the traffickers away. The staff, now flustered, exclaimed, "Han Li, are you truly going through with this? What do you think?" Han Li retorted, his gaze fierce and unyielding. "I, Han Li, shall shatter darkness with darkness, returning their own malevolence to them." The staff member fell silent. These traffickers indeed deserve their fate. "Cough, cough. I have not seen you, nor you me," he muttered before dismissing the traffickers and slipping away. The live stream audience fell into a hushed silence, followed by an unending wave of revelry. Now this is the style of a true rogue. Chapter 117. Triggering a new Easter egg, this time, aimed at Yingzhou. In a secluded harbor, Dog Yi and his fellow traffickers found themselves bound, weeping profusely. Han Li and Joseph exchanged wicked smiles as they handed them over to a young black man. "Where will they be sold?" Ling Han inquired. "To the mines, as slaves." Han Li replied. "Outstanding." The black buyer chimed in. "I will treat them well." Dog Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "What the hell? You are inhuman. In your next life, remember to be a good person." With a wave, Han Li bid farewell to Dog Yi and the others as they were taken aboard a departing yacht. The audience in the live stream stared in shock. How cruel. Yet, I find it exhilarating. Traffickers deserve no pity. Well done. Though I may not admire your identity, I greatly appreciate your actions. Han Li, you are eternal. Why did it take me so long to discover this powerhouse? He is formidable. Goodness. This is even more outrageous than my own Black Dragon gang. The police saga, indeed. Viewers from various cities were stirred with fervor after witnessing Han Li's decisive actions against the human trafficking syndicate. Particularly striking was his method of reciprocating the evildoer's own tactics, a truly formidable display. It is no exaggeration to say that such a strategy, employing malevolence to counter malevolence, is exhilarating. Some netizens, upon reflection, became acutely aware of a startling truth. All the nefarious forces in City C have been eradicated. Han, the undisputed leader. The staff member's eyelids twitched with disbelief as he glanced at the young man beside him, who wore a broad smile. It was hard to fathom that just a few months prior, this individual was an inconspicuous passerby. Now, it would not be an exaggeration to say he holds dominion over City C. What an inspiring journey. Han, could you share the secret to your success? He inquired with curiosity, now addressing him as Han. Han Li replied, "The secret to success? It's simple. Find a fish stall, gather some widows, and acquire a godfather to take off." What kind of nonsense is that? No jesting. Congratulations on triggering the program's mysterious Easter egg. The staff member swiftly produced an invitation card, presented it to Han Li, and hurriedly departed after calculating his points. Holding the pristine invitation card, Han Li mused on how he had once again activated an Easter egg from the production team. What could it be this time? Meanwhile, after they dealt with the human traffickers, several police cars finally arrived. Li Yi, accompanied by the police chief, disembarked. He had been closely monitoring the situation, initially expecting that the group would hand over the culprits to the authorities. To his astonishment, it became clear that they had no intention of doing so. "Report. What is happening?" he inquired, noticing the overwhelming number of people present. "We're concerned about the rookie police chief," a cautious officer replied. It wasn't a matter of cowardice. The sheer numbers were staggering. The port was teeming with individuals, As Li Yi stepped forward, he immediately discerned a figure in the crowd that stood out. It seemed he had seen this person before. Clearly, this was the leader of the organization. Just as he was about to confront him, a group of Angels members suddenly surrounded him, blocking any approach to Han Li. Hey, what are you doing? The police chief is conducting an investigation. Step aside. Li Yi demanded, drawing his weapon, as he felt a strange resemblance between the figure and Han Li, compelling him to ascertain the truth. However, the Angels members remained unmoved. Their expressions grave. How amusing. Do you think you are worthy of meeting the boss? Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky. Joseph stepped forward, opening an umbrella to shield Han Li from the downpour. We should head back, he remarked. Han Li glanced at Li Yi, who was desperately trying to push through the crowd, and without a backward glance, turned and entered the vehicle, departing. After taking over the Angels, Han Li established his own organization on the crime leaderboard, marking it as the third organization created by the entire program. All members have been assigned to the factory purchased by Han Li, operating under the legitimate guise of an angel investment company, preparing to launch a series of enterprises. However, due to current financial constraints, these plans have been temporarily shelved. In the present context of City C, Han Li wields immense power, practically untouchable, as the local police are utterly incapable of apprehending him. Moreover, he has recently gained nearly 100 new subordinates. In contrast, the police force has significantly diminished, with their most formidable team, the Black Eagles, having been decimated by their own, leaving only Li Yi capable of pursuing him. Thus, Han Li resolved that it was time to seek new territories for mischief. Coincidentally, the production team had a new opportunity for him. As for the Angels, he decided to entrust their management to Joseph. Han Li produced an invitation card, and upon opening it, he found a single line inscribed. This time, the target is Yingzhou. This implied that he could finally travel abroad. After receiving confirmation from the production team, Han Li felt a surge of exhilaration. At long last, he would have the chance to explore foreign banks and test their vulnerabilities. Regrettably, due to the restrictions imposed by the production team, he was unable to travel internationally until now. However, the invitation stipulated that he must go alone, without any companions. After perusing the rules, he discovered a mysterious plane ticket tucked within the card. It appeared to be his passage to Yingzhou. Seizing the moment, Han Li declared his intention to embark on an impromptu journey. What? Yingzhou, such a distant place. President Han, I cannot bear to part with you. I must accompany you to take care of you. You are merely afraid of being left behind to face the consequences. This time, he insisted on going alone, leaving Lin Han and old Master Cui to look after the place, which would also provide them with a well-deserved break. Reluctantly, Lin Han tearfully purchased tickets for the music festival scheduled for the next day. Old Master Cui was indifferent, exclaiming, damn it, being with Han Li means constant brawls. My knife is barely holding up. A few days later, Han Li found himself at a domestic airport, perhaps due to the production team's design. He breezed through security and boarded the plane without a hitch. An air hostess frequently approached him, bringing snacks, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. He wondered what amusing events awaited him in Yingzhou. Should he perhaps consider blowing up that detestable Sakura society? Meanwhile, the pilot, who had evidently indulged in alcohol, staggered into the cockpit, his face flushed. Han Li felt a twinge of apprehension, thinking, could this end poorly? The air hostess reappeared, reassuring him, rest assured, sir. Our flights have a stellar safety record. There hasn't been a single incident in over a decade. Is that so? Han Li felt an unsettling twitch in his left eye, sensing an ominous premonition. Behind him, in another seat, Li Yi complained. Why was I suddenly reassigned to Yingzhou for an exchange? I wanted to stay in City C to capture Han Li. How infuriating. Before long, the plane took off without any issues. The man in the co-pilot's seat glanced at the sleeping captain and shook his head, muttering, again with the drinking and oversleeping. Suddenly at that moment, the displayed data revealed an anomaly. Chapter 118. Even God cannot save me. Han Li refuses to acquiesce. What is happening? The newly arrived co-pilot glanced at the data, his heart racing. Suddenly, a deafening noise emanated from the aircraft, causing the entire fuselage to tilt, and countless items fell. Accompanied by a woman's piercing scream, the flight attendant hurriedly rushed towards the cockpit, visibly flustered. At this moment, tension enveloped everyone. What is going on? Don't scare us. Is there an issue with the plane that President Han is on? The viewers in the live stream also began to feel anxious. Shortly thereafter, the flight attendant emerged, forcing a smile as she addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. It's merely a minor issue. We will resolve it shortly. Upon hearing the attendant's fluent English, the passengers breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Han Li. He pressed his forehead. The attendant was lying. There was a major problem with the aircraft. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received the title, Vehicle Slayer. Warning, the plane is about to crash. Run. Damn it. This is insane. Ding. Due to the emergency situation, the host is temporarily granted the skill, Aircraft Master. Han Li. It can work like this? Damn it. I'm back in action. As expected, when the flight attendant turned back to enter the cockpit, her previously feigned composure instantly vanished. What should we do, damn it? Let me handle this. The awakened captain made a preliminary assessment of the problem with the aircraft. It's nothing. He is the best captain in Yingzhou. Bang. Suddenly, the co-pilot's control stick sprang free, and the entire aircraft plummeted, losing control. Unbelievable. The elevator is malfunctioning. The co-pilot exclaimed. What? It's fine. Pull the elevator lever, quickly. The Yingzhou captain remained calm. As long as the lever was restored, the problem would be resolved easily. However, as the co-pilot desperately struggled to pull it up, gasping for breath, it seemed the lever was indeed broken. In an instant, the best captain in Ingzhou's expression shifted from calm to panic, for he could no longer control the aircraft's descent. We are going to die? Captain, think of something. The captain was at a loss, staring blankly at the descending aircraft, utterly bewildered. This unexpected situation had completely surpassed his comprehension. We're doomed. The co-pilot observed the captain's terrified expression and sank into despair. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, awaiting death. Flight attendant. What the hell? What is happening? We are going to die. As the paper cannot contain the fire, at the moment the plane began to plummet, the passengers lost their sanity, screaming wildly. Some even attempted to jump with parachutes, only to be stopped by the flight attendant. This was undoubtedly a death wish. Flight FC, facing an unforeseen crisis, urgently called for assistance. The cabin crew attempted to contact the airport, uncertain of its efficacy, yet it was preferable to waiting helplessly. The alarming situation aboard the aircraft soon captured the attention of Ingzhou and even other nations. The passengers, a diverse assembly from various countries, prompted swift formation of specialized response teams to devise solutions. Distinguished captains and experts from different nations were summoned. After extensive analysis, it was concluded that there was no viable resolution in such circumstances. Infuriating. Was it truly hopeless? Hundreds of lives were at stake. The eminent captain from M Nation, Mike, shook his head in dismay. Even God cannot save them. While many nations resigned themselves to the worst outcomes, only Huaxiao remained fervently engaged in discussions about potential solutions. Do not give up until the very last moment, everyone. Observing the tenacious resistance of the Huaxiao people, Mike scoffed. Surely, the Huaxiao individuals do not genuinely believe they can turn the tide? If even the most skilled captain like myself deems it impossible, then no one can succeed. As despair enveloped all aboard, a figure rose, calm amidst the chaos, skillfully maneuvering through the tumultuous crowd towards the cockpit. A flight attendant spotted Han Li and immediately approached to intercept. Please return to your seat. Do not trouble the captain. Just as she prepared to insist further, the aircraft's elevator mechanism malfunctioned. The flight attendant paused, her eyes wide with disbelief at the striking young man. How could he possibly know that? Perhaps, she thought, I might be of assistance. Han Li exuded an enigmatic aura that left the flight attendant momentarily unable to discern truth from illusion. However, the mere fact that he could identify the aircraft's malfunction was impressive enough. Thus, she decided to let him try. Please, come in. Han Li entered the cockpit, glancing at the seemingly resigned co-pilot and captain. Gentlemen, might I request some space? Who are you? How did you get in here? Leave at once. This is not a matter for someone like you. The captain's anger was palpable. What could this individual possibly do? Bang. Before the captain could evict Han Li, he swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. Damn it, all talk and no skill. He then turned to the others. The captain is unconscious. I will take over. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What madness is this? The live audience erupted. Good news, CEO Han has arrived. Bad news, he knocked out the captain. This is a life or death situation. Let's offer a prayer for Han. May nothing go awry. Rest assured, I will take care of the situation. Meanwhile, the flight attendant and the co-pilot were still in shock, watching Han Li expertly manipulate the controls from the captain's seat. To their astonishment, he displayed an undeniable proficiency. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, and the aircraft plummeted even faster. We are doomed. They recalled previous incidents where aircraft had met with catastrophic collisions, where even divine intervention could not save them. In contrast, Han Li maintained an air of composure as the hydraulic system spiraled out of control and the pitch control faltered. First, he mitigated the descent speed by jettisoning the fuel, thereby alleviating the aircraft's weight. He then turned to the despairing co-pilot. Hey, kid. Do you know why I'm keeping you around? Quickly deploy the landing gear. Are you really planning an emergency landing? The co-pilot was bewildered. This guy must be insane. The city below grew increasingly distinct, with mere minutes remaining before inevitable catastrophe. With such dire circumstances, how could an emergency landing even be considered? Almost everyone resigned themselves to their fate, yet Han Li gripped the controls tighter, a smile creeping onto his face. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats and watch me perform. Chapter 119. Goodness, the passenger plane has been transformed into a fighter jet. The aircraft descended rapidly, and inside the cabin, all luggage suddenly burst open. A box hurtling toward a flight attendant. In that critical moment, Li Yi stepped forward and caught the box with one hand. Are you alright? Thank you. Everyone, please remain calm and return to your seats. Li Yi displayed his police badge, reassuring the passengers. In the cockpit, the co-pilot screamed frantically, his face contorted in agony. I can almost see the buildings below. We're about to crash into the city. Simultaneously, response teams from various countries received urgent news. What? You say a Chinese national has incapacitated the captain? This is a conspiracy. China must provide us with an explanation. Everyone, stay calm. He appears to be a captain himself. Michael declared arrogantly. Is he more capable than I am? In an instant, the representatives from China fell silent, for Michael was ranked as the second best captain in the world. How could anyone surpass him? Report, this Chinese captain has requested an emergency landing. The crowd gasped. With such a rate of descent, could it be true? Wasn't he that a death sentence? Michael laughed maniacally, a madman, a fool. He is going to doom everyone. Stop him at once. If he manages to land, I'll never fly again. Naturally, no one believed him, and they began to accuse the Chinese side. Given the situation, there is no need for further discussion. China will take responsibility for this incident. A representative from China stepped forward, effectively silencing the dissenters. Regardless of the outcome, good or bad, you will bear the burden alone. Ingzhou seized the opportunity, eager to deflect blame, and found a scapegoat in China. With no choice, China bore this unjust burden. Han Li gripped the controls. His gaze focused on the displayed data, attempting to stabilize the situation, but he could not halt the aircraft's descent. Time was running out. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to make the plane roll, Han Li announced with a smile. What roll? The co-pilot from Yingzhou did not comprehend the Chinese terminology, utterly perplexed. I mean to turn the aircraft around. Oh, I see. What? Are you insane? How is that even possible? The co-pilot realized that this man was truly deranged and had no grasp of reality, putting them all in danger. Turn the plane around? Absolutely impossible. In a moment of despair, chaos ensued as the foreign netizens in the live stream expressed their outrage towards Han Li, labeling him a fool for his reckless actions. The initial glimmer of hope had been extinguished by the actions of his compatriots, leaving everyone in disbelief. The atmosphere grew tense as Han Li, in the cockpit, prepared for what seemed like an inevitable crash. He shouted to his co-pilot, retract the flaps. The co-pilot complied, and Han Li commanded, deploy the speed brakes. The aircraft was on the brink of disaster, hurtling towards the buildings below, and panic gripped the passengers. They huddled together in despair, the flight attendants in tears, while the co-pilot, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes, awaiting the end. In this dire situation, an emergency landing seemed impossible. Yet, just when all hope seemed lost, Han Li took a deep breath, grasped the controls with determination, and willed the aircraft upwards. Lift off, he commanded. In a miraculous turn of events, just before impact, the plane flipped, skimming alongside the building with a thunderous roar that drew the attention of countless residents below. What on earth is happening? A man exclaimed as he stepped outside, only to be met by a fierce gust of wind that nearly swept him away. What he witnessed was an unforgettable sight. The airplane was flying backward. At that moment, the residents of the city were frozen in astonishment, soon erupting in exclamations of disbelief. Inside the aircraft, the co-pilot was horrified by the unfolding spectacle, glancing at Han Li, who appeared remarkably composed as he communicated over the radio. Unable to contain himself, the co-pilot exclaimed, incredible. This is nothing short of miraculous. It was unfathomable that Han Li had managed to reverse the plane's trajectory. The aircraft stabilized, and the foreign netizens in the live stream fell silent, grappling with the surreal turn of events. A Chinese netizen finally broke the silence, urging others to rally behind Han Li, declaring, what are you waiting for? Celebrate our Captain Han. The production team marveled at the spectacle, proclaiming, he is a monster. This is extraordinary. Indeed, what Han Li had accomplished was monumental, elevating the standards of aviation to unprecedented heights. As a captain, the sheer thrill of witnessing such resilience was exhilarating. The Chinese spirit of perseverance shone brightly as the passenger aircraft transformed into a formidable machine. Han Li's maneuver was unprecedented, marking a historic moment in aviation. With the opportunity for an emergency landing at hand, he commanded, retract the speed brakes. New flaps engaged. The co-pilot was utterly impressed by Han Li. This individual was nothing short of a deity. Suddenly, an alarming message crackled through the intercom. The left engine has failed. This is the International Response Team. Hello, I am the representative from Huaxia. The aircraft is now just 300 meters above ground. Can you execute an emergency landing? Han Li resolutely declared, in the name of Huaxia, I vow to fulfill this mission. Full power. He deftly maneuvered the aircraft, releasing all fuel and steering towards a nearby open field for landing. As they approached the ground, the co-pilot felt a surge of anxiety. Emergency landings were a true test of a captain's skill. A slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. However, Han Li's expertise once again showcased his extraordinary prowess. The landing was flawless, devoid of any turbulence, and he maintained an impeccable speed throughout. The aircraft touched down and glided smoothly along the ground without incident. After a prolonged moment, the co-pilot, feeling his heart race, marveled, are we alive? We made it. He exclaimed in awe, Master Han, I bow before you. This reverent gesture echoed through the cabin, where passengers erupted in jubilant celebration, astonished that they had survived. The flight attendant wiped away her tears as admiration for Han Li welled up in her eyes. Han Li released his grip on the controls, weary but relieved. He picked up the intercom, reporting, the aircraft has successfully made an emergency landing. The International Response Team was left in stunned disbelief. What? You actually did it? They exclaimed, incredulous. Unbelievable. This is impossible. Mike bellowed, his disbelief palpable. Under such circumstances, a successful landing seemed utterly beyond reach unless one were a deity. The heads of various nations felt a surge of warmth in their hearts and turned to the liaison officer, inquiring, what are the casualty figures? The liaison, astounded, replied, 0. A collective gasp echoed among the leaders. 0 casualties? Such a feat was terrifyingly remarkable. The captains stood in astonishment, their expressions a mix of wonder and disbelief. Before they all turned to Mike. Mike, you might as well retire on the spot. He wished he could vanish into thin air. Such skill. It was heavenly. The representative from Yingzhou cheered triumphantly. We have succeeded. If this is widely reported, it will certainly bring us honor. The Huaxia representative shook his head, asserting no. It is Huaxia that has succeeded. Let us not forget who took full responsibility. Yingzhou and the other nations mused. Who could have predicted that this Huaxia captain would turn the tide? They quickly dispatched teams for search and rescue. An hour later, all passengers were safely evacuated. Escorted by medical personnel to the hospital, journalists rushed to the scene in droves, eager to interview the Huaxia captain who had single-handedly averted disaster. As Han Li emerged from the cockpit, he was met with a flurry of flashing cameras, momentarily taken aback. A reporter inquired, in such an insurmountable situation, how did you manage to save everyone and achieve 0 casualties? Han Li pondered for a moment, returning to an ancient saying from Huaxia, if one fails, Do not blame the uneven road. The implication is clear. The shortcomings of pilots from other nations do not signify that our Huaxia pilots are incapable. In summary, you are all worthless. The journalists were taken aback. How audacious. Yet, they indeed possess the means to be so. Chapter 120. Collaboration among contestants from different nations? This is a grand maneuver. Everyone, having survived a calamity, wished to express their gratitude to the Huaxia pilot who had saved them all. However, when they sought to find him, they discovered he had vanished without a trace. Even the personnel from the Yingzhou government were unable to locate this Huaxia pilot, leaving them perplexed. Ultimately, they had no choice but to contact the Huaxia government. The responsible party quickly uncovered the true identity of the pilot. Learning that he was a contestant from a program called Criminal Roleplay, they were utterly astonished. Robbing banks, committing fraud, infiltrating police stations. Each case sent shivers down the spines of Huaxia's high-ranking officials. It turned out that Han Li was not a pilot at all, but rather an ordinary individual portraying a criminal. How audacious. This meant he had accomplished feats that many trained pilots could not achieve without any specialized training. The high-ranking officials were left utterly shocked. Is he even human? Genius seems insufficient to describe him. In the end, they chose to conceal Han Li's identity. Quickly, I must commend this comrade, promote and report widely, arrange everything. Shortly thereafter, the news broke. The story of the Huaxia pilot saving hundreds of passengers was reported by various nations, astonishing people around the globe. Even more shocking was the announcement made by the world's most formidable pilot, Mike, who held a press conference to declare his immediate retirement. When asked for the reason, he replied, "Perhaps you should inquire about that mysterious Huaxia pilot." Everyone immediately realized the implication. Could it be that the Huaxia pilot was the reason for Mike's retirement? Incredible. Countless pilots from different nations, having watched Han Li's piloting videos, knelt in awe. Someone, take my life, let the divine assistance flourish. Even more remarkably, some pilots named Han Li's maneuver the wings of the divine, a skill only a deity could accomplish. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he had achieved instant fame, becoming a new deity in the hearts of countless pilots. At this moment, he was seated in a taxi in Yingzhou, heading to the address on the invitation card. To prepare, he had even learned some Yingzhou phrases. Upon arrival, the driver. Shortly thereafter, the driver, following the address on the invitation card, arrived at a modest inn. Han Li alighted from the vehicle, surveying the building that seemed to be a gathering place. The moment he stepped into the inn, he noticed a well-dressed woman at the front desk, who had been waiting for some time. She greeted Han Li with a warm smile and a slight nod, her melodious voice ringing out. "Contestant Han Li, you have finally arrived. Please register here." Han Li offered an apologetic smile. Handing his luggage to the servant who came to collect it, he approached the front desk to register. Upon glancing at the ledger, he noticed several names already inscribed: David, Kojiro, Liu, and himself, 5 individuals in total. A vague realization dawned on Han Li, and with a smile, he expressed his gratitude to the receptionist before ascending the stairs with the staff to locate his room. Upon reaching the upper floor, Han Li paused, momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong?" the hotel staff inquired, puzzled. Han Li smiled reassuringly, dismissing any concern, and continued onward. After they walked for a short while, a figure emerged from the shadows, an individual clad in attire reminiscent of a yokai ninja, furrowing his brow as he observed Han Li's silhouette, muttering to himself, "Could it be? Perhaps I am overthinking it." In the blink of an eye, he vanished once more. Navigating through the corridors, Han Li arrived at his room. He accepted the key card from the staff and began to organize his belongings. On the coffee table, he discovered a peculiar card, identical to the invitation he received. It was evident that this hotel was linked to the production team. The invitation indicated that this was a deliberately arranged gathering point. If his suspicions were correct, the other guests were, like him, participants invited by the production team. However, judging by their names, they hailed from diverse nationalities, suggesting that similar programs, such as crime roleplay, might also exist in other countries. While he pondered this, the staff member who had left earlier returned, knocking gently on the door. "Please accompany me." "All right," Han Li replied, following the staff member up another flight of stairs. As they opened various doors, Han Li entered a spacious chamber, where several individuals had gathered, 3 men and 1 woman. One man was extraordinarily muscular, another donned a ninja-like outfit, and a third had bright eyes, exuding shrewdness. The woman, possessing a unique charm, knelt gracefully on the tatami, pouring tea. "Ah, another person from Huaxia has arrived. What a mixed bag," David remarked, sipping from a bottle of vodka. "How rude," retorted the man from Han Island, covering his nose with a handkerchief. "Let us not bicker, as we are all contestants here. Cooperation may be required," the woman interjected, her every expression imbued with allure. Han Li stood quietly in the corner, observing the scene, while the silent ninja glanced at him with apparent interest. "Is something the matter?" Han Li had already sensed the scrutiny. The ninja approached directly, asking, "Are you from Huaxia?" "Indeed," Han Li confirmed. "Do you know a contestant named Han Li?" Han Li was taken aback. "You are looking for me?" To avoid unnecessary trouble, he feigned ignorance and countered with, "What about him? Are you unaware? He has become quite renowned in our yokai community, especially among the ninjas. The live audience has gone wild." "Goodness, has my fame spread overseas?" Han Li exclaimed. "What does it mean to have such influence? Have I truly become famous?" That extraordinary event concealed in darkness has undoubtedly astonished countless ninjas from Yingzhou. Consequently, many scholars within the dojo have taken to offering incense in tribute to Peiqi. He is eager to engage in a contest of ninjutsu with Han Li, to ascertain whose skills are superior. "Apologies, I am not acquainted with you," the ninja sighed, expressing his disappointment. Suddenly, the door creaked open. 5 individuals turned to look. A staff member from a production team entered slowly, settling onto the tatami mat with hands crossed, speaking in a solemn tone. Congratulations on triggering the Easter egg. You hail from different nations and shall partake in a special operation together. David stepped forward, inquiring, just tell us what you need us to do. Are you all aware of the largest bank in Ingzhou? The group paused, understanding the significance of the bank under the jurisdiction of the island nation's government. Renowned for its vast reserves. Damn, this feels familiar, the elder nodded, grinning maliciously. Indeed, this time, you are to collaborate in robbing Ingzhou's largest bank. Chapter 121. I, Han, shall be the captain. Who dares to oppose? A man from Han Island smiled at the others, stating, if we are to cooperate, we must designate a leader. The leader would be the one directing the bank heist, a testament to capability. The others were eager, yet Han Li remained detached, uninterested in such a thankless title. Captain, choose whoever you wish. However, the elder interjected, no need for selection. Our production team has already made a choice. The four were taken aback. What? Officially designated? Who is it? The elder scanned the group before raising his hand, pointing directly at Han Li, who stood in the corner. Me? Han Li questioned incredulously. As if seeking confirmation. The elder nodded. The remaining four were astonished. They recognized each other's formidable talents, and any selection would have been justified. Yet, they could hardly believe that such an ostensibly ordinary individual from Huaxiao was chosen. Is he truly capable of leading? David protested. This guy appears feeble. What skills does he possess? Han Li scratched his head. Can I refuse? The elder shook his head. It appeared that the mantle of leadership had fallen upon Han Li, much to his resignation. Nevertheless, since the responsibility was now his, he had no choice but to accept. Stepping out from the corner, he stood at the center and addressed the remaining four. Since I am to be the captain, you are all required to follow my commands and execute my plan. David was the first to step forward, his temper flaring. He would not allow himself to be overshadowed. I refuse to accept this. Anticipating the reaction, Han Li approached the tall foreigner, asking, are you skilled in combat? Of course. David replied proudly, revealing that he was a formidable retired special forces soldier from America. Confident in his unmatched fighting prowess, Han Li smiled, his expression tinged with disdain. What use is raw strength? When it comes to robbing a bank, it relies on intellect. And with that, he continued. He pointed to his own head, his eyes brimming with contempt. What? David was taken aback. This fellow was so arrogant? He himself was a top contender in the show from M country, having eliminated countless opponents. Truly a formidable figure. How could he tolerate such insolence? Shall we compare? He assumed a combat-ready stance, seemingly preparing to confront Han Li. As a special forces soldier, he was confident in his close-quarters combat abilities, believing he could best anyone. However, in the next moment, a sharp sound echoed through the air. The towering David suddenly swayed, losing his balance, his eyes wide with shock. What just happened? Bang! David crashed to the ground, rising without even comprehending how he had been knocked over. Was it you? He looked fearfully at the still Han Li, a flicker of dread stirring within him. In truth, I was indifferent to who the captain was, the ninja voiced. The man from Han Island concurred, accepting the designation. The woman had no objections either. Han Li turned to David, the thorn in his side, and inquired, what about you? Frustrated, David stormed off. Han Li smiled with satisfaction. The viewers in the live stream felt exhilarated. A slap in the face was truly gratifying. Han Li quipped, young man, the path has narrowed. The others present were all formidable competitors from various nations and would naturally not submit to him. Thus, before executing a bank heist, he needed to assert his dominance. He deliberately provoked David and, in front of everyone, subdued him to compel their obedience. All right, everyone, return to your rooms for the night, the elder instructed, ushering them back. The next day, the five gathered in a small room, its walls adorned with an array of firearms, fully equipped. The man from Han Island expressed his astonishment. The production team had outdone themselves this time. Even David, notorious for his zero-cost purchases, displayed a glimmer of excitement. Impressive. Han Li entered the room, and the five of them refrained from revealing their true names, only knowing each other's code names. Oh, the woman approached a sniper rifle, seizing it. Her slender fingers caressed the gun's body gently, revealing a charming smile. Such a thick muzzle. When it came to sniper rifles, no one present could rival her. And this particular weapon was exceptional. May I see it? She asked Han Li, extending it to him. She had quite the fondness for this enigmatic young man, as he was undoubtedly the most attractive among them. Han Li took the sniper rifle, toying with it. Under the influence of the gunslinger's skill, he possessed an intimate understanding of all firearms, particularly this sniper rifle. The CSLR sniper rifle, quite impressive. Uft, who doesn't he know about it? Can you even use it? David interjected, stepping forward with a taunting demeanor. Just as his words fell, Han Li swiftly chambered around, lifted the rifle, and aimed, all in a seamless flow, taking no more than 2 seconds. David was left dumbfounded. Damn, that was fast. He was also an expert in firearms, and it was evident to him just how difficult Han Li's gun drawing technique was. Han Li chuckled and said, apologies. My marksmanship is quite exceptional. Bang. In the next moment, Han Li deftly swung his sniper rifle, not even bothering to engage the scope, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a paintball that cut through the air. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the paintball traversed an eerie trajectory, ultimately striking a target not far away. A perfect 10-ring hit resonated through the air, shattering the silence. The crowd was left speechless. David was equally bewildered. What on earth? A quick draw? And a 10-ring hit at that. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Incredible. Why provoke him? Damn it. Han Ge has outdone himself. Having witnessed Han Li's remarkable skill, the crowd found him increasingly inscrutable, their trepidation towards him intensifying. The man from Han Island felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the official endorsement was not without reason. He was relieved he hadn't crossed paths with Han Li. Incredible. Such marksmanship is simply invincible. He immediately sought to ingratiate himself with the young captain, Han Li. The ninja felt a sense of dread. There was no way to evade that shot. Meanwhile, the woman regarded Han Li with newfound admiration, as she had a penchant for men skilled with firearms, and she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. As for David, he felt humiliated, akin to suffering from constipation, having been slapped in the face for the second time. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. A staff member entered and addressed the group. You may choose your weapons and equipment freely, but each person is limited to 3 items. Han Li inquired. When is the operation scheduled? 3 days from now, came the reply. Chapter 122. Brother, have you robbed before? David hefted a rocket launcher, exuding a distinctly American flair, while the men from Han Island selected only some defensive items. The woman chose her favorite sniper rifle, and the ninja from Ingzhou took nothing at all. Ninjas do not require such things, he declared confidently, a disdainful expression on his face. Ingzhou's ninjutsu is invincible. Curiously, when it was Han Li's turn to select, he too stood empty-handed. Surely you don't practice ninjutsu as well? Ignoring the others, Han Li was not merely posturing. He could fabricate his own weapons. I, Han Li, am a walking arsenal. Everyone, gather for a brief meeting, Han Li commanded, and the group assembled in the center of the hall. In 3 days, we will be robbing the Ingzhou government's bank. Over the next few days, we need to familiarize ourselves with the bank's layout. Han Li spoke with assurance, captivating the attention of the others, who were momentarily taken aback, especially David. He prided himself on being the most experienced in bank robbery compared to these individuals. But in comparison to Han Li, he felt like a mere amateur wielding a large blade in front of Guan Yu. Let us not get too professional. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained by the bewildered expressions of these individuals, erupting in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The boss is leading the way. Han Li, robbing a bank. This is something I am exceedingly familiar with. Wow, Mr. Han's approach is simply a dimensional strike. After speaking, Han Li turned to the others, asking, do you understand? The individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. This was remarkably professional. He was undoubtedly a fierce bandit. Their curiosity about Han Li intensified, leading them to gradually alter their perceptions. Initially, they had all been champions representing their respective countries, each one prouder than the last. However, upon encountering Han Li, an ostensibly ordinary individual from Huaxia, they instinctively considered him merely a bystander. Yet, as they interacted with him, they realized that Han Li was indeed a concealed talent. Could this young man have genuinely engaged in robbery? His familiarity with the subject was akin to discussing a meal. One of the men from Han Island smiled and inquired, pray tell, what does one rely on to rob a bank? Han Li regarded the other 3, then slowly replied. It all hinges on a single word, ruthlessness. His voice carried a unique resonance, activating his actor skill, and his demeanor transformed instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt that Han Li's presence, both in aura and gaze, underwent a striking metamorphosis. His eyes brimmed with a sinister ferocity, an indescribable intensity washed over them. David momentarily felt as if he were face to face with the notorious international bandits he had encountered before. He was utterly astonished. The man from Han Island instinctively recoiled, a hint of fear creeping in. The women were similarly taken aback. The contrast was stark. Which version of him was the true Han Li? How terrifying. After their discussion concluded, Han Li intended to return to his room, but was abruptly halted by David Lan, who approached him. What is this? I wish to have a proper fight with you, David declared, his pride stung by his previous oversight that allowed Han Li to prevail. Han Li pondered briefly before responding. Very well. I intend to ensure you are thoroughly convinced. They proceeded to a vacant area. Why? David was perplexed. Han Li turned back with a smile. I fear you may embarrass yourself should others witness this. David, feeling provoked, retorted, damn it, this time I'm going all out. If I injure you, it'll count as a personal victory. Upon reaching the open space, he discarded his clothing, revealing a physique brimming with muscle, his arms robust and powerful. Let me tell you, during my time as a Special Forces soldier, no one has ever completely defeated me. Han Li scratched his head. Then I suppose I shall also be earnest. David advanced, throwing a punch. 5 minutes later, Han Li emerged unscathed, brushing off the dust from his hands and whistling as he ascended the stairs. In the vacant area, David lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes swollen and nearly obscured. He stared blankly at the dark night sky, his mind a void. Why? His physique was evidently inferior to Han Li's. Yet, in actual combat, he found himself unable to match him. What shocked David further was that Han Li had subdued him within mere 3 moves, covering his face. He helplessly shed tears. He had finally come to terms with his defeat. The boss observed Han Li and his companions, witnessing, for the first time, individuals from different nations gathered together. Han Li awkwardly spoke in the language of Ingzhou, ordering 5 steamed buns, large ones. The ninja beside him was at a loss for words. He hurriedly intervened to prevent Han Li from embarrassing himself and personally explained the order to the boss, requesting a selection of dishes. David, did you not sleep well yesterday? The inhabitants of the island scrutinized David, noting the prominent dark circles under his eyes, resembling the size of his mother's fists, almost making him appear like a panda from Huaxia. David remarked, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but several of us intentionally left the first seat for Han Li. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that he had already gained control over this team. In a team, mutual understanding is paramount, and this opportunity was perfect for everyone to get to know one another. Han Li brought over a bottle of beer, pouring a drink for each person to foster camaraderie. David, the toughest man from M country. David puffed out his chest. I am Iwaki Ichiro, the ninja. Call me Spider, said the woman as she stroked her hair. Call me Peichi. Han Li introduced himself. Peichi is a wonderful name. Quan Jizai applauded. He was quite astute. Recognizing Han Li's superiority over the others present and understanding the benefits of aligning himself with such a formidable figure. Very well, everyone. Follow me and I assure you will live in indulgence, Han Li proclaimed with a smile. Yet, with every gesture, he already assumed the role of the leader of the team. The production crew watching this scene displayed expressions of astonishment. Are these the rebellious spirits they brought in? Have they all been subdued by Han Li in a single day? Where are the supposed troublemakers? Where are the prodigies? After finishing the meal, the group gradually grew familiar with one another. Subsequently, Han Li sought a hotel near the bank, reserving a room and assigning the sniper, Spider, to monitor the vicinity of the bank, documenting the personnel and security staff entering and exiting daily. David, you'll be in charge of reconnaissance. Han Li instructed the reckless David to drive around and gather intelligence on their escape routes. As for the bank's layout, it was entrusted to the highly intelligent Quan Jizai, who would disguise himself as a customer, frequently entering and exiting under the pretense of depositing money. Sir, are you serious? The bank staff inquired. Perplexed by the 50 he placed on the counter, Quan Jizai tilted his head, glancing around. Is that not acceptable? I can manage. After several visits, he would be able to sketch a detailed internal map of the bank. Finally, it was Han Li's turn. He remained in his room, engrossed in crafting exquisite weapons, the sounds of his work echoing through the space. Each day, the rhythmic clatter and banging resonated, with everyone fulfilling their respective duties. The division of labor was clear, and the efficiency was remarkably high, prompting the production crew and the audience in the live broadcast to exclaim their admiration for the professionalism displayed. Indeed, when a fierce bandit arrives, the atmosphere is palpably different. Damn, this Huaxiao man is truly a robber, isn't. Oh my, this Huaxiao individual is incredibly skilled. Sakokuai. Meanwhile, as Han Li prepared on one side, an unexpected guest arrived at the largest police station in Yingzhou. Nanny? Outside the Yingzhou police station, a grand press conference was underway, celebrating the remarkable achievement of maintaining the lowest crime rate in the central city. Officer Mu, it is said that under your leadership, criminals are apprehended with unerring accuracy. A portly man clad in a trench coat, sporting a mustache and a hat, exhibited a confident smile. Indeed, I was invited to participate in Yingzhou's crime roleplay, where I encountered no rivals at all. It concluded swiftly. The celebration of the continually declining crime rate persisted for quite some time, with reporters fervently documenting the event. They extolled the prowess of their Yingzhou police chief, touting the harmony of Yingzhou, attributing all credit to the chief's efforts. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest emerged from the throng of journalists, Li Yi, who turned his gaze toward the Yingzhou police chief. I am a police chief sent from Huaxiao for exchange and learning. A police chief from Huaxiao? Welcome. However, it is unfortunate that all the criminals here have been apprehended. You might as well enjoy yourself for the next few days, Officer Mu chuckled, attempting to keep the atmosphere light. What? Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Even we in Huaxiao wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Where does your Yingzhou derive such confidence? Just as Officer Mu was about to continue the press conference, a commotion erupted. Chief Mu, a Yingzhou police officer rushed over, whispering urgently in his ear. In the next moment, Officer Mu's expression shifted to one of shock as he inquired, what? Could it be true? Just moments ago, the Yingzhou government bank, not far from their police station, had been robbed. What on earth was happening? The reporters seized upon this dramatic turn of events, rushing forward to press for answers. It's merely a minor issue. Officer Mu directed several officers to handle the situation, estimating it to be just a few petty thieves causing trouble, and dispatched a small team to resolve it. 10 minutes prior, on the other side, the live streams of Han Li, Spider, David, and others had simultaneously activated, drawing in a flood of viewers. This time, production teams from various countries had united for a grand spectacle, determined to capture the audience's attention. Damn, this time we might just break records. Indeed, it's remarkable. Charge forth. The director from Huaxiao remained remarkably composed, looking disdainfully at the rural folk around him. Humph. For Han Li, this is merely a minor affair. What is there to be excited about? He thought to himself. Ah, indeed, my Huaxia, a vast and magnificent nation, is simply unparalleled. However, to his astonishment, the viewer counts for several live streams surged at a terrifying pace, quickly surpassing 10 million and continuing to rise. The most astonishing of all was Han Li, who astonishingly reached a staggering 50 million in popularity. What the hell? Oh my god, this must be fake. Why does this contestant have such high popularity? Ridiculous, is he cheating? This kid must be using hacks. Several foreign directors cast envious glances at the Huaxia director, watching them seethe with jealousy, wishing they could eliminate him, yet too timid to act, brought him immense satisfaction. I have believed in this kid Han Li since he was young. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. It's insane, it's insane. This is a cross-national bank heist. Curse it. A few foreign contenders have teamed up, elevating Han to an invincible status, ready to soar. It seems everyone is wide awake, isn't it? This time, the heist has yet to commence, yet the anticipation has already surpassed that of any previous crime. At this moment, Han Li is savoring his final meal before the robbery. He has procured all the necessary items. What about the distribution map? Quan Ji placed a detailed layout on the table, appearing eager for praise. It's all here. David, the route has been selected. Spider, I have gathered intel on the bank's vicinity and the comings and goings of personnel. Soon, it will be the bank's most vulnerable moment. Ah, whereas the ninja? He seems to have already infiltrated. Han Li glanced at his watch. There were still 10 minutes until the bank's weakest point. Let us move. After settling the bill, the group boarded a large pickup truck prepared by David and drove towards the Ingzhou government bank. Upon their arrival, the bank staff were just stepping out for lunch, yawning and appearing fatigued, longing for a hearty meal today. As he descended, he encountered 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who were unfamiliar faces, seemingly from different nations. Intrigued, he paused to observe them closely. With bags in hand, he watched as the 4 produced clown masks from their belongings. They donned the masks and headed towards the bank. The bank staff stood frozen, dazed for a few seconds before realizing what was happening. Holy cow, a bank robbery? Indeed. Suddenly, one of the men turned and approached him. Han Li drew his firearm, aiming it at the young staff member's forehead, threatening, "Aren't you going to call the police?" The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. What is happening? Is Han voluntarily allowing him to call for help? Normally, wouldn't it be better for the authorities to arrive later? This is perplexing, surely. Han hasn't lost his mind. The bank staff was once again left dumbfounded. No way. In broad daylight, how bold can you be? And you expect me to call the police? Well, I'm not cowardly. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed the Ingzhou police. After completing the call, Han Li ordered him to scram, waving his gun, causing the staff member to flee in terror. He glanced at his watch, removed his mask, and decided not to enter, instead waiting at the bank's entrance. After a brief wait, indeed, a Ingzhou police car arrived, and several officers hurriedly disembarked, immediately spotting Han Li standing at the entrance. Officers, you finally arrived. The robbers are inside, several of them. It's terrifying. Baka, what is the panic? The officer scoffed. A mere petty thief poses no threat. They drew their weapons and prepared to enter the bank, entirely unaware of the sinister smile that crept across Han Li's face behind them. In an instant, he observed their exposed backs, swiftly drawing his firearm from his pocket, and with remarkable speed, he dispatched the Ingzhou officers in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted. Several police officers from Ingzhou were momentarily bewildered, their backs splattered with paintballs, each in disbelief. What just happened? No way. He is the robber. How audacious to disguise himself as a passerby. It dawned on the Ingzhou police that Han Li was no mere bystander. He was indeed the thief. Stay put and snipe them. The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. What the? Mr. Han had this up his sleeve? Impressive. Han Li remarked, is this all? Wow, that was over in an instant. He disregarded the agitated Ingzhou officers, flashed them a smile, and proceeded into the bank. This was merely the beginning. Inside the bank, security personnel intercepted Spider and her companions, stating, apologies, our bank is undergoing system maintenance today and cannot process transactions. Noticing the oddly dressed individuals, he instinctively reached for his stun gun at his waist. Chapter 124. What? There are more robbers than us? Within the bank, the security guard halted the trio of peculiarly dressed individuals, particularly David, whose fierce demeanor made it clear he was no ordinary person. Spider glanced at Quan Zhizai, who smiled slightly and stepped forward, saying, relax, we're just here to make a deposit. He offered the guard a cigarette. Ah, splendid smoke. The guard accepted it with a grin, only to suddenly turn stern, warning, Baka, do not advance any further, or I will not be polite. Quan Zhizai responded. What a sham. You take the cigarette and still block us? How disgusting. Step aside. David shoved Quan Zhizai aside, clenched his fist, and grinned, muttering, just screw him. As he spoke, he drew an AK and aimed it at the guard, demanding, are you compliant? The guard raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, brother, I yield. In the midst of it all, Quan Zhizai commanded, now, evacuate all customers, leave no one behind, understood? He attempted to mimic Han Li's tone to appear menacing. The young guard nodded repeatedly, hurriedly shouting to usher the customers out. The once crowded hall was now deserted, leaving only the 3 of them. Why not keep hostages? Odd, this is different. Does Mr. Han have a new strategy? While the livestream audience was still puzzled, the individuals involved were already positioned at the bank entrance with an AK, Han Li whistling as he surveyed the surroundings. Nearby stood several visibly distressed individuals. He had calculated that with the next wave arriving, it would take no more than 10 minutes, possibly even less if traffic allowed. In that 10-minute window, truthfully, the 4 of them could not entirely deplete the Ingzhou government bank. Even if they managed to steal a bit, they would be pursued upon exiting. It was wiser to remain inside the bank and observe the unfolding situation. As for why Spider and her team were to expel the hostages, it was because Han Li only needed a few bank staff. Too many hostages would complicate matters for them. What is going on? Han Li noticed the hostages dawdling, realizing they were sluggish and reluctant to leave. What is the holdup? Believing this to be a mere show, you fools are resorting to trickery? The reality is just as such. A majority of the citizens of Ingzhou stubbornly refused to leave, determined to linger longer for the sake of earning more, deliberately moving at a sluggish pace. Observing this, Han Li swiftly seized an AK and aimed it at the slowest of the Ingzhou crowd, unleashing a barrage. In an instant, the individual was riddled with holes, leaving everyone in shock. Whoever is last, I shall target, Han Li proclaimed, proceeding to fire at a woman. Although it was paintballs, the impact on the body was undeniably painful. Oh my goodness! A shrill scream echoed. The elderly woman, entangled like a spider, was so frightened that her legs propelled her forward like a rabbit, sprinting 100 meters. The customers, in a frenzy, rushed for the exit. Fools! This Chinese man is ruthless. David, bring the vehicle over. It's time to commence the transport. After issuing his orders, Han Li made his way to the monitoring room to take control. The remaining individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, professionalism makes a world of difference. David dashed outside, bringing the pickup truck to the bank entrance while the others handled the transport with remarkable efficiency. As time elapsed, Han Li glanced at his watch. estimating that the next wave of police should be arriving soon. With a swift motion, he accessed the bank system, sealing all electronic doors. Utilizing the intercom, he gathered the hostages in one location. Spider was astounded. This fellow can actually breach systems? Is he a hacker? And judging by the terrifying speed, it wouldn't take long at all. Unbelievable. Even top hackers could scarcely compare. This sentiment was sincerely echoed by Quan Zai, who, having encountered hackers before, understood just how impressive Han Li's intrusion truly was. The group had already regarded Han Li as their leader. Obeying his commands to confine several bank employees to a designated area, I completed my reconnaissance. Within the bank, there were 10 employees under attack, and one general manager attempting to flee, whom I apprehended. A ninja, appearing as if from thin air, brought a portly man into the monitoring room. Well done. Han Li seized the rotund general manager, pressing the gun against his neck, and coldly stated, "You are an astute individual. You know what needs to be done. Don't you?" "Yes, I understand, the general manager replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. These individuals are more fearsome than genuine criminals. Han Li and the ninja escorted the general manager to the gathering of hostages, instructing them to remain silent. They were to be outfitted in new attire. The hostages were bewildered. New clothes? What clothes? In the next moment, all the hostages were dumbfounded as Quan Zai presented a bag before them, containing outfits and masks identical to those worn by their captors. This ploy was for the hostages to don the robber's garb. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Incredible, this can be played this way?" they exclaimed. "This Chinese man is truly cunning. In this manner, the police will be unable to distinguish friend from foe. Remarkable, indeed." Han Li, inspired by a film he had previously watched, devised this clever ruse, enabling the hostages to appear indistinguishable from the robbers, thereby greatly confusing the police. The situation instilled a sense of caution in the adversaries, curtailing their willingness to recklessly discharge their firearms. This granted the captors greater maneuverability, while the hostages found themselves with no alternative but to comply, donning disguises identical to those of their captors. Minutes later, the wail of police sirens resonated outside the bank. Observing the delay of the dispatch squad, Officer Mumu took it upon himself to lead a team to the scene. He arrived at the Yingzhou government bank, accompanied by a substantial contingent of officers, and cast an irate glance at the few defeated officers standing nearby, his expression seething with anger. "What is the meaning of this? How could you have failed? Sir, that Huaxia individual fought unfairly." One officer protested. Indeed, he launched a surprise attack. Another chimed in. "Silence, you bunch of inept fools. They are merely a handful of petty thieves. Watch as I, Officer Mumu, apprehend them in mere moments." With urgency, Officer Mumu instructed the snipers to take their positions and prepared to dispatch another squad of officers to storm the bank. "How many are there?" he inquired. "There are 4. Just 4. A bank employee, who had previously escaped, assured him. "4? Ha ha ha, this is a farce," Officer Mumu exclaimed, gesturing broadly. "There are only 4 of them, while we have 20 officers. We cannot afford to lose this." The officers of Yingzhou were poised for action. Just then, the bank's doors swung open, causing the officers to stir with anticipation. For individuals seemed easily manageable. However, the next moment revealed a startling sight. Over a dozen robbers, donned in clown masks and wielding AK-47s, emerged in a row, confronting the officers. The Yingzhou officers glanced at their modest handguns, then at the formidable array of AK-47s brandished by their adversaries. "What? They outnumber us," one exclaimed. "Where did they acquire those firearms? In a direct confrontation, we seem ill-equipped." Officer Mumu turned in disbelief to his informant, questioning, "Is this really just 4? Did your math teacher instruct you in sports? Alas, you've led us to ruin." Chapter 125, No Obstruction of Surveillance? A surprise awaits at the back door. Han Li seized a megaphone and directed his voice towards the officers outside. "At this moment, hostages have infiltrated our ranks, and I advise against indiscriminate gunfire." "What's this?" Officer Mumu and his colleagues gasped, realizing that hostages were mingled among the robbers. "How cunning. This complicates matters. We cannot fire indiscriminately. What if we inadvertently harm a hostage?" Officer Mumu furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had underestimated these robbers, who proved to be far more formidable than previous Yingzhou contenders. Meanwhile, the commotion at the bank captured the attention of all Yingzhou citizens, as videos depicting Han Li, flanked by a dozen hostages at the bank entrance while threatening the officers, spread rapidly across the internet. Suddenly, the online community of Yingzhou erupted with fervor. "Oh my! In the land of STE, hostages and robbers are mingling. We cannot afford to fire. Learn something new today. Could someone explain what language this person is speaking?" To the one upstairs, "I can tell you. They are Huaxia people." The situation escalated dramatically as the citizens of Yenzhou rallied behind Officer Mu, determined not to let the Chinese competitor defeat their local police chief. The moment the Chinese contestant struck back, the online community in Yenzhou was instantly on edge. The media seized this opportunity, dispatching numerous reporters to cover the unfolding drama. This was a sensational event. Regardless of the country, crime reenactment shows have captivated audiences. And this incident piqued the interest of media companies eager to capitalize on the unfolding spectacle. Officer Mu watched helplessly as Han Li paraded around with the hostages, confidently returning to the bank, while his team remained paralyzed with indecision. Engaging in a shootout was out of the question, and a sniper attack posed the risk of collateral damage to the hostages. The frustration was palpable. As reporters and photographers flocked to the scene, Officer Mu hurriedly instructed his superiors to intercept them, fearing they would compromise the operation. This was escalating beyond control. It was a national broadcast of Han's audacious bank heist. Although the act was illicit, the thrill of the spectacle was undeniably exhilarating. The online community in China erupted with excitement, feeling a camaraderie in being able to challenge the status quo. A prominent journalist approached Officer Mu. Seizing the moment to report live, we are broadcasting from the Yenzhou Government Bank, currently under siege by an exceptionally cunning group of robbers. Their strength and resources surpass anything we've witnessed before, and the leader, identified as a Chinese bandit, is remarkably intelligent. The online community even bestowed upon him the title of Chinese bandit. Upon reviewing the viewer statistics, the journalist was astounded to discover that they had broken company records, with a staggering 50 million viewers tuning in to witness the unfolding drama. It was astonishing to realize that this unprecedented achievement stemmed from the actions of a mere criminal. Consequently, the robbery at the Yenzhou Government Bank began to gain traction, becoming a topic of national discourse. Officer Mu was overwhelmed, receiving multiple calls from his superiors. How could you let a mere Chinese thief outsmart you? This is unacceptable. Resolve this situation swiftly. Do not let us lose face, you incompetent fool. Frustration mounted as Officer Mu contemplated the dilemma. Which party was the true criminal, and which was the hostage? From a distance, he noticed Han Li watching him. A mocking expression on his face, so brazen, so infuriating. Through the bank's windows, Han Li reveled in the confusion displayed by the Yenzhou police. It was a moment of pure satisfaction. David brandished his firearm, while the police dared not retaliate. Quan Ji approached Han Li, suggesting, I believe it would be prudent to disable the bank's surveillance cameras to prevent them from assessing our internal situation. Han Li shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. The others were left bewildered by this response. In the makeshift command center, Officer Mu maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed the technical team. Quickly, attempt to connect to the bank's surveillance systems. However, given the cunning nature of their adversaries, he doubted they would succeed easily. Sir, we're connected, came the unexpected announcement. What? Officer Mu was taken aback. They had connected so swiftly. He hurried over to take a glance at the screen. Several clear images appeared, devoid of any obstruction. Could it be that he had forgotten? In that moment, everyone was plunged into a dilemma. Was this a mere oversight or a deliberate act? It was undoubtedly a trap. A ruse akin to the empty city strategy? Surely not. Chief Han was far too cunning for such a simplistic ploy. There must be an underlying issue. After a brief moment of hesitation, Officer Mu resolved to proceed with vigilance, determined to ascertain who among them were hostages and who were the assailants. This could very well be their only chance. Suddenly, a technical officer noticed a shadow stealthily approaching the bank's rear entrance. Sir, it appears they intend to escape through the back. Officer Mu glanced over and indeed saw a robber, clutching a bag, quietly making his way to the rear door. Clearly, the individual was an assailant. They were attempting to flee through the back. There was no way that would be allowed. Charge in, he commanded. But what if they had laid a trap? At that moment, Li Yi received word and joined the support team. He approached Officer Mu and cautioned, this robber from Huaxia is likely Han Li. He is exceedingly cunning. I advise against any rash actions. Unperturbed by the warning, Officer Mu chuckled, rest assured, our surveillance is impeccable. Should there be any movement from their side, it will undoubtedly be captured on camera. Everything appears normal. They have not set a trap. He ordered, let us move in on them. Ignoring Li Yi's admonition, Officer Mu dismissed his concerns, asserting that in Yenzhou, they were not in need of intervention from an outsider. A team of armed officers hastened around to the rear of the bank. Meanwhile, within the bank, the hostages clad in robber attire dared not resist. Just moments ago, Han Li had eliminated the general manager before their very eyes, serving as a stark warning. But where was the ninja? To this day, he had not been seen. Where could he have gone? Han Li grinned. I sent him to install C4 at the back door. What was that about the hostage? David inquired. Perplexed. A distraction. The crowd gasped. Han Li was intentionally leaving the surveillance unobstructed to allow them a view of the commotion inside the bank. When they saw a hostage carrying a bag fleeing towards the rear, they would undoubtedly assume it was a robber and rush to the back. Meanwhile, he had already dispatched an invincible ninja, adept at stealth, to evade detection and surreptitiously place a bag of C4 at the back door, waiting for them to take the bait. Of course, the C4 was not highly lethal but would certainly deliver a painful jolt. Moreover, since they could monitor him, he too could keep watch over them. As Han Li spoke, he utilized a hacker to seamlessly infiltrate the police system monitoring them through the bank's surveillance network. His phone displayed the flustered state of the Yenzhou officers. They're coming. He retrieved a team walkie-talkie and communicated with the ninja on the other end. You may proceed with the installation. At the rear entrance of the bank, a peculiar figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, moving with a grace that rendered him utterly silent. This specter eluded even the watchful gaze of surveillance cameras. He extracted C4 explosives from his bag and meticulously placed them at the bank's clandestine rear entrance, marveling at Han Li's craftsmanship, which enabled the creation of such devices. Subsequently, he retrieved a triggering mechanism and connected it to 4 C4 units, ensuring that any disturbance would ignite a catastrophic explosion. Once his task was complete, he vanished once more into the darkness. 5 minutes later, a squad of armed officers from Yenzhou arrived at the rear entrance, poised to launch an assault. Chapter 126. What a catastrophe, losing both the woman and the troops. Officer Mu awaited news of success from his team, eager to neutralize at least one robber to present a tangible accomplishment to his superiors. At that moment, the squad's camera displayed their position outside the bank's rear entrance. One officer produced a sophisticated device and slipped it through the door's crack, gaining insight into the interior situation. What do you see? Officer Mu inquired. Sir, came the prompt reply, there's a robber inside with a bag. The situation is confirmed. Almost certainly. Officer Mu commanded. What are you waiting for? Charge in. The squad burst through the door. A handful of them faced a lone robber burdened with stolen cash, a mere formality to subdue. Gunfire erupted, swiftly neutralizing the startled robber. Look, we have taken down a robber. Officer Moo Moo encouraged his fellow officers. However, their expressions were not of joy, but rather confusion. What? Ah, suddenly. A series of explosive detonations startled Officer Moo Moo, who turned slowly, disbelief washing over him. On the screen, several officers lay incapacitated, clutching their arms in agony. What happened? Quickly look. The technical officer, with keen eyes, quickly discerned the debris littering the ground. Explosives. C4. Where did this Chinese individual acquire C4? Madness. The Yingzhou officers were thrown into chaos, as this individual was not adhering to the expected protocols. Who on earth employs C4 explosives in such a scenario? This was absurd. Officer Moo Moo stood frozen, rubbing his head in frustration, though he consoled himself with the thought that they had still managed to eliminate one robber. Yet, as if fate sought to mock him, the monitor displayed a figure stepping forth, seemingly aware of the surveillance camera's presence, waving at Officer Moo Moo and his team. Approaching the fallen robber, he lifted him, positioning him toward the camera. What was he planning? As the team's confusion deepened, Han Li smiled and dramatically removed the mask from the man's face, revealing a bruised and battered visage. This individual was one of the bank employees. An officer from Yingzhou, having perused the list of bank staff, immediately recognized him and shouted, "He is a hostage." Yingzhou officers, what the hell? They actually misidentified and killed a hostage? What a grave matter this is for the police chief. Officer Moo Moo was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. His lips trembled as he thought, it's over. Han Li released the hostage and proceeded to confiscate the weapons from the rolling chief Yingzhou, sealing the back door completely. This ambush was executed flawlessly. The enemy was utterly annihilated while his sides suffered not a scratch, and they had inadvertently caused the death of a hostage. The viewers in the live broadcast were in an uproar. The display was extraordinary. They exclaimed the two words, invincible. This maneuver was textbook level. The first from S country learned from General Han, indeed. The hostage glared resentfully at Han Li as he departed, then glanced at the moaning chief Yingzhou on the floor. Baka, it's over. In the hall, David rubbed his hands together, peeking mischievously at a female employee before pulling her aside. What do you intend to do? She asked. David flashed a wicked smile. Brother will take you to have some fun. As it seemed the female employee was about to be taken away, at a critical moment, Quan Zhizai stepped forward, declaring with righteous indignation, stop. Hand her over to me. David, somewhat reluctantly, sighed and walked away. Thank you. Shoo. Quan Zhizai whispered to her. Don't make a sound. I am actually an undercover officer for the chief. Time is of the essence. These robbers are unaware of my identity. Come with me to the bank vault, and we will transfer the funds inside. The woman was taken aback. Is that for real? Quan Zhizai promptly revealed his police badge before putting it away. If you hinder my operation, all of the chief's efforts will be in vain. It was he who had saved her moments ago. Otherwise, she would have been too timid to interfere with the chief's work. She immediately nodded in agreement to cooperate. I know the vault's code. Follow me. Thank you for your cooperation. We will certainly reward you later. Following the woman, Quan Zhizai stealthily made his way to the rear vault of the bank. Meanwhile, David observed everything with a sly smile, glancing at the ninja beside him. This girl is truly naive. In truth, it was all part of Quan Zhizai's plan to obtain the vault code, feigning a rescue while masquerading as the police chief to gain the trust of the employees. Before the bank heist, they had thoroughly assessed all the staff. This female employee was not simply a random choice. She had an affair with the general manager, thus possessing the vault key. Yet her demeanor was remarkably timid. She was the most suitable candidate. Spider remarked, that is why I dislike the people of Han Island. They appear noble on the surface, yet are treacherous behind the scenes. Under the guidance of the female employee, Quan Zhizai successfully reached the bank vault, learned the code, and gained access. His eyes sparkled with greed. Now I understand why so many people are drawn to rob banks. Baka, useless. The higher-ups berated Officer Moo Moo mercilessly, as the accidental killing of the hostage and the squad's elimination had shocked the upper echelons. Fortunately, this was merely a drill for the program. Had it been real, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It is all my fault, Chief. I shall take my own life. Officer Moo muttered as he drew his cherished long knife. Moo, I grant you one final opportunity. The superior concluded and abruptly ended the call. Damn it. Go, negotiate with them and ascertain their demands. Officer Moo instructed. Shortly thereafter, Chief Yingzhou dispatched a specialized negotiation expert, who, clutching a briefcase, had barely taken a few steps when the sniper, Spider, stationed on the second floor of the bank, identified the target. He inquired of Han Li. It appears to be the negotiation expert. What should we do? On the other end, Han Li, stationed in the surveillance room, replied without hesitation through the intercom, eliminate him. Understood. Spider decisively fired his weapon. The negotiation expert from Yingzhou had just reached the bank's entrance when he suddenly froze. A loud bang resonating as a bullet struck his chest, releasing a plume of colored smoke. The man lowered his head, his eyelids twitching. Was it truly kill or be killed? The officers from Yingzhou were left in shock. What? This is not a robber. This is a murderer. Goodness. We are in serious trouble. Officer Moo slammed the phone down in frustration, shouting, what the hell? Who is this Han Li? Too ruthless. The robber had executed the negotiation expert without hesitation, completely disregarding the authority of the police chief. He was resolute in his intent to fight to the bitter end. The pressure on Officer Moo intensified, his heart racing. At that moment, the monitors suddenly went dark, leaving the technical officers without insight into the situation inside the bank. Undoubtedly, this was adding insult to injury. What on earth does this Han Li intend to do? Chapter 127. This move creates public pressure, forcing you to act. The citizens of Yingzhou were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the execution of their negotiation expert. How ruthless. I like it. Now, this is exhilarating. Even more thrilling than a film. Han Li's gunfire had undeniably elevated the public interest to new heights. No one had ever encountered such a fierce criminal. Good heavens, to shoot without hesitation. It was the first time witnessing such audacity. This is the true visage of a ruthless bandit. The previous Yingzhou contenders seemed like mere children in comparison. This is the essence of criminal performance. A true Huaxiao bandit. Let them feel the intensity. Countless netizens eagerly anticipated Han Li's next move. Meanwhile, Officer Mu found himself entirely at Han Li's mercy, utterly powerless to retaliate. Journalists seized this opportunity to capture attention, driving the public's interest to terrifying levels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the most ruthless bandit Yingzhou has ever encountered. Who shot the negotiation expert dead, devoid of humanity? How thrilling. One could even lavish praises on Han Li, as such flattery would only increase his notoriety. As the journalist reports gained traction, the pressure on the police chief escalated, facing significant public backlash, being suppressed by a Huaxiao bandit. Officer Mu's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls from superiors. Yingzhou emphasized performance metrics. Therefore, they could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. What is the status? Has the surveillance been restored? The technical officer exerted every effort and ultimately managed to capture a few surveillance images. Reports indicated that the enemy seemed to be on the move again. What? Officer Mu hurried over, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. How could this notorious bandit from Huaxiao suddenly go dark? It turned out he was in the midst of transporting the stolen funds. Indeed, there was treachery afoot. Were they attempting to escape? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Officer Mu, I believe that in a situation where we are aware and the enemy is concealed, it is evident that this scenario favors them. We should refrain from alarming the snake, suggested Li Yi. Sending in a number of officers would be futile. Baka, you Huaxiao officer know nothing. In this case, we should strike with full force. Indeed, we of Yingzhou cannot allow ourselves to be provoked by a mere Huaxiao bandit. In an instant, the officers of Yingzhou, driven to desperation and with fury in their eyes, were eager to storm the bank. Officer Mu hesitated. This Han Li had evidently committed numerous heinous crimes within Huaxiao, a cunning and vicious adversary, surely plotting with malice. Should we engage or bide our time? With a sigh of relief, Officer Mu stood up, gazing at the assembled officers, ready to declare, let us delay and await reinforcements. However, a phone call interrupted him. Wait, let me take this call. Picking up the phone, he said, hello? Mu, you useless fool. The media has already reported it. Now the internet is flooded with news of our officers being humiliated by Huaxiao. The emperor is furious. How could this be? Hadn't we driven them away? There's a traitor among us. Officer Mu felt a chill run down his back. This information was deliberately released by the enemy. Han Li? Could he be the one behind this? Had he bribed one of our officers to allow the media in, creating pressure through public opinion? Damn it. Could he have anticipated this? Meanwhile, a Yingzhou officer was releasing media reporters, picking up the phone, and looking at the 100,000 yuan that arrived. A smile crept across his face. Sender, Peichi, you want to stop me? Let us go. Someone wants to let you in. He ignored the reporter. The reporter, perplexed, asked, who are you? As the public discourse spread, the citizens of Yingzhou began to question the competence of the officers, launching relentless criticism. Calls kept coming in from above. Officer Mu felt as if a great weight had descended upon him, his expression filled with anguish and overwhelming pressure. As a mere officer, what choices did he have? Quickly, bring me the bandit. Hey, put down the phone. The crowd looked at the troubled Officer Mu, awaiting his command. All units, prepare for an assault. Li Yi sighed. Now, this is utterly doomed. You Huaxiao brat, do not underestimate us in Yingzhou. With a multifaceted attack, the bandit will surely falter. How will you differentiate between the bandit and the hostages? Li Yi countered. Even if the assault succeeds and you enter, you will be unable to tell friend from foe. By then, if the bandit remains unscathed, all the hostages could be slaughtered. How does that sound? You fail to comprehend that behind this rehearsal, countless eyes are scrutinizing our every move. I possess no choice in the matter. Officer Mu erupted, exuding an air of exasperation. The arrow is drawn, and it must be loosed. Damn Han Li, he is compelling my hand. The most pressing issue is that I am devoid of alternatives. If this drags on, not only will the chief be eliminated, but the emperor will also impose punitive measures upon them. Li Yi was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the greatest adversary of Chief of Yingzhou was not the criminals, but rather the higher-ups. Have they rotted away? Officer Mu, disregarding the pleas of others, resolved to safeguard his position by ordering a meal to be delivered to the robbers, and then we would launch a surprise attack, just like that, with resolute decisiveness. He could not allow Han Li to continue manipulating the Chief of Yingzhou. This time, they would reclaim control. Yes, indeed, that is more like it. The higher-ups were quite pleased with this. If they could swiftly eliminate the robbers, they would not mind inadvertently harming a few hostages. After all, Yingzhou only sought results. In the command room, all the chiefs stood up, armed with a determination to face certain death. Failure would result in ritual suicide. Officer Mu's decisive move, akin to burning bridges, brought great joy to the netizens of Yingzhou. Indeed, it was the right approach. Eliminate the Huaxiao robbers. Yingzhou is not to be trifled with. A surprise attack was essential, otherwise, they would be gradually worn down. The men of Yingzhou possess ample courage. The situation began to tip in their favor. Meanwhile, oblivious to all this, Han Li and his associates were preparing their arrangements. Good heavens, is this an arsenal? Where did all these supplies come from? David felt a chill run down his spine as he finally understood Han Li's choice of weaponry. It was not mere bravado. It was indeed unnecessary to conceal their intentions. Weapons. Whatever quantity he desired, he possessed. The opposition should be aware of our transportation of stolen funds. Yet they remain oblivious to this deceit. Quan Zhizai smiled, stating that their true objective was the bank's vault. It is said that the treasures of the prominent figures of Yingzhou are housed here. Chief, is there anything else I can assist you with? A female staff member inquired. Her face ablaze with fervor and determination. Quan Zhizai glanced at her, picked up a gun, and fired several shots at her body. My apologies, miss. I am a villain. He then picked up the radio to report to Han Li. I have secured this wealth. The question remains how to escape. I propose that David and Spider remain behind to hold them off while we make our departure and complete the crime. In such a grand case, sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of victory. Surely, David and Spider would comprehend this. No, you all go. I will stay behind, Han Li declared, once again disabling all surveillance before turning to leave. Chapter 128, A Fruitless Endeavor? Han Li vanishes into the darkness. Quan Zhizai, fearing for his life, felt no need to argue since Han Li willingly chose to stay. He summoned David and the others to secretly transport these treasures away. Who could have imagined that the bank vault concealed such an abundance of treasures? Porcelain, jewelry, each worth millions, and even some artifacts. Oh my god, this is utterly insane. David was overwhelmed with astonishment. Quan Zhizai hurriedly covered everything up. Meanwhile, neither of the two individuals noticed as the camera suddenly shut off. In the backstage of the Yingzhou program, the director's frustration was palpable as he clutched his head, unable to fathom how this group managed to unlock the vault. What a disaster. How much will it cost us? The director from Huaxiao reveled in the misfortune, while directors from other nations promptly blacklisted Han Li in their minds. This would undoubtedly ruin their shows if it were to happen in their countries. Meanwhile, Han Li returned to the hall and picked up the phone, dialing the Yingzhou police chief he had memorized earlier. The ringing echoed through the room, leaving the nearby hostage stunned. Was he really making a call at such a moment? Soon, a voice on the other end broke through. Moshi Moshi? Are you Han Li, the notorious bandit from Huaxia? The urgency in the voice was unmistakable. I am Officer Mumu. We can send you some food shortly. Please let us know if you have any other requests. Mumu hurriedly spoke, fearing Han Li would hang up. Calmly, Han Li replied. Food. I don't recall making any requests. Air. I took the liberty of assuming. Rest assured, it's not poisoned. Officer Mumu, relieved that Han Li was speaking, continued the conversation while signaling to his team to prepare for an ambush. Yes, on the surface, he appeared to be bantering with Han Li, but in reality, he was stalling for time. Han Li, scratching his head, recognized the tactic. They were clearly feeling pressured and preparing for an assault. Very well, he would play along. I have strict demands regarding the food. It must be hot pot, do you understand? And it must include tripe. Let me remind you, we are all gathered in the hall. Don't even think about any tricks. The revelation that the robbers were all congregated in the hall filled Officer Mumu with elation. This bandit had inadvertently revealed crucial information. All right, we will certainly accommodate your request. Han Li added, also, arrange a bus for me immediately, one that can seat over 20 people. It must be swift, understood? With a decisive click, he hung up, exuding an air of a formidable bandit. Officer Mumu raised an eyebrow. The request for a bus indicated that they were indeed preparing to flee. The decision to ambush was undoubtedly wise. They had almost let them escape. However, given Han Li's legendary status in Huaxia, Mumu remained cautious and instructed the technical officer to discreetly infiltrate a surveillance camera to monitor the situation in the hall. The intrusion was successful, and the robbers remained oblivious. The report confirmed 23 individuals present in the hall, exactly as anticipated. They had not fled, with relief washing over him. Officer Mumu realized that there were no tricks afoot. All were indeed gathered in the hall. It was time to proceed with the ambush. Team 1, maneuver around and breach from the designated point. Team 2, break in through the window. Team 3, once teams 1 and 2 have completed their tasks, you will enter through the front and secure control over everyone. Officer Mumu commanded. Remember, whether they are robbers or hostages, if anyone draws a weapon, treat them as robbers and eliminate them immediately. The squad moved with remarkable speed, concealing their forms to evade the surveillance cameras surrounding the bank, even willing to expend extra time to do so. With careful, deliberate steps, they navigated the blind spots, remaining undetected by the enemy. Meanwhile, Officer Mu dispatched personnel with meals to buy time. Team 1 arrived at the designated location and took their positions. Team 2, utilizing their equipment, successfully ascended to the 3rd floor and then gradually descended using ropes. The bank's tinted windows obscured their silhouettes, and their professional training ensured that they made minimal noise. Report, 2nd floor, no sign of robbers, beginning the breach. Officer Mu observed on the screen as several officers approached the bank entrance with meals, still unaware of the operation underway. Upon receiving the command, Team 2's leader produced a signal jamming device to obscure communications around the bank. In a nearby thicket, a journalist covertly reported the unfolding events, noting that the live stream's viewership had surged to 73 million, a staggering figure. Alright, we're initiating the counterattack. The armed team is serious. To be candid, this operation was far more thrilling than any prior endeavor, surpassing anything in S country. Bang! Team 2 crashed through the window, swiftly securing the 2nd floor. Safe. Team 1 also made their entry. Officer Mu received the news, elated by their success. However, he remained anxiously fixated on the bank entrance, watching as an officer with meals approached. Meals have arrived. Please open the door. The next moment, the bank's shutter began to rattle and slowly ascended, revealing a narrow gap. Strangely, the shutter continued to rise. The officers were bewildered, and even the previously jubilant Officer Mu stood frozen as the shutter fully lifted, unveiling the main entrance, which was then gently pushed open. The entire bank entrance stood wide open, without obstruction. What on earth? The officers delivering the meals gazed into the bank's interior, questioning if they were being invited in. A sense of foreboding crept over Officer Mu. No way. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from Team 1's intercom. What happened? Officer Mu grabbed the intercom, questioning the noise that resembled a rocket launcher. Surely not. Enemy forces suddenly burst through the back door, armed with a rocket launcher. We suffered significant casualties, and they escaped in a truck. What? They fled through the back door? Impossible. They should all be gathered in the lobby. The surveillance clearly shows this. At that moment, Team 2 relayed their findings. Report. We discovered over 10 individuals, all hostages, with not a single robber in sight. This operation has been utterly futile. Officer Mu could hardly believe it as he set down the walkie-talkie, gazing at the gaping bank entrance that seemed to mock his actions mercilessly. Weren't you going to launch a strong assault? I summoned you here. Baka, Hanli, you scoundrel. They've all escaped. All of them. In the truck, David glanced at the ninja beside him, admiration evident in his expression. They probably won't realize until their dying breath that you were never counted among the heads. Indeed, from beginning to end, Officer Mu and his team were oblivious to the presence of this ninja, who remained shrouded in darkness, entirely undetected. It was he who had opened the back door. Inside the vehicle, for individuals fixated on the ill-gotten gains, they had struck it rich. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. As expected of President Han, leading them by the nose and crushing Ying Zhou. Little Ri, what the hell? You brought out the cannon and then slipped away? Ha ha ha, disgusting. My brother Han has a trick or two up his sleeve. Hey, but speaking of which, why is President Han's live stream so pitch black? Where's this? Damn. It feels like the bank's internal ventilation ducts. Within the pitch black ventilation ducts of the bank, a pair of bright eyes gleamed. Chapter 129. Are you out of your mind? Trying to fleece the sheep here? They've searched thoroughly. All the loot has been taken, and the robbers have fled. Baka. Officer Mu felt utterly humiliated, as if he had been played for the first time in his life. Fortunately, the culprits had just departed. There might still be time to pursue them. He dared not delay, immediately leading all his team members in pursuit of Gong Jizai and the others. Catch up to them. Hey, as long as we apprehend these robbers before they offload the goods, we can deem their mission a failure. However, what troubled Officer Mu was that the escapees seemed to have already chosen their escape route, making it impossible to catch up. How infuriating. Countless Yingzhou officers lamented. They had lost this round too thoroughly. Gong Jizai handed over the goods to the production team, earning the highest score and monetary reward in history. The director of the Yingzhou production team, as the host, naturally bore the financial burden. So witnessing this colossal sum being divvied up among individuals from other countries was profoundly disheartening. Baka, we're on the brink of bankruptcy. There can't be a second time. Other directors rushed to offer consolation. Little Baka, don't cry. Yet, the director from Huaxia stood alone in a corner. Having inquired with the staff responsible for the offloading and uncovered a troubling detail, they had not seen Han Li. How could this fellow possibly be absent? I have a feeling something is amiss. With a shiver from the cold wind continuously blowing in, Han Li opened his eyes and took out his phone, checking the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. By now, Spider and the others should have succeeded, right? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for firing the first shot in Yingzhou. Rewarded with the skill, Extreme Sports Master. Extreme Sports Master. You can now perform any high-difficulty extreme sports maneuvers. Now, it can be confirmed that the shipment was successful. To be honest, Han Li was on the verge of dozing off until he was suddenly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Beneath the ventilation duct, under the glaring lights, several bank employees were bustling about, led by none other than the bank manager. That scoundrel, that Huaxiao man is truly despicable. Let me not see him again, or I shall end him. The junior employees exchanged glances, speechless. Go ahead and boast. The manager turned to a female employee behind him and inquired. Remember to have the broken windows repaired by the police, as well as all damaged property within the bank. In compensation for mental distress. Every day is a torment. The female employee sighed. Let us hope this doesn't happen again. All right, you all head back. I will stay late today, hand me the bank keys, and I will lock up later. The manager spoke mysteriously. The female employee produced the keys and handed them to the manager before leaving with the others. Han Li, who had observed everything, couldn't help but smile subtly. The live stream audience was also taken aback as they finally discerned Han Li's location. To their astonishment, isn't this the bank's ventilation duct? What on earth? General Han hasn't left. The viewers were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Han Li appeared in the bank's ventilation system. At that moment, Han Li manipulated his phone once more, infiltrating the bank system to disable all surveillance. Then, with practiced ease, he lifted the ventilation duct cover and jumped down. That year, with hands in pockets, he was oblivious to the concept of an adversary. I recall the vault keys are with the manager, right? The vault? Here we go again. The live stream audience erupted. No way again. Officer Mu. Manager, danger. Here we go again. Bank, what is that noise? Tell a joke. I've been robbed twice. Goodness, you're really something, Brother Han. You're audacious. Just got robbed, and you're back again. Will you let us live in peace? Han Li had already memorized the layout of the bank, making his way toward the manager's office. Upon reaching the door, indistinguishable sounds emanated from within. Oh dear, someone is crying. Sneaking a peek? Han Li, this is what we call a little life. Just as the manager was getting into the groove, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing behind him, startling him into falling off his chair. Who is there? The manager initially thought it was some employee and was about to scold them. However, upon seeing the figure, he froze. In the dim light, A man in a suit wearing a Peppa Pig mask stared back at him. Manager? 1 minute later, Han Li, disguised as the manager, locked the office door and proceeded directly to the bank's vault. Who would have thought that the treasure recently taken by robbers would now be ripe for him to reap once again? So, that is the situation. It is akin to a seasoned veteran lurking in a novice village, patiently awaiting your resurrection at the spring. There is no escape. Han Li retrieved a substantial bag from the bank and proceeded deep into the vault, employing a stolen key to unlock it. The viewers in the live broadcast exclaimed in admiration, yet some netizens raised their concerns. With so much treasure, can one truly carry it all away? Surely, he could only take a fraction. Regardless, I have fully immersed myself in Han's character. It is exhilarating. As Han Li swung open the vault door, his expression faltered in surprise. The valuables, previously stored, were now neatly arranged within cabinets, each equipped with alarms that would blare loudly upon contact. Han contemplated shattering the glass, but a glance at the made in Huaxiao engraving dissuaded him. Alas, this approach would not suffice. The adversary had grown wise. An alarm system, what a nuisance. What to do now? Meanwhile, the disgruntled officer Mu Mu returned to the police station, his spirits dampened. The higher-ups had granted him one last chance, with no room for error. Should he be bested again by that fellow named Han Li, it would be time to pack his bags and depart. Damn it. That accursed Han Li, if I ever catch you, I shall ensure your downfall. Officer Mu Mu seethed with rage. Upon entering the command center, a technical officer rushed in. Breathless. Bad news, Officer Mu Mu. We've detected a malfunction in the bank's surveillance system. Everything has gone black. Another blackout? What on earth? Officer Mu Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurried to investigate. Indeed, after the robbery, the bank's previously restored surveillance had suddenly collapsed without warning. What a catastrophe. A chilling thought swept through the crowd, leaving them in shock. Could such events truly recur so soon after a heist? Fear gripped the hearts of all at the Yingzhou police station. Are they really brazen enough to fleece us again? It was uncertain. Quickly, everyone still present, follow me. Officer Mu Mu bellowed, overwhelmed by the surreal circumstances. Chapter 130. Oh Mu Mu, I have been thoroughly undermined by my incompetent allies. Immediately. Chief, we are all here. Officer Mu Mu noted the presence of over a dozen officers on duty. Without further ado, he led this group straight to the Yingzhou government bank. Was this considered overtime? If we let the robbers escape, I swear, you will face severe consequences. The police station was not far from the Yingzhou government bank, arriving at the entrance in about 10 minutes. How peculiar that it was shrouded in darkness. Logically, there should be personnel on duty at this hour. Indeed, something was amiss within. Quick, call the bank. The officer dialed the number of the last recorded manager, but the phone rang for an eternity without a response. Chief, no one is answering. What? Something's wrong. Hurry, force it open. Chief, how do we do that? They have no tools. Officer Mu Mu exclaimed. Why did I bring you useless people? Go find some tools. Meanwhile, inside the vault, Han Li meticulously studied the alarm system and finally deciphered its wiring. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Could he really not manage it? Mr. Han, it's fine. We've done this once before. What? Do you look down on me, Peppa Pig? Most viewers believed Han Li was at a loss regarding the alarm cabinet. In truth, even if real criminals arrived, they would be equally baffled. However, Han Li was different. He was a man of systems. He pulled out a slender wire and inserted it into a gap in the cabinet, fiddling with the alarm. Soon, the previously glowing green alarm abruptly extinguished, seemingly deactivated. Han Li then simply lifted the cabinet, and the alarm remained inert. Is that it? The viewers erupted in disbelief. The manager? The bank? The officer? What the hell? A single wire managed to disable $1 million alarm? Is that all? Incredible. Thief King, is that you? Han Li declared. Give me a wire, and I could lift the entire earth. Unfathomable. Simply unfathomable. What is so surprising? My master told me that the top-notch thieves can open safes with just a breath. Really? Of course not. I'm just a thief. Mister, Han's operation leaves me utterly bewildered, wouldn't you agree? In a nutshell, Han Li's deft manipulation of that small wire left all thieves dumbfounded. Exclaiming that their ancestral master had descended, Han Li gazed at the valuables within the cabinet, his happiest smile yet gracing his face. What a pity to leave all this behind. Come, let's take a joyride. Spending too long in the cabinet would be detrimental to the treasures. He then picked up a necklace worth millions and placed it into his bag. The viewers in the live stream were no longer calm. What on earth? Is this even real? What a lunatic. If you have the ability, give it to me. If you keep showing off, I might just take myself out, believe it? Low emotional intelligence, robbery, high emotional intelligence, taking valuables for a joyride. All this money was glaringly evident. Mr. Han, you're not here to rob. You're here to stock up. Initially, Han Li felt a thrill, but as more valuables piled up, he became numb. His emotions were flat, tossing in handfuls regardless of their worth. Bang. Suddenly, Han Li heard a peculiar sound, and turning around, an ominous premonition filled his heart. It seemed to emanate from the bank's entrance. Something was amiss. With that thought, he quickened his pace, his hands moving with lightning speed. What dexterity! It was almost impossible to see clearly. A voice chimed in, young man. I'd like to add you on WeChat and offer you a villa. In no time, the bag he carried swelled, as if the treasury's wealth had been thoroughly plundered. Han Li took a deep breath. Just as the onlookers assumed he would carry the hefty bag out, he instead retrieved a cart from the side. Why not use a vehicle? He thought. How meticulous. Han Li had evidently prepared for this moment, adhering to the principle of not lingering in such a place. He pulled the cart and made his way outside. Once out, all he needed to do was offload the valuables. However, just as he exited the vault and turned a corner, he froze. Not far off, several figures approached, none other than Officer Mu Mu and his team. Everyone, stay alert. Don't overlook any suspicious individuals, Officer Moo Moo declared, raising his firearm. Oh no, I've encountered the police. Han Li Henti anticipated their swift arrival and hurriedly sought refuge. Though his movements were swift and silent, the heavy bag trailing behind him betrayed his presence with faint sounds. Officer Moo Moo's keen ears detected it. Who is there? He called, aiming his weapon towards the source of the noise. Come out, or I will fire. The officers behind him raised their weapons, directing them at a large pillar. Suspecting someone was concealed there, the audience in the live stream felt their hearts race. Oh no, my boss Han has been discovered by the police. What a thrill. Han Li thought, I'm surrounded by more than a dozen officers. What should I do? I need help, urgently. Officer Moo Moo gestured to his comrades. Let us encircle him. Shut up, he shouted. Fear not the enemy like a god, but dread teammates who are as foolish as pigs. Several officers maneuvered to flank from the sides, while Officer Moo Moo approached head-on, step by step. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. Officer Moo Moo and his fellow officers converged behind the pillar, sealing off all escape routes. Don't move. Let us see how you get away now. A cold breeze swept through. Behind the pillar, there was nothing. What? No one. Not far away. Han Li had already relocated and seized his phone, activating the system to unleash the sprinklers within the bank. In an instant, torrents of water cascaded down, catching Officer Moo Moo and his team off guard. What on earth? Who activated the sprinklers? I can't see. Amidst the chaos, Han Li mimicked Officer Moo Moo's voice, shouting. He ran to the right. Quick, pursue him. Hurry. Want to escape? In your dreams. The officers dashed to the right without hesitation. What? Am I a decoy now? Officer Moo Moo reacted in disbelief. Return quickly. You have all been deceived. That was not me. Go chase after them. They are getting away. The officers stood bewildered, utterly confused. What is happening? Is it a case of split personality? Frozen in place, they were at a loss for what to do. An opportunity arose. Han Li maneuvered the vehicle, deftly bypassing the bumbling officers and making his escape through the bank's gaping entrance. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh, what a brilliant move. How is this even possible? Officer Moo Moo exclaimed. What a useless teammate. This is a disaster. Chapter 131, a major incident. The Emperor is challenging me? A night of 100 demons? Several police cars received Officer Moo Moo's signal and sped towards the bank. Upon disembarking, Chief Ingzhou spotted a frantic figure rushing towards him, shouting, Not good, not good. The general manager? Han Li, disguised as the general manager, feigned panic, calling out, Quickly, quickly, there are robbers inside. He had truly mastered the essence of acting. His every gesture was extraordinarily convincing. No wonder he was revered as the general manager. He embodied the role perfectly. I almost believed him myself. As the officers heard this, they were convinced by his demeanor and became increasingly anxious. What? Come with me. We must apprehend this shameless robber. Chief Ingzhou, not daring to waste a moment, rushed into the bank, fearing the robber would escape. If they had only turned back at that moment, they would have noticed that the once frantic general manager now wore a calm expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What a fool to deceive. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. He is smiling. I can't take it anymore. Han Li's laughter is going to kill me. Ha! The naive fool exclaimed. Oh no, I've been tricked. Han Li observed as the officers entered the bank, then stealthily retrieved a large bag of valuables from the nearby bushes. He boldly strolled into the dark alley. Han Li, have melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, within the bank, after the doors were sealed, the officers turned to Officer Moo Moo, utterly perplexed. What has transpired? Officer Moo Moo held his forehead, overwhelmed with frustration, unable to comprehend how Han Li had eluded them yet again. For the second time. This is intolerable. Is Han Li our nemesis in Ingzhou? What on earth is he incapable of? A hacker, a bomb maker, an agile beyond belief. Could he be the martial king of Huaxia? What happened, Officer Moo Moo? An arriving officer inquired, only to be met with chaos. At that moment, one officer emerged, dragging the general manager behind him, and reported to Officer Moo Moo. This is the general manager. What? The officer stood frozen. If this is the general manager, then who was the one directing them at the entrance? Foolishness. It was Han Li in disguise. Infuriated, Chief Ingzhou had never felt so thoroughly played, as if he were a mere pawn in a game with no end. It was utterly revolting. Is it still possible to pursue him? Get out of my sight. All of you leave. From the depths of a shadowy alley emerged a young man, adorned with a subtle smile and eyes brimming with shrewdness. Han Li sauntered down the street, dragging a substantial bag behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he were merely out for a leisurely stroll. Passers-by inquired, Hey, what's in the bag? To which he replied, Money. The onlookers, perceiving his earnestness, assumed it was a jest and laughed heartily. In the live stream, viewers were left bewildered, exclaiming, What in the world? He is parading around with stolen goods worth millions right in the midst of a bustling commercial street. Truly bold. The chat erupted in excitement, hailing him as the most formidable of individuals. Han Li remarked, A true master remains humble and unassuming. Unfazed by the crowd, he continued his walk, drawing admiration from those around him. Suddenly, Han Li's keen eyes spotted a thief attempting to pilfer something. Swiftly, he seized the culprit, exclaiming, Hey, where do you think you're going? With deftness, he subdued the thief, earning accolades from the onlookers. What a good citizen, they exclaimed. The grateful victim, a young woman, expressed her appreciation and even invited Han Li to her home to see her cat perform tricks. Han Li declined, bemused by the absurdity of the offer. Do you really think cats can dance? Who are you trying to fool? He replied, to which she responded with disbelief, insisting he misunderstood her intentions. Amidst the throng of admirers, Han Li departed the street, following the GPS coordinates on his phone to a nearby corner where a staff member awaited him, an individual from Ingzhou. You've arrived? Han Li placed the bag down, saying, it's all here, settle the account. The staff member crouched to open the bag, eyes widening in astonishment at the glittering gold within. My eyes, so dazzling, he exclaimed, never having encountered such a treasure in his lifetime. He glanced at Han Li, stunned. You've robbed once and returned for a second haul. Mr. Han Li, would you consider accepting installment payments? Han Li responded, perplexed, there's no choice. The production team has been completely drained. All right, let us proceed with installments. The staff member sighed in relief, transferring a sum to Han Li's account. We'll start with this amount and discuss the rest later. By the way, when will you return to Huaxia? Han Li, taken aback, replied, what do you mean? Are you trying to rush me out? The audience in the live stream echoed his confusion, expressing their astonishment at the situation. Please, just go, one urged. But I just arrived. Han Li lamented, sighing deeply. How lonely it is to be invincible. When will I encounter a worthy challenge? The staff member felt a twitch in his eyelid as he watched the devilish figure beneath the street lamp laughing maniacally, filled with trepidation. When Han Li returned to the inn, it was already late at night, yet the lights within were still aglow. Not yet asleep? One could surmise they were engaged in the division of spoils. Han Li rubbed his hands together, relishing the prospect of yet another distribution of wealth. The second heist was solely his undertaking, not a collective effort. How could this be? Madness. A few exclamations echoed through the air. Pushing open the door, Han Li was met not with the jovial scene of camaraderie and the sharing of loot, but rather a group standing together, seemingly in deliberation. What is the matter? Quan Zhizhai exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Han Li return alive. By the heavens, you truly made it back. He continued, in your words, that is quite impressive. Spider stepped forward to elucidate. Just now, the Ingzhou production team issued us a challenge. A challenge? Aren't they on the brink of bankruptcy? A ninja emerged, his expression grave, declaring, this time, it is sponsored by our emperor, and the target is us. Wait, the emperor is involved? Han Li was taken aback. He had heard that this figure was the most powerful in Ingzhou, daring to challenge mere insignificant characters like them. The rewards were indeed enticing, yet the challenge was formidable. A collective sigh arose from the group, as if they were all too aware of their limitations. Robbing a bank had never been this daunting. Han Li was curious about the nature of this challenge posed by the emperor of Ingzhou. What challenge? The others turned to him, their expressions devoid of warmth. The Night Parade of 100 Demons. Chapter 132. 8 million, I bet on myself. The Night Parade of 100 Demons? Han Li recalled it as an eerie legend recorded in Ingzhou, cloaked in mystery. What could it entail? At that moment, a versatile staff member emerged, explaining to Han Li, the Night Parade of 100 Demons is a challenge established by our emperor. Participants will be pursued by over 100 police officers within the ancient city of Ingzhou, and survival within the allotted time frame constitutes victory. Failure results in permanent elimination from the show. Thus, when Spider and the others heard of this challenge, their hearts were filled with both excitement and trepidation. Drawn by the exorbitant rewards offered by the emperor, yet deeply concerned about the exceedingly high elimination rate. Normally, a criminal facing a dozen officers would find it quite taxing. Even those of their caliber would struggle under the relentless pursuit of 100 officers. Quan Zhizhai's countenance darkened, realizing that elimination would render all their prior efforts futile. Of course, you may choose not to participate, as this is merely an optional challenge, the staff member interjected, a hint of mockery in their gaze. Oh, weren't you all so formidable before? Robbing banks, were you? And now? Afraid? A heavy silence fell upon the group. Quan Zhizhai was the first to speak. I forfeit. The risks are too great. It is not worth my while. With the bounty from the bank heist, he had enough to retire comfortably back home. Why jeopardize everything he had achieved? Only a fool would undertake such a venture. Leaning against a pillar, Spider also declined, stating, I have no interest in this. It seems she preferred the elegance of a sniper rifle. Among the 5 individuals, 2 have already declined, revealing a palpable fear of this challenge. Alas, true men never retreat. David stepped forward. I volunteer. Let us strive, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Cough cough, I too shall partake. The ninja, shrouded in shadow, yearned to challenge himself. The crew turned to the final, pivotal figure. So, as their captain, the formidable Han Li, what is your choice? All eyes turned to the silent Han Li behind them. Han Li replied, I volunteer. Just those 3 words sent the live stream's audience into a frenzy. Who else? Damn it, it's ignited. Han Li's reputation soared. Meanwhile, the production team from Ingzhou, watching the live stream, was elated. Upon hearing Han Li's declaration, the director exuberantly waved his arms. Yes, yes. If Han Li is eliminated, our Ingzhou production team can avoid bankruptcy. And this emperor's challenge? Elimination is inevitable. Have these few who volunteered lost their minds? Baka, this is splendid. The director wore a sly grin. Han Li, prepare for your demise. In the highest echelons of Ingzhou's government, an elderly man, the emperor of Ingzhou, glared furiously at a photograph. Surrounding him were the renowned chiefs of the Ingzhou police, each visibly anxious, wiping beads of sweat from their brows. Baka, not even one Huaxiao person can be dealt with properly. He slammed the photograph of Han Li onto the table, subsequently retrieving a dagger to pin it down. This time, it is your final opportunity. Huh. The chiefs stood up, assuring the emperor of their commitment. As they departed, shadowy figures materialized around the emperor, appearing ghostly and elusive. Clad in uniform black ninja attire, their eyes gleamed with intensity. Emperor, you will disguise yourselves as officers and thoroughly humiliate this Huaxia individual. The emperor's teeth clenched with rage. To eliminate Han Li, he had dispatched the royal guard, each member a top-tier ninja, skilled in the art of silent killing. Adept at handling international assassination cases. Taking down a Huaxiao individual would be a mere trifle. Of course, this action contravened the show's regulations, but the emperor was unperturbed. I care not. Baka, I shall humiliate this Huaxia person. The Ninja Legion received their orders in silence, retreating back into the inky shadows, vanishing without a trace. Ingzhou trembled. The emperor's nocturnal specter of death propelled the excitement of the criminal roleplay program to unprecedented heights. Households ceased watching other programs, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Yes, this time that Huaxiao individual cannot escape. Fool, how dare he be so arrogant? Quick, look, it's about to begin. On the screen, the production team's truck arrived at a special inn, where several staff members escorted 3 masked individuals towards the vehicle. Among the masked figures, one donned an eagle mask, another a ninja mask, but undoubtedly, it was the last mask, intricately carved with a dragon, that captured the attention of all Ingzhou citizens. A pair of vividly animated dragon eyes exudes an air of regal authority, as if they might spring to life at any moment. A netizen from Ingzhou remarked, "What an audacious dragon. The craftsmanship is exquisite," and the live stream in Han Li's room erupted with fervent cheers. A new mask, a limited edition Divine Dragon mask. Han Li declared, "This time, I shall take it seriously." It must be said that when the Divine Dragon of Huaxia made its appearance, the masks of the other 2 participants paled in comparison. Han Li was hoisted onto a vehicle, flanked by staff members. The 3 of them were transported for quite some time until, at last, the driver turned around and announced their arrival. All viewers of the live broadcast were filled with excitement, for they were on the verge of witnessing the most exhilarating Yurei Yashiki ever. The staff equipped the 3 participants with specialized wristbands. The countdown began. 5 hours, survive for 5 hours, and victory would be theirs. The 3 were unceremoniously tossed from the vehicle, guided by dedicated crew members into the grand ancient city before them, deposited at random locations. David exhaled sharply. Damn, I am determined to outlast everyone. He placed a bet, predicting he would be the first to be eliminated. At 1, David's judgment seemed impaired, but he pressed on. Online, others began to wager on who would survive until the end and who would be the first to be eliminated, with more and more participants joining the fray, resulting in an astounding pool of funds. However, uncertainty loomed over the event, leading most to wager only modest amounts. No high rollers dared to go all in, save for a few, who bid over $1 million. The staff member leading Han Li chuckled. What a pity. What do you mean? Han Li inquired. You could have returned home with a handsome bank reward, yet you choose to court death. What are the people of Huaxia thinking? The staff member believed Han Li would not last 5 hours. Unperturbed, Han Li smiled and replied, "Could you do me a favor? Please hand me my phone." This was no trouble at all. The staff member passed him the device, and Han Li deftly entered his password. All set. Meanwhile, on the other end, those managing the bets online were suddenly taken aback, for they noticed a mysterious account placing an astonishing wager of 80 million. 80 million. What the? As they scrutinized further, they realized this unknown account had gone all in, betting everything on one person to survive until the end. Han Li, the Huaxia participant. No way. If this stranger were to win, they would owe him nearly 200 million, given the odds. The prospect was terrifying. Yet the prerequisite was that Han Li had to be the last one standing. Was that even possible? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Has this guy's brain been run over by a truck? Haha. Brothers, we are about to strike it rich. This is practically free money. They were almost certain that the 80 million had already been secured, for surely no one would survive to the end. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky, as the countdown concluded within the ancient city of Ingzhou, an ancient gate slowly rose. In the darkness emerged countless crimson glows, each revealing the grinning faces of malevolent spirits. Chapter 133. The malevolent spirits emerge, surrounding the temple. Officer Mu Mu donned the Demon King mask and raised his firearm, shouting, "Charge forth." A throng of figures surged into the fray, dark and ominous, eliciting a palpable tension among onlookers. This was no mere police force. It felt as if an army of invaders had descended upon the village. The sheer number was staggering, prompting a reconsideration of plans. Ingzhou cannot be underestimated, he thought, as hundreds of officers, disguised as malevolent spirits, swiftly strategized into 3 divisions, encircling various locations. Each towering building within the city was manned with skilled snipers, surveying the surroundings with a comprehensive 360-degree vigilance. Astonishingly, they had even deployed armored vehicles. Officer Mu Mu felt the weight of impending chaos as he recognized renowned officers from other parts of Ingzhou, each a formidable adversary. How can we possibly lose? He pondered. Meanwhile, in a decrepit residence, David awoke and removed his blindfold, surveying his disorienting surroundings. What the hell is this desolate place? Which way is north? He cursed, dismissing the thought as he resolved to find weapons first. The production team had promised to scatter weapons and special items throughout the ancient city for them to discover. I need to disguise myself, he mused, hastily grabbing a trash can to wear as a makeshift helmet. Venturing out into the streets, he wandered aimlessly, blissfully unaware of being unspotted. I am truly a genius. He rejoiced internally, believing his disguise surpassed that of any ninja. However, not far above him, several officers wearing blue demon masks had already targeted him through their scopes. They had been observing this peculiar figure for some time, bewildered by his antics. What is wrong with this guy? How has he survived this long? One officer remarked. Orders from above instructed them to ignore him and focus on locating the Huaxia individual. Indeed, David's whereabouts had been tracked, and the Ingzhou officers remained unperturbed. Such an ineffectual character could be easily dealt with. The real challenge lay with Han Li. Suddenly, the sniper felt a chilling presence beside him. As he turned, he found a dagger pressed against his neck. What? He gasped. A ninja had ambushed the unsuspecting sniper. swiftly eliminating him and his companions, thereby seizing control of the tower. An old saying in Huaxiao rings true: those who stand high can see far. Rather than blindly searching for weapons, he had wisely occupied the highest point, allowing him to survey the entire ancient city, discern enemy positions, and locate the production team's concealed armaments. Eureka! The ninja quickly identified several weapon caches. Simultaneously, he spotted a large group of malevolent spirits scouring the area, creating a rather intimidating scene. Then I shall venture to the right, he resolved, stealthily acquiring a sniper rifle before preparing to depart. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he whipped around but saw nothing. Once he left, several shadowy figures emerged, adorned in fanged demon masks and clad in black attire, trailing him in hopes of uncovering the Huaxia individual. In an instant, several figures vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. This place appeared to be a site of worship. Han Li tore away a cloth strip and surveyed his surroundings. Soon noticing a lifelike fox skull placed prominently on a table, he picked it up, idly toying with it. Suddenly, with a thud, a few dark objects fell from beneath the fox skull. Han Li crouched down for a closer look, his face brightening with joy. Could it be? Were these not sensor mines? Indeed, several sensor mines rolled onto the ground. The viewers in the live stream reacted with disbelief. What luck he has. Wait a minute. No way. Don't pick it up, Han. You don't want to shorten your lifespan. Han Li mused. Has the heavens finally bestowed their favor upon me? If I don't collect them, what a missed opportunity. After thoroughly assessing the area, he realized that this temple was, in fact, an excellent ambush point. Rather than venturing outside in search of danger, it would be far more prudent to lie in wait and reap the benefits. Without hesitation, Han Li buried the sensor mines in a most insidious manner beneath the floorboards, ensuring that even the slightest pressure would trigger their discovery. He then rigged the temple door with a mechanism. The moment someone entered, the door would automatically seal shut. By the time they realized what had happened, it would be too late. They would find themselves trapped, unable to move or call for help. A perfect strategy. Having completed his preparations, Han Li adorned himself with the fox skull and donned the ceremonial attire of the temple, sitting upright on the main seat, as if he were a statue. Unknowing observers would surely mistake him for a sculpted figure. A while later, a commotion arose outside as a group of searchers approached. They were officers from the Kanto region, preferring not to associate with others and thus operating independently. A band of cowards, they thought. Isn't it just a single Chinese individual? We Kanto folk pride ourselves on our individuality. Indeed, no one could command them. Hey, there's a temple. Let us check it out. Perhaps we'll stumble upon something extraordinary. This small team was cautious, refraining from rushing inside until they had thoroughly surveyed the area. Once they confirmed it was safe, they lowered their guard. I need to use the restroom. How embarrassing, go ahead. The others entered the temple first to see what they could uncover. It's enormous. I heard there were ghost sightings here. Don't scare me. They chuckled, completely oblivious to the great door slowly closing behind them. Look, there's a statue. Not far off, on the main seat, sat a figure resembling a fox skull dressed in human clothing. Upon seeing it, the group was startled. It's so lifelike. Baka, you nearly scared me to death. It looks just like a real person. Shouldn't we leave? The longer we look at this statue, the more it feels unsettling. It seems as if the fox is watching us. Some scoffed. You're such a coward. Just then, a loud bang echoed, abruptly interrupting the group. They jumped, turning around in alarm. The temple door had eerily swung shut. One person pressed a hand to their chest, unable to remain any longer. This place feels cursed, they thought, eager to depart. However, to their astonishment, the three individuals behind remained utterly motionless. Even more perplexingly, they discovered that these three maintained the same posture. Drops of perspiration trickled down from his forehead. What on earth is happening? He took a step forward, and with that very step, an unusual sensation surged beneath his feet, followed by a crisp crackling sound. An icy shiver coursed through him, and he immediately halted, ceasing to lift his foot. As a senior officer, he was well aware of the ominous touch of a landmine. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. It's an ambush. No wonder these three dared not move. They were standing on a landmine. The four of them could only maintain their stance, striving to distribute their weight carefully, as pressure bore down upon them like a mountain. Although they understood that the landmine was not genuine, no one wished to be eliminated. What should we do? Help. Nani. He has trained in mine clearance. He can save us. Call for him quickly. Thus, they hurriedly shouted Nani's name to the outside. However, unbeknownst to them, with the door shut, their voices could not penetrate the barrier. Instantly, a sense of despair welled up within them. Gradually, the atmosphere around them felt akin to hell, tormenting their very souls. Sweat dripped onto the floor. Holding one posture drained considerable stamina, compounded by the constant threat of imminent detonation. The psychological strain was immense. I can't hold on any longer. Damn it, don't give up. Who on earth set this up? Creak. Just then, the temple doors were pushed open. Chapter 134. The first eliminated contestant emerges. As the doors swung open, everyone turned in unison. It was none other than Nani. Nani, come save us. Be careful. There are landmines here. Yes, we have hope now. Elation surged among them. Nani was a professional in mine disposal. Sensor landmines. Nani was taken aback. This was truly frightening. Don't be afraid. I have a method. He began to investigate for hidden landmines, crouching down beside them, prepared to defuse the peril. A sigh of relief escaped the four, as a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The previously motionless statue suddenly sprang to life. Leaping before Nani. Nani? He gazed ahead, fixated on the fox-like head before him. The fox's cold, piercing eyes appeared eerily under the dim light. To the others, Han Li resembled a ghostly figure draped in fox fur, clawing and exuding a greenish glow. Damn it, the statue came to life? Han Li suddenly tilted his head. What are you looking at? Nani? It's a ghost. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Han Li, no? I haven't even made a move yet. Is it really this terrifying? Ha ha ha. I can't breathe from laughing. Such a cowardly little life. The four, terrified, inadvertently triggered the landmine, leading to their simultaneous elimination. They had heard tales of hauntings here, so they genuinely believed they had fallen under a curse. Terrified and trembling, he cried out desperately, "Spare me. I haven't bathed in days. I'm sick, please don't eat me." His voice echoed with desperation. I'm dying. Observing a group of men donned in fearsome masks weeping together, one could hardly discern who the true fiends were. The audience in the live-streaming room erupted in disbelief. Is this it? Who is the real monster here? It's like a joke. Even the legendary spirits are frightened out of their wits by our Han. Laughter erupted. Han, your skills are exceptional. Thus, the conflict was resolved with startling ease. Han Li shook his head in disbelief. So, the legendary spirits were terrified by me? Where's the logic in this? Behind the scenes, the production team was baffled. Director, why were the spirits so frightened? The Chinese director consoled. Well, this child is quite unruly. Let us encourage him to be more courteous. My apologies for scaring your people from Yingzhou. I will ensure he is properly reprimanded. The Yingzhou director, covering his face in frustration, seethed with humiliation. This is a tremendous disgrace to Yingzhou. Only when Han Li removed his fox mask, revealing his true dragon mask, did the four eliminated contestants realize that the monsters were merely Han Li in disguise. You rogue. They recalled their earlier disgrace and were instantly incensed, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Han Li swiftly confiscated their gear and departed the temple, intending to utilize the terrain to gradually dismantle his foes, much like before. He even contemplated provoking them further. If the police chief's abilities were as mediocre as before, Han Li could confidently declare victory. As he traversed a street, collecting scattered equipment, he approached a corner. Just as he was about to proceed, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a bomb detonation. Startled, Han Li pressed against the wall, cautiously peering around the corner. He witnessed a man with a Gatling gun unleashing a barrage in a certain direction. Damn it! Everyone perish! The man's eyes were bloodshot as he raged. David! So ferocious? Yet, as soon as the thought crossed Han Li's mind, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. After a flurry of gunfire, ominous red lights emerged from the rising smoke, slowly advancing towards David. The rhythmic sound of boots marching in unison echoed like the drums of an ancient battlefield, testing the enemy's resolve. Suddenly, enormous black iron shields pierced through the smoke, revealing themselves. Han Li stood in shock. These were shields once used in ancient warfare. A legion of fiends, organized like an army, raised their shields in formation, encircling David in a semicircle. Damn it, you're seeking death. David frantically aimed his Gatling gun at them, but the bullets merely ricocheted off the shields, causing no damage whatsoever. Before long, the shield-wielding army had completely cut off David's escape route. Panicking, he realized, these shields are invulnerable. No matter how I shoot, I cannot break through. With an all-seeing gaze, Han Li hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and rescue the beleaguered individual. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a scene unfolded that left him utterly astounded. The phalanx of shield-bearing soldiers parted, making way for an array of officers from Yingzhou, each wielding distinctive katana, their faces obscured by blue demon masks. Recklessly charging toward the isolated and defenseless David at the center. Devoid of ammunition, David resembled a cornered beast, bereft of any means to resist. Fuck! With that anguished cry, an onslaught of blue demons engulfed him, the chilling sound of blades striking flesh reverberating through the air, akin to the torment of a butcher at work. The gruesome symphony of agony echoed along the street until David, now marred with countless gashes, was finally released. Amidst the throng, a figure adorned with a Demon King mask emerged, the chief of Yingzhou. He dismissed the katana-wielding officers and stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the battered David with one hand. Fuck, bitch. David spat defiantly at the man. Baka, you're dead, bastard. The chief commanded the others to cease their assault and set David free, subsequently drawing a katana and pressing it against David's neck, his voice cold as ice. Execution. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and a shrill scream pierced the air as David collapsed, cradling his head in despair. The deep crimson mark upon his neck signified Yingzhou's triumph. Thus, the first elimination was realized. The Yingzhou officer, observing David's struggles, let out a derisive laugh. The once formidable contender, Officer Mu Mu, seemed trivial in comparison. The viewers from Yingzhou erupted in fervor. Yoshi, we are invincible. How dare these insects provoke us? Baka, eliminate them all. The media, invigorated, boisterously proclaimed that within a mere 20 minutes, the Yingzhou officer had dispatched the American contender David with effortless ease. The victory was preordained. Trending searches for Han Li? Utter nonsense. This was a complete rout. Even opportunistic Yingzhou streamers proclaimed grandiloquently that Han Li, a mere clown, would falter within a minute when faced with a legitimate officer. On the internet, countless Americans wept, not only mourning David's elimination leading to their losses, but also feeling the sting of Yingzhou's scorn. A disgrace. Meanwhile, netizens from Huaxiao expressed their concerns, fearing that their invincible idol, Han Li, would be subjected to such brutal slaughter, unable to raise his head in defiance. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Han Li observed the formidable army, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He withdrew, recognizing that although David's intellect may falter, his combat prowess was commendable. Yet, before such a vast force, he was merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Were he in David's position, he too would likely not endure for long. At this juncture, Han Li began to comprehend the terrifying might of Yingzhou's military. This knight of 100 demons was far from ordinary. Just as he resolved to depart, his body suddenly froze. A crimson dot appeared on his forehead. It was a sniper's laser sight. Chapter 135, the shot that ignited everything. Han Li gazed at the crimson mark on his forehead, his reflexes sharp as ever. Suddenly, his figure swayed, and his pace quickened. Bang! A specially crafted projectile struck the ground where he had just vacated, emitting a plume of red smoke. A sniper? Where? Cursed be it. The audience in the live stream instantly tensed up. This is bad. He has encountered a sniper. Han S at a disadvantage. Damn it, this is practically hopeless. At that moment, far away atop a towering structure, a sniper grinned wickedly, observing Han Li as if he were a mere plaything. Ah, struggle as you might. At such a great distance, Han Li would be utterly oblivious to his presence. The sniper held an absolute advantage, poised to eliminate this notorious criminal with a single decisive blow. I shall achieve great merit today. The next shot will seal your fate. Han Li felt a throbbing headache. Dodging that bullet had been sheer luck, but the next one? Who could say? Just as his frustration mounted, a voice echoed in his mind. Crisis detected. Temporary skill granted. Eagle Eye. As the Eagle Eye activated, Han Li felt a sharp sting in his vision, and instantly, his previously narrow field of view expanded exponentially, revealing an intricate tapestry of buildings, foliage, and trees. No one could escape the gaze of these eagle eyes. Incredible. This skill is utterly formidable. Quickly, he locked onto a tower, his gaze fixating on the red-clad demon behind a sniper rifle, grinning menacingly. Got you now? You little fool. The sniper was momentarily taken aback, as if he sensed Han Li's gaze directed toward him. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Die, you fool. Bang. A bullet was unleashed. This time, he was certain of victory. The sniper even began to pose, stylishly lowering his rifle, ready to bask in the announcement of Han Li's elimination. 3, 2, 1. Huh, what is happening? He turned back, raising his sniper rifle once more, only to find that Han Li appeared perfectly unharmed through the scope. What? He dodged it? Impossible. The sniper, refusing to accept defeat, fired again, determined to witness Han Li's downfall. Yet, to his astonishment, a surreal scene unfolded. It seemed as if Han Li had anticipated the bullet's trajectory, bending low just in time to evade it. He dodged the bullet. Time and again, Han Li effortlessly evaded the sniper's shots, even executing a backflip on one occasion. This was utterly humiliating for the sniper from the distant land of Yingzhou. His eyelids twitched in disbelief. It was akin to being a target, only to find that not a single bullet had struck home after an entire magazine was expended. What absolute nonsense. The live stream audience erupted. This is exhilarating. Han Li is soaring high. Little son, is he hacking? Can't handle the game? I've recorded everything. This is destined to go viral. Goodness, that reaction speed. He is like the Flash. Meanwhile, under the trifecta of agile maneuverability, extreme sports, and eagle eye, Han Li was indeed capable of evading bullets, albeit temporarily. However, he could not linger. If he tarried any longer, the vile army of demons would soon arrive. He retrieved a sniper rifle he had previously scavenged, only to discover, to his dismay, that the scope was broken. Alas, without a scope, he might as well be blind. It seemed that even the heavens were in his favor. Han Li, prepare to meet your end. The netizens from Yingzhou began to mock, incredulous that he could hit anything without a scope. Did he think himself a marksman? The sniper atop the tower was preparing to reload his magazine, convinced that he could not miss his target. No scope? What of it? Han Li, undeterred, lifted the scopeless sniper rifle, employing Eagle Eye to lock onto the enemy atop the tower. What? Could he possibly be aiming for me? The Yingzhou sniper was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, deeming Han Li a fool. He was not concerned about the possibility of his opponent fleeing. Truly, fortune favored him. In the next instant, Han Li activated the gunslinger skill, his gaze unwavering as he swung his arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth like a sharpened blade, exuding an overwhelming momentum. It indeed startled the sniper. However, the bullet merely whizzed past without hitting its mark. Heh, is that all? The sniper almost believed it, cursing under his breath. Who did this fool think he was? Yet, before he could savor his laughter for even 3 seconds, the bullet, having curved in its trajectory, struck him squarely on the back of the head. He touched the paintball on the back of his head, wearing a bewildered expression. Han Li, without a backward glance, stowed away his weapon and departed the battlefield, making no delay. The sniper? Netizens from Yingzhou. Viewers in the live stream. Holy smokes. Did he just curve the bullet? Damn, that was 100 steps bullseye. It gave me goosebumps. A curved trajectory. Is this truly achievable by someone? Folks, I practice shooting, and with this shot, even God would fall. This shot was nothing short of invincible. It struck a chord in the hearts of countless viewers and snipers alike. In unison, they exclaimed, the ancestral spirit has manifested. In a frigid corner of the world, a man clad in a heavy coat gazed at the live stream while cradling an old sniper rifle, caressing it. Surrounded by countless corpses, he was known as the White Death, and today, he may have encountered his lifelong rival. At the Donyang police station in Huaxia, Director Jiang, sipping tea, stood up in excitement as he witnessed Han Li's shot, fists raised in triumph. Well done. Tea scattered across the floor. Han Li's shot had shattered the confidence of innumerable Yingzhou netizens. Surely he must be dazed? It must be that he is merely lucky? Baka. It was just a stroke of fortune. Look at how excited the Huaxia people are. The more frantic the Yingzhou folks became, the more elated the Huaxia people grew. By the time the army arrived, they found that Han Li had long since fled. The commander of the Blue Demon Army turned to the eliminated sniper they had brought in and inquired, did you not claim he was absolutely doomed? Sniper, I don't know. Everyone go search. Just a little more, and he could eliminate this loathed emperor. However, that Han Li must be hiding, too scared to show himself, right? At this moment, in a certain part of the ancient city, a director, accompanied by a group of team members, was searching for the contestants' whereabouts. They had just received news from other directors that they had eliminated a contestant in a very short time. Unfortunately, that rascal Han Li managed to escape. I've heard that Han Li is quite formidable. Fear not. With so many of us, he wouldn't dare to come out. Indeed, with so many people, Han Li can only obediently hide away. Ha ha ha, like a rat. Indeed, Han Li must be so frightened that he has wet himself and is hiding. The online community of Yingzhou believes that Han Li has witnessed the prowess of their Yingzhou police force and dares not emerge. The advantage lies with them. Oh, not far away, a group of tourists appeared flustered, seemingly having wandered into the ancient city. They must be the ones who Haven T managed to leave. Oh, let me earn some goodwill. The director removed his mask, donned a smile, and approached the tourists. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation in the ancient city is unusual at present. Please follow the staff to exit the city. I apologize for the inconvenience. The director walked towards the tourists, who nodded and began to leave in succession. At this moment, he noticed one tourist standing still, head lowered, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Perhaps busy recording a video, not hearing him. This tourist, please leave. Could you do me a favor? The tourist slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of bright eyes. Chapter 136, Assassination of the Director, the Anti-Japanese Movement Ignites. What favor? The Yingzhou director, concerned about his image, was more than willing to assist. The young man slowly lifted his chin, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your life? What? In an instant, smoke bombs were hurled by the young man, enveloping the area in a thick haze. At that moment, the young man, wearing a hat, suddenly raised his right hand, wielding a specially crafted dagger, and plunged it directly into the director's chest. Baka! Everything transpired so swiftly that there was no time to react. It was already over. The director stared in disbelief at his chest, the crimson mist left behind. Clenching his teeth in agony, he gazed at the young man. Who on earth are you? The young man produced a mask carved with a dragon and donned it. The director's eyes widened in shock, mouth agape. You are Han Li. Shoo. Han Li walked past his shoulder, whispering, you are already dead. Damn it. Han Li, how dare you? The director, scratching his head anxiously, could not deny that he had been eliminated. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Mr. Han, you directly assassinated an opposing director? Unbelievable. I'm in shock. Provocation, an unabashed provocation. A direct slap in the face to the little day? Han Li, who else? As the smoke began to dissipate, the oblivious team rushed over to check on the director's condition. However, they discovered the esteemed director lay on the ground. His body sprawled with his feet in the air, a sign hanging from his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was evident he had been assassinated. A sharp intake of breath escaped as everyone around him froze, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost, each becoming acutely aware of their surroundings. Who dared to claim that Han Li would not emerge? They had just witnessed the director's assassination before their very eyes. Despite the efforts of the police chiefs to suppress the news, the truth was like fire that could not be contained. It swiftly reached the media in Yingzhou. Almost every journalist who laid eyes on the scene wore an expression of sheer terror. This was no mere assassination. It was a direct retaliation against the Yingzhou police. Unlike Han Li's previous strategic maneuvers, this time it was a frontal assault, an overwhelming display of raw power. Han Li was indeed capable of challenging the entire Yingzhou police force. In the live broadcast room, Professor Li suddenly rose, his face flushed with excitement as he raised his arms triumphantly. Well done. Eliminate all the small pests. The crowd murmured in agreement. I mean, Han Li has given us a lesson. Consider what we would do if such an event transpired in real life. The female host nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, many current criminals harbor intentions of retaliating against the police, which certainly warrants attention. In this moment, everyone stood united with Han Li. There was no other course of action but to resist the invaders. Departing from the narrow path, Han Li deftly evaded the pursuing police, utilizing his temporary skill, Eagle Eye, which allowed him to survey a vast expanse of territory. Congratulations, host. You have assassinated your first police chief. Reward, skill, Master Ninja. Master Ninja, the essence of all ninjutsu, is simply this. In the next instant, Han Li felt a peculiar transformation within his body. With the mastery of ninjutsu now at his disposal, he could assure that any Yingzhou ninja daring enough to confront him would find themselves swiftly outmatched. However, these small pests were indeed cunning. Every high tower housed a sniper, ever vigilant, akin to hounds tracking their prey below. Those who remained unaware could easily fall victim. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with him. With a smile, he withdrew his sniper rifle, devoid of a scope, and channeled the spirit of a sharpshooter. He aimed and fired, taking down one Yingzhou sniper after another. At the Yingzhou command headquarters, the technical officer gasped as a sniper signal vanished from the map. This is bad. One of our snipers has been eliminated. The alarm spread. Me too. What? Commander Nagashima approached. His eyes fixated on the screen where red dots continued to disappear, indicating that the snipers were being dispatched at an alarming rate by the enemy. Only 2 competitors remained. Excluding their own nation's ninjas, the only one left was Han Li from Huaxia. This revelation left him even more astounded. What on earth is this Han Li capable of? Bang! Before one of the small pests could even pull the trigger, he was struck in the forehead, utterly crushed. Han Li lowered his weapon. Almost all the snipers stationed in the nearby towers had been dealt with by him, rendering the enemy incapable of tracking his movements. He took out his phone. Glancing at the time, 3 hours remained. If he wished, he could easily choose to conceal himself, utilizing the skills provided by the system to evade detection and wait for victory. Yet, such an outcome would be far too mundane. What he desired was to eliminate this band of miscreants. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly captured his attention. Between two towering buildings, a bridge erupted in flames, smoke billowing into the air. Then, a figure emerged from the haze, plummeting downwards. With the aid of Eagle Eye, Han Li discerned the identity of this figure. It was a ninja. Was he being pursued? The situation appeared dire. Should he intervene? Meanwhile, the ninja, using a parachute to land awkwardly, rolled to his side and struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes reddened with distress. He could hardly believe that this group had the audacity to set an ambush. As he entered the bridge, he found himself surrounded by a horde of police officers, narrowly escaping with his life. Now gravely injured, he knew he could not venture far and gritted his teeth, resolved to move forward. The cacophony of sirens echoed behind him, accompanied by the thunderous rumble of armored vehicles crushing the ground. These fiends were closing in swiftly. He dragged his weary body through the streets. But the net cast by his pursuers was simply too vast. There was nowhere to flee. Baka, it's our own people. Surrender. Yoshi, you're right, the ninja thought. The searching fiends were narrowing their scope, and it wouldn't be long before they captured him. Damn, there was no escape. The ninja gazed at a dead end ahead. He turned back, hearing the approaching footsteps of the police. They were nearly upon him. Baka, once he is eliminated, only Han Li will remain. Clenching his fists, the ninja felt a surge of unwillingness. How could he resign himself to defeat here? He yearned to continue challenging himself, to grow stronger. After all, he aspired to become the god of ninjas. Alas, fate seemed to conspire against him. I am finished. The ninja surrendered to despair as the footsteps drew ever nearer, knowing he would soon be apprehended and cast out of the game. Just as the police were closing in, a hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, pulling him into concealment. Nanny? The ninja gasped in surprise, about to speak, but Han Li swiftly silenced him. Shoo! Upon recognizing the dragon mask, the ninja fell silent. Baka, where is he? He pondered, perplexed. Moments ago, he had distinctly heard Han Li's voice. The ninja's heart raced. The police were now almost face to face with them. How could they not be discovered? Yet, miraculously, the officers scanned over both him and Han Li, oblivious to their presence, and moved away in confusion. With wide eyes, the ninja turned to Han Li, realization dawning upon him. You possess ninjutsu. At that moment, everything clicked into place, and a name surfaced in his mind. You are Han Li. That man. Let us discuss this later, Han Li replied. He led the ninjas out, preparing to depart from that place. Just as they were sprinting away, two small figures unexpectedly approached them. Alarmed, Han Li furrowed his brow and reached behind him. Chapter 137, Legion Assembly. Han's situation now seems dire. This malevolent spirit is truly formidable. It terrified that Huaxiao person. A crisp sound echoed, startling both individuals. It was the unmistakable sound of a trigger being pulled. Do I possess a firearm? Han Li brandished the weapon he had collected, aiming it at the two small figures. Ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The small figures, drenched in sweat, realized someone was standing behind them. Baka, don't be impulsive. Let us discuss this calmly. One of them quivered, his voice trembling. Bang. No, please. Han Li chuckled. I'm merely trying to frighten you. The small figure gasped, the demon. This is no jest. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Han is truly mischievous. I adore him. The small figures were so frightened that their legs began to tremble. Just end it quickly, the injured ninja suggested. These two fools were utterly embarrassing. Tell me, where did you acquire the explosives? Han Li demanded. Having witnessed the explosion on the overpass. That kind of explosion could only result from the power of explosives. The ninja nodded. Indeed, these scoundrels had used explosives, otherwise he wouldn't have been left in such a predicament. Explosives? I have no idea. The small figure began to falter, stammering. Not being honest. Come here, Brother Han. I'll teach you a lesson. 3 minutes later, the small figure pleaded, please spare me. I've told you everything. It's in that old warehouse to the east, where we store a large amount of explosives. He knelt, bowing his head. It was unimaginable what they had endured. Bang, bang, bang. Han Li swiftly dispatched the two fools with a silenced firearm and, along with the ninja, made his exit. While evading danger, they headed straight for the Eastern Explosives warehouse. Han Li, be cautious of the snipers on the nearby towers. Previously, he had exerted considerable effort to eliminate a few of them. It's fine. I've taken care of them all. What? The ninja stood in shock, bewildered. How is that possible? How did you manage it? There were over 20 elite snipers. Han Li brandished a sniper rifle, shaking it slightly. This is how. A reflex sight? The ninja felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. Is this person even human? This is absurd. By the way, you mentioned wanting to practice ninjutsu with me. No, no such thing. Absolutely not. The ninja shook his head, denying Han Li any opportunity. By the way, what do you intend to do at the explosives warehouse? Han Li wore a playful smile. Of course, to stir up some trouble. The two proceeded unimpeded through the long street, arriving at an old warehouse in the east, where only a couple of small figures patrolled listlessly outside. This was a weapons resource depot they had previously discovered, and they had occupied it for whatever they could use. It's your time to shine. Ninja, with swift, silent precision. The ninja eliminated the two adversaries, retracting his shuriken and nodding subtly at Han Li. The two then entered the warehouse. In the distance, atop a towering building, shadows flickered. The warehouse. Is it time to act? Wait, the moment has not yet arrived. A ninja produced a mobile phone, relaying the message. Moses, Moses. We have located Han Li, near East Street. Hurry. What? That ninja escaped? The director, adorned with a pig-headed mask, fumed with frustration, bouncing up and down. After all his careful planning, He was so close yet so far. Infuriating. Suddenly, his phone rang. Moses? San Haishin, we received your message. We've pinpointed Han Li's location at East Street. The higher-ups want us to gather and seize him. What splendid news. San Haishin pondered momentarily, recalling that East Street was near the explosives warehouse. However, Han Li was likely unaware of this. His subordinates were tight-lipped and would not divulge anything. All right, everyone. Let's move out. Simultaneously, the Shield, Samurai Legion, and Blue Demon Legion assembled, raising their blades and shouting. Yingzhou is invincible. To the west, countless police cars, led by an armored vehicle, raced towards East Street, revealing red demon masks, intent on rendezvousing with other teams. To the south, the Green Demon Legion, providing fire support under the director's command, advanced methodically towards their destination. This time, all factions were converging to confront Han Li in a decisive battle. The Yingzhou network erupted with excitement. Oh my, the Grand Assembly is incredible. This wave is solid. Crushing victory. Numerous media outlets seemed to reclaim Yingzhou's reputation, reporting that the Yingzhou police were about to ensnare Han Li and bring this farce to an end. Finally, it was nearing conclusion. Is it true? CEO Han is formidable. Fool, do you know how many police are gathering? Over 200. This is practically an army. The viewers in Han Li's live stream were the first to receive news from Yingzhou's media and instantly grew anxious. We're doomed. We're surrounded. CEO Han, run. Once the Demon Legion arrives, there will be no escape. In the live stream of the Huaxia program, the female host prayed earnestly. Heaven, please save contestant Han Li. Do not let him be eliminated in Yingzhou. In Huaxia, how could it be the small ones who eliminate? Professor Li held a replica map of the ancient city of Yingzhou, raising it to reveal an underground tunnel located to the east, which was a crucial passage for the Yingzhou police. An underground tunnel? Within the ancient city, the atmosphere was electric, with the shouts of countless small adversaries growing ever louder. Remember, Han Li is cunning. Officer Mu Mu, accompanied by his subordinates, advanced towards East Street. All potential dangers must be eradicated, understood? Hey, some police officers scoffed. Is Mu Mu getting old? This time, it's surely secure. Indeed, coward. We have over 200 people. A staggering numerical advantage that cannot be compensated for in any way. Unless Han Li is a Superman. Observing the formidable legion preparing to engage, the netizens of Yingzhou are almost frenzied. Han Li is destined to be eliminated. To be eliminated in Yingzhou is your honor, you Chinese bandit. What can Han Li possibly achieve against over 200? Yoshi, we have one. The few who opened the betting watched as the Yingzhou police prepared to capture Han Li, happily calling over a few female students to celebrate. That fool wagered 80 million. It is all ours now. We are about to strike it rich. This time, Han Li is doomed. Almost no miracle will occur. Inside the warehouse, while the ninjas remain puzzled, Han Li gazes outside, lost in thought. What's wrong? Nothing. Han Li turns back, picks up a bundle of explosives, and flashes his signature wicked grin. The big fish is on the hook. Chapter 138, a game within a game. What is he scheming? Will our actions expose us? One ninja expresses concern, but the others dismiss it as unnecessary. One speaks up, it matters not, at this distance. How could he possibly see us? Just then, the ninjas notice a figure emerge from the warehouse, lingering outside for a moment. It is none other than Han Li. Shall we take action? The lead ninja scoffs. A Chinese man is not worth my effort. Since the police are willing, let them handle it. The esteemed top ninjas of Yingzhou, who have taken countless international criminals, would not deign to acknowledge a mere passerby on a show. In any case, once the Yingzhou reinforcements arrive, Han Li will be unable to escape, with not a glimmer of hope. Let him live a little longer, they chuckle wickedly. On the other side, countless Yingzhou police donning grotesque masks gather, resembling an army pressing forth. Any criminal in the face of such a multitude will be annihilated. The respective directors meet as well. Officer Mu Mu addresses the other directors. We must not be complacent. This Chinese man is exceedingly cunning. Previously, during the Yingzhou government robbery case, Han Li made them suffer greatly, nearly costing them their positions. Now he harbors resentment. Brother Mu Mu, you are being overly cautious. This time, there will be no surprises. One director glances at the army of grotesque figures behind him, finding it hard to imagine how Han Li could possibly have a plan. What could he use to confront them? Merely hiding until victory would be a feat in itself. To think he could eliminate them? A fool's dream. Han Li's ambition to eradicate this army is akin to scaling the heavens. Officer Mu Mu wishes to persuade further, but a director wearing a red grotesque mask interrupts him, saying, Brother Mu Mu, you know the saying, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. If previously, the struggle against these robbers was one of intellect and strategy, then, this time, it was an overwhelming numerical advantage, a sheer display of might. A bold and audacious strategy that had no need to fear any underhanded schemes. How utterly absurd. The amassed legion of malevolent spirits began their march towards the eastern streets, accompanied by the incessant blaring of sirens and the thunderous roar of armored vehicles, kicking up clouds of dust. The onlookers were all aflame with excitement. As never before had such a grand operation of capture unfolded. According to the map, traversing the underground tunnel ahead would grant access to the eastern region, at which point Han Li would find himself ensnared like a fish in a barrel. Laughter echoed incessantly. Han Li, hands clasped behind his back, paced back and forth at the warehouse entrance, whistling nonchalantly, his demeanor remarkably composed. The audience in the live stream was perplexed. What the hell? The enemy is at our doorstep, and he is whistling? It was indeed a moment of bewilderment. As the saying goes, it is the calm before the storm. Knowing Han Li's nature, there was surely something amiss. The viewers understood that a formidable force, akin to an army of police officers, was advancing towards them. And once they arrived, Han Li would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet, their anxiety was in vain. Within the program, Han Li remained blissfully unaware. What could he do? After a while, Han Li pushed open the warehouse door and stepped inside, never to emerge again. Is this fool not leaving? They laughed. Huh. Even the notorious bandits of Huaxia are not this foolish. Now, we need not lift a finger. From the rooftops, the ninjas could almost visualize Han Li being mercilessly beaten by countless police officers. A beautiful sight indeed. However, one pondered the whereabouts of the previous ninja. He was likely injured and too afraid to show himself. Understandably so, with such severe wounds, he could hardly employ his ninjutsu, and rushing out would be perilous. Next, they would simply await the arrival of the reinforcements. 10 minutes passed. Inside the warehouse, Han Li tossed a coin into the air. As he prepared to throw it again, a dart flew in, striking the coin and sending it spiraling away. From the shadows behind him, a figure emerged. It was the ninja. You're back? How did everything go? Han Li inquired. Everything proceeded according to your plan, the ninja replied, and Han Li nodded in satisfaction. How did you discover that band of ninjas? He questioned. Knowing that the ninjas themselves were unaware they had been followed, a source of great humiliation for them. Just a guess, the ninja replied. Never mind. Regardless, after this concludes, I shall obtain what I desire. This was the clandestine agreement between him and Han Li. In truth, Han Li had long since identified those tailing the ninjas and had deliberately exposed his location to lure the enemies in, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. Indeed, Han Li aimed to eradicate those wretched little lives entirely. How could I not understand? What was the ninja up to? As the audience grappled with the conversation between Han Li and the ninja, a fan stepped forward, reminding everyone. Think about it. Where did Han Li come from? A place? Isn't it where they store explosives? Instantaneously, countless netizens experienced an epiphany and quickly grasped the implications. The next moment, an overwhelming shock reverberated through the online community. An excitement soared to unprecedented heights. The live stream erupted in a frenzy of comments. Oh, indeed, my esteemed Han possesses an uncanny foresight. How could we be so powerless? What plan is this? Have I overlooked something? The atmosphere is charged with anticipation. The popcorn is ready. Let the performance commence. Who dared to claim my Han is out of the game? Step forward, and I assure you, I shall make you regret it. Han Li beckoned the ninja over. What is it? The ninja inquired. I have something remarkable to show you. As the curtain was drawn back, the ninja's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he turned to Han Li. Where did you acquire this? In the warehouse, I stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Han Li replied, giving it a gentle kick, satisfied with the tactile feedback. I heard that the ancient city is about to initiate a decisive battle. The minister from Yingzhou received the news, his face lighting up with delight. Excellent. At last, we can bring this Huaxiao individual to justice. He had previously heard how this competitor, Han Li, had been a source of immense frustration for numerous officials in Huaxia, eluding capture effortlessly. Now, with Yingzhou seizing the opportunity, wouldn't it be splendid to flaunt their success before Huaxia? As he spoke, he dialed a familiar Huaxia official. Hello, is this Director Jiang? Previously, you were attempting to apprehend Han Li, but to no avail. Far away in Huaxia, Director Jiang answered the call, seething with frustration. What is it? Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that Han Li is about to be eliminated by us. Do not worry, since you cannot handle it. We from Yingzhou will take care of it for you. Director Jiang, well aware of the newfound bravado behind this call, attributed it to Yingzhou's perceived advantage. Damn it, flaunting your success against us? What a despicable act. Yet, unable to refute, he hung up, seething with anger. Humph, who will have the last laugh remains to be seen. As the Yingzhou director set down the phone, he burst into hearty laughter, relishing the moment of triumph after being overshadowed by Huaxia law enforcement for so long. Oh, what a delightful turn of events. Suddenly, a technical officer turned and exclaimed, Report. We detected a peculiar countdown. What? A strange countdown? The Yingzhou minister approached. Noticing the surveillance screen had shifted, revealing a white number counting down. 10. The minister pondered, perplexed by the purpose of this countdown. Chapter 139. Deception is the essence of warfare. Listen up, my little fools. We are about to pass through the tunnel, which leads directly to East Street. I have examined the map. East Street has few exits, and is rather small, making it the least expansive area in the ancient city, thus facilitating our capture efforts. Officer Mumu analyzed with precision. Excellent. The enemy remains unaware of our strategy. There are no unforeseen complications. This tunnel is an essential route. The only passage connecting to East Street, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. Having suffered at Han Li's hands, Officer Mumu continued sternly. Should we send someone ahead to scout? Just in case. With so many people involved, if there were indeed an ambush, it would be catastrophic. A director waved his hand dismissively, expressing some disdain towards Officer Mumu. Rest assured, the informants have been vigilantly monitoring Han Li's movements and have never strayed from East Street. How could there possibly be an ambush? Upon hearing this, Officer Mumu felt somewhat foolish for his earlier worries. Ultimately, he dispatched a few junior officers to casually inspect the tunnel. Only after confirming everything was clear did the large group continue their advance. Many of the junior officers were filled with rage and contempt for Officer Mumu. Fools. We are so many, yet the enemy consists of just one, and he cowers in fear. You might as well commit seppuku. Meanwhile, Minister Yingzhou instructed his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the breach in the system that had compromised their screens. After a while, a report came in. What? Our other systems have also been breached. Alarmingly, the loudspeaker began blaring the national anthem of Huaxia. This is bad. The emperor's image has been defaced. Nanny? The minister staggered, nearly losing his footing. What in the world? How could so many of Ingzhou's top technical officers be outmaneuvered by an unknown hacker? He realized no. This must be a member of the internationally ranked third, the Red Spider. Nanny. The others gasped in astonishment. That was a force capable of overpowering them with ease. At that moment, the countdown on the screen continued, the white numbers ticking down to 8. Tension filled the air as everyone began a brainstorming session. Could it be a countdown for a nuclear missile? The minister, clutching a bag and gasping for air, stared wide-eyed at the countdown. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was a call from a director of a police station in Ingzhou. Moses? Ha ha ha, minister. Tell His Majesty the Emperor that we are about to apprehend the target. Wonderful. Where are you now? We are already at the tunnel's midpoint and about to exit. In the middle of the tunnel, the minister suddenly froze, then was struck with alarm, trembling all over. Moses, why aren't you smiling? We are about to win. This is bad. A grave situation. The minister's gaze was fixed on the white countdown on the screen. 5. 4. His expression became urgent as he shouted to the others. Quick, exit the tunnel. Leave the tunnel. At that moment, most of the Ingzhou police force, the Ghost Brigade, were already deep within the tunnel, and the director on the phone was baffled. Why should we retreat? Victory is within our grasp. The minister, in a state of frantic urgency, barked, fools. There's an ambush in the tunnel. Hurry, get out. He had an ominous premonition that this mysterious countdown was directly linked to the situation at hand. 3. It's about to reach 0. An ambush? The director glanced around, noticing that the officers were moving steadily without any suspicious signs. How could there be an ambush? Minister, you are being overly cautious. The minister's eyes reflected despair as he fixated on the numbers on the screen. 1. It was all too late. Ding. As the sound echoed, a sudden explosion erupted. The procession was moving smoothly when suddenly, an enormous explosion reverberated, relentless in its onslaught. A searing wave of heat hurled the director into the air. The minister, clutching the phone, listened in horror to the frantic voice on the other end. Damn it, there are bombs. We are affected too. Report. Our convoy has been entirely incapacitated. The sound of explosions echoed like relentless hammer blows upon everyone in the command room. The minister, unable to withstand the pressure, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, eyes glazed, lips trembling in disbelief. No, I refuse to believe this. In that moment, tears streamed down the faces of those present. Meanwhile, within the tunnel, the chaotic scene left Officer Moo stunned, as if struck by lightning. What just happened? We were on the verge of exiting. When did this occur? In the span of just a second or two, the entire situation had crumbled like a collapsing building. The screams reverberated in his ears, wails of despair, terror, and defiance. The fiends of Ingzhou had never anticipated such a turn of events. How could there be an unforeseen catastrophe? Suddenly, all broadcasts from Ingzhou were abruptly halted, leaving countless viewers in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. In a warehouse, a ninja stood in shock, gazing at an armored vehicle, impressively equipped. He never expected such a treasure to be hidden here. Had David possessed this beforehand, perhaps he wouldn't have been eliminated so swiftly. Let us go. Get in the vehicle. I'll take you to the skies. Han Li ascended to the driver's seat, quickly mastering the controls with his skills. Simultaneously, the countdown on his phone reached 0, signaling the commencement of the plan. But didn't you say someone was watching us outside? The ninja cautioned. What are you afraid of? They wouldn't dare stop us, Han Li replied confidently. The ninja ceased his hesitations, as he was not one to linger, and promptly entered the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Han Li revved the engine. A roar of power ready to unleash. The armored vehicle, glowing with crimson light, charged through the warehouse doors like a ferocious bull. What? The ninjas stared in astonishment as the armored vehicle burst forth from the warehouse, evidently equipped with a Gatling gun. Fire at them, Han Li shouted. The ninja, gripping the Gatling gun, directed suppressive fire towards a group of assassins lurking on the rooftop. Take cover. The ninjas scattered, launching shurikens in every direction. The armored vehicle remained unscathed, leaving the ninjas speechless, their minds racing with expletives. Woohoo, we're off. Han Li maneuvered the armored vehicle, plowing through obstacles with reckless abandon. Soon, through the window, he spotted the tunnel ahead. Stop. He pulled out his phone, effortlessly infiltrating the tunnel's systems, monitoring, amplifying, all within his grasp. My goodness. The ninja, peering through binoculars, observed the billowing black smoke within the tunnel, his scalp prickling with dread. The anguished cries of the police could be heard echoing from within. The implications were dire. How dire the situation is, one can hardly fathom. The once mighty army now finds itself engulfed in a hellish scene of devastation. The architect of this calamity sits beside him, callously laughing. Han Li infiltrated the tunnel's PA system, cleared his throat, and called out, "Hello, can everyone hear me?" Simultaneously, within the tunnel, Han Li's deep voice resonated through every speaker, instantly capturing the attention of the surviving soldiers. They all looked up, only to hear a single phrase. All's fair in war, you little fools. In an instant, the soldiers were incensed. Surrender. We surrender. They shouted, their spirits crushed. Han Li, why don't you come out? My brother was eliminated. I will take this devil down. In the live stream, viewers were bewildered. Bombs. When were they planted? That countdown, is it for the bombs? An anxious voice from above exclaimed, my scalp is tingling. No one anticipated that such a vast tunnel was rigged with explosives. Done so stealthily. It was unfathomable. The soldiers quickly realized that the catastrophic scene unfolding before them was the handiwork of the man in front of them, evoking both terror and resentment. Let us charge out, they declared, forming a line with their specially designed shields, heading toward the exit. Just as their fighting spirit ignited, thunderous explosions erupted, overwhelming the battalion before they could even utter a word of defiance. How could there still be bombs? They all recoiled in shock. Han Li smirked, his voice cold as he declared, I forgot to mention, the tunnel entrances are laden with explosives. One touch, and they detonate. To avoid elimination. Lay down your weapons and come out with your hands on your heads, and I shall spare you. The soldiers were left bewildered. What? Is this a threat? The live stream audience erupted in chaos. How can we resist without me? This is worse than a catastrophe. Han Li replied, I'm sorry. But you are all surrounded by me alone. Such arrogance. I admire it. Officer Mu Mu observed the fallen comrades around him, seething with a desire for vengeance against Han Li, yet he sighed and began tallying the casualties. Soon, a soldier rushed over, trembling as he reported, Officer Mu Mu. We lost nearly 60 men. As he delivered the news, his voice quivered. Officer Mu Mu felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing to the ground, supported only by others. He clutched his forehead, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured, this shouldn't be. How could this happen? The loss of over 60 men from their ranks felt like a thunderclap striking the hearts of the others. Outside, Han Li remained composed, repeating, surrender, and you shall not be harmed. A ninja questioned, is this some sort of criminal show? It feels like a battlefield. One person has annihilated an entire squad. Such thoughts are unfathomable. Perhaps he is a war god. The ninja swallowed hard, relieved to be on the same side. What should we do? I suggest we fight to the death. The Blue Demon King, wielding a samurai sword, possessed piercing eyes, unfazed by the circumstances. Shall we cast our votes? Suggested the Yellow Demon King, a conservative director who deemed the deployment of police resources here a frivolous endeavor. The support and opposition stood equal, leaving only Officer Mu Mu in the balance. Brother Mu Mu? The weight of decision rested upon Officer Mu Mu's shoulders. He surveyed the crowd, aware of the profound impact his choice would hold upon the entire situation. Ninjas surged forth like arrows, darting through the streets. Quick, they're heading that way. A smirk curled on his lips, perfect for a pincer maneuver. He cannot escape this fate. That cursed Han Li. The elite ninjas of Ingzhou swiftly advanced towards the tunnel's exit, but halted in unison, taken aback by the sight before them. The area was congested with vehicles. Which one contains Han Li? No idea. Search them. Thus, these top-tier ninjas commenced a rapid search for the concealed Han Li among the convoy. Time was of the essence. Han Li, undeterred, triggered explosives within the tunnel once more. Boom. The onlookers watched in horror as a small team was propelled skyward by the shockwave, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Baka, are you serious? This guy has gone mad. Make a decision, Brother Mu Mu. Officer Mu Mu recognized that this was the critical moment for their entire team. He clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in determination. Just then, the informant he had previously contacted sent another message. Coordinated efforts to capture Han Li were underway. Officer Mu Mu's eyes brightened with hope. Listen up, everyone. We have our people outside. If we can restrain Han Li, we can charge out, turning our disadvantage into an advantage, encircling the isolated Han Li. We will break the deadlock. The other directors ignited with newfound hope. Have the remaining bomb disposal team inspect every explosive within the tunnel. Once the moment is right, we charge out. The bomb disposal team sprang into action. Outside, Han Li tapped at his screen, noting that these individuals seemed to be mobilizing, planning to defuse the bombs. Are we? On the screen, bomb disposal experts clad in protective gear scoured for the explosives. I won't let you succeed so easily. In the next instant, with deft fingers, he manipulated his phone and, with a tap, plunged the tunnel into darkness as all lights extinguished abruptly, akin to flames being snuffed out. Nanny? What is happening? This is bad. Officer Mu Mu's face blanched. Han Li had rendered their visibility null. At this moment, the tunnel was steeped in gloom, and chaos ensued among the officers as they lost track of one another. Simultaneously, the bomb disposal experts were taken aback. Baka, how do we defuse this? To make matters worse, Han Li triggered several explosives within the tunnel, resulting in an explosion that eliminated a number of officers, who were now splattered with colored powder. I don't have time to wait for you to take another 3 minutes. I will detonate all the explosives and obliterate the entire tunnel. That should be quite exhilarating. The onlookers erupted in panic. You're going to blow it up just like that? No way. Officer Mu Mu, in a state of anxious urgency, sought to buy time outside, feigning agreement. All right, we surrender. Mu Mu, you coward. Shoo, it's all part of the plan. Moments later, the directors joined in, crying out, we surrender, you fools, we surrender. The little ones brandished white handkerchiefs in a display of capitulation. Ha ha, is that all it takes to surrender? Goodness, a single General Han has them panicking. What an epic victory this is. In earlier times, such a feat would have earned General Han a promotion to Major General. Unbeknownst to the netizens of Huaxia, this was merely a ruse orchestrated by the enemy. They were lost in jubilant celebration. The ninja, bewildered, exclaimed, is this truly a surrender? What of your dignity? Cowards. Han Li, resting his chin on his hand, observed with an air of understanding, it's a feigned surrender. What? It was merely a ploy to confound us and buy time for their escape. Notice how the little ones are moving so sluggishly, obviously stalling. The nearby surveillance cameras had been repurposed to observe another location, revealing a group of unwelcome guests in search of this place. It was those masters. The ninjas were taken aback. Were they attempting to coordinate an inside-outside attack? Han Li tucked away his phone. Indeed, we are in peril. Given the speed of these elite ninjas, it would take mere minutes for them to locate their armored vehicles. At that moment, a throng from the tunnel would surge forth, encircling them under an overwhelming barrage of firepower. Any strategy would crumble under such pressure, including his own. Chapter 141. Not good. Their true target is not us. It's coming soon. It's almost here. Officer Moo Moo rallied the numerous police officers forging ahead in the darkness. A faint glimmer of light flickered in the pitch-black tunnel. The little ones followed Officer Moo Moo's directives. His capabilities were indisputable. He was the only one among them not a director, which spoke volumes of his prowess. Outside, the top ninjas suddenly spotted their target. They did not act rashly but rather surrounded them with calculated precision, subtly restraining Han Li. Found you, you bastard. Kill him. Not so fast. He sent a message to the team within the tunnel, informing them that the target had been located and commenced the containment operation. Ding dong. When Officer Moo Moo received the message, he was elated. This signaled the commencement of their counterattack. The counter-encirclement operation had begun. Han Li has been restrained. The bomb disposal team, get to work. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued to echo Han Li's impatient demands, while the little ones were overjoyed. This fool has no idea of the impending disaster. Within the ancient city, atop a high tower, Han Li played a looped message while he and the ninja surveyed the entire ancient city. With the aid of Eagle Eye, he could see the top ninjas blocking the armored vehicles, akin to watching lively koi in a pond. What the hell? General Han isn't inside the vehicle. Bewildered, the little ones wondered, what is he up to? They simply could not fathom Han Li's thought process. The little ones were utterly at a loss. In the previous moment, he was still within the armored vehicle, and in the next, he had shifted his destination, as if he had anticipated every move of the enemy. Did you think you had confounded me? Incorrect. It is you who has been deceived by General Han. The ninja, arms crossed, inquired, why abandon the vehicle? Because my objective has never been the tunnel. Han Li leaned against the railing, savoring the warm breeze. This competition still had about an hour and a half remaining. Do you intend to merely endure the time to secure victory? The ninja could think of nothing else. Han Li shook his head. Inside the tunnel, the crowd of onlookers was fervently shouting to defeat the ruthless bandit. Officer Moo Moo seized the opportunity, leading a large contingent towards the exit. Once outside, victory would be nearly assured. Regardless of how clever you may be, Han Li, with so many of us and so many guns, how will you escape? Officer Moo Moo. It's almost time. The dawn of victory is within sight. At that moment, Officer Moo Moo felt an inexplicable urge to shout a few phrases and thus exclaimed, open the gate. Open the gate. Now, the entire team had emerged. Han Li, you may as well await your demise. Meanwhile, the production team of Yingzhou, having been nearly frightened to death by Han Li, wondered if he would truly annihilate an entire army single-handedly. Fortunately, a mysterious team of ninjas emerged, altering the tide of the situation. The two sides executed a coordinated effort, reversing the circumstances. Quick, resume the broadcast. This is bound to be entertaining. Indeed. The previously paused program resumed, and countless viewers in Yingzhou, witnessing their impending victory, erupted in cheers of Yingzhou Invincible. The ratings soared to alarming heights. Next, all that remained was to witness Han Li being tethered like a defeated dog by countless officers from Yingzhou. The director exclaimed, I can hardly contain my excitement. On screen, as the officers illuminated the tunnel, fully armed and unimpeded, they successfully stormed out of the hellish passage. Over there, at that very moment, the onlookers realized the armored vehicle was encircled by mysterious figures clad in black, wearing sinister masks. Who are you? Special forces. Ah, understood. This armored vehicle was an old model, entirely sealed with no windows, leaving only an entrance beneath the Gatling gun. The ninjas, cautious by nature, refrained from approaching hastily for fear of being swept away by gunfire, merely surrounding the vehicle. Fool, did you think hiding in an armored vehicle would render you invincible? Han Li, you cowardly turtle. The onlookers had never harbored such animosity towards anyone in their lives. Soon, the large group completely encircled the armored vehicle. And having learned from past experiences, they dispatched specialists to eliminate the possibility of explosives nearby. This time, it was foolproof. There would be no unexpected attacks. The chief reassured Officer Moo Moo. Han Li was now isolated and defenseless, left to await his fate within the armored vehicle. Officer Moo Moo nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Good. Cover me. We must force Han Li out. Officer Moo Moo, accompanied by several specially equipped officers and a few skilled snipers, cautiously approached the armored vehicle, probing its interior with utmost care. Hey, toss me a grenade, chuckled Xiao Ri, swiftly acquiring one. With remarkable speed, he lifted the hood and hurled the grenade inside before slamming it shut. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, resonating throughout the vicinity. The armored vehicle trembled slightly as the jubilant crowd exclaimed, ha ha ha, Han Li is eliminated. We have triumphed. At last, we have fulfilled the Emperor's mission. The officers embraced one another, convinced that this detonation had certainly spelled doom for Han Li, who was presumed to be in tears over his misfortune. Countless citizens of Yingzhou erupted in cheers, celebrating Han Li's apparent downfall. The director of the Yingzhou program raised his fist in triumph. Yes, Han Li has fallen in our land. At that moment, Officer Moo Moo finally exhaled in relief and approached the armored vehicle, addressing it. Han Li, it's over. Your endurance thus far has been commendable. I shall honor you as the most formidable outlaw. However, there was no response from the vehicle. Officer Moo Moo glanced at the other leaders and reiterated, stop pretending, Han Li. It's all right to be eliminated. Come out. Yet still, silence prevailed. The ninja assassins exchanged worried glances, sensing something amiss. One ninja leaped atop the vehicle and, in front of everyone, lifted the hood. The next moment, his expression froze. A furious shout erupted, Baka! There's no one inside. No Han Li. The revelation stunned the gathered crowd, including Officer Moo Moo. No Han Li? A report came in from the bomb disposal team leader, who rushed to share findings. Our specialists have confirmed that there is no substantial explosive material in the tunnel. It was depleted in the last wave. The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. What? The explosives in the tunnel are gone. Baka. The voice we heard from Han Li was pre-recorded and on a loop, not a real person. Expressions of shock spread among the citizens of Yingzhou and the director alike. What on earth? This is utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, Officer Mu Mu raised his head, a cold sweat breaking out as he surveyed his surroundings. This is bad. His true objective is not us. Chapter 142, Cutting Off the Escape Route. The Minister of Yingzhou is alarmed. The netizens of Yingzhou pondered. Who else could Han Li's target be besides the officers? Panic began to permeate the air as confusion reigned. At this moment, the remaining forces led by Officer Mu Mu felt utterly helpless in the face of Han Li's mysterious disappearance, as though every move they made was being silently monitored by him. Baka, where is he? Damn it, show yourself, Han Li. I can't take it anymore. Even some police captains could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere and broke down in tears. It was truly overwhelming. The expressions of the directors also darkened, as they subconsciously began to cultivate a growing fear of Han Li. The elite ninja corps, however, remained unfazed. They exchanged a brief greeting with Officer Mu Mu before vanishing to pursue Han Li alone. Meanwhile, Officer Mu Mu, calming his mind, pondered who Han Li's true target was. Suddenly, he recalled a phone call from the minister before the disaster struck. This was dire. Han Li's objective was the minister. What? The directors nearly lost their wits. Incredulous at the absurdity. Has Han Li gone mad? Within the ancient city, apart from the group pursuing Han Li, there was also a command center established at a concealed location. This was their core, and the minister was their supreme commander. In other words, they could afford to lose anyone but the minister. Should he be eliminated, it would be catastrophic. The entire Yingzhou police system would suffer immense damage. How could we have overlooked this? The command center's location is exceedingly difficult to locate. How could Han Li possibly find it? Officer Mu Mu's complexion darkened as he spoke. Unless the minister actively reveals himself. The directors paused, realizing this was not impossible. Let us not forget. The minister had previously called for us to retreat, evidently anticipating our peril, and would certainly rush to provide support. This played right into Han Li's trap. Director? Xiao Rizi. Damn, it was unfathomable. Our vast contingent of over 200 individuals was seen by Han Li merely as bait. What arrogance. Even international criminals cannot compare to his audacity. The more a director thought about it, the more fearful he became. If such a person were to get serious, how many Yingzhou lives would be lost? Without further ado, let us call the minister at the command post and warn him not to fall into the trap. Officer Mu Mu shouted loudly, hoping it was not too late. However, when he attempted to make the call, there was no response. The signal was entirely cut off. It was Han Li. How could this be tolerated? Officer Mu Mu retrieved a map and marked a location, the Flower Sea Long Bridge, where the minister was likely to arrive. The situation was urgent. They all hastened towards the Flower Sea Long Bridge, determined to prevent the minister from being eliminated. At the Flower Sea Long Bridge, numerous police vehicles rushed towards the scene. The minister adjusted his glasses and, realizing he could not contact Officer Mu Mu, understood that something had gone awry. He immediately made the decision to bring nearly 50 officers left at the command center to support Officer Mu Mu and his team. How is the radio? Damn it. It's completely ineffective. Minister, their technology is overwhelming us. These are some of the top hackers in Yingzhou, yet they were utterly crushed before Han Li. Minister? Minister, ahead lies the Long Bridge, which can only accommodate a few police vehicles side by side. This will consume more time. A police captain reported. And before their eyes, a renowned scenic spot within the ancient city was revealed. The Flower Sea Long Bridge, constructed from marble, is an old bridge infused with Yingzhou's flavor. Spanning across a lake teeming with koi fish, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, the moment is exquisite. The minister, in a peculiar state, retrieves a mirror to inspect his eyes, only to discover that his left eyelid is twitching uncontrollably. Steady yourself, minister, he mutters as the police vehicle traverses the long bridge. Yet, an increasing sense of unease gnaws at him, a feeling that something is amiss. Stop the car. The others, puzzled by the minister's sudden agitation, watch as he opens the door and steps out alone. He crouches down, gazing intently at the faint tire marks that appear on the bridge. These wet tracks could not have been made by Mu Mu and his companions, implying that someone has gotten ahead of them. This instinctive alertness surges within him. Suddenly, he lifts his head and follows the tire marks to the end of the path, where a figure emerges, masked and seemingly like a dragon concealed in fog. Observing them from above, as the others ponder the identity of this enigmatic figure, a stealthy ninja, adhering to the plan, approaches from behind bearing explosives, detonating them at the opposite end of the bridge. A thunderous explosion ensues, startling everyone as they turn to see plumes of smoke rising from the entrance. Their escape route has been severed. What transpired? The rear has been blown up? Panic ensues as the call for silence echoes. The enemy is upon us, fully armed. The minister commands, and all officers promptly draw their weapons, loading bullets with a synchronized precision, aiming at the looming figure ahead. Han Li, clutching a smoke grenade, releases it, enveloping the area in a thick haze that obscures the officer's vision. Damn it, I can't see him. One officer exclaims. Minister, stay here. I'll fetch that bastard's head. A brave officer, the renowned Special Forces soldier from Yingzhou, charges forward without hesitation. However, just a few steps in, a loud explosion erupts, and the onlookers witness him being blasted skyward, plummeting into the adjacent lake, creating a splash. There are bombs. Tension escalates among the group. At that moment, Han Li seizes a megaphone and addresses the minister on the bridge, declaring, "Don't move, or you'll die." This is in Huaxia language. The sole individual in this ancient city who speaks Huaxia is none other than that man. Han Li. The bystanders are bewildered. How did he arrive here? The minister stands in shock. No, you shouldn't be dealing with Moo Moo and the others. Not only the minister, but even the viewers of Han Li's live stream are left astounded. What in the world is happening? Could someone please explain? Han Li's objective is not the officers, but rather the highest commander from Yingzhou in this competition. The minister quickly grasps the gravity of the situation. A chill running down his spine. This Huaxiao individual is deliberately luring him out, feigning an attack on Officer Moo Moo while actually targeting him. He intends to eliminate me? This madman. No one would have imagined that someone playing the role of a criminal would audaciously aim for the upper echelons. How dare he? Han Li, perhaps we could engage in a discussion. The minister commanded his subordinates to protect him, shouting at the bridgehead. A negotiation? However, Han Li paid him no heed. On the other side, he was met by a few unwelcome guests. Surrounding Han Li were pairs of eyes brimming with murderous intent. As black-clad ninjas emerged from the shadows, top-tier ninjas had caught up with him. A vast net was already prepared. A sinister chuckle echoed ominously. The ninja assassins seemed poised to sharpen their blades, ready to pounce. Chapter 143, Top-tier ninjas? What a joke, a single blow will suffice. The elite ninjas could follow traces to locate their target, and no one could evade them. A top-tier ninja from Yingzhou licked the tip of his blade. Han Li, did you not foresee this? This was their first appearance before Han Li. He must be utterly terrified. Yet, Han Li did not exhibit a hint of panic. Instead, he inexplicably procured a chair and sat down, completely disregarding them. Baka, seeking death. One ninja, having never endured such humiliation, vanished without a trace. This was ninjutsu. Countless netizens from Yingzhou witnessed this scene, their excitement palpable. It was indeed ninjutsu. At a ninjutsu dojo somewhere in Yingzhou, the headmaster, Fukawa, along with his disciples, watched in astonishment. Master, why can't I see his movements clearly? Could it be that he is on par with the headmaster? Baka, of course he is. The headmaster, fidgeting in his seat, eyes wide with astonishment, felt his heart racing. This was no mere equal, not even he could discern the movements. Such agility was undoubtedly that of a top-tier ninja, the pinnacle of their craft. Was this Huaxia man doomed? One disciple scoffed. Hee, do not forget. Han Li is also skilled in ninjutsu. Oh right, that is indeed an exhilarating technique. I still have that little Peppa Pig mask. All the disciples believed that such ninjas were hardly a match for Han Li. However, the headmaster solemnly declared, no, Han Li is surely doomed. Are you aware of the Wind Ghost Brigade? A chill ran down the spines of the many disciples. That was the Emperor's personal guard. Killing invisibly was the aspiration of countless ninjas, a divine existence. Are you saying these individuals are from the Wind Ghost Brigade? Ah, how terrifying. That was a unit known for mercilessly slaying anyone in their path. An internationally feared brigade sent by the Emperor to eliminate an ordinary Huaxia citizen? Although Han Li's performance was extraordinary, it was ultimately a spectacle. How could it possibly compare to the secretive forces of reality? It was akin to wielding a butcher's knife to slice an ant. The headmaster crossed his arms. Against this brigade, I could only withstand for a second. The disciples unanimously believed Han Li was finished. As a ninja from the Wind Ghost Brigade made his move, Han Li stood motionless, leading the onlookers to believe he was utterly oblivious. The ninja flickered continuously, appearing as if he could traverse distances in an instant, an unfathomable sight. A dart, swifter than a bullet, grazed Han Li's cheek, drawing forth a few drops of blood. For the first time, Han had been injured. The audience in the live stream felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Ha ha ha, can you not see me? The ninja was toying with Han Li, incessantly launching darts. Blood smeared across Han's face, his hands, and his garments as he wiped away the crimson droplets. These were merely superficial wounds. He gazed at the nimble ninja before him and took a step forward. This step was rather unremarkable, so much so that the other ninjas paid it no heed. However, just as the top-tier ninja prepared to strike again, Han Li suddenly appeared before him. What? In the next moment, Han raised his arm, clenched his fist, and swung down with great force. Bang! The ninja was struck with such vigor that it seemed half of his body shrank, before crashing heavily to the ground. Humph! Han muttered, returning to his chair and picking up the megaphone, resuming his conversation with Minister Yingzhou from Chanqiao. The other ninjas present were left in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? The number 3 ninja, who had been so boastful moments ago, was now utterly defeated? Impossible. The live stream audience erupted in excitement. Han Li for the win. Han Li remarked, just a single blow. Incredible. The top-tier ninja was utterly stunned by my prowess. This script is off. I bow before you, Brother Han. The audience could hardly contain their exhilaration. The director of the Yingzhou program and the onlookers were left dumbfounded. This was escalating dramatically. Never mind. It must have been an oversight on number 3's part. Let's all charge together. Number 1 seized a shuriken, now intent on taking the matter seriously. At that moment, Officer Moo Moo arrived at Chanqiao with a contingent of fully armed officers, all on high alert. Look, up ahead. Officer Moo Moo's previously hurried steps came to an abrupt halt. Before them, atop a mound formed by several unconscious ninjas, sat a man wearing a dragon mask, who waved at Moo Moo as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Hello there. A chill ran down the spines of all present. The Wind Demon Brigade has been completely annihilated. What? The Wind Demon Brigade, Chanqiao as pride and joy, had been obliterated today by a man from Huaxia. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the international community. I have severed Chanqiao's escape route. Now, the minister is my hostage. I advise you not to provoke Han Li, he taunted, shaking a remote control in his hand. Officer Moo Moo's teeth ground in frustration. This was a blatant threat. The onlookers felt a mixture of rage and helplessness. 2 individuals surrounding an entire team? Do they not comprehend the significance of Peppa? This is an open humiliation. The Huaxia netizens were overjoyed. At this moment, Han Li had completely seized the initiative, confronting all the hostages atop Chanxiao. If you wish to avoid the elimination of your minister and the disgrace of the police, do not even think about resisting, he warned, facing the throng of small days before him. A singular individual from the Huaxiao embodies the indomitable spirit of a lone warrior, unyielding against a multitude. Bang! With a single shot, Han Li decisively eliminated the would-be assailant. I have stated, there is no room for choice now. The onlookers were taken aback, exclaiming, this fellow is exceedingly ruthless. It was at this moment that the other directors truly grasped the terror of Han Li, a master of manipulating human emotions. One director, in a desperate attempt to resist, questioned, aren't you afraid we will act out of desperation? Han Li merely tilted his head and remarked, I wager you will not dare. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and played a recording from the bridge. How dare you, Han Li, you devil. It was the minister. Release the minister. Officer Mu Mu sighed. Han Li possessed an uncanny understanding of human nature. Knowing that on their side, they could not gamble, as the minister must not be sacrificed. Speak, Han Li, what is your demand? I require all of you to surrender your firearms. Chapter 144. When I, Han Li, declare something, you shall not dispute it. Countless netizens from Yingzhou were left in a state of shock upon hearing Han Li's decree. What is this? A robber demanding the police chief's weapon? Is there no law left? Not only the easily provoked assailants, but even the audience in Han Li's livestream was bewildered. Incredible, defying all conventions. One must watch Han Li. Goodness, the tides have turned. This is disastrous. Officer Mu Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Is he truly intent on tormenting us? Perhaps we should just strip him of his badge. Must we really surrender our weapons? Han Li's voice was calm, yet it resonated ominously in the ears of those present. You have 1 minute to ponder. Once that minute passes, the hostages on the bridge shall be in peril. Oh, by the way, I recall in films that robbers also demand ransom from the police. However, seeing your plight, I shall only ask for a modest sum of 100 to 180,000. Such words were a dagger to the heart, quite literally. Is this even human speech? The onlookers were left speechless, and Officer Mu Mu's expression darkened. Reluctantly, they acquiesced to Han Li's demands, for the minister's safety was paramount. Shall you not collect them? The onlookers gazed at Han Li. Brother Mu Mu, you come forth. I trust you to gather them, and keep them safe for me. Mu Mu thought, what have I gotten myself into? Who are you to call me Brother Mu Mu? We are hardly acquainted. How utterly heartless. Officer Mu Mu seethed inwardly, as he led his team to collect the firearms, stacking them in a pile. Soon, the number of weapons grew, forming a small mountain. The onlookers watched in disbelief as they willingly surrendered their arms to Han Li. What audacity! Are there not enough firearms? Han Li inquired. What nonsense! The onlookers were on the verge of tears, while the audience in the livestream erupted into laughter at the unfolding spectacle. How is this? Is the performance lacking? This is a criminal apprehension, is it not? The little ones were filled with unwillingness. They knew that with just one shot, they could eliminate this devil. Which among them was cowardly? Yet, alas, confronting Han Li head-on would only lead to mutual destruction. All right, Han Li, we have acted according to your words. Officer Mu Mu spoke. Han Li translated through his phone, comprehending their intentions. Excellent. At this moment, they should behave themselves. Suddenly, from the crowd, a director whispered. Sniper in position. Han Li likely had no inkling that they had secretly positioned a sniper. This was indeed a brilliant strategy conceived by Officer Mu Mu, who had discreetly hidden snipers in various spots prior to their entry, ready for unforeseen circumstances. A masterstroke indeed. Officer Mu Mu turned back, sweeping away his previous despondency, revealing a fierce madness. As he approached Han Li, he observed that the remote control was the device governing the long bridge. If only the sniper could shoot it from Han Li's grasp, the bombs on the bridge would not detonate. Naturally, the minister would not be eliminated but could instead flank them. As for accuracy, please. In such an expansive area, missing would be the true anomaly. Waiting for the right moment, Han Li shook the remote incessantly, seemingly unable to devise his next move, quietly leading the formidable army before him. The two parties appeared to be at a stalemate. The little ones dared not overstep by even a fraction. May we commence negotiations? Officer Mu Mu inquired. Certainly. Han Li replied. Have your people withdraw, and we shall negotiate alone. Han Li's imposing declaration left the little ones in awe. So impressive. Han Li was truly formidable. Officer Mu Mu frowned, and then stated, very well, but before that, you must release a portion of our people. Agreed, Han Li responded. A few minutes later, Officer Mu and his companions witnessed several police cars being dispatched. Retreat. Though the little ones were reluctant, they complied with the orders and moved backward. Officer Mu Mu did not see the minister's figure. This Han Li was indeed cautious. At this moment, the vast space was left with only him and Han Li. Oddly enough, why was this fellow so composed? This was precisely what concerned Officer Mu Mu the most. Any criminal, whether in a position of strength or weakness, would exhibit some fluctuations. Where was Han Li's leisurely demeanor, as if playing a game? Officer Mu Mu, if he shifts to the left a bit, I won't miss, suggested the top sniper from Yingzhou. Officer Mu Mu silently switched off the radio, adopting a casual demeanor as he said, since we are negotiating, we ought to show some respect, right? You want me to step down? Han Li chuckled, indeed descending from the small hill, approaching Officer Mu Mu without a hint of fear that he would be eliminated. How amusing. The guns were all in my possession. Whatever you need, feel free to tell us. You know what I require. Then, you must first release the minister. That is impossible. As Officer Mu Mu controlled his steps, Han Li unintentionally followed suit, taking a step to the left. Good. Good at what? Officer Mu Mu blurted out instinctively, quickly concealing his words. I meant to say, your abilities are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Han Li replied. A sigh of relief washed over Officer Moo Moo's heart. Phew, that was close. At that moment, a concealed radio crackled to life, and he stole a glance. The target was locked, with a success rate of 100%. Soon, the sniper would eliminate the remote control from Han Li's grasp. Then, he would bring his team to eliminate Han Li and rescue the minister, leading to a joyous conclusion for all. Han Li, you should hide, at least this way. You still have a chance at victory. Knowing victory was within reach, Officer Moo Moo engaged Han Li in conversation a little longer. Is there not a chance now? Of course. In 3 seconds, the sniper would spring into action. Officer Moo Moo was filled with excitement. Years of suppressed anger and humiliation from Han Li had finally reached a boiling point at this moment. Han Li, you are finished. Han Li first froze, then replied in an almost tranquil tone. No, it is you who is finished, Officer Moo Moo. Boom. What was that sound? Officer Moo Moo was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated the scene, dazzling both Officer Moo Moo and the distant sniper as Han Li donned sunglasses. Thunderous roars grew closer, and the audience in the live stream held their breath. The climax was approaching. The next moment, Officer Moo Moo beheld a specially designed armored vehicle from Ingzhou leap into the air, his mouth agape in astonishment. Simultaneously, Han Li pulled up the hooked bag, leaped onto the vehicle, and closed the door. Boom. The armored vehicle surged forth, prompting Officer Moo Moo to hastily dodge aside. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper, a beat too slow, continued firing at the bulletproof windows, achieving nothing. Baka, damn it. At that moment, the battle in the ancient city reached its zenith. Han Li rolled down the window, waving farewell to the dazed Officer Moo Moo. Brother Moo, did you learn your lesson? Officer Moo Moo, exasperated and frantic, plotted his hair, losing composure. Damn it, Han Li, you beast. For he had seen a familiar figure beside Han Li. Indeed, it was the minister. This man had never intended to negotiate. Officer Moo Moo bellowed, struggling to charge towards the armored vehicle. Countless onlookers turned their gaze. Nanny, what should we do? The ninja looked back at Han Li. Han Li, with an icy demeanor, replied, run them over. Chapter 145. Han Li flipped the chessboard. Ingzhou's emperor, in peril. Quick, stop Han Li. They are escaping with the minister. Officer Moo Moo, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, picking up the radio to report to the other officers. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The next moment, a brilliantly illuminated armored vehicle thundered down the slope, crashing to the ground like a massive beast staring them down, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Baka, stop. The directors hastily issued orders, knowing that if Han Li managed to escape with the minister, their hopes would be dashed. Are you serious, director? How do we stop him? Shall we use our heads as a blockade? At that moment, they recalled that all their weapons had been confiscated by Han Li, leaving them powerless to intervene. As they witnessed the armored vehicle charging towards them, the once orderly legion descended into chaos, panicking like frightened birds. They could only watch helplessly as Han Li departed. The directors felt their hearts wrenching, lamenting, Minister, oh minister, how can you abandon so many hostages on the Long Bridge? This is madness. Who could have imagined our final trump card would be so unexpectedly dismantled? The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Look at General Han. He just flipped the table, exclaimed one commentator. How incredibly dashing. It was astonishing that General Han seemed to disregard all hostages except for the minister. A wild flurry of punches brings down the master. Observing Han in the armored vehicle, recklessly charging through and trampling the opposition, was nothing short of exhilarating. In the back room of the Ingzhou program, the director screamed in disbelief. How could this happen? Is Han Li some sort of prophet? What would Officer Moo Moo do next? Can we still fight back? He pondered, feeling foolish for not recognizing Han Li's madness sooner. Officer Moo Moo collapsed to the ground, bewildered. This police officer, once lauded and revered in Ingzhou, was now on the brink of despair due to a single individual from Huaxia. Could it be that our Ingzhou police are actually incompetent? No, perhaps it is I who am the incompetent one. He cradled his head in despair, overwhelmed. Moo Moo, put down the knife. What are you doing? Several directors rushed to save the despairing officer, chastising him. Tears streaming down his face, he confessed, I can't go on. I must resign. Han Li is far too terrifying. The others were left speechless. Even someone as composed as Officer Moo Moo had been driven to the brink by Han Li's presence, a testament to the latter's formidable nature. The directors urged him, get a grip, we must decide our next course of action. Just as Officer Moo Moo regained a semblance of composure, an even more shocking revelation arrived. Oh no, something grave has occurred, shouted a police officer being dragged along, struggling to speak to the directors. Hurry, stop that Huaxia man. I overheard him while pretending to be dead on the ground. He was speaking to someone else. The directors leaned in, eager to hear more. The officer recalled the words that sent tremors through him, his expression one of sheer terror. Han Li intends to attack His Majesty the Emperor. Attack the Emperor? The directors' minds exploded at the revelation, as if their hearts had stopped. It was utterly horrifying. A contestant was plotting to seize their nation's leader? This absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Quickly, pursue Han Li. I fear it may be too late. Have you all forgotten? Today marks the day of His Majesty the Emperor's excursion to visit the Cherry Blossom Pavilion. Officer Moo Moo's face turned ashen, his fists pounding the ground in frustration over his own inadequacy. What? The directors regained their composure, each revealing a look of despair. Meanwhile, the staff guarding the ancient city glanced at their watches, realizing time was running out. Could it be that time is indeed fleeting? Can he truly triumph? Baka. I have faith in Officer Moo Moo. He can apprehend Han Li. Yet, the reality was grim. If Officer Moo Moo were to capture Han Li, the ancient city would surely erupt in fireworks to celebrate. However, at this moment, an eerie silence prevailed, Even the furious shouts of Inspector Ing Zhou had vanished. An inexplicable foreboding loomed over them. I can't shake this ominous feeling. Boom. Huh. Did you hear something strange? What? As the booming sound intensified, the staff began to take notice. Is someone approaching? Who? Officer Mumu and his team? In the next instant, an armored vehicle soared through the air before landing with a thunderous impact, racing towards them. Whoa. Run. The staff scrambled to evade. But just as they were about to exit the ancient city, the armored vehicle came to a halt, with the window rolled down. The figure that emerged was beyond anyone's expectations. It was Han Li. How could it be him? Where are Officer Mumu and the others? Farewell, little fools, Han Li declared, not looking back as he sped away in the armored vehicle. The staff stood in shock. The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. The director of the Ing Zhou program was at a loss. What the hell? Contestant, come back. This is beyond the scope of the program. What on earth is happening with Han? This is insane. The director's eyes were bloodshot. Han Li, you have exceeded the limits. Please turn back. His request was met with rejection. No, this is bad. He is about to cause chaos. Quickly, instruct the inspector to intercept him. But all available police forces have been dispatched to the ancient city. There are no additional personnel outside. Indeed, almost all combat capability was concentrated in the ancient city, leaving the exterior utterly unguarded. The director had never anticipated that Han Li could survive and charge out of the ancient city in an armored vehicle. Panic ensued. The entire Ing Zhou production team was thrown into disarray. This man from Huaxia, he is utterly irrational. Within the city of Ing Zhou, numerous pedestrians caught a fleeting glimpse of the armored vehicle, mistaking it for a police operation, and paid it no mind. Han Li, what you are doing is illegal. The minister yelled at Han Li, who was intent on kidnapping their emperor. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Stay back. Minutes later, the ninja watched in horror as the minister stood there, dazed. It seemed he was witnessing the rise of a demon. He knew he should have been the one to stop him. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to engage in the endeavor alongside them. Soon, Han Li arrived at the newly constructed Cherry Blossom Building, a site of imperial visitation from His Majesty the Emperor of Ing Zhou, as reported in the news. The wind today was particularly boisterous. Subsequently, Han Li donned a bodyguard's attire and sunglasses, indifferent to all else. He opened the car door, assisting the minister out, and cheerfully remarked, "Shall we proceed, minister?" Chapter 146. Out of respect, I shall address you as your majesty. Should you lack my favor, I could easily bury you. The minister, like a marionette, was supported by Han Li as he exited the vehicle, with a ninja trailing behind. The trio boldly approached the Cherry Blossom Building, which had been temporarily sealed off by the Ing Zhou police. At that moment, several fierce Ing Zhou bodyguards immediately took notice of them and stepped forward to obstruct their path. Their tone stern. No outsiders are permitted to enter the building. Please leave, Baka. You look suspicious. Clearly, you are not well-intentioned. The bodyguards displayed a demeanor that suggested no one was to pass. It was evident that significant figures were within. Han Li's smile grew ever more radiant as he approached one of the guards and whispered a few words. This is the minister. Who are you trying to intimidate? I am indeed the minister. The minister slowly produced his credentials and presented them for inspection. Upon seeing them, the guards were taken aback. By the heavens, he really is the minister. Their attitude shifted dramatically, and they quickly bowed their heads, apologizing. Shiramason, we acted impulsively. Han Li interjected, no harm done. Our minister has urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. It is quite pressing. The bodyguards, not daring to delay, immediately allowed the three individuals to enter the building. Minister, walk slowly. Rest assured, we shall prevent any dangerous individuals from entering, they assured. Indeed, the minister has indicated that you should perform your duties diligently. Promotions and salary increases await you. Han Li encouraged the guards with a reassuring tone. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a state of disbelief. Nanny? They were permitted entry just like that? I can't believe this. Am I dreaming? Han Li responded, it is you who allowed me to enter. Upon entering the building, Han Li and his companions learned that the patrolling emperor was currently surveying the surroundings, and through the minister's authority, they secured access to the makeshift lounge prepared for His Majesty. Excellent. Please inform His Majesty that our minister wishes to speak with him. Han Li remarked, by the way, sir, your accent is quite distinctive. Han Li replied, cough, cough. I am of mixed heritage. Ah, I see. The officer scratched his head in confusion and went to report this news to the emperor. Meanwhile, Han Li instructed the ninja to escort the minister to the 7th floor hall to await further developments, diverting attention from their true intentions. And what about you? The ninja inquired. I shall stir up some intrigue. Han Li waved goodbye as he entered the elevator. Next, he prepared for the grand finale. On the 7th floor, a large group surrounded an elderly gentleman dressed in a well-tailored suit, moving at a deliberate pace, with everyone following closely behind, hesitant to hasten. The economy of Ing Zhou is thriving, one commented. Indeed, but it still remains too distant from Huaxia, another lamented. The others gazed at the elderly man with a mix of fear and disdain, silently cursing. Baka, speaking such blunt truths will lead to one's demise. I apologize, Your Majesty. The individual was so terrified that he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The emperor displayed a benevolent smile, assisting him to rise and reassuring him, stand up. Speaking of which, there is a rather popular program lately called Crime Roleplay. Are you familiar with it? The emperor smiled. Indeed. There is a rather troublesome criminal over in Huaxia who has eluded capture. It seems he has crossed over to our side, hasn't he? With a chuckle, the emperor remarked, the criminal whom Huaxia cannot apprehend will soon be seized by us here in Ing Zhou. Ladies and gentlemen, does this not signify that our police force surpasses that of Huaxia? The crowd readily agreed. Yes, indeed. Our police force in Ing Zhou is superior to that of Huaxia. All thanks to His Majesty. Han Li will surely be caught by us. The Emperor's confidence stemmed from having just received a secret message from the head of operations, indicating that the minister in charge of the Night of the 100 Demons operation had come to see him. With the minister's arrival, did this not suggest that Han Li had been captured? What splendid news. Very well, I am weary and shall retreat to the lounge for a moment. We shall meet again shortly. Given his advanced age and frail health, the Emperor bid farewell to the assembly and hurriedly departed. As he strolled leisurely along the path, he noticed that the bodyguards who had previously stood watch had vanished. Somewhat taken aback, he mused, where have they gone? However, he dismissed the thought and entered the lounge prepared for him by the head of operations, shedding his garments and reclining on the sofa, exhaling deeply. What a truly splendid day, he reflected, contemplating how to manipulate Han Li to severely undermine the Huaxia police force. Suddenly, an unusual sound reached his ears. The Emperor turned instinctively, alert, and followed the source of the noise, hearing a series of beeping sounds. Beep, beep. What is that? It resembles an alarm. Yet there is no such device here. Puzzled, he considered that his security detail was outside. Could it be a malfunctioning device? Outside the Sakura building, several bodyguards noticed a few police cars hurrying to the scene. A man stepped out, appearing somewhat slick, sporting a mustache, followed by a cadre of officers. Officers, what brings you here? They instantly recognized these individuals as members of the police force. However, they were responsible for this area. Why would the police come here? I received word from Officer Mumu that Han Li has escaped from the ancient city and is attempting to abduct His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards were utterly astonished. What? Kidnapping a national leader? Has this individual lost his mind? Panic ensued when one bodyguard rushed out, his face pale. The surveillance on the 7th floor has gone dark. We must hurry. What? That is the floor where His Majesty is located. In an instant, chaos erupted as everyone rushed towards the 7th floor, only to discover countless unconscious bodyguards piled together like corpses. A disaster has occurred. Several bodyguards examined the scene, recoiling in horror at the sight. Bombs have been planted in numerous locations. Good heavens, it's on a countdown, they exclaimed, aghast. The 7th floor was indeed riddled with explosives, causing the onlookers to gasp in dread as they felt a chill run down their spines. Where did all these bombs come from? How do we not notice? Countless netizens from Yingzhou, viewing the scene through the perspective of Xiaowu, were utterly bewildered. Is this for real? Baka, what on earth has transpired? So many explosives. Are they intending to obliterate the entire building? This is simply terrifying. Han Li has gone mad. When it involves the Emperor, the hearts of the Yingzhou citizens feel as though they are being gripped tightly. Many young individuals, just waking from slumber, unlock their phones, only to be greeted by the headline. I, Han Li, have kidnapped the Emperor. Surely, I must still be dreaming. Baka, it's actually true. This is simply explosive. Countless media outlets rushed to disseminate what is undeniably the most thrilling event in Yingzhou's history. The revered symbol of Yingzhou, the Emperor, has been taken hostage by a criminal masquerading as a mere passerby, wielding an array of explosives. As the director of the Yingzhou production team received a flurry of calls from higher-ups, he stood there, jaw agape, utterly dumbfounded. Han Li had spiraled out of control. Director of Huaxia, kindly take your people away. The Huaxia director waved dismissively. Hey, according to the program, there has been no violation. How can I just take them away? Brother, I implore you. Han Li listens to you. Return to Huaxia, will you? The Huaxia director wore a mischievous grin. It's not that I don't want to help you, Han Li, but once this guy goes berserk, there is no stopping him. Baka, this is about to become a colossal crisis. Just as the world outside succumbed to this sensational news, in the lounge, a young man casually slurped his beef noodles as though at home. Aren't you going to eat? Han Li glanced up at the elderly man opposite him, puzzled. He asked, this noodle is so delicious. Why aren't you eating? The elderly man, holding the bowl of beef noodles, was the Emperor, a 70-year-old man, now flushed with humiliation, feeling a level of disgrace he had never known. The one who had mocked him moments ago was now mocking him back. How could this Han Li appear before him? Have you considered the consequences? How dare you take me, the Emperor, hostage? ISNT that tantamount to courting death. A wave of authority swept over the room, a presence so imposing that any ordinary person would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Han Li remained unfazed. He even wiped his mouth, set down his napkin, and smilingly remarked, out of respect, I shall address you as Emperor. Without respect, I would send you to your grave. Understand, the Emperor? The audience in the live stream erupted. Han Li declared, out of respect, I shall call you Emperor. Without respect, I would send you to your eternal rest. How domineering. I adore this. With me, General Han, before and the heavens behind. Who could possibly be more formidable than me? General Han. This time, Han Li has taken hostage the very symbol of Yingzhou's supreme power. Such audacity is simply breathtaking. In the next moment, Han Li produced a remote control and addressed the elderly man. This building is surrounded by me. And you are my hostage. The Emperor's heart suddenly constricted. Chapter 147. Damn it. Once again, I have been outmaneuvered. The Emperor clutched his chest, his anger causing his abdomen to rise and fall violently, on the verge of bursting with rage. You scoundrel. Simultaneously, the elderly man felt a surge of terror. How had Han Li gained entry? Bodyguards, bodyguards. Cease your shouting. I have incapacitated them all. What? Those were his meticulously selected elites. How could they all be neutralized in an instant? His fear intensified as he gazed at this Han Li. Could this truly be an ordinary passerby from Huaxia? Do you wish to perish together? After all, Han Li was also within the building. With the bomb detonated, he too would face elimination. Suddenly, the Emperor regained his composure. As a person of high standing, he had witnessed far more tumultuous events. What do you intend to do? Shoo. Han Li raised a finger, signaling him to silence. I have already stated, you are merely my hostage. You. Bang. In the next moment, the specially crafted firearm in Han Li's hand discharged, striking the Emperor's knee with pinpoint accuracy, sending waves of pain through him. Ah! The Emperor clutched his knee. Unable to withstand such excruciating agony, his eyes wide with shock. According to the rules of the program, Han Li had now rendered him incapacitated in one leg. This audacious individual truly dared to act. The audience in the live stream collectively gasped. Goodness, how ruthless. Our Han is not one to be trifled with. He directly crippled a leg. Bakayaro, are you serious? Meanwhile, Kojiro reported the situation over the phone to Officer Mumu and the others still in the ancient city. Why haven't they exited the ancient city yet? Because Han Li had slashed the tires of their vehicle. Upon hearing this, Officer Mumu appeared utterly despondent. Woe is me. What shall we do? Everyone, I shall draft my resignation letter. Is that truly necessary? Officer Mumu, have you succumbed to despair at Han Li's hands? The multitude of explosives was simply insurmountable. The bodyguards immediately contacted bomb disposal experts, but their arrival would take time. We must rush in and rescue His Majesty. The bodyguards surged forward. The esteemed ruler of Yingzhou, their beloved emperor, was now being held hostage by a mere passerby from Huaxia. Calm down. Such recklessness could lead him to detonate the explosives. Kojiro halted the bodyguards, his mind racing with strategies. The adversary undoubtedly had accomplices. It was impossible for one individual to orchestrate such a complex arrangement of bombs. Damn it, this Han Li is proving to be exceedingly troublesome on our first encounter. He offers no opportunity for negotiation. As Kojiro's analysis unfolded, the surrounding bodyguards felt chills run down their spines, a wave of goosebumps washing over them. This Han Li was terrifying indeed. Bakayaro, even international terrorists do not compare to his ferocity. Indeed, these seasoned bodyguards, accustomed to the global stage, acknowledged Han Li's formidable prowess. Countless Yingzhou netizens, initially oblivious, were now acutely aware of the magnitude of this revelation. My heavens, Han Li has executed a masterstroke from Huaxia. They knelt in reverence. Awed by this Huaxia individual, who was simply extraordinary. Bakayaro, this Huaxia man seems to anticipate every move. He is practically a monster. Fear and admiration mingled among the Yingzhou netizens. Initially disdainful of Han Li's audacity, they soon realized, time and again, that they could not contend with him. Not even the emperor could. As the bomb disposal experts arrived, a flicker of hope ignited among the crowd. However, upon witnessing the multitude of explosives, their optimism was swiftly extinguished. Such an overwhelming task. His Majesty the Emperor will reward us handsomely, exclaimed Kojiro. Baka, it's ignited. The bomb experts, driven by desperation, fervently set to work. Fortunately, although there were many bombs, they were relatively straightforward to disarm. The group pressed on until they reached a certain room, the resting place of the Emperor. Yet, the bombs situated at the door presented a formidable challenge, confounding the experts. Could they launch an assault through the windows? Alas, that route was also thwarted. Han Li had foreseen this move, having covered the windows with sticky explosives. The group fell silent, contemplating Han Li's uncanny foresight. Was he the Zhuge Liang of Huaxia? At that moment, a voice resonated from within the room. Calm down, we can negotiate. The voice, imbued with a sense of gravitas and weariness, unmistakably belonged to their emperor. How much benefit has Huaxia offered you? I, from Yingzhou, can provide double. Do you still wish to bribe me at this juncture? A sudden sound startled Kojiro. It was the click of a trigger. This is bad. Han Li is about to shoot. Hurry, we must act swiftly. The bomb experts cursed as they hastened their efforts. Han Li's icy voice echoed ominously. Leave your last words. Time was of the essence. The bodyguards could not allow such an event to transpire. With the bombs still unneutralized, they charged forward, bursting through the door. Wait. Kojiro followed closely, intending to warn them of potential deception. However, the group had already rushed in. Oh, Your Majesty, do not fear. We have arrived. Baka, Han Li, meet your demise. Yet, the bodyguards, who had clamored to confront Han Li, suddenly froze. Within their sight, there was no trace of him. Only the motionless figure of the Emperor on the floor, and a tape recorder continuing to play on the table. No, perish. Bang. The bodyguards stood in a daze, listening to the recorded sound of Han Li's gunfire, their minds racing with confusion. What is happening? The dialogue we heard earlier was merely a recording? Sensing impending doom, Kojiro rushed to the Emperor's side, his scalp prickling with horror. There, on the Emperor's chest, was a patch of crimson, the mark of a paintball, signifying that the Emperor had been eliminated by Han Li. In other words, Han Li had assassinated the Emperor of Yingzhou. The tape recorder played its final segment, unveiling Han Li's voice. Cough, cough. If you are hearing this, congratulations, you have encountered your pitiful Emperor. But it is far too late. In closing, I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Han Li, we must flee. It was too late. Anger surged among the crowd as they realized the Emperor had already been eliminated. Han Li had merely been toying with them. Meanwhile, in Han Li's livestream, countless viewers gazed at the man adorned with a dragon mask. He addressed everyone before the camera, stating, "Now, I declare the Night of the 100 Demons officially concluded." As his words hung in the air, the scene shifted dramatically. Within the Emperor's chamber, a multitude of explosives were triggered, emitting a brilliant flash, intermingled with feelings of resentment, fury, hatred, and terror. Kogoro shut his eyes, trembling all over, once again outmaneuvered by Han Li. Damn it. In the next instant, a buzzing sound enveloped him as the scene vanished. Chapter 148. Goodness, the Sakura building has been obliterated. Soon, the blaring of alarms echoed throughout the Sakura building, causing the guards stationed on each floor to lose their composure. What has transpired? Quickly, ascend to the 7th floor. As the remaining guards surged towards the 7th floor in waves, a young man clad in a suit, wearing a smile, leisurely walked in the opposite direction. Amidst the chaos, no one paid him any mind. Han Li adjusted his glasses. Having arrived at the lobby from the waiting area, he addressed several panicked guards. The plan has changed. There has been an incident on the 7th floor, and we need to escort the minister back immediately. He then, along with a ninja, supported the lifeless minister as they ambled out of the Sakura building. The guards even arranged for a dedicated vehicle to transport them. You called the police? The ninja was perplexed. Han Li nodded. Turning back to glance at the Sakura building, he produced a remote control. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. In the next moment, within the Sakura building, countless explosives ceased their countdown, and with a surge of crimson light flashing across numerous panic-stricken faces, the bombs detonated in waves. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated from within the building, the shockwaves shattering numerous windows, while thick smoke billowed forth, creating the illusion of a terrorist attack on the edifice. Nearby residents, believing it to be true, screamed in terror, and some even called the police. Detective Ingsho, upon receiving the report, was dumbfounded. What? The building has been destroyed? Each police station was thrown into disarray. Officer Mumu, far away in the ancient city, received the news and was nearly struck with shock. Not only had they eliminated the emperor, but the lives of everyone within that building had also been extinguished. Beneath the cover of black mist, Han Li surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Every individual within the Sakura building had perished. This meant that, according to the rules of the production team, in reality, he had effectively killed everyone in that building. Congratulations, host, for executing a grand scheme by demolishing the Sakura building. Reward, skill, Master of Magic. Master of Magic. The highest realm of illusion is, in fact, sorcery. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. Goodness. He has gone mad. Little days. This is more thrilling than a movie. Frankly, Detective Ingsho ought to bolster his capabilities. Without looking back, Han Li departed with an air of nonchalance. This incident was humorously dubbed the Han Li Stabs the Emperor incident by countless netizens in Ingsho. In the aftermath, when all detectives reviewed Han Li's criminal record, they were left astounded, akin to elementary school students encountering a master teacher. What remarkable techniques. This feint and counterstrike maneuver is unprecedented. Oh yes, I've learned. As the detectives in Ingsho gaped with fervent eyes, Officer Mumu sat on the podium, smoking a cigarette, feeling immensely frustrated. What is this? A slap followed by a treat? What on earth is happening? Undoubtedly. While the face of the Ingsho police chief has vanished, much has been gleaned from Han Li. Where are my points? Where are my rewards? One Ingsho contestant, having been eliminated, has yet to receive his prize and is causing a commotion. The staff, feeling helpless, said, I understand your urgency, but allow me to be anxious first. We genuinely cannot release the funds. Why? The staff pointed to another room, indicating, that person in there has bankrupted us. The contestant, infuriated, was determined to discover which competitor dared to act so brazenly. Upon hearing, he realized it was someone from Huaxia. Let me teach him a lesson. Staff member, Han Li. The contestant abruptly halted. What did you say his name was? Han Li? Baka. I don't want this money anymore. You might are to blame. The contestant fled as if he had seen a ghost. Good heavens, that man who destroyed buildings and assassinated the emperor. Isn't this courting death? Yumiedi, don't go. I no longer want the money. My life is more precious. The staff, observing his panicked demeanor, were utterly astonished. Just hearing the name was enough to instill such fear. Has Han Li already become so renowned in Ingsho? Bang! A loud noise echoed from the room, as the director of the Ingsho program knelt, respectfully bowing his head. Private Masa, we truly have no funds left. Opposite him, Han Li, reclining with crossed legs and sipping tea, raised an eyebrow. The nearby Ingsho staff were dumbfounded. Who exactly is the director here, and who is the contestant? The esteemed director of the Ingsho program, now humbling himself to bow before a Huaxia contestant? Unbelievable. Baka. It is my first time witnessing a contestant so formidable. Of course, he is Han Li. The Ingsho director, rubbing his hands together, asked with a smile, do you accept installment payments? The audience in the live broadcast. Oh my, how humble. Surely. How much money is at stake that the program group must resort to installment payments? Terrifying. Han Li placed his teacup down, feigning difficulty, lowered his head, and coldly replied. Your approach makes it quite challenging for me. The director, fearing that Han Li might draw a weapon at any moment, hurriedly made a call. Hello, who is this? Brother, please save me. Fully aware of the unfolding situation, the Huaxia director fell silent. Goodness, is it now Ingsho's turn to face bankruptcy? Han Li, too fierce. Wherever he goes, the program group faces ruin. In a moment of crisis, the Ingsho director handed the phone to Han Li, requesting the Huaxia director to explain. Essentially, Han, could you do me a favor? The Huaxia director was unsure of his chances for success, as he was not well acquainted with Han Li. However, to his surprise, Han Li did grant him a favor. All right, the Huaxia director exclaimed. He truly is. I'm in tears. This could be considered Han Li providing him a personal favor. The Ingsho director breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously expressing gratitude to the Huaxia director. Without his intervention, he might have had to flee. Let us not forget, Han Li is not the foremost figure in Huaxia. If he is already so formidable, one can only imagine the heights of the top contender in Huaxia. Director Ingsho sighed inwardly, acknowledging the abundance of talent within Huaxia. Ingsho felt utterly incomparable. Han Li also exhaled a sigh. The crowd was taken aback. What troubles you? Han Li shook his head, lamenting, these production teams are truly absurd. They can't even come up with this trifling sum. Is 400 million from Huaxia such a challenge? The staff beside Ingsho were left speechless. Look at this. Is this something a person can say? That's a whole 400 million from Huaxia. Converted to yen, it could nearly fill an entire room. And you call this a small sum? The disdain for Huaxia lingered in the air. Alas, they are insufferable. They bully others. Baka. I am distressed. I shall remain silent. The director of Ingzhou stared wide-eyed, his expression one of incredulity. He had never anticipated Han Li would be so brazen. Oh, by the way, someone wishes to meet you. If it is convenient, contestant Han Li? Han Li responded with confusion. Who wishes to see me? Following the director, Han Li arrived at a mysterious small room. A burly bodyguard stood at the door. Who desires to meet me? The director replied. One of the initiators of criminal roleplay. With a creak, the door swung open, and Han Li was momentarily stunned, for he beheld a familiar figure. The Emperor. The elder cast a glance at him, filled with resentment, still bearing the ache in his chest. He simply stated, "Come in. The esteemed one has been waiting for quite some time." At this proclamation, even Han Li was astonished. Who was this? The Emperor of Ingzhou. A figure towering above all others. Yet, at this moment, he displayed such deference. The individual he was about to meet was indeed terrifying. Chapter 149. That year Han Li, rejected 1.5 billion. The director of the Ingzhou production team stood outside, slightly bowing his head, not daring to raise his eyes. Han Li queried. Are you not going in? I lack the qualifications. The Emperor of Ingzhou guided Han Li into the small, enigmatic room. It was modest, reminiscent of an interrogation chamber within a police station, with a table at its center and chairs flanking it. Presently, an elderly man was seated in one of the chairs, grooming his hair in front of a mirror. This elder appeared older than the Emperor, nearing 80, with a frail gait and a waxen complexion. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual vitality. Noticing Han Li, he revealed a toothless smile and kindly remarked, "Are you the one who assassinated my brother, Han Li?" Coughing slightly, he added, "Have mercy on me." The Emperor of Ingzhou's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Han Li suddenly realized the high-ranking individual he was to meet was none other than the Emperor's brother. No wonder such a grand occasion had been orchestrated. Please, take a seat. Han Li settled into another chair, allowing the elder to scrutinize him. Do you have any inquiries? The elder squinted, perceiving Han Li's thoughts. Han Li wasted no time. You are the founder of criminal roleplay? I am merely one among several. Every nation has its founder, and we are collectively organizing this program. Han Li was taken aback. Does this imply that there are crime impersonations globally? This is indeed a worldwide spectacle. Is this collaboration among contestants from various countries the commencement of an expanded realm of crime across the globe? Han Li inquired. The elder expressed his admiration, acknowledging the youth's astuteness. Precisely, we are on the verge of commencing the third phase. What is the third phase? You shall soon discover. Did you seek me for this reason? Han Li continued. The elder was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this young man was somewhat irksome, exceedingly clever. Nevertheless, he appreciated intelligent individuals. How much prize money did you win this time? Han Li replied, a total of 4 billion, according to the Huaxiao exchange rate. 4 billion, a daunting figure. Yet, to the elder, it was merely an ordinary number. He calmly stated, I shall offer you 15 billion to join my consortium. 15 billion. Han Li glanced down, realizing that the camera on his chest had been switched off. Unquestionably, this discussion would not be broadcast. So what say you? Are you tempted? The elder chuckled mockingly. Tempted? To say otherwise would be deceitful. This is 15 billion, a sum one might not earn in several lifetimes. Han Li swallowed hard, his heart racing with desire. However, when the system's alert echoed in his mind, Host, do not forget your original intention. Han Li felt a sudden chill, his expression returning to normal as he replied, although it is enticing, I must decline. This time, it was the program's founder and the Emperor who were astonished. No way. Are you so resolute? Think again, 15 billion. The elder wore a puzzled expression. Who does not fancy wealth? No, I refuse. The Emperor could hardly contain himself, exclaiming. Are you mad? 15 billion. Even he was swayed. How could a mere bystander not be tempted? Impossible. Han Li responded, apologies, but I must refuse. His tone was firm and righteous. The Emperor was left speechless. He was either a fool or utterly insane. One of the program's founders sighed, realizing that an agreement was unattainable. Thus, he resolved to end the discussion. Escort him out. Subsequently, Han Li was escorted from the secret chamber by bodyguards. The Emperor remarked, Brother, are you truly allowing this menace to depart? What if he joins the Huaxia camp? The elder shot him a glance, and the Emperor fell silent. Although he was the Emperor of Ingzhou, the true power behind the throne was his legendary brother, who controlled the economic lifeblood of Ingzhou. The elder was evidently not a benevolent figure. Emperor, Blade. In the next moment, two figures emerged within the small room, one tall and the other short, shrouded in shadows. The elder observed the mosquitoes buzzing around the table and smacked one dead, expressing his irritation. Those pests must be dealt with ruthlessly. Understood, my lord. If we cannot obtain it, then let it be destroyed. Days later, amidst the curses of countless Ingzhou citizens, Han Li reluctantly boarded a plane back to Huaxia. No other reason. If Han Li does not leave soon, Ingzhou is likely to descend into chaos. Can you believe that Officer Mu Mu has been forced into retirement because of him? Even more astonishing is the media's relentless dissemination of all his actions in Ingzhou. Well, he has certainly become a household name. Director Jiang of the Danyang District Police Bureau in Huaxia. Upon seeing the newspaper headline proclaiming that Han Li had blown up the Sakura building, nearly choked on his drink. Good heavens, this kid has started blowing up buildings? He exclaimed in disbelief. The situation in City C erupted into an uproar over this news. One could only imagine that General Han had set out to assassinate the Emperor of the Little Sun Nation. Joking aside, the mere fact that Han Li had slapped the Little Sun Nation in the face brought them great satisfaction. Across the globe, Police departments in various countries observed Han Li's remarkable feats, their brows furrowing in concern. Their hearts raced with anxiety. This Huaxiao individual is incredibly formidable. It seems Huaxiao has gained yet another valiant warrior. Many competitors from different nations took note of Han Li's name, particularly the leaders from Country M, who swiftly issued orders to classify Han Li as a 5-star international criminal. Before long, the world was left in shock. Please, Han Li, do hurry and leave. If you don't, our Yingzhou police officers will be wiped out. The director of Yingzhou clung to Han Li's leg, weeping profusely, as if fearing for his very existence. Baka, if our police force is entirely eliminated, what will happen to our show? How will we obtain your funding? Han Li found it difficult to refute such reasoning. It seemed quite valid. He acquiesced to the director's pleas and agreed to return to Huaxia. Before departing, he bid farewell to Spider and the others. When Chu Zhizai saw him, he looked at him as if he were a ghost, claiming he was possessed by a demon and was too afraid to meet him. Spider, however, left him her contact number, saying they might meet again in the future. If he were to cause any trouble, he should not forget to bring her along. As for the ninja, he had promised to teach Han Li a few moves, but he had yet to learn them. TSK. Fool. I learned them all in one go. Having completed all his business, Han Li finally settled into a seat on the plane, grateful for a moment of respite. 30 minutes later, he safely arrived at the airport in City C, but unfortunately, no one was there to greet him. It had been quite a while since he last saw Ling Han and the old man. Those two must be on vacation, he mused. Han Li took out his phone and called Joseph in City C to pick him up. Boss, I'm on my way, Joseph replied, putting down the bloodied bat in his hand and instructing a few of his underlings to hand over the criminal to the police chief while he went to fetch the boss. The members in white were suddenly filled with excitement. Their leader had returned from Yingzhou. Meanwhile, as Han Li noted the falling dusk and the absence of taxis nearby, he rented a small electric scooter, donned a helmet, and rode onto the road. At this moment, he had adopted a new appearance. Blending in with the crowd as an ordinary person. Whistling cheerfully, he rode along on his scooter when suddenly, the roar of motorcycles erupted behind him. A group of young individuals, full of youthful exuberance, let loose their pent-up rage on the road. As fate would have it, Han Li found himself directly in their line of sight. Oblivious to their presence, he remained unaware of the brewing trouble. What a lowly fellow. Daring to walk the same path as us, remarked a wealthy scion, raising an eyebrow. It was evident to him that Han Li was nothing more than a country bumpkin. He glanced at his companions. Let us deal with him. Chapter 150. The wicked have their own reckoning. The man waved his hand, urging his followers forward. Several lackeys on motorcycles swiftly encircled Han Li's modest electric scooter, compelling him to slow down. The leader, pressing the horn in a deliberate display of contempt, unleashed an insufferable sound beside Han Li. Is there a problem? Han Li furrowed his brow, forced to halt his scooter in the face of the encroaching motorcycles. Casting a wary glance at the ill-intentioned youths. Beat him up. The leader sneered, gesturing for his comrades to dismount and approach Han Li with malicious intent. At that moment, a woman seated behind the leader tapped him gently and interjected, let us not waste our energy on someone like him. We should go have some fun instead. Unable to resist her allure, the man, deeming the rustic fool unworthy of their time, relented. For my woman's sake, I'll spare you today. Let us go, boys. Consider yourself fortunate today, kid. He scoffed. What an audacious fool, daring to walk alongside young Master Wang. If I see you again, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. With that, young Master Wang and his entourage sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust in their wake. Han Li, disinclined to squander time on such petty nuisances, donned his helmet and continued on his way. Shortly thereafter, feeling a pang of hunger, he sought out a nearby eatery and settled down. He ordered a few appetizers and a bottle of soda. Ding dong. Boss, where are you? It was Joseph. Han Li relayed the location of the restaurant to him. Meanwhile, outside the establishment, a cacophony of noise erupted. Let me tell you, C-City is chaotic these days. An angel reigns supreme, do you understand? The lackeys, trembling with fear, recalled the notorious reputation of the gang, which had previously dominated the city, now reduced to nothing. Is it really that terrifying? One woman echoed, her anxiety palpable. Why fear? Young Master Wang interjected, dismissing their concerns. Don't let Angel hear you say that. You all may not know, but I'm about to join Angel. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the revelation. To be affiliated with such a powerful entity was impressive indeed. Instantly, admiration for young Master Wang surged among the onlookers, and the women, particularly, were enchanted. Come, let me treat you all today. With that proclamation, they entered the restaurant. The owner rushed over, eager to please. Young Master Wang, what would you like to eat today? Everything top-notch, Wang declared, waving his hand grandly, intent on showcasing his affluence. Of course. The owner, well aware of Wang's significant standing in C-City, was careful not to offend him. Just then, one of the lackeys pointed ahead, incredulous. Boss, look over there. Isn't that the country bumpkin? Wang's displeasure surfaced. I spared you once, but there won't be a second chance. He forcefully kicked aside the obstructive stool and, accompanied by his lackeys, approached Han Li's table with a menacing demeanor, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. What a coincidence to encounter him again. Han Li sighed. Reflecting on the smallness of the world, he set down his chopsticks and regarded the group of ruffians before him, inquiring, what do you desire? With a mischievous grin, young Master Wang retorted, hee, today I'm in a good mood. How about this? You crawl through my legs, and I'll spare you. He deliberately spread his legs wide to create an opening. The surrounding lackeys erupted in cheers, eager for a confrontation. Damn it, with so many against him. Could they not crush him? The livestream audience was in an uproar. Oh dear, this bunch of little thugs. Have they grown weary of life? My blood pressure is rising. waiting for them to get slapped in the face. Han Li, prepared to teach them a lesson, was suddenly interrupted by a deafening roar from outside. Instantly, it captured the attention of young Master Wang and his companions. A vehicle resembling a jeep, albeit of a rather unique model, was parked at the entrance of the restaurant. However, upon seeing this car, both young Master Wang and the restaurant owner were taken aback, stepping back in fright, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Only the woman, new to Sea City, appeared puzzled and questioned, "Isn't it just a jeep? What is there to fear?" One of the lackeys timidly replied, "This jeep is the only one in Sea City. No one else dares to drive it. Can you guess why?" Nods of understanding rippled through the crowd. "Because its owner is the representative of the angel." The woman gasped in horror, covering her mouth and nose, hurriedly retreating behind young Master Wang. Even he was visibly shaken, trembling at the realization of the gravity of the situation. This was a person of great significance. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a burly foreign man wearing an eye patch, puffing on a cigar while surveying the surroundings. He exhaled sharply, "Fuck, what a shabby restaurant." Behind him, over 10 men in identical white suits and sunglasses entered the establishment, exuding an aura reminiscent of the mafia. Fear engulfed young Master Wang and his companions, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. This was the real deal. That must be Joseph, right? Young Master Wang swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, too terrified to move, lest he attract the attention of such a formidable figure. Perhaps they were merely here for a meal. In the next moment, Joseph strode purposefully towards them. "Oh no, he has coming this way." Young Master Wang's lackeys cried out in panic. "What do we do?" His mind blank. Young Master Wang was overwhelmed by the realization that he had caught the eye of the angel's representative. This was disastrous. As Joseph approached, the young ruffians were so tense that they scarcely dared to breathe, resembling stone statues. They hurriedly lowered their heads, avoiding any eye contact. Joseph passed by the group of ruffians, completely disregarding them, and continued towards a young man seated at a table. Removing the cigar from his mouth, he bowed slightly before the young man, addressing him with utmost respect. "Boss. Boss." Behind him, over a dozen followers shouted loudly. Wang Xiao and the others were stunned, gazing at the young man they had previously dismissed as a simpleton, Joseph. To their astonishment, he addressed him as boss. Their hearts nearly stopped. They could hardly fathom that this young man was the leader of angels. Oh heavens! Wang Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He wished he could strike himself for having stirred up such trouble. The audience in the live stream witnessed this scene and relished it. Delightful. They reveled in the sight of someone who bullied the weak, yet feared the strong. Han Li wiped his mouth and turned to the bending Joseph, saying, "Let us go. This way, please." Han Li stood up, and Joseph could only follow behind, feeling like a subordinate trailing his elder brother. As they passed by Wang Xiao and his companions, who were too frightened to move, Han Li paused and addressed Wang Xiao. "What is your name?" I am Wang Chuanyin," he stammered. Han Li extended his hand, causing Wang Xiao to tremble in fear. He hesitated momentarily before shakily grasping Han Li's hand, which felt icy. "Very well, I shall remember you." That brief handshake nearly cost Wang Chuanyin his life. After Han Li and his group left, Wang Xiao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. As if he had aged several years. "Wang Xiao, I've wet my pants. We must leave quickly. This is terrifying." They had stirred up a formidable figure. "Let us get out of here." Upon exiting, Wang Xiao and his companions discovered their motorcycles had been utterly destroyed. A member of Angels approached them, handing over a bundle of cash as compensation, and said, "Our boss mentioned, what caliber dares to walk the same path as him? Furthermore, remember to answer a call shortly. It's from the boss." A call. Soon enough, Wang Xiao's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered, only to find it was his father, the renowned business magnate of Sea City. Many granted his family respect. Yet now, his legendary father was sobbing like a 3-year-old, cursing him, "You little brat. Who have you offended? I've been arrested. You better run." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao felt the ground beneath him give way, just as he stepped out. Evidence of his father's embezzlement over the years had been uncovered and handed to the police. In an instant, he collapsed, devastated. The family fortune his father had painstakingly built over the years had been obliterated by Angels, in mere minutes. All because of him. "Oh, old man. May you strike me down. It's all over, everything is ruined." Wang Xiao fainted in agony, foaming at the mouth. "Wang Xiao? What's wrong? Quick, call an ambulance." Chapter 151. Unforeseen Crisis in the Shadows. On the road, Han Li sat in the car, gazing at a nearby skyscraper emblazoned with Angel Investments. He was somewhat astonished. "You actually pulled it off? It's all thanks to the boss. Without your funds, where would Angel Investments be?" Joseph felt a surge of delight within, thinking to himself, how impressive am I? Indeed, Han Li had invested the prize money he won from the show into establishing a company. Presently, it was entrusted to Joseph and the Angel for management, marking a significant transformation. The Angel Investment was engaged in numerous charitable endeavors, making substantial contributions to City C. Joseph inquired, "By the way, how was your trip to Yingzhou?" Han Li scoffed, "Not much, just blew up a building and assassinated the emperor, nothing too remarkable." Joseph was nearly thrown off balance, his eyes widening in shock as he gazed at the seemingly unfazed Han Li. "Goodness, boss, are you even human? That's extraordinary. No wonder you're the man who could make Joseph submit." 30 minutes later, upon arriving home, Han Li found Joseph bowing to his subordinates before taking his leave. Standing at his doorstep, Han Li retrieved his keys, pondering whether Ling Han and the elder were preparing a surprise for him. However, as he swung the door open, darkness enveloped him. He could not see his own hand before his face. Strangely, as he stepped inside, a chill ran down his spine due to the unmistakable scent of blood wafting through the air. When he attempted to switch on the lights, A burst of flames erupted in the darkness. Han Li activated his skill, agile hands, swiftly pivoting to narrowly evade a gunshot. The rapid bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a trace of paint. A gun? Han Li's heart raced. There were others in the house. Gunfire erupted, bullets striking like arrows, each aimed at Han Li's vital points. Yet, he deftly dodged each one, discerning that these were special paint bullets from the production crew. Contestants? It seemed they had premeditated this attack. Taking cover behind the sofa, Han Li contemplated the implications of someone knowing his address when suddenly, a metallic sound tore through the fabric of the sofa above him. A blade came crashing down. Han Li narrowly evaded it. At that moment, he retrieved a simple flashbang from his belongings and hurled it forward. Bang! In an instant, the flashbang exploded, a blinding light filling the room. Under the illumination, a tall man dressed in a Japanese uniform and wearing a cap turned, clearly unprepared for Han Li's counteraction. The audience in the live stream witnessed the unfolding chaos. What the hell? Just got home, and I'm ambushed? Mr. Han, danger! Who dares to be so reckless? Wait, is that a katana in his hand? The man gripped the katana firmly with both hands, quickly acclimating to the flash and fixating on Han Li, coldly stating, "One strike, let me take a swing." In the next moment, he drew back, the katana poised, gathering strength. Han Li gasped. Was that not the Aikido he often watched on television? Neon? Had they come to hunt him down? To be candid, I too possess a skill in Aikido. Han Li reached behind him, mimicking the act of drawing a sword. What? The samurai was taken aback. This man from Huaxia knows Aikido? In a swift motion, Han Li unveiled a firearm, aiming it at the samurai, exclaiming, "American Aikido, you rascal." The samurai stood frozen, stunned by this unconventional approach. Baka. Such disregard for martial ethics. Bang. Han Li's shooting skills were remarkably swift. Before the samurai could react, he unleashed his shot. No matter how quick one may be, evasion was futile. Indeed, the bullet was poised to strike the samurai. Just then, a peculiar gunshot echoed. A golden bullet emerged, traveling at a velocity that rivaled Han Li's own, colliding in midair and neutralizing the threat. Han Li, is there an ally present? The samurai, unfazed, charged at Han Li with dual blades, his technique ruthless. In an instant, the room was left in disarray, an enormous sofa, cleaved in two. To make matters worse, a hidden assailant fired from the shadows. Caught off guard, Han Li found himself retreating under relentless pressure. The audience in the live stream. What is happening? Is our Han being overpowered? How dare they not face him one-on-one? Could it be that the little ones have come seeking vengeance? Bang. Just as Han Li fired a shot, it was countered effortlessly. The samurai followed up with dual strikes, leaving no room for reprieve. In the shadows, a girl clad in a hoodie, revealing her fair thighs and sporting short golden hair, giggled as she raised her golden gun, aiming it at Han Li. Her coordination with the samurai was impeccable. It appeared that Han Li was on the verge of elimination. Chapter 152. The temporary captain turns out to be Dongyang's chief constable? A man draped in a Japanese coat murmured in a dialect of Yingzhou, raising his katana to launch yet another fierce assault on Han Li. The woman codenamed Empress meticulously observed Han Li's every move, ready to strike with lethal precision amidst the chaos. Just then, a figure burst through the adjacent window, shattering the glass into the air, and without hesitation, charged at the woman, brandishing the gun in the corner. Startled, she exclaimed, "Who are you?" In their scheme, they had anticipated no other allies. The mysterious figure ignored her, seizing a metal rod and swinging it towards her. The impact of the rod was so forceful that she had no choice but to cease her attack and defend herself. Yet, she still suffered a blow, crashing against the wall behind her. Bang! The woman coughed up blood in agony. The tremendous noise alerted the two combatants in the room. This is bad. Something has gone awry. The samurai gritted his teeth, like a beast, swinging his blade with all his might. There could be no delay. However, this time, Han Li was free from the threat of distant gunfire. He remained unperturbed in the face of the descending blade, intentionally waiting until it approached his shoulder. He suddenly pulled the trigger with his left hand from behind. Bang! The bullet was fired. Impartial and precise, the strike landed squarely on the opponent's blade, delivering a momentary force that sent the katana flying. The quick-reacting samurai swung his other blade with immediate ferocity. There was no evasion possible. Flash! It struck true. Before the samurai could revel in his success, a frown creased his brow, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What he had struck was nothing more than a coat. How could this be? Hey, I'm right here. In the next instant, the samurai looked down to find Han Li's fist aimed directly at his jaw, a forceful blow. Bang! The punch sent the warrior from Yingzhou reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he hurtled backward. This single strike left the samurai in a state of bewilderment. The two figures locked in a standoff in the corner were equally astonished. A punch from a superhuman? Seizing the opportunity created by Han Li's punch, the injured emperor reacted swiftly, producing a smoke bomb and firing several shots to drive back his adversaries. Have they fled? Han Li realized that the Yingzhou warrior and his companion had vanished. At that moment, he also noticed the silhouette in the darkness. The very figure that had just saved him. How do you wish to be addressed? The figure paused momentarily, responding coolly, "Magic Police." As the words fell, a hush enveloped the room. Han Li. The viewers in the live stream. Incredible. They've captured a major player. The one who single-handedly brought other contestants to justice. The Magic Police. How could he possibly be here in City C? The Magic Police displayed no intention of lingering, striding toward the shattered window. Before departing, he turned back to Han Li and said, "Q sends his regards." Q, the one ranked first. Before Han Li could inquire further, the figure leaped down, vanishing into the night. Thus, Yingzhou's plan to eliminate Han Li had met with failure. However, for Han Li, this night was rife with unanswered enigmas. How did the Yingzhou assassin ascertain his location? What is the connection between the magic police and Q? Why did he come to his aid? Han Li sensed a profound link between these mysteries and the impending third phase of the program. Well then, time to sleep. In City S, within the Danyang Police Department, a young man stood before Director Jiang, inquiring, how did it go? Profoundly beneficial, Li Yi replied. His recent trip to Yingzhou had been devoid of interference. He merely observed Han Li's performance and gleaned much from it. Indeed, progress is commendable, Director Jiang remarked. I plan to return to City C tomorrow to apprehend Han Li. Director Jiang shook his head. No need. Go hone your skills in City A. The cases there are quite challenging. As for City C, I have already dispatched personnel. Oh, who could possibly replace me as the captain of the squad? Li Yi asked, curiosity piqued. Director Jiang smiled mysteriously, uttering a single name, Lu Dong. Li Yi exclaimed instinctively, his fists clenching in excitement. He never expected him to return. The top officer of Danyang. This time, Han Li would surely face a formidable challenge. Lu Dong was far more seasoned than he was. In the past, he had not escaped unscathed from his encounters with him. A middle-aged man, yawning, muttered about who was thinking of him again, grumbling as he stood up and followed a police chief into a conference room. The director of C City, holding a file, entered the room with Captain Lu Dong from S City and addressed everyone with a clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce Captain Lu Dong, dispatched by the S City Police Department. Lu Dong, that notorious scoundrel? Incredible, he's my idol. While the police chiefs of C City may not have known the young Li Yi, they were certainly familiar with the name Lu Dong, the foremost captain of Danyang in S City. It was rumored that he single-handedly dismantled a criminal organization with his exceptionally shrewd tactics. Many of the C City police chiefs had reviewed his records. Greetings, everyone, Lu Dong waved his hand, appearing disheveled and unshaven. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Why does he look like a beggar? This can't be right. I heard Lu Dong was quite handsome. Noticing the murmurs among the police chiefs, the director of C City grew anxious and awkwardly addressed Lu Dong. Please don't take it to heart. It'll get better in time. Not at all, Lu Dong replied nonchalantly, smiling. To be honest, I'm quite lazy and had no desire to come and clean up your mess in C City, you know? The director broke into a sweat, continuously wiping his brow. It was common knowledge that since Han Li arrived in C City, things spiraled out of control. Police stations were overwhelmed, criminal organizations were dismantled, and then a new angel emerged, obliterating rival factions. Now, one power reigned supreme, leaving even the director feeling powerless. Many speculated that the mastermind behind the angel was none other than Han Li. Haha, just kidding. Our crime rate in C City has reached an all-time low this past month. How could it possibly be a mess? Lu Dong chuckled in response. Indeed. Thanks to Han Li, you can say that. Just as the police chiefs in C City were preparing to celebrate the arrival of their new captain, an unforeseen incident occurred. One officer received a call, urgently abandoning his work to rush into the conference room. He quietly informed the director, We VE received news of a robbery on Nanhai Street. 4 armed robbers are causing a disturbance. The director was taken aback. This is bad. Upon hearing the news, the others immediately stood up, their expressions grave. This time, it was serious. Currently, there was one hostage involved. Having a hostage complicates matters. I'll handle it, Lu Dong suddenly announced, startling everyone present. Chapter 153, A Match of Equals, Operation Codename Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. The director hurriedly interjected, Lu Dong. You've just arrived in C City and are still unfamiliar with the area. It's best to let others take the lead. Very well, the director was momentarily speechless. Did he take my polite suggestion seriously? Cough, cough. Well, that is what I said. I truly believe that with your capabilities, this should be a minor issue. Everyone realized that this case was assigned to Lu Dong by the director of C City for 2 reasons. First, to test his abilities and see if the rumors were indeed true, and second, to conserve the police force's resources, as they had been quite busy lately. Rest assured, we shall provide support from behind. Do exercise utmost caution, Comrade Lu Dong. Lu Dong clasped the director's hand, exchanged pleasantries, and then departed with a small team. These individuals, fresh graduates from the police academy, were rather inexperienced and harbored some discontent towards Lu Dong. 3 robbers, armed, with hostages. I propose we first assess their operational range, cordon off the area, and cut off their escape routes. We should adopt a strategy of attrition. I believe a swift strike would be more effective. Speed is essential, as they will be unable to react in time. Yet, the safety of the hostages must take precedence. The inexperienced officers noticed that Lu Dong, the leader, remained silent, engrossed in his game. This demeanor was decidedly poor. He must be a slacker. I heard he was formidable, but perhaps the rumors are exaggerated. The young officers resolved that they could handle the situation themselves. After a while, they arrived at the scene of the incident, where a sizable crowd had gathered. Wow. Real guns. Am I going to be on television? It can't be another job by President Han, can it? Shoo, I heard they're real robbers. The group of novices accessed the surveillance footage, tracking the 4 robbers. Look, they crossed the street and vanished into a residential building. Looks like Building 7. Evacuate the hostages and surround the area. With fervor, the team rushed towards Building 7. Inside the police car, Lu Dong set down his phone, glanced at the young officers, and chuckled. Youth is synonymous with recklessness. Upon arrival, they reported, no sign of them here, nor here. The group conducted a thorough search, but found no trace of the robbers. This was perplexing. Their figures had clearly appeared on the surveillance footage. Could they be on the top floor? Quite possibly. The team hastened to the uppermost floor, yet discovered no robbers in sight. They were bewildered. Where could they be? It was impossible. They had seen the footage. The individuals had indeed entered the building. At that moment, a languid voice crackled through the radio. Novices. Do you not realize that these robbers intentionally exposed themselves on the surveillance? What? Inside the vehicle, Lu Dong, observing the footage, immediately identified a discordant element on one screen. Three men clad in maintenance uniforms were conspicuously hunched over, acting furtively. Their intent was to mislead you into Building 7, then disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and make their escape. This tactic should be quite familiar to UNC City, no? The young officers felt a chill run down their spines. They were well aware of this method. It was a signature move of the notorious criminal Han Li, known as drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Now, proceed to the third floor immediately and intercept the three men in blue maintenance uniforms. Lu Dong's tone turned serious as he issued commands to the novices. Understood. Though they were somewhat skeptical, they complied and hurried to the third floor. Indeed, they found the three suspicious individuals on the third floor. We are officers from C City, conducting an investigation. Please cooperate and show your identification. The three men exclaimed in alarm. What? Officers? How did they come to be here? In a moment, the three individuals became somewhat flustered. We are here to conduct repairs, one of them stammered. Lu Dong remarked. In this sweltering heat of 35 degrees, performing such laborious tasks without a single drop of sweat and lacking any calluses on their hands, it's evident they are not maintenance workers. Seize them. Several newcomers swiftly surrounded the trio, guns drawn and aimed at them. Behave yourselves, they commanded. No, we surrender. In an instant, the three men revealed their true colors. Dropping to their knees with their hands raised in submission. They were, in fact, fleeing robbers. Unbelievable. Lu Dong is truly remarkable. The newcomers were ecstatic, never expecting their first mission to conclude so swiftly. However, a moment later, a troubling realization struck. They have no stolen money in their bags. What? The crowd gasped in shock, discovering that the robbers had not a single cent on them. Instead, their bags were filled with stones. What is going on? The kneeling robbers were equally bewildered. What the hell? Stones, not cash. Their leader must have betrayed them. The novices turned pale, frustration boiling within them. At the entrance of the community, a man pushing an ice cream cart hummed a merry tune, reveling in the fine day. As he stepped outside, he felt a sense of security wash over him. Those foolish officers can go eat dirt. Just as he was about to leave the entrance, a scruffy man suddenly appeared before him, eyeing the cart with a wide grin. Hey buddy, how much for the ice cream? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid we've sold out. The man scratched his head, looking somewhat distressed and eager to leave. Yet, Lu Dong seized the front of the cart, bringing him to a halt. I reckon this cart is quite heavy. It must contain a significant amount. The man's previously amiable expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a menacing glare. In the next moment, the sound of a gun being cocked echoed in the air as he pulled out a concealed weapon from beneath the cart, aiming it at Lu Dong. The situation turned dire. The man removed his mask, revealing himself as the fourth robber. I thought I could deceive you, but it seems you have seen through my ruse. It's strange that you would betray your own, acting as bait. Logic dictates that the officer would not suspect you. How did you uncover my identity? Lu Dong remained composed, offering no response. Take a guess. The robber paused, taken aback, as Lu Dong also drew his weapon, pointing it back at him. They found themselves locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, residents of the community, alerted by the commotion, began to rush toward the scene. The robber, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. Divine intervention is on my side. Ha ha ha. I can probably take out several residents, don't you think, officer? At this juncture, the chief of C City, along with the other team leaders, observed the unfolding scenario through Lu Dong's camera, their hearts racing with concern. Oh dear, Lu Dong is acting too hastily. How did he discover the truth? What a shame. This robber is cunning and decisive, reminiscent of Han Li. If it were me, he would likely have escaped by now. Alas, it seems a mishap is imminent. We are in trouble, the chief exclaimed anxiously. He could not afford any misstep. Quick, send nearby officers for backup. Lu Dong is in a precarious situation. Overconfidence can be perilous. Without ascertaining the enemy's arsenal, one rashly engages. Yet, in the following moment, the once vulnerable Lu Dong suddenly erupted in laughter. This mirth unsettled the man, causing his heart to race with an ominous foreboding. Lu Dong raised a finger, pointing at the robber's forehead, his tone grave. General. Suddenly, the residents, who had approached out of curiosity, underwent a dramatic transformation, raising their firearms to aim at the robber. Moreover, a crimson dot appeared on the robber's forehead. Indeed, a sniper's aim. The robber, bewildered, exclaimed, when did the civilians start carrying guns? I surrender. A wise man avoids immediate danger. As the dazed youths hurriedly arrived, they found the battle had already concluded, with the robber in shackles. Who are these? They inquired. Lu Dong replied, my people, as over a dozen plainclothes officers behind him nodded in unison. They were the elite team from City S, codenamed Viper. Have you been lying in wait in this neighborhood all along, unbeknownst to us? Lu Dong yawned and nodded. The residents, the snipers above, everything had been meticulously arranged. His objective was merely to lure out the robber. The dazed youths were astounded. The directors of City C, witnessing this scene, gaped in disbelief. So, from the moment the case was reported, this intricate net had already been cast. Such foresight, how terrifying. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Countless officers from City C felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Dong's terrifying prowess lay in his penetrating gaze and cunning intellect. Absolutely remarkable. His abilities were on an entirely different level. It was entirely possible he could capture Han Li. Lu Dong truly deserved the title of the foremost in Danyang. The director of City C, his emotions fluctuating, acknowledged the exceptional talent of this junior. The following day, all officers in the City C police station applauded Lu Dong. Each transformed into ardent admirers. The director incessantly praised him, declaring him a prodigy. Lu Dong, ever charming, reveled in the camaraderie, and the atmosphere was delightful. However, upon entering the makeshift command room, the previously jovial Lu Dong's expression shifted instantly to one of seriousness, his gaze sharp. The appetizers had been consumed. Now it was time to pursue the main target. He, along with the other team members, turned their attention to a photograph pinned to the board. The image depicted a ruthless bandit wearing a Peppa Pig mask, wielding an AK-47, with a police officer beneath his feet. Surrounding him were an elderly man brandishing a knife and donning an Ultraman mask, and a timid-looking youth in a Mickey Mouse mask, accompanied by a group clad in white uniforms. At the bottom, Lu Dong inscribed a line. Operation Code, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Chapter 154, 100 Billion Golden Cruise Ship. This game is grand. Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. In the expansive conference room, the director of CDC scrutinized the plan in his hands, perplexed, as he turned to the proposer of this strategy, the temporary captain, Lu Dong. You have long been ensnared in a misconception, Lu Dong began, standing up to address the assembly. I pose to you a question. Why is it that we cannot apprehend Han Li? Or rather, what is the most significant impediment? An impediment, you say? It is rather straightforward. A captain decisively interjected. This fellow's disguise skills are exceedingly troublesome. We can hardly ascertain his whereabouts. In one moment, he may be battling for his life, and in the next, Han Li could be masquerading as a benevolent elderly lady, casually crossing the street before your very eyes. It is truly terrifying. Indeed, we have exerted ourselves in our pursuit, yet he eludes us. Many captains nodded in agreement, yet Lu Dong wore a disdainful expression, shaking his head as he declared, "This is your misconception." "Oh, what do you mean?" Lu Dong continued. "Why must we be the ones to seek him out? Why not allow him to come to us?" Everyone, including the director, was taken aback. "Ah, indeed, but Han Li would not fall for such a ruse. He is far too clever." Lu Dong posed another question. "What does Han Li desire?" The crowd responded in unison. "Obviously, it is money." "Precisely." Lu Dong smiled broadly, suggesting that we should entice him with wealth. "How do you intend to accomplish that?" The director of Sea City suddenly expressed interest. "Traditionally, it has been they who pursued Han Li. This time, let Han Li pursue them. Han, we have returned." Ling Han kicked open the door, preparing to surprise Han Li. In the next instant, however, he was taken aback. The interior of the house was in disarray. The walls bore scars from blades, the floor was in tatters, and the furniture was strewn about haphazardly. Most alarming was the sofa, cleaved in two, presenting the appearance of a place that had been thoroughly ransacked. "This is bad. My lord, we must flee. How dare you?" At that moment, Han Li rose from a relatively intact sofa, scratching his head as he looked at the two who had just returned from vacation, explaining, "Two little rascals broke in, but fortunately, no harm was done." "Little rascals? Where are they?" "They ran away." "Han, you haven't stirred up any trouble in Yingzhou, have you?" Han Li replied, "I did not. Just a little bit." As Ling Han and the elder perused the accounts of Han Li's escapades in Yingzhou, their expressions were vivid. Ling Han was so frightened that he was covered in goosebumps. How could this be so perilous? The police of Yingzhou pursued him relentlessly, and he managed to escape? In contrast, the elder clapped Han Li on the back, beaming with praise. "Damn it, I used to think you were a sly one, but you are much more agreeable now. If I had known, I would have joined you in those escapades. Enough of that, let us dine." After their return, none had enjoyed a proper meal. The three sought out a restaurant to reminisce, while Han Li listened to Ling Han and the elder recount their vacation tales. That casino boss, and that dealer too. Both were quite the characters. The elder was nearly beside himself with excitement. Nonsense. Just then, amidst their lively banter, a news bulletin unexpectedly interrupted the television. "Today, several of Sea City's wealthiest tycoons will board a luxury cruise ship tomorrow, with many celebrities expected to be in attendance, an event not to be missed." Ling Han exclaimed, "Wow. I heard that this old man possesses assets in the billions." "Billions?" Han Li perked up, his eyes gleaming at the mention of wealth. "Indeed, when these figures are summed, it nears a staggering 10 billion, does it not?" The assembled diners, captivated by gluttonous anticipation, revealed their avarice. Ling Han turned, startled to behold Han Li, whose eyes were now brimming with unabashed greed. "This is utterly disgraceful. There must be something amiss," Han Li declared. "Such a fortune cannot possibly stem from honorable conduct as a model citizen. I am duty-bound to scrutinize this matter for the sake of the people." Ling Han and the elder were rendered speechless. "What nonsense is this? If it's a ransom, just say so." Ling Han and the elder, having enjoyed a brief holiday, were eager to take action. Han Li observed them, and naturally, they were eager to spring into action. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. And seizing the opportunity to confront the wealthy was a responsibility they felt compelled to undertake. It was time to teach them the lesson of discretion. They couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Having weathered numerous storms, the trio was emboldened. After their meal, Han Li instructed Ling Han and the elder to return home while he deliberated on the plan to rob the cruise ship. He ventured into a narrow alley. "Staff member, come forth." "What is it?" A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves to be a crew member from a nearby production team. "Why are you standing so far away?" "I am frightened." The staff member, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I wish to make a transaction." "With what?" Han Li scanned his surroundings and whispered, "Points can be exchanged for benefits, correct?" The staff member, eyes wide with fear, took a moment before nodding. "Indeed, esteemed contestant Han Li, very well. I wish to install a police undercover agent. How many points will that require?" "At least 70,000 points." 70,000. Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Han Li began to comprehend why this was a hidden rule. Ordinary contestants lacked the privilege. Only those ranking among the top had the means to afford such a substantial sum. After a moment of hesitation, considering the long-term necessity of having an insider within the police department, he gritted his teeth and begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well. The staff member collected the 70,000 points from Han Li and stated, transaction complete. Simply await further instructions. With that, the staff member vanished. And Han Li received a notification on his phone. A stranger had added him, under the name Mouse. Han Li accepted the request. Mouse sent the first message, pleasure to collaborate. It seemed this was indeed his undercover agent within the police force. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Is this really possible? To be frank, only I, Han, could afford such an endeavor. The show was merely for entertainment. That evening, Han Li, Ling Han, and the elder conferred late into the night before returning to their respective quarters. In a grand villa in City C, several of the wealthiest magnates congregated, savoring fine cigars. Those cooperating with the police would surely be handsomely rewarded. Officer Liu, leaning against the door frame, remarked with a smile, "You are too courteous, everyone benefits mutually." The affluent gentleman exchanged pleasantries, fully aware of the stakes at hand. Only benefits. The officer beside him spoke, "Captain, as per your instructions, I have disseminated the news about the golden yacht throughout the city. If Han Li is in City C, he will undoubtedly take note. Well done. But will he truly fall for it?" Lu Dong observed him, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. A junior brother once informed me that Han Li's greatest flaw is his insatiable greed. A night passed. Sunlight glimmered upon the shimmering surface of the sea. Yet within the yacht, the atmosphere was quite different. Chapter 155. All aboard the yacht have been taken hostage. Inside the yacht, Ling Han and the elder were savoring freshly caught fish, grilled to perfection, the aroma wafting enticingly. "Elder, your fishing skills are remarkable." Ling Han wiped his oily mouth. A bucket full, most of it caught by the elder alone. He and President Han hadn't even managed to catch a single shrimp all morning. Speaking of which, President Han, we arrived quite early. The yacht hasn't even docked yet, has it? They had rented a yacht early in the day to come here. This is akin to waiting for a hare to come by. Han Li lifted his binoculars, and within his field of vision, he could see the dock and the bustling crowd that had been waiting for some time. Soon, he locked onto several affluent individuals who stood out among the crowd. TSK, big fish. Utilizing his ultra-wide-angle phone, Han Li captured clear portraits of these wealthy individuals aboard the yacht. He had a general grasp of their outlines and began to mimic their every move and demeanor. At that moment, a horn sounded in the distance, a deep bellowing. A colossal vessel sliced through the waves like a behemoth, slowly approaching, finally bowing before the crowd at the dock, respectfully welcoming their arrival. "The yacht has arrived." Han Li picked up his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number, saying, "The yacht has arrived. Be vigilant. Rest assured, having taken your money, I will ensure it is well managed." The viewers in the live stream erupted in jubilation. "Oh, President Han has just returned, and he is about to pull off something grand. Robbing the yacht? Surely, that's an exaggeration. I can foresee calamity on this day. Han Li, I am set to execute a significant operation." At the dock, a newly hired loader finished his call, glancing at the crowd nearby. He took out his prepared notebook and began counting heads. 5, no, over 10 bodyguards, along with a few police officers and dozens of guests. Meanwhile, unaware that some police officers from City C were being surveilled, they discussed amongst themselves, "Damn it. This is meticulously planned. Who knows if Han Li will show up? What if he chickens out? Impossible. The yacht has arrived. Let the guests board," the captain instructed. An officer approached, urging the wealthy individuals to board first, followed by the bodyguards, visiting celebrities, and ordinary citizens. Amidst the throng, a man lowered his cap, glancing covertly at a few accomplices nearby. "Hello." The tour guide turned around, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The man, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Could you please direct me to the restroom?" "Oh, it's just over there. Thank you." A few men boarded the yacht and made their way toward the restroom. At the dock, the man meticulously noted the distribution of all personnel, including the security forces, with remarkable clarity. Task complete. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and dialed Han Li on the other end. The ringing echoed as Han Li, indulging in grilled fish, received an unfamiliar call. Indeed, it was from the very aide he had hired to observe the police presence at the dock, assessing their numbers and equipment, crucial information that would greatly facilitate his plans. "Truly commendable, Mr. Han," Ling Han praised. However, when Han Li answered the call, expecting a report of completion, an unfamiliar, deep voice resonated from the other end. "You're quite clever, Han Li." "Who?" This voice was not that of his aide. Surprised, Han Li sprang to his feet, hastily seizing his high-quality binoculars to survey the dock in the distance. He beheld his aide being subdued by several police officers, shouting and struggling in vain. Behind him stood a disheveled man clad in leather, sporting sunglasses and an unkempt beard, holding Han Li's phone, directing his gaze toward Han Li's position. Discovered. Han Li promptly ended the call, tossing the device into the sea without a second thought. "What's wrong?" Ling Han noted the unusual expression on Han Li's face for the first time. Han Li turned, somewhat disheartened, and remarked, "It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent this time." Unexpectedly, his strategic move had been swiftly countered. The adversary was exceedingly seasoned. Viewers in the live stream were in disbelief. "What? Captured on the spot? Who is that person? They seem formidable. Are there such capable officers in Sea City? It's the first time I've seen Mr. Han falter at the outset. This is thrilling. This is what we want to see, an equal contest, back and forth, rather than a one-sided domination." Within the Sea City Police Department, the chief was engrossed in a wildlife documentary, watching as a python revealed its fangs, only to be ensnared by a trap, blood seeping as it fought desperately to escape. Little did it know, the hunter was approaching with deliberate calm. Meanwhile, the aide was in shock. How could these officers have apprehended him? Eventually, he realized he had unwittingly been working for a criminal, pleading that he was an honest citizen who had recently fallen into financial straits and had been deceived in a moment of folly. The officer retorted, "Only a fool would believe that." Things were becoming interesting. Lu Dong gazed into the distance at a vague black, surmising that the adversary was likely aboard a yacht. Observing their movements, "How did you discover this individual?" A novice officer inquired with curiosity. Cough, cough. Passed the cigarettes to Lu Go. While smoking, Lu Dong casually replied, "It was quite simple. I had previously investigated the companies at the dock. This person was inserted without any warning. Following the trail, I uncovered a recent unknown transaction. So I dispatched someone to monitor him. Ultimately, it unfolded as I anticipated." The officers inhaled sharply, impressed by the attention to detail. "Should we pursue him?" "Impossible to catch up now. Let us board the yacht. The real battleground lies at sea." Lu Dong made no delay, stepping onto the yacht with an air of nonchalance. Many police officers from City C were greatly impressed and engaged in a debate over the exceptional competence displayed by the officer facing the notorious bandit Han Li for the first time. "All aboard," the captain announced over the intercom, prompting the luxurious Golden Cruise ship and several smaller vessels to set sail. Among them, a small boat trailing behind had several crew members oblivious to the unusual happenings behind them. A head stealthily emerged, scanning the surroundings. Soon after, Han Li and the elder boarded the ship, exchanging glances without further ado. Before long, several crew members and police officers were bound and placed at the stern of the vessel. "Don't move." Ling Han, adorned with a Mickey Mouse mask, threatened the captives. Brandishing a specially crafted firearm and firing a volley into the sky, a crimson mist enveloped the air, and the strong wind resulted in him drenching himself, causing him to cough incessantly. "Hey, can't you be a bit more professional, bandit?" One hostage complained. "Dare to insult me again," Ling Han retorted. The hostages momentarily fell silent, while the police officers remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. "Kid, you've tied us up. Who was going to steer the ship?" Han Li turned and smiled. "Who said I was going to steer the ship?" Viewers in the live stream were left bewildered by his words. Then, astonishingly, Han Li donned a diving suit and leaped into the sea, vanishing from sight. "Let us go." The elder followed closely behind. Ling Han jumped in as well, leaving only the bound hostages aboard. The hostages were taken aback. "Wait, now that you've left, who was going to steer the ship? Help!" On the Golden Cruise ship, tourists were enjoying the sunset when suddenly a voice crackled over the intercom. "Ahem, good afternoon everyone. I have some exciting news to share. You are now my captives." The police officers were momentarily stunned. What the hell? Isn't that Han Li's voice? Yes, on the ship? Something has gone wrong. Lu Dong sat up abruptly, his gaze fixed on the intercom system, his eyes deep with concern. Chapter 156, An Intellectual Duel. "Light a cigarette for Mr. Lu. What is happening?" The tourists gasped in shock. The cruise ship was under the control of bandits. Shouldn't we panic and scream? The production team had advised that the more cooperative we are, the more money we would receive. "Oh no, I'm so scared. Help." At that moment, as tourists, they were indeed filled with trepidation. However, despite their fear, no one ran amok. Meanwhile, the police officers aboard the cruise ship became increasingly vigilant, surprised by Han Li's swift actions. "Quick, search the cabins," Lu Dong commanded, issuing directives to everyone. Since the adversary dared to be so brazen, they must have planted explosives on the cruise ship. According to the provided intelligence, Han Li was notorious as a bomb expert. Time was of the essence. The police officers from City C promptly collaborated with Captain Lu, calming and evacuating the tourists while initiating a thorough search throughout the vessel. A young officer, upon lifting a flower pot, was startled to discover a bundle of explosives glowing ominously within. "Oh no, there really are bombs here. I found one too." Fortunately, the explosives had not yet begun their countdown. The police chiefs felt a chill run down their spines, perplexed by the sudden appearance of numerous bombs aboard the cruise ship. What on earth was happening? Dispatch the bomb disposal unit. Lu Dong had already prepared a clandestine team stationed on the vessel, individuals who had secretly boarded the cruise. Not even Han Li was aware of their presence, all in anticipation of such an unexpected situation. Now that the bombs had been located, perhaps we could discreetly defuse them before Han Li initiated the countdown. One police chief suddenly grasped the urgency of the moment. Viewers in the police livestream exclaimed, "Oh, this time, my brother Lu anticipated it. Quick, light a cigarette for Lu." Inside the cruise, the bomb disposal team, having awaited this moment, emerged from a concealed chamber. They had a mere 5 minutes to disarm all the explosives. With determination, they rushed to the designated site. However, after the bomb disposal personnel departed, a furtive man lurking around the corner glanced over and discreetly sent a message to Han Li via a beeper. As the bomb experts prepared to defuse the explosives under the eager gaze of the police chiefs, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The bomb suddenly emitted a piercing sound. Entering countdown mode, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This was disastrous. At that moment, Han Li issued a chilling ultimatum: "Leave now, or I will detonate the bombs ahead of schedule. You have two options: retreat, or face annihilation." The police chiefs felt a familiar dread wash over them. Had they been seen through? How infuriating, they were so close. Within the cabin, the police chief's initial elation evaporated instantly. How could Han Li have discerned their plans? He must be lurking aboard the cruise, monitoring their every move. This was intolerable. Lu Dong remained silent, secretly doubting whether Han Li was indeed on the ship. This man was notorious for employing diversionary tactics. Seizing the microphone, he addressed Han Li directly. "Hello, Han Li. I am the temporary captain of this operation. What is it that you desire?" When a thief takes hostages, there must be something they seek. "You know what I want. Surrender those wealthy individuals," Han Li replied tersely. Lu Dong scratched his head, a provocative tone creeping into his voice. And if I refuse? Testing the waters to gauge the other party's limits. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion resonated from the bow of the ship, unleashing a wave of heat. The police were left dumbfounded. This is serious. Captain Lu, there's been an explosion at the bow. What? Lu Dong instinctively tightened his grip on the microphone, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had they planted bombs at the bow as well? Wait. All the tourists were gathered at the front, in a bid to inspect for explosives. Everyone had retreated to the supposedly safe area. They never anticipated that the target would be the bow itself. A collective intake of breath echoed through the assembly. Quick, investigate, Lu Dong ordered, dispatching several officers to assess the situation. Upon their return, they reported that a corner of the bow had exploded, injuring a few hostages, but fortunately, most were unharmed. 2 tourists have been eliminated, Captain Lu. The police chiefs were so terrified they felt their hearts might give out, fearing that this madman would unleash another massacre, potentially claiming the lives of all the tourists. If that were to happen, they would all be forced to resign. Madman, let us swiftly withdraw the police forces from the cruise ship to protect the public. There are bombs aboard the vessel. Nowhere is safe. Indeed, the crowd finally realized that both inside and outside posed a danger to the tourists, wherever they might go. This is a deadlock. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Lu Dong spoke with grave seriousness. The presence of numerous bombs could not have been prearranged. They must have been installed during the time on board. The explosives are unlikely to be overly complex, and we have ample bomb disposal teams. If we can buy some time, we can defuse the bombs and turn the situation around. Without the bombs, Han Li poses no real threat. The police chief finally calmed down. This is indeed our only option at present. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Have you made your decision? Instantly, the police chiefs tensed up. Lu Dong remained composed, holding the microphone with an air of measured authority, and stated, 50 million is a considerable sum. We require some time to prepare. The police chiefs breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this would allow them to navigate the crisis. But the next moment, Han Li laughed, seemingly amused. It appears you have yet to grasp the situation. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Dong. Among the crowd gathered at the bow of the ship, a man calmly donned a mask before raising a firearm with one hand and firing several shots into the air. His voice was fierce. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a predicament. Immediately, gunfire erupted from within the throng. Captain Lu, there are robbers at the bow, mingling among the tourists. The sudden, dire news enveloped the remaining police officers in the room with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Is it Han Li? It should be. The captain of the criminal investigation team in City C continued to inquire. How many robbers? 4. All wearing Peppa Pig masks. The Peppa Gang. It was undoubtedly Han Li. The police officers of City C collectively recalled the last incident when Han Li besieged their precinct, releasing a group of robbers who subsequently followed him, now acting under his command. They had been outsmarted. Lu Dong silently surveyed the layout of the cruise ship. Currently, a multitude of bombs were strategically placed within, while the robbers at the bow had taken control of the tourists, regardless of how one viewed it. The situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the police. A single bite from a venomous snake can be fatal. Just as the tension escalated, Lu Dong rose deliberately, speaking with calm resolve, close the net. However, his words were not directed at them, but rather towards the distant deck at the bow, before the police could react. At the other end of the bow, the robbers attempting to seize control of the hostages were growing increasingly frustrated, as their gunfire had thrown the scene into chaos. Tourists were scattering in all directions. Damn it, don't run. One of the masked henchmen was about to shoot down an individual. Bang! The tourist realized they were unharmed. While the exposed robber had been hit by a paintball, the robber was momentarily stunned. Move. At that instant, some of the tourists, who had been running in panic, suddenly turned back and drew firearms, aiming at the exposed robbers. Their voices were resolute. Police, do not move. The robbers were utterly stunned, their eyes widening as they beheld the multitude of tourists adorned in police attire, their body hair standing on end. What on earth? They had been surrounded in return. Among the tourists, there were hidden officers. Lu Dong, hands clasped behind his back, remarked with keen interest, once the fangs of a viper are removed, it poses no danger. In an instant, the tables turned, catching many by surprise. Soon, 4 robbers found themselves disarmed and kneeling on the ground, encircled by officers. They lifted photographs one by one for comparison. Finally, an officer approached a robber whose physique closely resembled that of Han Li, declaring, "Got you." The robber lowered his head, his body trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 157. Their S.A. Mole. Transaction halted. The audience in the police live stream erupted with excitement. How long has it been? Finally, we've turned the tide, exclaimed one. Wow, a counter-surround. This is brilliant. Another noted. This captain has seen through our Han S plan. Ha ha ha, Han Li has been caught. Little did Han Li know, many of the tourists were actually officers. Meanwhile, Han Li's own live stream was shrouded in darkness, and viewers grew anxious. What is going on? Could it really be over? Han, danger. Upstairs, besides exclaiming that, do you possess any other talents? Before them, the officers scrutinized the head-down robber, comparing him to the photograph of Han Li, very similar indeed. Unmask him, one officer commanded. As the officer reached out to remove the robber's mask, the other tourists, a throng of officers, and residents watching from their televisions craned their necks, eager to confirm if it was truly Han Li. What a thrill it was. The Peppa Pig mask was ripped away by the officer, revealing the robber's true visage, a gaunt man with a pallid complexion, crying out, "I was wrong, officer. I won't dare again." Clearly, he was not the formidable Han Li. It could be a case of disguise. The crowd surged forward, peeling back layers to examine him closely, ultimately confirming his true appearance. Report. Identity confirmed. He is a contestant who previously escaped from the Sea City police station, named Li Si. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong felt a tinge of disappointment. They had not captured Han Li after all. Just as this realization sank in, Han Li's chilling voice echoed through the broadcast. You didn't capture me. Feeling let down. Captain? The officers seethed with anger, but Lu Dong retorted, I am quite pleased, for your fangs have been extracted. Without your accomplices, you stand alone. Indeed. I have lost 4 aides, but who informed you that I have only 4? The crowd fell silent. Han Li, without hostages, what can you still accomplish? Lu Dong countered. Now, the tourists at the bow of the ship had no worries behind them. The bomb was nearly defused, and the wealthy had been concealed in locations unknown to Han Li. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve, Han Li? Humph. The grand performance has only just begun, Han Li cryptically uttered. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a location sent by the undercover agent, Mouse. The action was about to commence. Within a chamber of the opulent Golden Cruise ship, several affluent individuals were engrossed in a game of cards. Utterly oblivious to the commotion outside, the surroundings were lavish, replete with stunning attendants, and a sultry dealer presided over the game, dealing cards with finesse. Laughter erupted as one player exclaimed, ha ha ha, I'm all in. Joseph, clad in a sharply tailored suit and puffing on a cigar, boldly pushed all his chips forward, exuding confidence. This round is mine for the taking. However, his cards turned out to be the most dismal, and predictably, he lost everything in an instant. Ah, Joseph, don't be disheartened, one companion consoled. Indeed, as the old adage goes, misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Laughter filled the room once more. Infuriated, Joseph flung off his jacket, stood up in a huff, and stormed out, declaring, forget it, I won't play any longer. A bodyguard trailed behind him, cautioning, Mr. Joseph, it's dangerous outside. In the next heartbeat, a gunshot rang out. The bodyguard was struck in the forehead, startled. He glanced up at the crimson dip forming on his skin. Who is there? He shouted. Gunfire erupted, and several bodyguards were swiftly eliminated. Remarkably, Joseph remained unscathed. He casually twisted his wrist and departed, leaving behind a chilling remark. They are all inside. Moments later, a man donning a devilish mask handed a sniper rifle to a nearby accomplice named Mickey, while an elderly figure clad in an Ultraman costume brandished a knife. Following closely behind, the trio's presence sent shockwaves through the viewers of the live broadcast, who erupted in astonishment. One must respect the formidable capabilities of our leader, Han. Many had almost believed Han Li was finished, only to realize that the actual target was the wealthy elite. However, questions arose. How did Han know their whereabouts? Don't forget, our esteemed leader invested 70,000 points to acquire an undercover agent earlier. From the outset, Han Li's objective had solely been these affluent individuals, whose collective worth was a staggering 100 billion, not the cruise ship itself. Nevertheless, he had discerned that the temporary captain of the police was cunning, deploying numerous officers for protection. Among the tourists were also plainclothes officers monitoring the situation. It was a clear trap. Thus, he devised a strategy, instructing his subordinates, who had infiltrated the ship, to plant explosives, compelling the police to disperse their forces and directing tourists outside, forcing the wealthy to remain hidden within their chambers. This maneuver granted him the opportunity to operate covertly, ultimately drawing attention to the ship's bow to divert fire, allowing him to stealthily execute his plans. As the affluent believed Joseph had returned, their eyes widened in horror when they realized that a well-dressed assailant wearing a devil mask had entered. Greetings, he announced. You are Han Li. One of the wealthy exclaimed, disbelief etched across their faces. How could he have found us here? They had thought themselves secure in their refuge, only to be swiftly confronted with reality. Inside the room, one bodyguard attempted to resist, but was subdued by the elderly man, who calmly asserted, young man. What are you doing? Lin Han closed the door, and Han Li took a seat at Joseph's former position, slamming the sniper rifle down onto the table with a resounding thud. Shall we play a game? The wealthy individuals were intimidated by the alarming atmosphere. No longer able to maintain their lofty demeanor, each bowing their heads in submission, the alluring dealer began to distribute the cards. Han Li played nonchalantly, while the 3 affluent men trembled, their hands quivering as they grasped their cards. Nearby, Ling Han meticulously recorded the proceedings, capturing everything on video. Once complete, she transmitted the footage with a mischievous grin. Oh, Mr. Han, you truly are wicked. Amidst the chaos of handling a cruise ship bomb threat, numerous police officers suddenly received an unfamiliar video on their phones. Among them was Lu Dong, who picked up his device only to discover that the sender was none other than Han Li himself. Could this be a virus? Don't open it. It must be a trap. However, one officer unwittingly clicked on the video, only to scream in terror, oh no, this is bad. Soon, more officers followed suit, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The video showcased Han Li casually lounging with his legs crossed, playing cards with the 3 wealthy captives. In the background, Han Li's accomplices stood with firearms, watching with keen interest. The officers were bewildered. What in the world? The bandit is playing cards with the hostages. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. What a performance. He deserves a reward. Han Li declared triumphantly, for 2s, I win. The officers were left in disbelief. Unbelievable. Lu Dong set down his phone, his forehead vein bulging, face slightly flushed. It seems we have a traitor among us. The other officers felt a chill run down their spines. No one had anticipated that Han Li would boldly confront the wealthy. The hostage situation was merely a diversion. How could he have known? There must be a mole. What to do? 100 billion at stake. Meanwhile, within the opulent cruise liner, a submarine slowly surfaced. Chapter 158. Using a submarine to escape? Setting an ambush. A 6 and 4 twos? Han Li inquired. The wealthy man quickly withdrew his cards, admitting, I can't compete. Sir, you clearly possess considerable experience in card games. I find myself humbled, the wealthy man remarked. Ling Han lowered her weapon aimed at him, while the alluring dealer maintained a stoic face, torn between laughter and restraint. Han Li raised his empty wine glass and smiled at her. Could you pour me a glass of red wine? Certainly. The woman leaned down to fill his glass, her graceful form undeniably captivating. As she bent lower, a glimpse of her alluring figure became apparent. The livestream audience exclaimed, Mr. Han, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Why didn't you say so earlier? The woman, realizing that this audacious bandit, Han Li, seemed to be taking advantage of the situation, huffed. What a lecher. Nevertheless, she thought, he is not so formidable after all. Han Li swirled his wine glass casually, remarking, it seems the calluses on your shoulders are rather burdensome. At this utterance, the woman froze, as if turned to stone. In that instant, she understood that her true identity had been uncovered. As Lian Ling Han and the wealthy individuals failed to react, the woman suddenly reached beneath her skirt and drew a firearm, aiming it at Han Li. However, Han Li would not allow her to succeed. In an instant, the elder swiftly eliminated the woman with a single strike. She was an undercover agent. Lian Ling Han was taken aback. The eliminated woman collapsed onto the ground, filled with resentment. How did you discover my true identity? I had disguised myself so well. Han Li replied, there were calluses at the junction of your thumb and index finger, a result of prolonged firearm handling. Yet, I couldn't be certain until I noticed the callus on your right shoulder, formed from the shooting posture of a long gun, confirming you were a police officer, not a dealer. The woman exclaimed, so, you were testing me earlier? Indeed, Han Li affirmed. The audience in the live broadcast exclaimed in disbelief. Wow, she was an undercover officer. We misunderstood Han Li. What a close call. President Han is remarkable. I, President Han, never engage in futile endeavors. Everything is calculated meticulously. Meanwhile, Lu Dong realized that his trump card had been eliminated, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. It's been discovered. Captain Lu, I'll lead a team to intercept them. The police officers donned their gear, preparing to depart. The captain of the criminal investigation unit took note of Lu Dong and inquired, what shall we do? Lu Dong pondered. I am trying to figure out how Han Li managed to board the cruise ship. The officers paused, realizing they had overlooked this crucial detail amidst the many unforeseen events. Lu Dong calmed the anxious officers. Stay composed. At present, Han Li is more anxious than we are, as he must contemplate how to escape the cruise ship. And with limited escape routes on the sea, if we remain vigilant, he will have no way out. I was puzzled as to why you chose the cruise ship. Now I understand. The captain of the criminal investigation unit suggested, should we block all exits? Lu Dong surveyed the cruise ship's layout, and suddenly turned to the captain. Captain, what areas within the cruise ship could accommodate large items such as yachts? The captain pondered for a moment. There are a few. List them. Everyone, go search. If Han Li had prepared an escape plan, he would surely have stashed away tools for his getaway on the cruise ship. Send a team leader with some personnel to corner Han Li in his room. What if he threatens us with the wealthy individuals? The officers were troubled. The hostages are in his hands. There's little we can do. This poses a significant dilemma. It's simple. Everyone turned to Lu Dong. Are you serious? Create a condition that keeps them in their room. It's mealtime. Have someone deliver a time-consuming meal, like hot pot, to keep them occupied in their room. Hey, that is feasible, they exclaimed. With that, two groups sprang into action. One team went to prepare the hot pot to deliver to Han Li. Hot pot? Lian Ling Han nodded. I'm hungry. So am I. After all, we are your hostages. There's no rush for a meal. The wealthy individuals eagerly agreed, hastening to comply. Ling Han sighed. It has been a long time since I last indulged in hot pot. Let them add more beef tripe. A public expense for beef tripe. How extravagant. Outside, Inspector Shu from City C breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no suspicion had arisen. Quickly, soon, viewers in the livestream began to express their frustration. Is this a culinary show? I'm starving. Damn it. Eating hot pot while committing a robbery. The robbers and hostages are seated at the same table, enjoying steaming hot pot. Who wouldn't be confused? Meanwhile, as they happily savored their meal, the head of the administrative team in City C was following Lu Dong's orders, searching various locations but yielding no results. Could it be that Captain Lu was overthinking? Is your mind sharper than his? Well, let us trust Captain Lu. At the last location, a soft blue light flickered and the sound of dripping water echoed, accompanied by a pungent odor of rust. Wait, the administrative captain halted, his expression shifting to one of delight. Look ahead. The team members turned their gazes. Not far off, a massive object lay in a crouch position. There was no unusual activity around. The squad advanced cautiously. When the criminal investigation captain lifted the curtain, his expression instantly changed. Disbelief washed over him. Before him lay a submarine. What the hell? This madman has even brought out a submarine? Shock coursed through him. Captain Lu, you were right. A submarine is stored here. It appears to be the very means of escape that Han Li had prepared. The criminal investigation captain spoke. Inside the cabin, the remaining inspectors gaped in astonishment. Lu Dong declared, excellent. As you said, if we destroy this submarine, Han Li will be cut off from his escape route, rendering him incapable of fleeing. The criminal investigation captain's face lit up with excitement, for this was their opportunity. Lu Dong, however, firmly rejected the idea. No, we cannot destroy it. The inspectors were perplexed. Aren't we supposed to cut off his retreat? Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Dong lit a cigarette, his mind racing as he spoke. Plans have changed. Keep a close watch on the submarine. Remain on standby. We shall set a trap for him. Chapter 159. A cautious ship sails for 1,000 years, does it not? Understood. The administrative captain of City C, quick-witted, immediately led his subordinates to lay an ambush around the submarine. A group of over 10, fully armed and well-equipped. Unbeknownst to Han Li, once he stepped in, it would be a certain death. Hee, Han Li, you've come here, but you won't be leaving. The criminal investigation captain grew increasingly convinced of the success of this ambush. Meanwhile, in a room filled with swirling aromas, the wealthy patrons were thoroughly enjoying their meal. I still want more beef tripe, Ling Han exclaimed, reveling in the feast. Suddenly, old Master Cui gave him a heavy slap on the back, teasingly scolding. In the midst of a robbery, you're truly indulging in a feast? Han Li sensed that the inspector harbored ill intentions. I know. With that, Han Li abruptly tossed several smoke bombs to the ground, leaving the feasting wealthy patrons dumbfounded. In an instant, the room was engulfed in a haze. It's time to leave. Han Li grasped Ling Han, casting a glance towards the affluent individuals and aiming his firearm, warning them to behave, or he would render their existence a torment. He nonchalantly extracted a cigar, inquiring if there were any objections. The wealthy men, in a state of panic, hastily produced cigars to calm their nerves. Within the cigar, a faint and elusive glimmer flickered, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, gunfire erupted as Han Li unleashed a volley at the ground near the feet of the affluent, instilling terror in their hearts. Damn it, a madman, the wealthy lamented. Regretting their decision to attend the drill, a group hastily slipped out of the room, unnoticed by the officers nearby. Excellent. To the submarine. With the officers no longer obstructing them, they descended to the lower level, where a small submarine awaited, prepared in advance. They had previously traversed the ocean floor with it, having invested considerable resources. Those officers are blissfully unaware that we have long orchestrated an escape route. Ling Han's voice echoed, soon alerting the Sea City Criminal Investigation Team, who lay in ambush around the submarine. Someone's coming. The captain of the Sea City Criminal Investigation Team signaled for silence, advising the others not to alert the quarry, waiting for the opportune moment. They resembled wolves stalking their prey, salivating with anticipation, entirely oblivious to Han Li's group approaching them unguarded. The viewers in the live stream erupted in panic. No, Mr. Han, stop. There's danger ahead. The captain of the Sea City Criminal Investigation Team cautiously peered out, and in his peripheral vision, he spotted a masked group, along with the abducted wealthy individuals. Leading them was Han Li, who grew increasingly cautious, gradually maneuvering his weapon. With each step, the approaching figures echoed like the tolling of a death knell. Come on. Come on. Grandpa is waiting for you. As the distance shrank, Han Li and his companions were nearing the optimal firing range of the officers. The officers, though anxious, were exhilarated, gripping their firearms tightly. Soon, the infamous Han Li would fall into their grasp. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. The captain of the criminal investigation was nearly half exposed, poised to spring forward and catch them off guard. The other team members were equally eager. The live stream audience held their breath in suspense. However, just as they were a mere step away, Han Li abruptly halted. What's wrong, Mr. Han? Han Li focused on the phone in his hand, surveying the silent front. He remained silent, slowly turning his head to signal Ling Han and the elder to retreat. They immediately understood this gesture signified trouble ahead. Dragging the bewildered wealthy individuals, they retraced their steps. The attentive captain of the criminal investigation sensed something amiss. Why was there still no movement after such a long time? Peering out, he was taken aback to witness their attempt to escape. Charge! His shout startled everyone present. Draw your weapons. Han Li was the first to unsheath his firearm, unleashing a barrage toward the front. As the police officers, caught off guard, prepared to act, Han Li quickly took charge, providing cover for those behind him as they engaged in a chaotic retreat. In an instant, a fierce exchange of gunfire erupted, thrilling the livestream audience, who reacted with excitement. The captain of the criminal investigation team felt a rush of anxiety as he realized Han Li's remarkable marksmanship was far superior to that of an ordinary civilian. We cannot let them escape. Pursue them at once. Thanks to Han Li's exceptional shooting skills, Ling Han and the elder managed to lead the wealthy individual to safety. Another volley of shots sent the officers reeling. Han Li finally caught up with them. Where to now? Ling Han inquired, only to be abruptly kicked aside by the elder. Be careful. A sharp katana sliced down, narrowly missing Ling Han's previous position. The group froze as they beheld a towering man clad in a traditional Japanese coat and hat, brandishing dual katanas. This does not appear to be a friendly encounter, the elder mused. This man was no officer. Sensing the formidable presence of the swordsman, a woman in a hoodie slowly emerged, addressing them in a halting form of Chinese. Where's Han Li? It was indeed the 2 assassins from Yingzhou. Han Li felt a headache coming on. Ahead, they were cornered by these 2 adversaries, while behind them, the cacophony of pursuing officers from Sea City grew louder. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. The livestream viewers expressed their disbelief, questioning the authenticity of the unfolding drama. Is this even real? This is absurd. How did they manage to follow us here? Han Li exclaimed, feeling increasingly anxious. Ling Han, observing the peculiar swordsman approaching with dual blades, tugged at Han Li's clothing. What should we do? Don't run, Han Li. The captain of the Sea City investigation team shouted as he and his men closed in. Suddenly, Han Li had a brilliant idea. He called out to the 2 assailants. Your grandfather Han is right here. Come and catch me if you dare. What? He's trying to escape. After him. Ling Han and the others followed Han Li as they sprinted towards the Sea City captain. Is this a death wish? Ling Han exclaimed in disbelief. They reached a fork in the road, where Han Li abruptly halted. Moments later, the Sea City captain and his team arrived from the right, while the 2 assailants stood bewildered on the left. The 2 groups exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this fool? They have so many people. Han Li suddenly directed the 2 assassins. You 2, hold them off. He then led his group down an alternate path. The Sea City captain and his team turned to face them, bewildered. The swordsman was taken aback. What the hell? We have nothing to do with him. Trust him? Not a chance. He is clearly not one of the good guys. The captain felt an inexplicable surge of patriotic fervor. Don't act rashly, the woman cautioned. But it was too late. The swordsman, a madman, charged forward. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two sides clashed, while Han Li slipped away unnoticed. The livestream audience was left in utter disbelief. Incredible. A cunning maneuver indeed. With a mere flick of the wrist, the crisis was averted. Who else could achieve such a feat? Xiao Rizi exclaimed, as Han Li and his companions, having escaped their pursuers, sprinted to the rear of the ship. The situation was indeed terrifying. The two men, Grandmaster and Ling Han, simultaneously turned to Han Li. Are those two the ones who attempted to assassinate you, Xiao Rizi? Han Li replied, let bygones be bygones. In due time, they shall face retribution. For now, we must depart. Just as they prepared to leave the luxurious cruise liner, the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Could it be that group of officers? Or perhaps Xiao Rizi? Either way, they were not to be trifled with. Soon, they spotted a squad resembling a special forces team pursuing them, their weapons trained on Han Li and his companions. Buzzing with tension, Han Li lifted his gaze. A red dot appearing on his forehead. He had been targeted by a sniper. Damn it. How could a special forces unit be aboard this cruise liner? As the special forces stepped aside, a disheveled man, scratching his beard, emerged. Han Li, you have nowhere to flee, he declared. This man was none other than the temporary squad leader, Lu Dong. He had actually brought the special forces to encircle Han. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. How could they know we were here? Ling Han felt a chill run down his spine. Logically, all surveillance on the cruise liner should have been malfunctioning, leaving the enemy unaware of their location. It was impossible. Even Han Li was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he recalled something. He turned around, seizing a wealthy man, and snatching the cigar he had been holding. What are you doing? The wealthy man exclaimed in panic, but it was to no avail. Han Li tore open the cigar, revealing an ultra-miniature locator hidden within. Such a device was nearly undetectable. It's a tracker. Ling Han cursed inwardly. How insidious. Han Li crushed the tracker with a swift motion and glared at Lu Dong. You play me for a fool. Lu Dong chuckled. Caution is the mother of safety. Is it not? How will you navigate this predicament? Chapter 160, where wisdom meets deception. At the stern of the ship, Han Li and his companions found themselves surrounded by a formidable contingent of special forces, facing countless firearms and an unseen sniper. To any observer, it appeared they were at their wits' end. However, due to Han Li's hostage situation with several wealthy individuals, Lu Dong refrained from ordering an immediate assault on the bandits. Instead, he procured a chair and sat down, addressing Han Li in a conversational tone. From the moment you boarded this vessel, you entered my grand trap. Every aspect of this was a meticulously crafted scheme to lure you here. The game can now come to a close. Close it, Han Li retorted, yanking a panicked wealthy man to serve as a shield while raising his firearm. The sniper was forced to retract his aim. The special forces grew tense. If Han Li dared to fire first, they would respond without mercy. Lu Dong raised his hand, signaling them to halt. Hold on. You wish to negotiate with me using hostages in exchange for your freedom? Han Li remained noncommittal. Indeed, if you do not wish for these billion-dollar tycoons to perish, you must allow us to leave. Ling Han blustered, pretending to wield authority. The abducted tycoon, filled with terror, exclaimed, please, life is precious. You are still young. Although it was merely a drill, none wished to be eliminated, fearing the disgrace it would bring. Lu, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. I have assisted you before. The tycoon urged, signaling for both parties to negotiate. The audience in the live stream collectively exhaled, relieved that there was at least a hostage present, granting them the ability to negotiate. Han, stay steady. This is exhilarating. The atmosphere was thick with tension as both sides prepared for confrontation. Suddenly, Lu Dong erupted into laughter. Rising from his seat, he drew his firearm and, to the astonishment of everyone present, discharged several rounds. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the abducted tycoons gasped in shock, glancing down at their thighs, only to realize they had been shot. Crimson mist stained their pants. Lu had not targeted the assailants, but rather the hostages. What an outrageous maneuver. Bewilderment consumed the crowd. This fellow's marksmanship was truly appalling, yet Ling Han remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Han Li and the elder's expressions darkened. Just as confusion reigned, Lu Dong spoke, indeed. Taking hostages is quite precarious, but for the kidnappers, a hostage rendered immobile becomes a liability, does it not, Han Li? Oh, so he had deliberately fired to incapacitate the hostages. This was utterly brilliant. Han found himself in a precarious position. Once the hostages became burdens, they would logically need to surrender, yet without hostages, their fate was sealed. The Special Forces team began to grasp the situation. Indeed, kidnappers could not afford to carry a liability. Lu, you are astute. The seasoned veteran, Jiang, acknowledged Lu's strategic acumen. Han Li spat in frustration. He had not anticipated that this temporary captain would prove more formidable than Li Yi. Presently, it seemed they were left with no viable options. The Special Forces team began to celebrate subtly, while Lu Dong fixated on Han Li, scrutinizing his reactions, only to find him still composed, even appearing somewhat at ease. Something was amiss, very much so. Yield your resistance, Lu Dong urged, eager to expedite the process. Once the hostages became liabilities, surrender was their only option. You are indeed impressive. Captain Lu, calculating at every turn, nearly ensnaring me as well. However, unfortunately for you, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. You are still lacking in finesse. At that moment, unnoticed behind Lu Dong, a member of the Special Forces abruptly hurled several smoke grenades, which detonated, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. What is happening? Damn it. There is a traitor. Lu Dong's heart sank. He had never anticipated such an unforeseen occurrence. He had previously harbored suspicions. How did Han Li know where the tycoon was secured? Thus, he had presumed the insider hailed from City C, arriving at the last moment with their own people. Yet, to his shock, the traitor was one of their own from City S. Stop, Han Li. As Lu Dong dashed forward, he could sense impending failure. Upon breaking through the mist, he beheld Han Li, who had a wealthy hostage in tow, standing on the railing at the stern of the ship, a faint smile gracing his lips against the backdrop of the endless sea. Are you insane? Get down. Lu Dong shouted, incredulous. This man seemed utterly reckless. Captain Lu. The bandit is wagering his life. In the next moment, Han Li leaned back with the tycoon and leapt into the abyss. Damn it, Han. No. Lu Dong cursed. Rushing forward, just as he was about to call for a rescue team, his eyes widened in shock, and his entire body trembled. Below, an unexpected yacht had appeared. Han Li and his companions had boarded the vessel, and he looked up, waving at Lu Dong. What the hell? How is this possible? Lu Dong thought. He should have plummeted to his demise. Realizing the rope secured to the ship's hull, understanding dawned on him. And he couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. It turned out Han Li and his crew had cleverly prepared and tied the rope amidst the chaos, leaping down along the ship's side. As for the yacht, it was a planned escape, orchestrated by this scoundrel, Captain Lu. The Special Forces team has dispelled the smoke and is approaching. Han Li had managed to escape. There's still time. Alert the surrounding guard boats. We must pursue. Lu Dong commanded. Fortunately, he had previously arranged several guard boats, which would undoubtedly outpace the yacht. However, a pale-faced technical officer suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad, Captain Lu. The guard boats have lost communication and are scattering in different directions. It's utter chaos." What? Lu Dong grabbed the tablet and was met with a disheartening sight. The guard boats that once circled the cruise ship were now floundering like headless flies. Where are the officers on board? He inquired. Report. No response. Lu Dong staggered back, his mind racing. There was no doubt. This was Han Li's doing, and he had overlooked this crucial layer. Wait. Could it be that Han Li anticipated my every move and had prepped for it? Otherwise, how could all the guard boats vanish at such a critical moment? Recalling Han Li's calm demeanor earlier, Lu Dong's scalp prickled with unease, and goosebumps raced across his skin. This intellect was nothing short of monstrous. On the yacht, Joseph glanced at the disheveled group, perplexed. Boss, what happened? Don't mention it. We encountered an old monster and nearly faced disaster. Han Li sighed with relief. Thankfully, Joseph had kept a contingency plan. The operation remained unaffected. Let us depart. Ding. Congratulations, host. Surviving a perilous encounter has reached a significant milestone. Reward. Hypnotist skill unlocked. Hypnotist. Hypnotize. Hit. Yes. The yacht sailed away in full view of all the officers. The Special Forces team fell into a heavy silence. Damn it. The prize was almost within our grasp, yet it slipped away. Can we pursue? Lu Dong shook his head, resigned. How can we chase? We must hurry to rescue those on the guard boats. If we don't act quickly, they'll be racing towards the Atlantic. Chapter 161. The Arrival of the Magical Police, A Journey to London. Report, Captain Lu. Everyone on the escort vessel has been tied up. The police chief gazed at the weeping crowd, uncertain of what to say. Comforting them was a futile endeavor. Lu Dong set down the intercom, reclining lazily in his chair, smoking a cigarette, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Beside him, the officers from City C wore grim expressions, feeling utterly helpless throughout the ordeal. Especially the head of the criminal investigation team, who had chased after Han Li, only to encounter two minor obstacles that allowed their target to escape. Those two were no ordinary individuals. He sensed that they had their sights set on Han Li. Lu Dong remarked, "Let Han Li worry about it." I inquired with the production team, and it appears that contestants from Yingzhou are seeking revenge. Captain Lu, you must be feeling quite discontented at the moment, right? Discontented? Lu Dong's countenance remained relaxed as he replied, not at all. As the saying goes, we do our best and leave the rest to fate. Sometimes, certain matters are beyond our control. Everyone performed admirably during this operation. We should compile a summary report when we return. Oh, and please refrain from disturbing me, as I intend to bask in the sunlight. Captain Lu maintained a positive outlook, which the police officers understood. This operation had concluded in failure, leaving countless viewers in despair. Despite everything, they still could not apprehend Han Li. At the East Suburb dock, a staff member braved the cold winds, standing alone. Word had it that Han Li was attempting to rob a cruise ship. What madness! How could that even be possible? He must have grown overly ambitious. Then, in the next moment, a yacht sped towards him, coming to a sudden halt, splashing waves upon him. How exhilarating! Ling Han disembarked from the yacht, calling out, "Old man, you look like you're about to be sick." Ridiculous. In the past, we used to swim across for our missions. Ling Han exclaimed, embodying a survivor's demeanor. Having narrowly escaped disaster, I must buy a lottery ticket in the coming days. On the cruise ship, the wealthy passengers, repeatedly surrounded, were nearly unable to escape. Despite it being a drill, these robbers were incredibly fierce. Finally, Han Li descended with Joseph. At that moment, the staff member, wringing out water, caught sight of Han Li and his companions. He was astonished, taken aback. You actually succeeded in robbing? He had heard that this golden cruise ship was a meticulously crafted trap by the police. What on earth was happening? Let us settle this, Han Li said. The staff member quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. However, he glanced around and noticed the absence of bags filled with cash or other valuables. Where are they? Han Li pointed to the few wealthy individuals who were retching. There, those are the ones. What? The staff member was stunned, having never seen a contestant deliver living individuals before. Oh, human trafficking is it? But how much could these fat cats possibly be worth? It wasn't until the staff confirmed the identities of these individuals that the reality struck him. Wang Dong, worth 3 billion. Sun Zai, worth 5 billion. As he gazed at the list of these affluent individuals, now kneeling in utter disarray before him, the staff member felt his worldview shattering. Good heavens. A group of individuals has amassed a fortune close to 100 billion. The staff, somewhat taken aback, turned to Han Li and said, "Brother, I need to report to the director." "Please do," he replied. The director insisted, "Go ahead and eliminate him." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Finding the director's antics amusing, Han Li was left bewildered. "Get out," the director shouted. Ling Han concurred that it was indeed unrealistic for the production team to come up with 100 billion. After discussions between Han Li and the director, it was decided that each person would receive 50 million, with the remainder converted into points. 50 million? Can I really take that? Ling Han mused, feeling he had not contributed significantly this time. "Take it," Han Li urged. "Congratulations, contestant Han Li, you have completed the Golden Cruise robbery," the announcement continued. An estimated total of 200,000 points has been awarded. This revelation left everyone astounded. It signified that Han Li had ascended to the top of the leaderboard. "Congratulations. Han Li, you have reclaimed the #1 spot on the Huaxiao rankings." The live chat exploded with excitement. 200,000? That's insane. If I were Han Li, I would be soaring to new heights. Many netizens believed that Han Li had now become the prime target, and the situation would only grow more perilous. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved Huaxiao's #1 bandit. Reward skill, Bandit Leader. Bandit Leader significantly enhances the abilities of your followers. Wow, what an outrageous skill. Han Li and his companions, each with a suitcase in hand, were preparing to leave when suddenly, a wealthy individual intercepted them, saying, "Hold on, my friend." "What is it?" Han Li inquired. The man explained, "My company sells jewelry. Would you be interested in being a spokesperson?" "Are you serious? You're actually considering hiring a robber as your spokesperson? Have you lost your mind, or is my knife too heavy for you?" Han Li was left speechless. The affluent man elaborated that Han Li's livestream audience had surpassed that of popular celebrities, making him a formidable force in terms of viewership. With such immense traffic, who wouldn't envy it? Thus, we are participating in this exercise to explore collaboration with you. Here, have a cigar. If you partner with my company, I'll offer you 5% equity. Ling Han found this proposition utterly absurd. Seriously? This is how low you'll go? Han Li firmly declined, stating, "I have principles. You know, I'll offer 80 million. The man countered, prompting Han Li to pause. It wasn't an impossible deal. Jewelry? Perhaps he could consider it. A man adorned with a Peppa Pig accessory showcased the jewels he had. Han Li's reluctant promotion was quite the spectacle, bringing laughter to Ling Han and amusement to the onlookers, who enjoyed watching Han Li squirm. To Han Li, it seemed he was merely trying to earn some money. The company's decision to enlist him as a spokesperson indeed led to a remarkable surge in sales, astonishingly rapid. Online, the buzz was palpable. Has a bandit really become a spokesperson? Incredible. The transaction between Han Li and the wealthy, our nation's talented young actors and actresses, including a renowned female star, have revealed her admiration for Han Li. Consequently, numerous companies have sought to collaborate with Han Li online. However, he resolutely refuses to compromise his dignity any further. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Ling Han rushed to the door, and upon opening it, a man collapsed at his feet. Lo and behold, it was the very warrior who had previously attacked them multiple times. This man, now sprawled on the ground, was foaming at the mouth, evidently having been knocked unconscious. Outside stood a mysterious figure, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Han Li, are you there? It's the demon police." Ling Han took a small step back, hiding behind the elder. "What brings you here?" The man produced a ticket to London, stating earnestly, "I am here to take you to meet Q." Chapter 162. Magic? I can only do a little. How infuriating, that fool. Somewhere beneath a tall building, a woman adjusted her cap and sent a message on her phone. "Boss. The warrior has been captured. This Han Li is formidable." A minute later, the reply came, "Come back." Meanwhile, in a room upstairs, the atmosphere was peculiar. Han Li and the others were astonished to find themselves in such a scenario, encountering the infamous demon police in real life. Han Li covered his face in disbelief. "Are you not going to explain?" He gestured towards the unconscious warrior on the floor. "This fellow was merely an easy catch for me. The other likely fled." "You need not worry about any danger," the demon police stated, effortlessly lifting the warrior, startling Ling Han. It turned out that after escaping, the two warriors had made their way here, only to be caught by the waiting demon police. "Come with me to London." Ling Han leaned closer to Han Li and whispered, "President Han, do you know Q?" "I do not." Ling Han was bewildered. "Then why is Q seeking you? Could it be that he is envious of your rise to prominence?" "This is a trap," Han Li replied. "Han Li, come with me to London." The demon police repeated monotonously, resembling a broken record. The elder, now agitated, retorted, "Is that all you can say? My duty is to escort Han Li to London. Regardless of your agreement, I will take him," he asserted, appearing ready for a confrontation. "You dare?" The elder rolled up his sleeves. "Do you think you're so tough?" The two nearly came to blows, but fortunately, Han Li intervened, gathering the elder, Ling Han, and the others for a brief discussion. In truth, Han Li was intrigued by the prospect of meeting the enigmatic Q. He suggested, "Having just concluded our heist on the cruise ship, the police will undoubtedly intensify their scrutiny on us. Perhaps it would be prudent to go abroad for a while to evade attention, and we can return after meeting Q?" Ling Han scratched his head, acknowledging the validity of the statement, but questioned, "Will the production team allow us to go abroad?" "Rest assured, there is nothing that money cannot accomplish. If there is, it is merely a matter of you not offering enough." In City C, within the conference room, the atmosphere was grave as everyone appeared serious. They had just concluded their review of the Gold Cruise ship case. The match between Han Li and Captain Liu was nothing short of a textbook example of strategic finesse. However, the opposing side was utterly unreasonable. I propose we mobilize all available police forces from the surrounding cities to jointly apprehend Han Li. Is it truly necessary? The chief glanced at Lu Dong in the corner, seemingly seeking his opinion. Lu Dong yawned nonchalantly and remarked, since there are only a few competitors in City C, we might as well unite to pursue Han Li. His strength is formidable. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, this was the individual who had bested Lu Dong, the foremost officer in Dongyan. Very well. I shall attend to this matter at once. The chief promptly collaborated with other chiefs from neighboring regions, preparing to execute a reasonable encirclement akin to the previous operation against Q. This time, we shall eliminate Han the dog. Let us rid City C of the clouds of despair. While several domestic cities fervently engaged in the joint pursuit of Han Li, they were blissfully unaware that he had already departed from Huaxia. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Where is he? The officer exclaimed. I've gone abroad. Can you believe it? Han Li replied. In London, at a bustling airport, amidst the throngs of people, a striking figure drew the attention of countless men. Madam, please present your identification, a guard requested. A woman, whose unblemished beauty rivaled that of a top-tier celebrity, retrieved a fake ID from her bag and handed it over. Meanwhile, the man stole glances at her, his heart racing. Who could remain unfazed? I'm in a hurry, she insisted. Enchanted, the man hastily waved her through, thinking to himself. What a beauty. If only I had the means, I would surely keep her as my mistress. Regrettably, a pair of A's is simply unattainable. As the woman reached a certain location, several figures awaited her arrival. Mr. Han, you are truly stunning. They exclaimed. Get lost. Han Li retorted, yanking off his wig, glaring fiercely at the disguised blind magician. Why was I given a woman's ID? The magician, embarrassed yet defiant, replied, this was Q's arrangement. Before venturing abroad, Han Li and his companions had approached the director. Upon learning that this little troublemaker intended to leave Huaxia, the director beamed with delight. Go. You must travel the world. There is so much to see. Without a moment's hesitation, he granted Han Li the permission to depart. After all, it was preferable for him to cause mischief overseas than to torment his own people, wasn't it? The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, exclaiming 666. Let us depart. I just booked a cab, Ling Han said, using his eloquence to summon a taxi. Inside the vehicle, a balding, beer-bellied American with blonde hair shouted, hop in, folks. Shall we grab a bite to eat first? The group climbed aboard, and the foreigner, glancing back, muttered in fluent English, humph, dressed so ostentatiously, clearly not a good person. He assumed these individuals would not comprehend his words. However, the next moment, Han Li replied with a smile, you are absolutely correct, sir. The driver's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head, socially mortified. Here we are, everyone, he announced, and after they settled the fare, they arrived at a quaint food stall showcasing the charm of London. Numerous travelers were seated, sipping afternoon tea. The American seemed particularly fond of tea. Where's Q? They gathered together, and Han Li turned to the magician, revealing that he was in no rush now that they had reached London. The aloof officer, with a cold demeanor, remarked, it is not yet time. What does that mean? Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Is it a robbery? Ling Han inquired. A passing waitress, noticing that it was their first visit, smiled and explained, there are many magicians here who enjoy performing. One flamboyant magician presented a small trick to the audience. As was customary, everyone was taken aback, but unfortunately, today he encountered a formidable opponent. A man stood up, promptly exposing the magician's ruse, leaving him utterly humiliated. You. In that moment, the magician's face turned crimson, helpless as the surrounding patrons mocked him. Magic? Merely childish tricks. The man seemed to hold the magician in contempt, continually deriding him. Perhaps influenced by the magician's skills, Han Li felt a surge of displeasure and rose to say, Sir, please refrain from insulting magic. What did you say? The man, seething with anger, stepped forward to scrutinize Han Li. Upon realizing he was an outsider, his arrogance swelled. Did I say something wrong? The viewers in the live stream were instantly incensed, urging Han to teach him a lesson. Yet, Han was no magician. You look down on me, don't you? Han Li retorted. The man glared down at him. What is it to you? Do you also possess magical skills? Chapter 163. A hypnotic performance shocks the audience. The mysterious king of spades. The man's tone dripped with disdain, seemingly dismissing Han Li entirely. Look at my temper. Ling Han, grasping a bottle, was about to rise, but Han Li restrained him. As it happens, I also know a few tricks. In an instant, the onlookers began to gossip. He turned to the man, calmly asking, is this your wife? Pointing to a modestly dressed woman. Yes. Excellent. I would like to invite your wife to assist me in a performance, if you please. The man, confident that Han Li would not pull any tricks, readily agreed. Madam, please come this way. Han Li said earnestly. Now, I will render you unable to move. Please focus on my eyes, madam. Unable to contain her curiosity, the woman complied, and one could not deny that this man from Huaxia was quite handsome. Far more so than her husband. Close your eyes and relax, Han Li said, pulling the woman gently into his embrace and performing a hypnotic gesture. Sleep now. After a moment, he whispered, clench your hands into fists. What's happening to my wife? The man was about to explode with anger. In the next instant, Han Li released the woman and snapped his fingers in front of her. Stay calm, sir, and watch my performance. Han Li requested a stack of bills from Ling Han. Rest assured, I will return double. He pulled out several notes, shaking them before the woman. A considerable amount of money, isn't it? Indeed. Come and take it. Once you do, it shall be yours. The woman felt an overwhelming joy within her. Could such fortune be true? The man laughed heartily. What on earth? Is this it? Are you not a fool, my compatriot? Yet, a scene unfolded that left everyone astounded. No matter how the woman tried, she remained rooted in place. Unable to move an inch, her palm raised yet unable to unfurl, tightly clenched. What is happening? Jenny, stop playing. The man admonished, only to find the woman equally astonished, seemingly frightened by her own predicament. As you can see, sir, your wife cannot move. The man? The crowd? The viewers in the live stream? Goodness, this is utterly incredible. What kind of trick is this? I want to learn. What transpired? Was it merely a momentary embrace? Hypnosis, indeed. But how terrifying it was. The woman struggled incessantly, yet found herself unable to move. As if her body were in a state of complete paralysis. I refuse to believe this. You must have performed some trick. The man declared with righteous indignation, though panic gripped his heart. In truth, he had not witnessed any subtle movements from Han Li. What trick was there? In that case, allow me to pry into the secrets of your heart, Han Li said, striding toward him. The man instinctively recoiled in fear. What are you going to do? Hey, Mike, don't be a coward. Surely, you don't believe anyone can read minds? He must be deceiving you. The surrounding crowd jeered. And Mike found himself in a precarious position, compelled to assert, Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Bring it on. I envision a scene. A beach, cocktails, a bikini. Han Li casually remarked, all the while keenly observing the man's micro-expressions. At the mention of the bikini, the man's pupils involuntarily constricted, his face momentarily stiffening. A resort? The man gasped. How did he know? Darling, I think we should leave. Just as he attempted to flee, Han Li seized him. Locking his gaze onto the man's eyes. You encountered a woman. What is the initial of her name? A, B, C, D. It's D, Jenny. Let me go? Han Li glanced at the immobile woman beside him. Jenny? I have a close friend named Jenny as well. Wait, have you met her? The woman was taken aback. So, you went on a date with your wife's best friend, and she was wearing a bikini? Did I inadvertently reveal something I shouldn't have? The man's face turned ashen, despair evident. Damn it, man, you've ruined me. That wretched woman. You actually tried to seduce her, you scoundrel. The woman, enraged, could hardly believe that her husband would betray her with her best friend. Let me explain, the man stammered, flustered and stripped of his previous bravado. As he realized the murderous intent in the woman's eyes. Han Li, however, whispered slyly, it appears your wife is quite furious. You know, perhaps I can assist you in making her forget this incident. Really? That would be wonderful. The man exclaimed with delight. However, the condition is that you must apologize to me in front of all the travelers, acknowledging that the magic in this world is sacred, of course. The most important thing is the money. The man, with tears streaming down his face, handed cash to Han Li, pleading not to deceive him. Han Li smiled as he accepted the man's money. Certainly. He returned to the woman, repeating his previous actions, and then snapped his fingers. Now, Jenny, you are still enjoying your tea and preparing to return home to reward your husband. In an instant, the woman opened her eyes wide, bewildered, and murmured, what happened? I remember drinking tea. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The foreigners gazed at Han Li as if witnessing a ghost, utterly incredulous. Is he a deity? What is a deity? It is a term of great reverence in Huaxia. Deity, perform another trick. Instantly, the onlookers rose to their feet, applauding Han Li, praising his remarkable magical performance. The man publicly apologized to Han Li, then shamefully led his wife away, vowing never to encounter a Huaxia person again in his lifetime. It was terrifying. Han Li pocketed the man's money and returned to his tea. Wow, Mr. Han, you can perform magic? That's incredible. The bewildered magic police officer stared at Han Li in shock. Just moments ago, Han Li seemed to have employed an extraordinary hypnotic technique. My heavens. Among the crowd, a reporter exclaimed excitedly. That was astounding. Magic? A girl beside him inquired. That was genuine hypnosis, true hypnosis. The reporter was nearly beside himself, eager to approach Han Li for an autograph. Just as he prepared to approach this hypnotic maestro, the previously dejected magician approached Han Li's table. He first expressed his heartfelt admiration for Han Li's prowess, stating how impressive he was, then produced a card and handed it to him. This is from Q. Han Li raised his head, about to inquire further, only to find the magician had vanished. On the table lay a king of spades, inscribed with a mysterious address. The magic police officer, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Picking up the king of spades, his expression was a complex mix of jealousy, resentment, envy, and astonishment. This is the first time I've seen a king of spades. Q holds you in higher regard than himself. Infuriating. Is everything orchestrated by Q a test of me? Han Li questioned, holding the card. The magic police officer nodded. Q has a very high opinion of you. It seems he has chosen you as the sword bearer. Sword bearer? What does that even mean? Han Li found himself increasingly perplexed by Q. Perhaps this address could provide some answers. The card bore the address, 777, Baker Street. Chapter 164. The unparalleled bandit collaborates with Q. Could it be that they intend to bomb the Pentagon? Just as Han Li's group was about to depart, suddenly, a man from Y country rushed over, with curly hair and a strikingly handsome appearance, blocking Han Li's path. How did you do it? I mean the hypnosis just now. It was utterly amazing. A group of individuals listened in astonishment as he spoke fluent Chinese, leaving Han Li quite taken aback. Do you have time? He inquired. I'm afraid not, Han Li replied. The man, clearly disheartened, did not press further and handed Han Li a business card. This is my card. Do remember to call me when you find some free time. All right, Han Li responded. As the man departed with his companions, Han Li glanced at the card. Editor-in-chief of the Global Daily, Peter. A journalist, perhaps. Let us proceed. They arrived at a rather dilapidated apartment building on Baker Street, as indicated on the card. This is the place, let us go up. As they approached the entrance, An elderly man wearing reading glasses scrutinized them. I've not seen you before. Outsiders, are you? However, upon noticing the king of spades in Han Li's hand, his demeanor altered immediately. Go on up. Here is the key to room 777. Ascending the old staircase, Han Li and his companions clutched the banister as they climbed. Ling Han nearly stumbled, but was fortunately caught by the old man. Damn, is it so troublesome to meet Q? Our Han is the top in China. Ling Han grumbled. Given Han's status, Q should be the one seeking him out. The top in China? Soon that will lose its significance, the magic police remarked. Stepping ahead of the group, Ling Han was left bewildered. What do you mean? How can the top in China lose its value so quickly? Upon reaching the 7th floor, Han Li located room 777, the innermost door, which exuded an air of mystery. As he produced the key and unlocked the door, Q, let me witness your true self, he proclaimed, anticipating the reveal. With a creak, Han Li stepped inside, surveying the room, yet his expression betrayed no delight. Instead, he felt a sense of discomfort. Is Q playing us for fools? Ling Han glared at the magic police. Where's Q? There isn't even a shadow. Anyone would assume it was a prank. However, Ling Han reconsidered. Surely, they wouldn't provoke Han Li, as that would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Han Li soon noticed a solitary chair positioned in the center of the vacant room, upon which sat a projector. Is this left by Q? Perhaps, Han Li mused, glancing at the magic police, who appeared equally perplexed. Well, let us find out. Han Li activated the projector. In the next moment, as the projector whirred to life, a flash illuminated the room, and a series of virtual images materialized before them. At the center stood a man clad in a hooded sweatshirt, his head bowed. It appears you have come as agreed. Han Li, he intoned steadily. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. This enigmatic figure was none other than Q. Wow, how spectacular. Ling Han felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being in a blockbuster film. It seemed this was a pre-recorded message. Thus, the enigmatic figure in the footage continued. I understand that you must be quite upset right now, but I assure you, I will provide great value. To be precise, I sought your assistance for a particular task. Assistance? The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. The notorious Q, the former top criminal of Huaxia and the first to commit crimes abroad, had requested help from Han Li. What an honor for Mr. Han. Q declared, brother, could you do me a favor? Han Li replied, certainly. What a display of prestige. The alliance of two formidable individuals had the viewers in a frenzy. Will they really attempt to bomb the Pentagon? Someone remarked in disbelief. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as countless netizens speculated wildly about the unprecedented meeting between the former top criminal and the current epic figure, envisioning the magnitude of their plans. However, Han Li abruptly cut off the live stream. This segment must remain confidential, he stated. Q paused momentarily, seemingly awaiting Han Li's response. Then inferred his agreement, continuing, it appears you did not terminate the footage, which signifies your consent. Thank you for placing your trust in me. This is all part of the plan, Han Li. Within the room, apart from Q elucidating the scheme, silence enveloped the others, each displaying a unique expression. Ling Han grew increasingly alarmed, exclaiming in shock, as if the plan had petrified him. The elder, lost in thought, puffed on his cigarette, while Han Li attentively absorbed Q's strategy, occasionally gracing the atmosphere with a knowing smile. Madman, just like you, the mad police interjected. What kind of spark would ignite when two lunatics collided? All right, this is my plan. Believe me, our collaboration will make London and the entire Y country tremble, Q concluded. Now, the next move is yours. Do not disappoint me, Han Li. As the footage ended, Ling Han's heart raced uncontrollably with disbelief at Q's audacity. What now? The elder inquired, glancing at Han Li. Han Li responded, we shall proceed. A sinister grin crept across the mad police's face. Mr. Han, think carefully, he warned. Fiddling with the black spade card in his hands, Han Li approached the window, gazing out at the London skyline. I need a new identity. Let us call me the magician. After all, soon he will orchestrate a series of astonishing crimes in London under the guise of magic. Days later, in a vast hall in London, the venue was teeming with a crowd that seemed to stretch into infinity. The atmosphere was electric. All media outlets, stay on alert. The editor of the Global Daily instructed his assistant. The assistant nodded. It seems you hold this magic show in high regard? Indeed, the man smiled. You will be utterly astonished. After all, I have witnessed that magician's incredible feats. Meanwhile, in the throng, a man urged, Hey, Mr. Bush, it's about to begin. Hold on, I'm on my way, don't rush me. A gentleman clad in leather leisurely strolled to his seat, settling down with an air of nonchalance. Clearly unfazed by such spectacles, it was rumored that he was an exceptionally skilled magician. No matter how formidable the magic, there are always traces to be found. He quipped playfully, having earned a reputation as an expert in debunking illusions. To date, he had never faced defeat. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as the venue plunged into darkness. When the lights flickered back to life, a figure clad in a white suit and adorned with a silver mask emerged at the center of the stage, exuding an aura of poise, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The audience erupted in cheers, applause resonating throughout, their eyes alight with fervor. Through the mask, Han Li observed the scene, bowing graciously as he addressed the crowd. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. I am immensely grateful for your presence here tonight. Remarkably, the audience complied. I suspect many of you harbor grievances against banks, do you not? The spectators nodded in unison, responding affirmatively. Excellent, Han Li continued, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Then today, we shall orchestrate a heist of monumental proportions. Ladies and gentlemen, I will demonstrate how to rob the largest bank in London from 1,000 miles away. A robbery from afar? Incredible. The viewers in the live stream just tuning in, were taken aback by his audacious proclamation. Initially stunned, the audience below soon erupted in a wave of raucous cheers. A madman indeed. Bush, removing his hat, realized he was witnessing a magician performing a heist. How would this unfold? Chapter 165, a daring heist from afar. This maneuver was nothing short of extraordinary. Robbing the largest bank in London from a distance. Unbelievable. This is impossible, exclaimed an assistant from the Global Daily, outright dismissing the notion. This defies all logic. Even the editor, who had previously witnessed Han Lee's performances, momentarily doubted. Perhaps he was merely jesting? A lunatic, indeed. Who could say? Bush, smoking a cigarette, surveyed the intensely enthusiastic crowd, nearly in a frenzy. His brow furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, on stage, Han Lee hushed the crowd. Now, please welcome my assistant. Amidst a cacophony of sound, a man donned in a clown mask stepped forward, waving at the eager audience before approaching Han Lee's side. He whispered, Mr. Han, your skills are remarkable. How has your practice been progressing? Just watch closely, Han Lee replied. Next, we will select a random audience member. My assistant will hold colored balls, and through a draw, we shall determine our fortunate participant. Han Lee produced the prepared colored balls, moving to one side of the stage, igniting a fervor among the audience. Pick me. Me. The crowd's enthusiasm soared as Han Lee extended the colored ball to the only man not applauding, stating, Sir, you have been chosen. What? Me? The man exclaimed, taken aback, unable to believe he had been selected. Oh my, I assure you, this is entirely a random selection. Even I am astonished. The man, filled with excitement, then randomly picked the colored ball and handed it to Ling Han. Ling Han smiled as he accepted it, subtly performing a small action with his hand. He lifted a white ball high, allowing all the spectators to see it. Zone 3. The people in Zone 3 became tense. Who could it be? How thrilling. Humph. Just an old trick. Bush merely smiled with amusement, recording the moment with his tape recorder. Subsequently, Han Lee instructed Ling Han to draw the number. And it was the 6th row, 3rd seat. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards that position, where a middle-aged gentleman sat, momentarily stunned. As all the lights focused on him, the announcer declared, Sir, congratulations. You have been chosen as the role of the robber. Oh my goodness. The middle-aged man excitedly stood up, while those around him looked on with envy. Excellent. Bring him over. Ling Han led the still astonished lucky spectator onto the stage. What should I call you? Margot. How do you feel right now? Absolutely fantastic. Han Lee embraced him, calming him down as he smiled, and said, Before we proceed, my assistant will perform a little show for everyone. Ling Han produced a hat, exclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, behold. What? Instantly, all eyes shifted to the performing magician, Ling Han. No one noticed Han Lee, who had wrapped his arm around the fortunate spectator, beginning his subtle actions. I will conjure a flying dove from this hat, so watch closely. However, after shaking the hat for a while, no dove appeared. What's happening? Ling Han was baffled. Where was the dove he had prepared? The dove should be right here. Han Lee released the man and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, one by one, doves burst forth from the hat, fluttering and filling the stage, eliciting exclamations of delight from the audience. The fortunate spectator opened his eyes, a bit dazed as Ling Han guided him to the center. Please stand here, sir. Next, I will transport you instantly to the vault of the largest bank in London. Is that for real? Please take this card, sir. All right. Han Lee piqued everyone's interest as he produced a large cloth, just enough to cover an adult's figure. Now close your eyes. He held the cloth up to the multitude of spectators, saying, Don't blink. Something spectacular is about to happen. Under the watchful eyes of all, the magician tossed the cloth, which slowly descended, enveloping Margot. The cloth wrapped around him like a statue. Countless spectators held their breath, wondering what would transpire. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Han Lee snapped his fingers. Bang! In the next instant, the cloth enveloping Margot seemed to lose all air, collapsing to the ground. The audience. The editor-in-chief of the Global Daily stood up in astonishment. Oh my! The assistant beside him trembled. He just vanished. Mr. Bush, this must be magic. Bush took a sip of his drink to calm his nerves, urging his friends not to be deceived by appearances. As you can see, all that remains on the floor is a piece of cloth. But what of the person? Han Lee feigned a look of difficulty. Hey, look at the big screen. The audience turned their gaze. The large display revealed Margot's panicked expression, leading the audience to deduce that he was indeed situated in the vault of the London Bank. Editor-in-chief. Is that truly the vault of the London Bank? The assistant remained skeptical. However, the editor-in-chief stood in stunned silence. He was a longtime patron of the London Bank and had entered the vault countless times. It was an uncanny replica. Simultaneously, a manager from the London Bank rose to his feet, pointing at the screen, exclaiming, Damn it, stop this. What you are doing is criminal. I came to witness a magic show, and yet you dare to rob my bank right before my eyes. That is indeed the vault of their bank. I must call the police. Nevertheless, the already frenzied audience paid him no heed. Shoo, hold your applause. Han Lee raised a finger, and the crowd fell silent. Mr. Margot, take a deep breath and tell me, where are you right now? Han Lee addressed the big screen, having previously provided Margot with a communication earpiece. Margot surveyed his surroundings, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had been on stage. Now, he found himself in the vault of the London Bank, thousands of miles away. I'm truly in the vault of the London Bank. Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted in astonishment. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. What the hell? Is this real teleportation? Damn it, magic should not be displayed before muggles. Han Lee declared, This time, I shall allow you to experience the life of a bandit. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Han Lee quelled the audience's restless excitement. Mr. Margot, what do you see? As the screen shifted, the interior of the bank vault was laid bare. Strikingly realistic. Oh, I see it. I see it, Margot exclaimed, stepping closer, covering his mouth in sheer exhilaration. The large screen followed his movement, revealing stacks of neatly arranged banknotes. Margot picked up a bundle of cash. Money. I see so much money. Am I dreaming? Hanley encouraged. Go ahead and take a whiff, sir. Margot raised the banknotes to his nose and declared, oh, the scent of money. Today is the happiest day of my life. Mr. Margot, please place your card in the center of the banknotes and commence the heist. Hanley grinned wickedly, resembling a demon urging a hapless soul. The audience, captivated, gazed upon him as if witnessing a deity perform miracles. The man beside Bush wiped his brow. Old friend, I can't distinguish reality. This magic is too bizarre. Within the vault, Margot, entranced, replied, yes, my lord. At that very moment, administrative personnel from the London Bank arrived for an inspection, accompanied by a sizable entourage. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, they entered the bank. How is the vault's funding recently? Everything is normal, madam. The woman replied, lead the way. This way. The manager, accompanied by a group, arrived at the entrance of the London Bank vault and opened it. Chapter 166. Alarm the Queen. This is serious. Has Mr. Han been arrested? What should I do? At this moment, Margot was overwhelmed with excitement. Everything exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Hanley instructed, take a few steps forward, and you will see a massive ventilation duct above the stacked banknotes. I see it. Excellent. Now press the switch on the wall beside you, and the banknotes will fly away. Upon hearing this, Margot felt a rush of anticipation and decisively pressed the red switch on the wall. The ventilation duct began to operate, and a fierce wind surged forth, resembling a colossal vortex that consumed everything beneath it. My God, Margot exclaimed, watching as the vortex lifted the banknotes, drawing them towards the duct. It was unimaginable. He was witnessing a robbery that could only be described as miraculous. Countless spectators were astounded. Is this how one can rob? Heaven, tell me this is but a jest. The editor of the Global Daily prayed that this was merely Hanley's prank. If it were true, he was certain that all of London would tremble. While Margot stood there, grinning foolishly as he watched the banknotes being sucked in, at that very moment, the lobby manager was taken aback. He seemed to hear something stirring within the vault. Rubbing his head, he thought, is it just my imagination? It must be due to my late night yesterday. What are you hesitating for? Open it, the woman urged. She was there to assess the security situation at the London Bank. Though she said this, with such an advanced security system, who could possibly steal anything? It was rumored that a notorious criminal impersonator had attempted to rob this bank, but after much effort, he could not open the door and nearly broke down when apprehended. The lobby manager boasted about their bank's impregnable defenses. The woman remained unfazed. Nonsense. After investing so much money and sustaining you for so many years. Right away, madam. The lobby manager took out a key, inserted it, steadied himself with both hands, and began to turn the vault's door. Slowly, a glimmer of light seeped from within the vault. With a heavy thud, the vault door swung wide open. Just as the woman was about to step inside, a sudden flash caught her eye. Something darted past. When her vision cleared, she was left utterly stunned, frozen in place. The others accompanying her were similarly petrified, standing motionless. The lobby manager, puzzled by the scene, walked in, eager to inquire. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Before him, where a substantial mountain of banknotes should have been stored, there was not a single note in sight. No. This is impossible. What is happening? He fretted anxiously, like an ignorant child. Damn it, they're all gone. The woman stepped forward, crouched down, and picked up the only card left at the scene. This is a pure white card, inscribed with a line of golden text. The magician has arrived. Accompanying the card is a king of spades. The woman's face is a mask of fury as she clutches the two cards and turns to the manager of the hall. Her voice cold as ice. You are fired. Now, go notify the police. The London Bank has been robbed. Instantly, chaos erupts in the bank, as everyone is thrown into a frenzy. Inside the venue, Margot's image fades, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Hanley, perplexed, remarks, I imagine everyone is quite curious about where the money has gone. Am I right? Yes. Please tell us. My curiosity is insatiable. He continues, shoo. Why not look up at the sky? Perhaps a surprise awaits. At this, countless audience members instinctively look upwards. A man feels something delicate land on his face. What could it be? As he picks it up, his eyes widen in disbelief. Is this not money? Real banknotes. It is a miracle. Surely, this is the work of divine intervention. A deluge of banknotes cascades down like a torrential rain, showering the entire venue and igniting the impatient hearts of the audience. Greed fills the air as people rise, disregarding their dignity, reaching out to seize the falling riches. Cheers and cries of joy fill the bustling hall, where every spectator praises this grand performance. The editor of the Global Daily, eager to capture the moment, realizes his phone has been confiscated. He looks at his assistant, excitement radiating from him. Now you believe? The assistant, utterly astonished, clutches a handful of banknotes, declaring, from now on he is my god. Amidst the frenzy of people scrambling for cash, Bush and his old partner were expressions of dread. Brother, could he truly have teleported? Bush retorts, do you really believe that? But there are no flaws. Listening to his friend's words, Bush turns his gaze to the stage, where the white figure overseeing everything elicits a sigh from him. What a perfect crime. As money rains down, Hanley opens his arms, reveling in the thrill of control, relishing the perfection of his act. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic show has concluded. Until we meet again. The audience erupts in applause, their acclaim resounding. This is undoubtedly the most explosive magic performance in London's history. As the lights dim and then reignite, the figure on stage has vanished. Call the police. Arrest him. He is committing a crime. The previously calm manager of the London bank, now furious, curses as he scrambles to grab the scattered money. You don't understand. I intend to return this, he exclaims, stuffing the bills into his pockets. Somewhere in London, behind the scenes of the crime performance program, a group is in disarray. Not long ago, they received news from headquarters. A contestant from Huaxia has arrived in their country. Unfortunately, this contestant is none other than Han Li, the one who previously demolished the Sakura Tower and assassinated the Emperor of Yingzhou, causing a sensation. Is he formidable? One asks. Indeed, he is currently ranked first in Huaxia. He is exceptionally powerful. Mr. Smith, stroking his chin, candidly admitted his disinterest in foreign competitors, burdened as he was with his own myriad of troubles. Since this individual had arrived, he might as well indulge in his whims. As for the headquarters stance, a man clad in a black suit, carrying a briefcase, responded. The headquarters holds this contestant in high regard and will take full responsibility for any consequences. Then what is there to discuss? Let him have his way. Smith scoffed. In the vast expanse of London, what mischief could a mere Chinese individual possibly conjure? At worst, he would bear the repercussions. Moments later, a staff member rushed in, exclaiming, Mr. Smith, Han Li has just robbed the London bank. Countless employees stood in stunned silence. Good heavens, is he that formidable? Mr. Smith, I hope you meant what you said. The man hurriedly exited, visibly shaken. It was terrifying. Having just arrived, he boldly looted the largest bank in London. Oh no, Mr. Smith has fainted. Meanwhile, Burrow was lying in wait, observing a mysterious figure ahead, a wanted fugitive he had pursued for quite some time. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, at a critical moment, he received a call from his superior. Damn it, you're ruining my chances. Get over here now. I'm about to capture a criminal. The London bank has been robbed, and the Queen is furious. I'm on my way. Burrow sped through the streets in his police car, witnessing headlines blaring everywhere. Breaking news. Mysterious magician robs London bank from afar. A new wave of crime? Who is he? The magician. A magician? On the streets, discussion swirled, each person more astonished than the last. When did magic become a means to rob banks? What a ridiculous situation. Upon reaching his colleagues, he found them armed and prepared for confrontation, with even the FBI involved. Had they been stirred into action as well? Burrow felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of figure was this magician? Just what we needed. The suspect is inside. Hasn't he escaped? Charge in. With little effort, the team stormed the residence, swiftly gaining control. At that moment, Han Li sat calmly on the sofa, sipping a soda, and upon noticing the Royal London Police's entrance, wore an expression of utter composure. Don't move. FBI. The Royal London Police are conducting an investigation. We suspect you of robbing the bank, and we formally arrest you. Burrow approached, casting a deep gaze at Han Li. He then took out handcuffs, securing them around Han Li's wrists, and declared solemnly, You are under arrest, sir. Chapter 167. A fearsome character emerges from London. Han Li raised his hands, smiling. Please proceed. Before long, the Royal London Police escorted Han Li and the others to a nearby police station. Viewers in the live stream were astounded. Mr. Han has been arrested? This is disastrous. Will he be eliminated? This is the first time the audience witnessed Mr. Han being apprehended by the police. Once he enters the station, it's all over. Inside the police station, Burrow complained. Hey, why is this case assigned to me? Can't those idle officers take the reins? I was just about to capture that fugitive. The superior turned to him earnestly and remarked, Your reputation precedes you. The Queen herself has appointed you. Do you understand? With a scowl, Poirot, clutching the documents, expressed his disdain for the mess he was about to inherit. As he opened the door, a well-dressed man with gold-rimmed glasses had been waiting patiently. He initiated the conversation, saying, Good day, Officer Poirot. Who is he? This is Mr. Bond, the renowned Interpol agent. You should get acquainted. He will assist you in unraveling the case. With that, the superior departed, leaving Poirot to familiarize himself with the international investigator. Hello, Mr. Poirot. I'm far from well, Poirot retorted, waving dismissively. Do as you please. Just don't hinder my work. Where is that unfortunate soul who robbed the bank? Bond hesitated. He is of little use. What do you mean? Minutes later, the suspect exclaimed, I'm not ill. It's teleportation. In an instant, I was in the bank vault. This is true magic. Why don't you believe me? Margot's anguished cries echoed. He spoke with such fervor, yet the officers remained skeptical. So, you believe this is magic? Indeed. Poirot set down the documents. Realizing he had been hypnotized, not only him, but nearly everyone present had succumbed to the same fate, Bond interjected. Is it truly that outrageous? We're talking about nearly 100 witnesses. Could it really be that miraculous? Let us confront the suspect directly, Poirot declared, leading Bond as they followed the officers to the room where the suspect was detained. Peering through the window, they observed a delicate young man seated, deftly handling a deck of cards. Is he of Chinese descent? Yes. What is his name? Unknown. Poirot raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, unknown? The officer sighed in exasperation. There's no record of this individual. He does not exist in any database from China. Strange. I wish to interrogate him. Would you mind? Poirot was eager to witness this magician's talents. The officer whispered, Be cautious, officer. He is quite enigmatic. Enigmatic? How amusing. Greetings, officer. Han Li smiled warmly at the entering Poirot, exuding an approachable demeanor. Poirot took a seat, his expression fierce. Do not play your petty tricks. I know you are the murderer. That unfortunate Margot was merely a scapegoat. Han Li remained unfazed, responding, You have no evidence directly linking me to the bank heist. I merely covered that man with a cloth, and then he vanished. Indeed, the officer lacked direct evidence to substantiate the charges against him. Poirot understood this well, but added, Yet you shall still be deemed an accomplice. You know you cannot hold me, officer. Oh, really? I have encountered many like you. I will relentlessly pursue you. Poirot seized Han Li by the collar, issuing a fierce warning. Han Li tilted his head. Remember, do not get too close to the magician. The next moment, Poirot was astonished to find that the very shackles binding Han Li had inexplicably ensnared him instead. What on earth? Officer, may I take my leave now? Han Li inquired, retracting his hands and addressing Bond beside him. You may depart, Poirot sighed heavily. The inspector could not detain Han Li and could only watch helplessly as he was released. What a spectacle! Han Li swaggered out of the London police station, playfully raising a friendly middle finger to those behind him. The viewers in the live stream were baffled. What? He actually got away. Han Li replied, what can you do? To be frank, without evidence. They had no choice but to let him go. It seemed that Mr. Han was well aware of this fact. I have a premonition that Mr. Han's visit to the police station must involve some ulterior motive. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Han Li transformed into a magician, orchestrating a sensational robbery in London that captivated the entire city. Due to the constraints of the crime role-play program across different countries, communication between nations remained limited. Consequently, the people of London were abuzz with curiosity about the true identity of this magician. He must be one of our own. Nonsense, he belongs to our great Zhou. He is definitely from country M. At that moment, Han Li met with a stranger, a middle-aged man, along with Ling Han at a restaurant. I am the director of the London crime role-play program. Han Li, we have heard about your exploits, and your actions have put us in a difficult position, Smith said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had been so frightened these past few days that he could barely sleep. Fortunately, Han Li had informed their crew before committing the crime. Otherwise, he might have faced the Queen's wrath. Rest assured, I will return the money, but not right now. The program hasn't prohibited me from doing this, has it? Han Li remarked. Well, if that is the case, then there is no problem. I shall continue my crimes. I am happy. You are happy. Everyone is happy. What is not to like? Smith was sweating profusely now. What kind of talk is that? You may be happy, but the pressure is all on us. All right. However, we hope you can reveal your identity to the public so they know you are a contestant in the program. After all, I've heard the police have even summoned real international Interpol agents. This has escalated. Smith exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry. I will prove that I am a contestant, but I hope you can keep my true identity confidential. Confidential? Are you suggesting we fabricate an identity? The magician is the identity I will adopt in London, Han Li replied. Very well, then all points earned in London will be attributed to this magician persona, ostensibly under our London program. Is that acceptable? That is fine, Han Li agreed nonchalantly. After their conversation, Smith bid farewell to Han Li, as he had a plethora of matters to attend to. Soon, online, Han Li used a secondary account to confirm he was a contestant in London's crime roleplay. Contestant? Instantly, the entire city of London was further astounded. No way. Everyone knows this is a program where passers-by portray criminals. Yet, you, a mere passerby, achieved what international fugitives could not in nearly a decade. The Queen was astonished. This is utterly outrageous. Just as people were beginning to doubt. The criminal leaderboard of London's crime roleplay updated, introducing the third position, the magician. The internet erupted. Wait, is this for real? We have produced a formidable individual in London. The leaderboard was buzzing. Some competitors from country Y regard this magician as a deity. In a certain conference room, Bush met with Officer Poirot, who cryptically remarked, You summoned me for the magician, did you not? I have heard you possess a talent for unmasking illusions. Chapter 168. This method of crime is unprecedented. The Queen has decreed that he must be apprehended in the short term. Thus I wish to discern how he looted the bank. Poirot felt immense pressure. The elder Bush chuckled, who said he robbed the bank. What do you mean? Follow me. Moments later, they arrived at the venue where Han Li had previously performed. The place was empty, and Bush instructed Poirot to reenact the earlier case. Stand still. Producing a cloth from seemingly nowhere, Bush draped it over Poirot. You are about to teleport, Officer Poirot. Suddenly, Poirot felt the ground beneath him vanish, and he found himself falling through an odd conduit. Following this passage, he astonishingly arrived at the vault of the London Bank. Everything around him appeared so lifelike. Damn, it's a replica. Indeed. Bush opened a large door and entered. Then why are the genuine banknotes from the London Bank missing if they did not rob the bank? Bond inquired, perplexed. Bush replied, Sometimes, one need not rob a bank. It's a cash transport vehicle. In the words of the Chinese, it's akin to stealing beams and replacing columns. They switched the goods. Instantly, the entire event became crystal clear. This was no mere magic act, but a premeditated scheme. The officers present gaped in astonishment, witnessing such an innovative method of crime. What a revelation. Impressive. Extraordinary. Suddenly, an officer shouted, Officer Poirot, the magician's next performance is imminent. What? The crowd was astonished. We have our eyes on him. Does he dare to perform again? Committing a crime in defiance. This time, they shall not escape. We must uphold the honor of the Royal Police of Country Y. In a certain building, as the second wealthiest entrepreneur in Country Y, the elder displayed remarkable courtesy towards the young man before him. Why? Because the individual in question was none other than the renowned magician. Collaboration? Indeed, sir, this is a lucrative deal, Han Li stated, his demeanor as polished as silver. The elder wiped his brow. Do I have a choice in this matter? Han Li smiled slightly. What do you think? Behind him, with a resounding bang, the magic police lifted a bodyguard effortlessly and hurled him to the ground. The elder drew his blade, standing behind Han Li like two incarnations of death. Within minutes, all the bodyguards lay defeated, leaving the CEO in a state of shock. I agree to your terms. Han Li snapped his fingers. A wise choice. In the next moment, the room plunged into darkness. When the CEO opened his eyes again, Han Li and his companions had vanished. Ghosts. Stepping out of the building in broad daylight, Han Li encountered a group surrounding the vicinity. They were all there to demand insurance compensation. Mr. Han, I perceive that this executive does not appear to be a virtuous individual. Naturally, if he were virtuous, would I seek him out? Ling Han was bewildered. What does that mean? Han Li spoke. Once the location is determined, please procure a detailed map of the vicinity for me. On the day of the performance, you two, the great ones, will remain outside, as alternative arrangements will be made. The audience in the live stream began to stir with excitement. Something significant is about to unfold. The grand event is approaching. A few days later, in a certain area of London. Is this the place? Poirot surveyed the throngs of people filling the streets. All gathered to witness the performance. The notoriety of this magician rivals that of the Queen of the Y Country. How do you intend to capture him? Bond inquired. Poirot led him to a tall building and produced a walkie-talkie, stating, Are we all in position? Unit 1 in position. Unit 2 in position. Unit 3 in position. Amidst the crowd, the royal constables of the Y Country looked up at the only tall building, silently guarding all the exits of the performance venue. I have encircled the venue, blocking their escape routes. Poirot remarked, his smile revealing his cunning. At that moment, Poirot received a call from the FBI. Good news, Poirot. What is it? We have traced the magician's phone. Poirot was astonished. This was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Splendid. This collaboration is bound to succeed. After hanging up, Bond discerned Poirot's determination and produced 2 tickets, saying, In that case, shall we go meet this magician? Certainly. Poirot eagerly accepted the tickets. This time, he was determined to redeem himself. Soon, the performance was about to commence, and a massive crowd surged into the venue, all eager to catch a glimpse of the magician. As the crowd entered, a constable stationed at entrance B had just finished his report when a pair of hands suddenly emerged, swiftly incapacitating him. The magic enforcer, witnessing the fallen royal constable, wore a sinister grin. Meanwhile, backstage, the unfortunate entrepreneur was laughing in delight, for he had not anticipated that this performance could yield millions. What a thrill. Do you believe in psychological magic? Han Li adjusted his attire and expressed a desire to engage the elder in a game. He guessed the elder's response would be a yes or no. Nonsense, you are utterly ignorant. My mother is named Elizabeth, sharing a surname with the Queen. Furthermore, I attended an international language academy in elementary school, which was quite prestigious. The entrepreneur mocked Han Li. The magician is not omnipotent. Apologies, I seem to have blundered. It appears I need more practice. Han Li feigned a sigh, but in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of triumph shone in his eyes. The time had come. Han Li donned a pristine white suit and a silver mask. He was ready to perform. The magician has arrived. In the audience, Poirot reported. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Han Li stepped onto the stage. He bowed to everyone present. We meet again, dear friends. Do not blink. For a splendid performance is about to commence, much like a traditional magic show. Han Li performed one mesmerizing illusion after another, each a mere trifle for one endowed with the skill of a magician. Now, I shall collectively hypnotize you all. A selected group of audience members on stage gasped in disbelief. Yet, with each snap of his fingers, they fell into a trance-like state. When I say don't move, stand still, you will rush forward like madmen, toppling anyone you encounter, Han Li proclaimed. With a final snap, the audience echoed his command, clearly under his spell. As the show approached its grand finale, Han Li's attention shifted to the affluent patrons seated on the second tier. He gestured toward these wealthy individuals, including collaborating entrepreneurs. For this performance, we have invited many renowned tycoons. Now, let them come forth and join us for the final act. Amused, the billionaires ascended the stage, positioning themselves beside Han Li. One entrepreneur jested, How intriguing. What will you showcase next? You will find out shortly, Han Li replied. At that moment, Ling Han approached, holding several covered placards, shrouded in an air of mystery. Just as curiosity peaked among the onlookers, Han Li unveiled the signs. Checks. What on earth? $200 million. Each placard displayed astronomical figures, eliciting awe and excitement from the audience. However, the billionaires were rendered speechless, their faces drained of color. Does this number seem familiar? Han Li teased, while the tycoons gasped in horror. Wasn't this the exact amount of their bank deposits? Even the decimal points were precise. What are you implying? Han Li announced. Next, I shall divide all of your wealth. The billionaires on stage gasped in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and dread. Surely, you jest, magician. An elderly entrepreneur thought Han Li was merely playing a prank, nearly falling for it. Yet, upon witnessing Han Li's serious demeanor, the elder stood dumbfounded, trembling as he stammered. Are you serious? In the audience, Bolo seethed, This is utterly ridiculous. I have never encountered such preposterous claims. Meanwhile, outside the venue, a command vehicle was parked, where the head of FBT surveyed the map dotted with red points. He picked up his radio and commanded, Surround them. Instantly, armed officers disembarked, preparing for action. Chapter 169. Han Li, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Ignoring the bewildered billionaires, Han Li turned his gaze back to the audience and declared, Please, everyone rise. Thank you for your cooperation. In unison, the audience obeyed, standing at Han Li's behest. Now, I ask everyone to take out your mobile phones. The crowd, puzzled, wondered what Han Li intended. Nevertheless, they complied, retrieving their devices. Observing that most had pulled out their phones, Han Li continued, Open your banking apps. How much do you have, my friend? $1,000. And you? $300. As she uttered those words, the lady appeared quite bashful, seemingly fearful of ridicule. Indeed, The affluent individuals on stage listened to the modest accounts of the impoverished, and though they did not overtly mock, their eyes betrayed a profound disdain. Oh, how pitifully destitute. I am certain that everyone has been tormented by the weight of financial struggles, unlike those prosperous souls on stage who experience no such worries. Just imagine. What if the roles were reversed? Upon the utterance of this thought, a palpable stir swept through the crowd. Indeed, I shall transform everyone into the wealthy. Ha ha. Finally, as Han Li concluded his words, a young tycoon could no longer contain his laughter, casting a scornful glance at Han Li. You? Preposterous. How ridiculous. What a mere jester. Believing himself a god wielding dominion over all. Do you not believe? Han Li lowered his gaze, then turned to face the downtrodden, his voice brimming with fervor. Alas. Magic is but the miraculous transformation of the impossible into the possible. At that moment, a notification sound shattered the atmosphere. A gasp arose from the crowd as they turned to see a woman incredulously staring at the balance on her phone. Ding, 120,000 has been transferred. Her previously meager 600 had now transformed her into a person of wealth. My balance has become 120,000, she exclaimed, raising her phone high with uncontainable excitement. What? The wealthy were taken aback. What is this? Humph, a fluke. It must be a fabrication. She is an accomplice. TCH, just a petty trick. The affluent were eager to exit the stage, wishing to put an end to this absurd spectacle. Martin, aren't you leaving yet? At that moment, the aforementioned Martin stood frozen in disbelief. He turned stiffly to his wealthy companions and, trembling, inquired, why has my balance inexplicably diminished by 500,000? As these words left his lips, the other affluent individuals suddenly recalled the cards that Han Li had given each of them. Lowering their gazes, they beheld a bizarre scene unfolding. As the notification echoed from the audience, the balances on their cards were inexplicably dwindling. What in the world? Damn it. My bank manager just called to inform me that I've lost 2 million. A thunderous shockwave erupted. Ding, 230,000 has been transferred. Ding, 150,000 has been transferred. Ding, 340,000 has been transferred. The incessant notifications rang out, accompanied by a cacophony of screams that surged like a tidal wave throughout the venue. What a beautiful melody. If the first instance was mere chance, then what of this? No, stop. Damn it. One wealthy individual gazed at his rapidly depleting balance, utterly despondent. The chorus of lamentations from the affluent echoed through the hall, while below, a chorus of cheers erupted, a stark contrast that left Bolo and Bond, seated in the audience, utterly bewildered. What had once seemed absurd was now manifesting before our very eyes. Good heavens, he is committing a crime right before us. Bolo scratched his head, articulating a profound realization. Bond nodded in agreement. However, how did he achieve this? Han Li approached the edge of the stage, casting his gaze upon the impoverished woman from earlier, and inquired once more, now, madam, would you kindly disclose your balance? The woman, her face obscured by her hands and tears streaming down her cheeks, replied with fervor, $450,000, esteemed magician. Are you pleased? I am incredibly delighted. The entrepreneur glanced down at his card, panic washing over him, utter panic. Magician, have you lost your mind? Haven't you realized? What? These spectators are victims of each of your companies. I am merely returning what they rightfully deserve, Han Li asserted. The wealthy, upon further scrutiny, recognized the familiar faces of their past victims. Why would you do this? They are all earning money. Is that not sufficient? Why concern yourself with these destitute individuals? Han Li's voice resonated with conviction. Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Boom. The audience erupted in fervor, cheering wildly. Well said. Well said. Bond raised his fist in approval. Bolo, taken aback, coughed. Ahem, I was merely overcome with excitement. The viewers in the live stream fell into an eerie silence, only to explode with enthusiasm shortly after. Han Li declared, robbing the rich to aid the poor, my young friend. The financier exclaimed, you are acting against me? This is underhanded, isn't it? The affluent protested, before our very eyes, you pilfer our wealth to distribute to the impoverished. How outrageous. The entrepreneur, seething with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Han Li's head, exclaiming, you cannot steal my money. Why not? You have already divulged your mother's name to me. The entrepreneur suddenly realized that Han Li had breached his accounts. You were deceiving me all along. Indeed, Han Li chuckled, sending shivers down the spine of the elderly man. In that moment, all the once mighty tycoons found themselves at the mercy of an ordinary passerby. A chilling realization dawned upon them. Was he truly a deity? Curse it, my money. It's all gone. You little rascal, I will ensure you rot in prison for life. As he spoke, the enraged entrepreneur and the wealthy rushed towards Han Li to seize him. However, in the next instant, before they could take more than a few steps, they found themselves entangled, their feet shackled. The affluent were left in utter disarray, while the impoverished audience applauded in approval, condemning the wealthy for their plight. Curse it. What a disgrace. Remember, do not approach the magician too closely. Han Li removed his hat and placed it upon the elderly man's head, retreating into the background. He was making his escape. Bolo sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. The performance isn't over yet. He hurriedly left his seat, racing towards Han Li, shouting, do not leave, halt. Suddenly, several previously hypnotized spectators seemed to lose all rationality, instinctively rushing to tackle Bolo, blocking his path. Let go. Don't run, stop. Bolo watched helplessly as Han Li ascended slowly with the rope. How infuriating. Soon, the FBI agents entering the venue separated the individuals present, and the lead officer produced a tracker for Han Li, handing it to Bolo, stating, he hasn't gotten far. The disheveled BOLO gazed at the moving red dot on the screen and sneered. Don't think you can escape. Pursue him. Chapter 170. A dog that toyed with all the officers. BOLO, observing the location on his phone, rushed out of the performance hall with several officers, cursing, this magician cannot escape. With the tracker in hand, he felt invincible. Not even Jesus could save him now. Report, there are too many people outside. Evacuate. I demand an evacuation. Bond replied, leave this to me. He took charge with a few officers to manage the chaos inside the hall. The wealthy patrons vociferously condemned the magician, insisting that he must be apprehended at all costs. My money. At that moment, a report came in. A suspect had escaped through exit B. An officer stationed at the door found himself unable to move, overwhelmed by the crowd. He caught sight of a suspicious figure. Surely it was the magician. Quick, pursue him. I'll handle this here. The officer pushed through the throng, glancing back at his unfamiliar colleague and, without further thought, expressed his gratitude before pursuing the magician. Once he departed, the officer lifted his head. It was the magic officer, holding keys and approaching a nearby police car. Meanwhile, the officers turned down various streets. BOLO ran, while keeping an eye on the red dot's trajectory. It was evident that Han Li could not escape. Everything was under their control. Suddenly, the red dot halted. The tracker had ceased its movement, and BOLO realized they had arrived at a nearby tavern. The red dot was inside the tavern. Attention, everyone. The magician is inside. BOLO led the charge, bursting into the tavern, gun raised, shouting, don't move, magician, you have nowhere to retreat. However, upon closer inspection, he was momentarily struck dumb. Before him sat only a golden dog, panting with its tongue out, grinning foolishly. What on earth? He picked up his phone and checked the red dot's location, discovering it was indeed that of the dog. The royal officers and the FBI who followed closely behind were equally perplexed. What is going on? ISNT that the magician? Why is it a dog? One officer exclaimed, wide-eyed. Of course not, you fool. BOLO chastised him, tugging at the collar around the dog's neck, which was blinking with a red light. Wasn't he that the tracker? BOLO sighed. We've been played. In the end, we mobilized the entire royal police force to capture a dog. If this gets out, we'll be the laughingstock. He turned to the FBI agents responsible for tracking Han Li. I need an explanation. The FBI agents responded with bewildered expressions. We too are victims. I refuse to bear this blame. Meanwhile, in a police car, Han Li is munching on potato chips, accompanied by Ling Han and others. The driver is none other than the magic cop, who had previously impersonated a police chief. Remarkably, he does exude that particular aura. It seems they are currently in pursuit of a dog, which sends Ling Han into fits of laughter. The audience in the live broadcast bursts into laughter as well. What a spectacle. A dog outwitting a royal police chief. Han Li boasts, isn't this impressive? Here I am, soaring in the stratosphere. Goodness. The Canine Brigade has done us proud. Let us keep this incident away from the media. In the palace of Country Y, Queen Elizabeth puts down her newspaper, her expression darkening. To her dismay, the royal police chief, whom she held in high esteem, has been outsmarted by a mere dog. Inform the chief that if he cannot apprehend this magician, he is not to come before me. Yes, your majesty, replies the butler, who then relays the message to the police chief of Country Y. At once, the pressure on the law enforcement of Country Y intensifies. Simultaneously, the notorious criminal rankings see the magician, previously in third place, ascend to the second position. Consequently, the London production team has invited industry experts to comment on Han Li's methods during the live broadcast. How formidable can a mere performer of magic truly be? I have encountered numerous murderers, remarks a few criminology professors, oozing skepticism. However, as they view the replay of Han Li's exploits, their expressions shift to one of astonishment. This method of operation is unprecedented. One psychology professor trembles with intrigue, stating, hypnosis typically involves selecting individuals for prolonged psychological suggestion to achieve an effect. Yet, this magician has reached a level of simplicity and authenticity. Observe how, upon snapping his fingers, the audience is already entranced. Is that so? The host exclaims, taken aback. Another criminology professor shakes his head. While hypnosis is indeed alarming, what is truly frightening is his mastery over crime. Such control cannot be honed without countless criminal experiences. Did you know that even the infamous Jack the Ripper was apprehended after committing a mere dozen crimes? How is it that we have never heard of someone like him? How has he survived until now? The host gazes at the previously dismissive professors, who now appear horrified, as if they have seen a ghost. Can I meet him? One professor asks eagerly. What? I will offer $100,000 for the chance to engage with this individual about his criminality. May I use him as a case study? In the background, Mr. Smith is taken aback. He watches as the professors, resembling fervent admirers, eagerly vie for an audience with Han Li, even suggesting he be featured in criminology textbooks. Goodness, this script is all wrong. Director, we have a crisis. Which wealthy individual has been robbed now? Smith instinctively believes Han Li has targeted yet another affluent victim. Curse it. Now, many in London refer to him as Robin Hood. No. You see, the staff handed a tablet to Director Smith, displaying the viewership ratings from recent days. Unlike the previously fluctuating and unstable numbers, they were now soaring like a rocket, surpassing all other domestic programs. Smith picked up the tablet. This magician was indeed a boon for their show. Within the precinct, Poirot sat in his office, feeling overwhelmed. Could it be that this magician truly possessed magical abilities? He was proving exceedingly difficult to apprehend. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, he called. The person who entered took Poirot by surprise. He glanced at the newcomer and inquired, what brings you here? Bush chuckled. You seem troubled. I suspect it's about that magician, isn't it? Poirot replied, I don't have time for your riddles. Don't you think this magician is always a step ahead of you? Bush's unexpected remark left Poirot momentarily speechless. He suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, "We are being monitored." He contemplated various possibilities, his gaze landing on the phone on the desk. The phone? With a sense of suspicion, he picked up his own device and removed the back cover. His pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 171, The Swap of Phones. An unbelievable feat. Hidden behind the phone was a peculiar chip. He was spying on us. Poirot quickly realized this was intended for eavesdropping. No wonder this magician had been consistently outmaneuvering them. Someone, retrieve the footage from that day, he commanded. The only time they had interacted with Han Li was then. I'll step outside and wait for you, Bush added before exiting. As the others reviewed the footage of Han Li's capture, Poirot, through repeated playback, observed that after roasting a pig for him, Han Li had discreetly extracted his phone with almost imperceptible speed and replaced it with a new one. Is that even possible? Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. Countless officers had apprehended numerous thieves, yet none had witnessed such astonishing dexterity. It was truly extraordinary. Officer Poirot, don't be angry. I'll dispose of this phone, one officer suggested. Dispose of it? Why would we do that? Poirot interjected. The other party is still unaware that we have deciphered his surveillance. This is our chance. He meant for them to trace back through the fake phone to locate Han Li's hideout. Bond added. The officers understood. This was indeed an opportunity. Soon, the technical officer traced Han Li's location through the counterfeit phone. Report. Target located at 777 Baker Street. This time, there was no mistake. I just sent someone to inquire. This room was recently occupied by a group of mysterious individuals, likely the magician. Poirot grabbed his service weapon. What are we waiting for? Charge, brothers. In an instant, a multitude of police cars surged from the precinct, racing towards 777 Baker Street. At 777 Baker Street, Ling Han emerged from the kitchen holding a steaming bowl of noodles. Here you go. It's still warm. He had just placed it on the table. The magic officer deftly picked a piece of fatty intestines with chopsticks, expressing his distaste for the dish. Was that intentional? He inquired. No, it was deliberate, Ling Han replied sincerely. I'll kill you. Over the past few days, familiarity had bred among them. Ling Han often pricked at the magic officer's sensitivities, justifying it as a matter of personal taste. Aren't you eating? In the corner, Han Li, who was busy devising the next plan, shook his head. I'm not hungry. Man is iron, and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel famished. Eat a bit to keep your strength, the elder chimed in. Thank you. Han Li set aside the blueprint in his hands and accepted the noodles from the elder. The task you entrusted me with last time has been completed. Oh, really? The elder's eyes brightened as Han Li nodded and pulled out a notebook. He opened a hacker website and displayed a photograph of a foreigner, along with all the relevant information beneath it. Indeed, it's him. Can you trace his whereabouts? The elder appeared anxious, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Han Li, intrigued, couldn't help but ask, Elder Cui, why do you seek him? I have a deep-seated vendetta against him. Cui Hao's eyes glinted with malice, adding, a very profound one. Observing the elder's murderous intent, Han Li instinctively swallowed hard. Acutely aware of the tension, noticing his own overreaction, Cui Hao gradually calmed down. This is my matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Just tell me where he is. All right. He is currently in the United States, in Florida. Han Li pinpointed a location. Above. It was precisely the mercenary's position. The elder committed this information to memory. After this is done, I may need to be away for some time, he remarked before returning to his meal. Han Li quietly noted the mercenary's details and continued working on his blueprint. The blueprint outlined his next target, which was also Q's target. Sometimes, I truly cannot discern who the real player is. Is it him or Q? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of room 777, causing everyone inside to become alert. I'll go, the magic officer said, rising. He tread lightly across the wooden floor, step by step, until he reached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a figure outside, an old man. Is anyone there? Bush called out. Rest assured, I come alone, without any entourage. The magic officer turned his head, instinctively glancing at Han Li in the corner, having already identified him as the backbone of the team. He himself was merely a temporary enforcer, as if silently asking whether to open the door. Han Li nodded in affirmation, prompting him to unlock it. If there were truly police outside, they would have barged in by now rather than leisurely waiting at the door, he reasoned. With a creak, the door swung open, and the magic officer brandished an axe, standing menacingly to the side. Bush, stepping inside, was startled. There's no need for that, young man. I come unarmed. I presume this is the illustrious magician? The elder replied. You are mistaken. He is the one. Han Li. Bush awkwardly adjusted his clothing and smiled gently. I presume that someone capable of such magic must be of advanced age. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Your command of the Chinese language is impressive. Are you considering pursuing postgraduate studies? Ling Han interjected. Bush appeared taken aback. Postgraduate studies? What is that? Bang. Behind them, the magic police slammed the door, blocking the old man's exit, threatening. Old man, how did you find this place? In an instant, Ling Han felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed. How did he track them down? Bush, unfazed, casually searched for a chair and seated himself, calmly surveying the crowd as he declared, that is of little consequence. What matters is that you are all doomed. Doomed? How could that be? We are exceptionally brave. Ling Han thought the old man was spouting nonsense. The next moment, however, Han Li slapped his face, explaining, fool, if he discovered this location, how far could the police be? The magic police raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Bush smiled knowingly. A clever one. Damn. Ling Han anxiously rushed to the side, opened the window, and peered down onto the street. His heart raced in shock. Indeed, several police cars had quietly parked below. At that moment, armed officers began to exit their vehicles one by one. There were even command vehicles emblazoned with FBI insignia arriving. Similarly, a group of armed agents commenced sealing off the street. They extinguished their lights and sirens, approaching the apartment silently. So many officers. Bush remarked, "Let us negotiate. I can help you navigate this crisis and return safely to China, provided you disclose the identity of the person behind you." Bush crossed his legs, exuding an air of triumph. At present, he was the only one capable of rescuing them. Meanwhile, the officers were likely already on their way up. There was no choice left for the magician. Ling Han glared fiercely at this seemingly benevolent old man. His heart was as dark as night, a dagger hidden behind a smile. This was no negotiation, but outright coercion. Time ticked away, each second heavy with tension. The viewers in the live stream began to feel anxious. Han Li did not respond, but instead took out a deck of playing cards, smiling as he said, "I heard you specialize in unraveling magic tricks. Coincidentally, I have been practicing a small trick myself. Would you care to assist me?" He fanned the cards and selected one. Bush, internally scoffing, thought it absurd to perform magic at such a moment. Had he lost his mind? He declared, the King of Spades. Drawing a card, he stated, "An old trick. This must surely be the King of Spades." Bush immediately exposed Han Li's trick, having witnessed such minor feats countless times. He could discern the outcome even with his eyes closed. However, when he picked it up, he was astonished to find it was not the King of Spades. "What?" Han Li pointed to the left pocket of Bush's clothing, playfully suggesting, "Perhaps it resides in that pocket of yours, Mr. Bush." Bush glanced at his chest pocket, incredulously retrieving a card, but it was not the King of Spades. Instead, it was a small card inscribed with a few words. It read, "Get lost." Oh. Bush's face flushed with heat. He realized he had been played. "Take your time leaving." He scoffed, stomping his foot and slamming the door behind him. "I'll be waiting for you at the police station." That scoundrel. Downstairs, the sound of police footsteps echoed. Chapter 172. A direct confrontation. Who else is there? Clatter, clatter. Bond, armed and accompanied by the head of the FBI, inquired, "How are you faring?" "I am quite the professional," the FBI agent replied, asserting that such situations were trivial and merely a showcase for him. "What about Polo?" He claimed to have an upset stomach and is keeping watch below. Unfortunately, there was no elevator. They had to ascend floor by floor. Approaching the 7th floor, they grew ever closer. Inside the room, the group, informed of the emergency, remained composed, not flustered. Once the bothersome old man departed, Ling Han closed the door, his previously anxious expression transforming into one of calm. "He has gone, Mr. Han." Bang, bang, bang. A strange noise erupted from the side. It was the magical officer wielding a hammer, relentlessly striking the wall. Viewers of the live stream were bewildered. What is going on? In the next moment, the magical officer struck fiercely, shattering the wall and revealing a hidden passageway. "Goodness, it's hidden so deep? Well done, mister." Han had this planned all along. "Just moments ago, I nearly thought we were trapped. My heart could scarcely take it." No one expected that this room concealed a direct passageway below. Ling Han and the others began to gather their belongings, preparing to descend through the opening. "Mr. Han, see you later." Indeed. As he spoke, Han Li sent his companions down one by one, then moved a nearby wooden board to cover the hole. "Aren't you leaving, Mr. Han?" "I see," using disguise techniques to slip away as an old man. Those upstairs were quite impressed. Meanwhile, outside the door, the sound of meticulous footsteps approached. Han Li glanced at the entrance, knowing the police had arrived. Let the hunt begin. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Outside, Bond awaited the breathless FBI agents. "Shoot, keep it quiet." The FBI agent drew his weapon, and as Bond initiated the countdown, he kicked open the door, shouting, "FBI." However, he was met with an empty room. Bond stepped inside, searching for any potential clues left behind. "Let me check the kitchen." The FBI agent casually closed the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li silently perched on the bookshelf, watching as the FBI entered the restroom. Once the coast was clear, he followed closely behind. The FBI surveyed the kitchen, sharply noticing remnants of food on the table. They just left not long ago. In the next moment, Han Li tapped him on the shoulder. "Hello there, sir." The FBI agent turned, stunned. Bang. What the? A punch landed, nearly knocking the FBI agent unconscious. "Are you a boxing champion or something?" But this was just the beginning. As Han Li took advantage of his bewilderment, he deftly maneuvered around him, ensnaring the cuff of his sleeve, and began to entwine it with his hands as if wielding a whip. "What are you doing?" The FBI agent exclaimed in terror, finding his hands immobilized. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. He watched as Han Li activated the pump, drawing his sleeve directly into its grasp. The force of the pull ensnared the FBI agent, rendering him utterly helpless. His eyes widened in horror as he prepared to shout, but was met with a punch. Bang. The FBI agent collapsed, unconscious. Han Li, problem solved. The entire ordeal transpired in mere minutes. Viewers in the live stream gasped at the spectacle. "Incredible. What is this? A direct confrontation." Someone exclaimed. "No joke, that punch from Han would likely kill me." Han Li taunted, "FBI, is that all you've got? Let me tell you a joke, FBI, ha ha ha." To everyone's astonishment, Han Li had chosen to confront the FBI head-on, and the excitement was palpable. Suddenly, Bond, having heard the commotion, approached with his weapon drawn, only to have a damp towel unexpectedly whip through the door crack, knocking his gun from his grasp. Bond gritted his teeth, feeling the sharp pain. What on earth? Is that a whip? He wondered, incredulous that a mere towel could inflict such agony. Han Li emerged, masked, and waved at Bond as if to provoke him. The viewers erupted in excitement. He is provoking him. "This is getting intense, brothers." The officer stated, "I will apprehend you, right?" Bond was no pushover. He was one of the few capable officers within Interpol. Take this, he shouted, launching into a series of grappling maneuvers, but despite his strength, he could not land a blow on his foe. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even grasp the hem of Han Li's clothing. Are you a monkey? Stop. Ultimately, he felt like he was being toyed with. What a disgrace. After all, he was an Interpol officer. Without further ado, Han Li delivered a swift kick to Bond's chin, sending him sprawling backward. Coughing and gasping, Bond rose, only to find his radio missing. He looked up to see Han Li holding it, grinning. So what if you have it? Without my orders, the officers below will heed no one. They should be arriving shortly. You can't escape. Han Li retorted. I have heard that phrase countless times. Officers always say the same. Then, to Bond's astonishment, Han Li adjusted his voice, gradually mimicking Bond's tone perfectly. He picked up the radio and spoke in Bond's voice. Attention all units. The magician has ascended to the 9th floor. Proceed to the 9th floor. Received. On the other end, a large contingent of armed teams accepted the message, bypassing the 7th floor and proceeding directly upwards. Within the room, Han Li tossed the radio into the nearby fire. And that is how it's done, officer. Boom. Bond's eyelids twitched violently, as if struck by lightning. Have you lost your mind? What else can you possibly do? Farewell, officer. Han Li turned and walked away. Bond was about to pursue him when he stumbled, realizing that his shoelaces had somehow become entangled. To his surprise, he found he had even fashioned a bow. Goodness. Poirot exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at a female clerk who was diligently recording information. I wonder how Bond and the others are faring. He turned to the clerk. Are you an assistant? Yes, I am quite inept, merely capable of clerical work, she shyly replied. Poirot nodded in understanding. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. The magician has escaped. Quick, pursue. What? Poirot looked over just in time to see a man wearing a silver mask dart past him, heading straight for a car parked by the street. Han Li jumped into the vehicle, started the engine, and turned to the pursuing officers. Can you keep up, officers? Boom. Poirot's veins bulged with anger as he exclaimed, Where's my car? Get in, officer, came the response. Buzzing, the female clerk had somehow taken the driver's seat, her face flushed. Can you manage? I'll give it a try. Just as Poirot settled into the car, it took off. Chapter 173, A Sudden Accident, Catastrophe? In London, on the bridge, Han Li sped down the road, leaving the officers far behind. He glanced in the rearview mirror and muttered, Is that all? Boom. In the next moment, a police car, lights flashing, was hot on his tail. Damn it, slow down. Poirot gripped the handle tightly, staring in shock at the calm clerk driving beside him. Is this what you call inept? We're practically airborne. Hold on tight. We're about to catch up. Make way. The clerk shouted at the surrounding vehicles. One by one, the cars begrudgingly yielded to the police pursuit. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovered above, capturing the entire scene. The host adjusted his hair and spoke to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently following an exhilarating chase. Will the officer manage to apprehend the magician? We will provide continuous live updates. On the internet, there was a frenzy as London netizens flooded the chat with comments, exclaiming that this was even more thrilling than a movie. The magician will surely slip away. Nonsense. The royal officers are invincible. Goodness, the police are right behind. Han Li raised an eyebrow, relishing the challenge. He noticed a large truck making a right turn ahead. Gripping the brake, he focused intently and turned the steering wheel. Just as Poirot's police car was about to catch up, Han Li skillfully executed a drift, slipping past the truck just in time, leaving all the drivers in stunned silence. Boom. The female clerk had to slow down, which was truly unfortunate. The drivers witnessing this spectacle were so captivated that they forgot they were still driving. My goodness, that was a Canadian drift. Mother, I have encountered God. My goodness. He was so striking that I had to capture the moment. The host aboard the helicopter soared over the bridge, skillfully filming Han Li's textbook-level Canadian drift, leaving everyone agape. Is such a feat achievable by mere mortals? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who else could match this? A warning was issued. 4 stars were awarded. The police chief exclaimed. Is this a scene from Fast and Furious? However, Han Li's extraordinary maneuvers did not succeed in shaking off Polo and the others. Catch up to him, Polo commanded. At that moment, near the construction site on the bridge, a black car came to a halt. A man, picking up his phone, spoke. Sir, I have located him. What shall I do next? Let him taste some pain. What to do? The man tucked away his phone, his eyes bloodshot, his voice menacing as he declared, Han Li. Who told you to ignore my warnings and provoke us from Mingzhou? You're courting death. With a roar, the vehicle surged forward, driving against the flow of traffic, startling those nearby. Soon, he spotted Han Li's vehicle, catching a glimpse of the masked man inside. Indeed, it was Han Li. He pressed the accelerator, unleashing the car's full speed, aiming straight for Han Li's vehicle, heedless of his own safety. The sudden turn of events caused chaos on the road, with cars colliding left and right. What on earth is happening? The helicopter host noticed the bizarre scene unfolding on the long bridge. He squinted, his mouth agape, as he saw a car driving against traffic, seemingly intent on crashing into the magician's vehicle. Good heavens. What? It did not appear to be a police car. While the host observed, Han Li was acutely aware of the peril, yet he had no time to evade, as the oncoming car approached at breakneck speed, threatening to collide with him. It was not a police vehicle. It was determined to ram him. Did he hold a grudge against me? Pushing that thought aside, Han Li slammed on the brakes, slowing the car down, and glanced at a bus that was moving slowly beside him. An idea formed in his mind. Han Li die? Shouted the Yingzhou assassin, eager to make this Huaxiao man pay dearly. Suddenly, a flash of light struck his vision, blinding him momentarily. What? He was forced to shut his eyes, yet his grip on the wheel remained firm as the car continued its reckless course. When the white light faded, a loud bang erupted, followed by a cacophony of collisions. The man, still unsatisfied, pressed the gas pedal, pushing Han Li's vehicle further along the road. The car was sent flying, tumbling in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Polo, witnessing the spectacle, was left in shock. No way. What is happening? Han Li's car has been hit. It was not a police officer's doing. This could end in tragedy. He hastily exited his vehicle, rushing towards Han Li's wreck. From the mangled car nearby, a bloodied Ingzhou man crawled out, grinning wickedly as he collapsed to the ground, utterly unconcerned about his injuries. His gaze fixated on the overturned vehicle he had just struck. Laughter erupted, a cacophony of mirth ringing out, yet it was tinged with a sense of inevitable justice. This was the consequence of provoking the notorious Yenzhou. On the helicopter, the host wore a mask of silence. Events had unfolded too rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, though it defied belief, the magician's vehicle lay in ruins, and it was presumed that he had perished. His final words were too painful to utter. Baoyuo, observing the catastrophic scene, felt a twitch in his eyelids, unable to fathom the condition of the individual within. However, when he crouched down to peer inside, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. How could this be? In the driver's seat, there was no one. He had fled. Baoyuo muttered under his breath. The Yenzhou assassin beside him was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching as he protested. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I saw him crash. With a snap. Baoyuo retorted. Kid, you're under arrest. Damn it. With that brain of yours. Only in Yenzhou could this happen, Baoyuo remarked as he lit a cigarette, suspecting that the magician had once again performed an escape act. A few minutes later, Baoyuo awaited the tardy arrival of Bond and the FBI team, who were all visibly perplexed. Damn it, this magician should be dead. He truly possesses magic. This document was retrieved during our search, Bond said, preparing to hand a blueprint to Baoyuo, only for it to be snatched away by a man. The group was indignant, demanding, who are you? This is our FBI's most successful international officer in recent years, sent to assist us by headquarters, the FBI head explained apologetically. Rafai interjected. I will take over this case under the authority of the FBI and the Queen's decree. I hope for your cooperation. What? Baoyuo was furious. Had he been sidelined? I was already halfway through this case. This magician is quite elusive. You cannot handle it alone. Enough, Officer Baoyuo. I am not of your ilk. To me, this magician is merely a thief hiding behind a facade of magic, unworthy of consideration. An FBI agent chimed in, not long ago, Mr. Rafai dismantled a notorious drug trafficking operation and apprehended 7 of the world's most wanted criminals, thwarted a hacker scheme, and saved the vice president of M country. Baoyuo was taken aback. They were after a sum of money he had been tracking for a long time. The proceeds of a criminal syndicate located not far from the Queen's district. Rafai, with an air of arrogance, scoffed. Their target is this money. Ha! Mere thieves. You may take your leave, Officer Baoyuo. With that, Rafai and his team departed. Baoyuo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. With the Queen's orders in play, he was left powerless to act and had no choice but to withdraw from the case. He gathered his belongings and left. Bond suggested, hey, why not grab a drink? Aren't you going to confront that Rafai? I can't stand him. In a concealed room, Han Li held his phone, speaking into it. Q, once the deed is done. I want his address. Certainly. Hanging up, Han Li's eyes turned cold. Today, the Yenzhou assassin had come seeking trouble once more, and this time, they were intent on lethal action. The tension was palpable. He could not rest until he exacted his vengeance. Mr. Han, the live broadcast is about to commence. In a swift motion, Han Li donned the attire of a magician, adorned with a silver mask, and smiled at the camera, announcing, Dear viewers, I am about to embark on a remarkable endeavor. Chapter 174, Assault, Capture the Magician. Han Li proclaimed to the camera that he would be performing his final act atop a rooftop in London. Countless netizens inundated the comments with fervent enthusiasm. The last performance? How unfortunate. Will he reveal his identity? It must be spectacular. This brief video instantly ignited a frenzy, rapidly circulating across various online platforms. Before long, it reached the hands of the police chief. At a bar, sulking over drinks, Beyond the Lookout and Bond watched the performance, exchanging glances of disbelief. A preview of the criminal? Madness. Bond pulled out cash to pay the bartender, stating, Keep the change, come with me. Me? Buello, still savoring his last sip, was abruptly ushered away. They hurried to the police station. Inside the precinct, chaos reigned as everyone had viewed the video and was engaged in fervent discussions. Mr. Bond. The FBI chief greeted Bond, but was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Buello accompany him. He is with me, Bond asserted, presenting his Interpol credentials. Thus, the other party could not protest, as they all shared a common objective. This arrogant fellow is clearly attempting to divert our attention. The plan remains unchanged. This video has just been released, which signifies they are about to act. Raphael declared. Everyone move out. At a large factory, a group was busily transporting piles of cash. While a man shouted, Hurry up. Inside there is a colossal safe, overflowing with money. We cannot afford to shortchange Boss Sachi. If even a single cent is missing, you'll lose your fingers. A fierce-looking man with tattoos urged them on. Suddenly, he noticed a black van slowly approaching. Who called for this? I don't know. I'll go check. The van stopped, and a man emerged, clad in a silver mask and a tailored suit. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Where's this? And why do those people look so menacing? What a weirdo. Get the hell away. The man spoke provocatively, adopting a threatening demeanor. This was not a situation for outsiders, and he aimed to intimidate the intruder. However, this individual was evidently undeterred. And if I don't, Han Li replied, then you are undoubtedly courting death. The man brandished a small knife, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Holy hell, it's really a gang. Did he just walk into their den? It's a knife. In a flurry, some henchmen rushed out. At this moment, even the backstage crew monitoring everything was left dumbfounded. Is this for real? Han Li, it's dangerous. Get out of there. Don't lose your life. The staff in London could scarcely believe that this Chinese man had the audacity to provoke a gang all on his own. Is he out of his mind? The madman. Surely he cannot genuinely consider himself a criminal. Can he? Quickly, contact the police chief. The life of the contestant is paramount. Previously, Han Li was struck by a vehicle, and their hearts nearly ceased. This time, hesitation is not an option. However, the staff of the Huaxia production team remain remarkably composed, unperturbed. Unperturbed? Have you lost your mind? Your people are in peril. Why do you remain so calm? An expert invited by the production team exclaimed, this contestant is bound to meet a grim fate. Call the police immediately. Very well. The staff observed the frantic white country individuals, unable to suppress a smirk. Soon, you shall grasp the situation. On screen, who is courting death remains uncertain. My people are formidable, Han Li remarked. Oh, where is he? The man appeared arrogant one moment, but the next, before he could react, a powerful hand emerged from the vehicle, grasping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. What on earth? Then, a tall, imposing figure exited the vehicle, tossing the man aside. The henchman was startled, clearly facing a tough opponent. Han Li is in your hands now. I am not your tool, the demon police declared. This is part of the plan. Every time, you say the same. The demon police wielded a shovel and charged at the henchman without hesitation. Truly, the demon police live up to their name. Not only are they formidable, but their ferocity in combat is unparalleled. 10 minutes later, without exception, all the henchmen lay defeated, while only the demon police remained standing. Spare me, one henchman pleaded. Damn it, this person is a monster. Does it not hurt? Is that all? Han Li smirked. No way, brother. Foreigners are not accustomed to taking hits. Little did they know, the staff behind the London production team were left in a state of shock. Did he just single-handedly take down over 10 gangsters? Am I not watching a movie? Incredible. The London staff collectively turned their gaze towards the composed Huaxia staff. Their expressions filled with admiration. Heaven, Huaxia individuals are so formidable. This is more exhilarating than the police chief's exploits, isn't it? The expert could not help but exclaim. It is unimaginable that he remained so calm in front of so many knife-wielding gangsters. It does not seem like his first encounter. Does it? To be honest, this contestant Han Li has apprehended over 40 thieves for the police chief in Huaxia, dismantled a criminal gang, and even aided in the eradication of the Angels in City C, rescuing an entire aircraft as passengers. Each revelation sent shivers down the spines of the London staff. The downfall of the Angels is related to Han Li? The expert was utterly astonished. That is an internationally notorious drug trafficking organization, and he managed to bring it down. It is simply unbelievable. Good heavens, any one of these feats would cause a sensation in London. He must be the nemesis of criminals. The envious gazes from the White Country staff filled the Huaxia personnel with an inexplicable sense of pride, unconsciously straightening their backs. Meanwhile, as Han Li dealt with the last henchman, he spoke, leave this to me. Before the magical officer could take action, Han Li abruptly seized the man, pressing his head down with one hand, whispering, next. As soon as the words left his lips, Han Li snapped his fingers, and the man suddenly awakened, only to become dazed. He had been hypnotized. Why did you leave him? The magical officer inquired, perplexed. To lure the inspector, Han Li replied. The two entered the factory, where an enormous safe awaited them, evoking immense shock. How much money is this? What a fortune. Wait, to whom does this belong? China or country Y? Han is impressive, hurry. Let us grab the money and flee. The audience realized Han Li was after this vast sum of money. Now, they simply needed to transport the money from the safe. We're going to get rich. Yet, just when the viewers anticipated the familiar scene of transporting the loot, Han Li abruptly shut the safe, slamming it shut with a resounding bang that astonished countless viewers in the live stream and stunned the production team in London. What does this mean? Once, God opened a door for me, and I personally closed it, leaving money behind. What kind of operation is this? Han Li glanced back as Ling Han was unloading pieces of mirrors from the vehicle. Mirrors? Chapter 175. Shocking everyone. The magician deceived them all. Each mirror was crystal clear, capable of perfect reflection, revealing exceptional quality. However, despite their brilliance, what was the purpose of these mirrors when transporting cash and opening the safe? The audience was left bewildered. As events reached a critical juncture, Han Li abruptly terminated the live stream. Han is messing with my mind. Damn it. Those who misinterpret this will meet a grim fate. This is unacceptable. We're almost there. Upstairs, what are you doing? The viewers vented their frustration through the comments, questioning the purpose of those mirrors. In the London production team's backroom, one staff member remarked, he is so willful. This has happened several times. Should you speak with him? Ahem, actually. We need to be more tolerant, another suggested. I know this well. Every time Han operates like this, it indicates something significant is about to unfold. I have a premonition of a major event. Amidst the bustling streets, people turned their heads to gaze at the fleet of police cars racing by, an impressive sight. It was the first time they had witnessed such a multitude of police vehicles. Inside one of the cars, Raphael was giving orders to the inspector beside him. That old fellow is quite confident, Bond remarked. Originally intending to enjoy a period of rest, Poirot responded impatiently. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you wish to personally apprehend that magician? After all the turmoil over the past several days, if anyone held the deepest resentment towards the magician, it was undoubtedly Officer Poirot. It has nothing to do with me. Damn it, can we have a proper conversation? We're almost there. The FBI grew alert, notifying everyone that ahead lay the money laundering hub of the gang they had been tracking for so long in London. Raphael, get out, quickly, time waits for no one. At this moment, Those thieves are likely busy transporting the cash inside. They must be unaware that we had prior knowledge of this place. The nearby FBI agents were elated. Initially, upon seeing the magician's blueprint, they were taken aback, realizing the extent of his knowledge. Furthermore, they swiftly responded, racing here at full speed. The adversaries had no time to escape. Bond remarked, these fellows possess some skills. Poirot chuckled, who can say? One police car after another arrived, and numerous inspectors disembarked. With Raphael leading the charge, weapon drawn, eyes fixed ahead. What? On the ground lay several unconscious individuals, seemingly henchmen of a gang. Had it already begun? Only to conclude so swiftly? The inspectors were momentarily stunned. Sensing impending trouble, Raphael shouted, move in. Indeed, as they entered the premises, the worst scenario unfolded. Inside, nothingness greeted them. No massive safe. No overflowing cash. All had vanished. They had succeeded. Damn, could they truly have teleported? The inspectors could hardly believe it. Barely 5 minutes after the video was released, they rushed here, only to discover that a safe of such magnitude had been stolen? It was nothing short of miraculous. Shit. This magician is incredible. I've seen it. The inspectors took merely 5 minutes to arrive. An audacious heist. It must be magic. It had to be magic. The London netizens were in a frenzy. What had gone wrong? Raphael, pondering with his chin in hand, surveyed the surroundings. A safe of that size moved within 5 minutes was simply impossible. But if it were magic, then it was feasible. Bond interjected, hey. Poirot raised his phone, capturing the attention of others, including Raphael, and said, look at this. He replayed Han Li's statement for the group. What's wrong? Wasn't he this in the room? Carefully observing, Poirot pointed to a glimmer beside Han Li. This light was evidently not a video effect. Soon, as an Interpol agent, Bond pieced it together, suggesting, are you implying this isn't an actual room? Could it be that they disguised their vehicle as a room, live streaming while driving here? Poirot boldly articulated this audacious theory. Conversely, it was a revelation. The astonished inspectors stood agape, as if struck by a significant blow. Could they play this game? Countless London netizens were left baffled. In an instant, the internet was flooded with large question marks. This was utterly astonishing. A textbook-level deception. Everyone had been duped. The magician, a timeless deity. Immediately, a blogger released an analysis video, confirming Poirot's hypothesis. Han Li was indeed in the vehicle, disguised as a room for the livestream. It appeared that the video had just been posted, but in reality, he had arrived at the crime scene long before its release. The inspectors were merely befuddled fools. Fools. Raphael glared at the blogger's description of him, his face turning pale with fury. Damn it. I am the illustrious Officer Raphael. Report. Officer, we have discovered a survivor. Bring him forth. At that moment, a chief, accompanied by a dim-witted henchman, approached. Raphael, fixing his gaze upon him, inquired, where did the group that just arrived go? Speak the truth, or I shall treat you to a bullet. As if provoked, the man slowly began to reveal their path. They headed east along the main road. The main road, pursue them. Swiftly, the chiefs dashed out of the factory, leaving nothing to waste as they embarked on their chase. The conclusion was imminent. Han Li adjusted his attire, while Ling Han donned a clown mask. So who exactly is Q? Until now, apart from the magical cop, no one had beheld Q's true visage. Even President Han had only maintained telephonic communication with him. Thus, Ling Han was curious about the identity of the enigmatic Q, who secretly orchestrated everything. Patience, Han Li remarked. I care not for his identity. I merely understand that the criminal roleplay program is far from being as simple as it appears, and Q possesses knowledge unknown to me, which is why I sought his collaboration. At its core, it is merely a mutually beneficial transaction. Ling Han concurred, pondering whether success was assured. The outcome rested upon this pivotal moment. Meanwhile, on the highway, police cars from all directions cornered a black truck, leaving the driver bewildered. What is happening? Ha. The net of justice is vast and all-encompassing. What was that Chinese saying? Raphael inquired of the officer beside him. It is loose, but not absent, Chief. Raphael nodded. Magician. We have caught you. In an instant, armed officers surrounded the black truck, sealing it off completely. Raphael, gun in hand, led several officers to the rear of the truck. Magician, you are inside. Take a deep breath. Open the door. Chapter 176. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be stolen money? Why are there only Peppa Pig toys? The trunk of the truck was secured with a sophisticated lock, surely a safe lock. It must contain the ill-gotten gains. It was almost certain, otherwise. Who would transport goods secured with such a level of locking mechanism? At this moment, Officer Raphael. Raphael holstered his weapon and refrained from opening the rear compartment, instead rushing to the front to inquire about the situation. The FBI officer pointed to a trembling man. He is not the magician. Did we arrest the wrong person? Raphael glanced at the man, pulling out his identification and asking, what are you transporting? I don't know. And your employer? He only instructed me to transport the goods, promising me $500 upon successful delivery. Bolo kicked the tire nonchalantly, inquiring, was that person wearing a silver mask? Yes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Raphael and his team filled with elation. Unexpectedly, although they did not capture the individual, they had tracked down the merchandise. A delightful surprise indeed. What shall we do now? The FBI officer looked toward Raphael. This seasoned veteran, drawing on his experience, suggested, let us not apprehend him. Allow him to deliver the goods, while we follow closely behind. Wherever he goes, we shall go. This operation would strike at the heart of the matter. Excellent. Without further ado, the police officers promptly boarded their vehicles, instructing the man to continue delivering along the agreed-upon route. A convoy of police cars followed closely behind. Upon identifying the target, they were prepared to strike at any moment. Bond remarked, it seems we are on the verge of capturing the magician. Beside him, Poirot wore a grim expression and sighed. Is that so? Meanwhile, in a factory where one officer remained, he had just finished documenting the situation and was about to depart. After taking only a few steps, a loud bang echoed from behind. What on earth? He turned around, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld a crack forming in the wall, akin to a shattered mirror. The fissures proliferated like an enormous spider's web, spreading with alarming speed. Ultimately, a deafening crash obliterated the wall, from which a hammerhead flew out. In that instant, the hammerhead struck the officer, who was reaching for his radio, rendering him unconscious. Behind the debris of the wall lay the massive safe that the officers had been desperately pursuing. Yet, the wall remained intact. Viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Can someone explain this? Wasn't the safe supposed to have been transported away? At that moment, a renowned Chinese magician quickly provided the answer. It was a mirror illusion. Mr. Han cleverly utilized the principles of reflection to conceal the safe, making it appear empty to those outside while it was, in fact, hidden there all along. The shards of mirrors were employed for this very purpose. Mr. Han's performance was truly astounding. Fraud, without a doubt. Han Li noted. At that moment, I simply watched the officer leave. The officer responded, "What nonsense, Mr. Han." This extraordinary magic trick left many internet users in awe, as it was the first time they had encountered such an innovative method of criminality. A crime expert from a London production team felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly documented the mirror illusion. He was exhilarated, realizing that this knowledge would equip police officers with an additional layer of vigilance in the future. He was certain that London's crime rate would significantly decline as a result. Such talent. My heavens, has he ever considered becoming a professor of criminology at our university? The director exclaimed. Are you serious? Han Li donned gloves with nonchalance and effortlessly opened the massive safe, instructing Ling Han and the magician to commence their work. My bag was already yearning with anticipation. Ling Han seemed to shine with excitement, rushing forward to seize the contents. All mine. Whom did you learn this magic from? The magician marveled, pondering just how many tricks Han Li possessed. I taught myself. Do you believe me? The officer must surely think that I arranged for the goods to be transported, when in reality, I had been hiding here, waiting for them to leave before making our move, an infallible plan. Such audacity is truly unprecedented. 10 minutes later, Han Li and his companions drove away in a black van, taking a different route that led them away from the officers. Han Li made a phone call. Hello, Mr. Bush, he greeted. How did you obtain my number? Bush responded, somewhat astonished. His phone was encrypted, making it challenging to decipher, unless one were a top-tier hacker. I have heard of your penchant for unmasking others' magic tricks. Thus, I propose a wager. You will not be able to see through my illusion. Young man, do not be overly presumptuous, Bush replied. Am I not allowed to be called a young man if I do not act presumptuously? Han Li countered, prompting a chuckle from Bush. I accept your challenge, he declared before ending the call. Han Li soon arrived at his destination, an abandoned building. To his surprise, the streets were teeming with spectators eager to witness his final performance. Many among the crowd donned silver masks resembling his own, chanting, Magic Crowd. Magic Crowd? Ling Han interjected. It is a website created by your fans, filled with your loyal followers. He presented the site, boasting hundreds of members. How was I unaware of this? Han Li inquired. Because I am the president of the management committee. Ling Han replied. Damn it, the membership fee is $35. You've grown quite bold, Ling Han. Ling Han silently regretted forgetting to remove that detail. Mr. Han, your money is my money, and my money remains my own. As the vehicle approached the throngs of onlookers, it entered the building's interior. Inside, numerous devices and the latest projectors were set up. With Han Li's activation, the dilapidated structure was instantly revitalized, with virtual projections springing to life on the walls. A tall man clad in a white suit, adorned with a silver mask and a flowing cape, stood like a giant. He was the magician. Wow, this is incredible. The performance was about to commence. Many were awestruck by the imposing magician, evoking a distinctly cyberpunk atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the final act is about to begin. Do not blink. With a crackling sound, flames erupted, elevating the ambience to a fever pitch. We have arrived, the driver announced, halting the large truck. The surrounding officers glanced around, bewildered. There was not a magician in sight, nor even a soul. Isn't this a desolate area? One officer mused. Goodness, we have left the city. Could this truly be the venue for the transaction? The officers were perplexed by the remoteness of the location. This isolation is advantageous. It conceals their movements, Raphael murmured. This thief is not without cunning. The FBI chief concurred. Indeed, it must be so. Bond exited the vehicle, inquiring. So, where's the contact? Surely someone must come to collect the goods? Yes, where's the contact? Raphael turned to the driver. Where is he? Who? The driver asked. Bewildered. The person coming to collect the goods. The driver replied. No one is coming to collect the goods. All the officers were taken aback. No one was coming to collect? Wait, what exactly are you transporting? Raphael sensed trouble. Let us investigate. Each officer approached the truck's trunk, only to find it locked. Reporting. I will unlock it. A professional inspector stepped forward, grasping his tools with an expression of intense concentration, preparing for what he anticipated would be a lengthy struggle. However, upon merely touching the lock, it fell open with a simple click. The other inspectors stood in astonishment, while Raphael muttered in disbelief. Subsequently, the rear door of the vehicle, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure, swung open. As it did, the officers expected to find bundles of cash, only to be met with an avalanche of pink pig plush toys. Raphael picked up one of the pink pig head dolls, his face contorting in disgust as he muttered. Peppa Pig? Damn it, we've been played. Chapter 177, the London finale, an unexpected conclusion. An overwhelming cascade of Peppa Pig toys poured forth, instantly engulfing the hapless Raphael. He emerged from the pile, disheveled and bewildered, while the inspectors nearby could not suppress their laughter. Previously, this foreign federal inspector had been the most arrogant among them. Yet here he was, just as ensnared by the magician's tricks as the rest. At this moment, Raphael's composure crumbled. The poor old man, nearing 60, felt utterly defeated. The FBI turned away, for this was all he could do. Countless citizens from Y Nation exclaimed in delight, declaring the spectacle riveting, rivaling the best of films. The magician was truly formidable, appearing on an entirely different level from these inspectors. Raphael emerged from the pile of toys, his face ashen. Bond chuckled softly. Poirot remarked, "Now, do you still regard him as a thief, Officer Raphael?" Raphael's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. After years in the field, he had never encountered a magician as elusive and challenging as this one. What was his true identity? How infuriating it was to find only Peppa Pig toys instead of money. Without needing to articulate further, the inspectors understood they had once again been outwitted by the magician. They had unwittingly been led to this remote location, and returning would consume considerable time. The royal inspectors clenched their fists, realizing that every aspect of their situation had been meticulously orchestrated by their adversary. Turn back. Raphael's only option now was to return. If the magician had revealed his location during the live performance, they might still have a glimmer of hope. It was their only recourse. Bond's side, they were merely putting up a stubborn resistance. Poirot stepped aside to smoke a cigarette and remarked, "A step ahead is a step ahead. The chess player must think like this." "What does that mean? Is that Chinese?" Bond asked, having never heard such a phrase from him before. Poirot smiled and replied, "I just made it up. Let us go." When the inspectors finally arrived, the crowd was in an uproar, making passage impossible. "Quick, gather everyone," Raphael exclaimed in exasperation, determined to reclaim his last vestige of dignity by capturing the elusive magician. All the inspectors followed suit. Upon reaching the rooftop, they discovered, not far off, a white figure standing there. "He is there," Raphael exclaimed, pointing at the silhouette. Although the dusk rendered details indistinct, the attire unmistakably belonged to the magician himself. "What are we waiting for? Let us apprehend him." The FBI nodded in agreement, leading their team in pursuit, seemingly affirming their suspicions. The figure immediately turned and dashed towards the edge of the rooftop. Was he about to leap? Quick, stop him. Madness. Below, the crowd gaped in astonishment. Is he really jumping? All eyes were fixed on the figure as he leapt into the abyss. In the dazzling array of lights, the white figure unexpectedly transformed into a flurry of banknotes, cascading to the ground, provoking roars from the audience, who felt deceived once more. This is the final act of magic. Incredible. The magician, kneeling at the edge of the rooftop, Raphael trembled, clutching the railing, his eyes reflecting despair. Is this truly the magician? I underestimated him. By the way, where were Officer Bolo and the others? None of the inspectors had seen them. Only when they dispersed the crowd did they realize the ground was strewn with money, which, far from being real currency, was counterfeit bearing the magician's likeness. Damn it. Where did that money go? Raphael scratched his head, resembling a man on the brink of madness, his eyes bloodshot. What an extraordinary performance. Bush extricated himself from the throng, already having unraveled the magician's ruse in his mind. He planned to return home and deliver a crushing blow to the magician online. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that another individual was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. At the parking lot, he had just picked up his car keys when, with a press of a button, the car door exploded open, releasing a torrent of banknotes. Almost simultaneously, the sound of sirens erupted behind him, and Bolo approached. Cursing under his breath, he produced handcuffs and swiftly secured Bush. "Mr. Bush, you are under arrest." Bush glanced at the incessantly spilling money from his vehicle. After a long pause, he uttered, "Damn." Days later, within the confines of the police station's jail, Bush perused a book when the door swung open, revealing Bolo and two other inspectors. "You all may leave. Be on the lookout," commanded. "Officer Bolo, I am innocent." Bush grasped the railing, gazing at his interlocutor. "The evidence is irrefutable, Mr. Bush. There is nothing more to discuss. It is all the magician's scheme. He framed me. That performance was merely a diversion." "I know," Bush began, but suddenly halted, his gaze fixating on the composed Bolo, his eyes widening in horror. It dawned on him why the magician had so adeptly manipulated the Y Nation's inspectors. Bolo was an insider. Bolo chuckled, tearing away his disguise and removing his colored contact lenses. "Indeed, Mr. Bush, you may call me Q." Bush recoiled, increasingly astonished. "What do you want? What do you think?" "The founder of the Y Nation's crime roleplay." "Indeed, the true identity of the elder Bush is that of a concealed billionaire. The wealthiest individual in Y Nation, and one of the 13 founders of crime roleplay, representing Y Nation." Initially flustered, upon hearing this title, Bush's demeanor swiftly transformed into one of indifference. "This is all a scheme you and that magician devised against me," he struggled to fathom. It was unfathomable that these two individuals had orchestrated everything from the beginning, with the ultimate target being himself. Two lunatics. "If you refuse to engage in trade with me, you may find yourself imprisoned for life. Do give it a try. My wealth surpasses that of the Queen. However, prior to that, you do indeed possess the right to negotiate with me." Bush stood before Q, grinning malevolently. At the Y Nation train station, Hanley sat on a bench, perusing the Global Daily, which featured an article about his exploits. "The magician has become a legend. No one can capture him. What splendid weather we have today," remarked a man clad in leather who sat beside Hanley. "How shall I address you, Polo or Q?" Hanley folded his newspaper. "It makes no difference. Your mission is complete, and this is your reward." With that, Q handed Hanley a note along with a mysterious envelope. "Everything you wish to know is contained within." Hanley tucked away these trophies and inquired, "What about you? What will you do next?" Q rose, gazing at the bleak London sky, and replied earnestly, "Brother, the war that belongs to us is about to commence." With that, the former top figure from Huaxia hurriedly departed. Han Li pondered this statement, contemplating the third phase. He first opened the note, which contained the current address of the founder of Yingzhou. Although he was uncertain how Q had acquired this information after the events in London, Han Li found it unsurprising. Does this old fellow intend to escape? The next target was the Chuan Island train. Revenge. Chapter 178. The Train Robbery. Han Li returned home with his spoils and disclosed Q's true identity to the long-awaiting Ling Han. For a long time, Ling Han was unable to find tranquility, continually muttering in disbelief. During this time, Han Li opened the envelope handed to him by Q, which listed various countries alongside their corresponding scores. It resembled a competition between nations, where the accumulation of points depended on their contestants committing crimes in other countries, thus earning criminal points. Conversely, criminals from other nations arriving in their country would compel the police to take action. The more arrests made, the more formidable the contestant, and the higher the points awarded. Whether contestants or police, all fought for the honor of their respective nations. After absorbing this explosive new rule, Han Li couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This meant that the program's higher-ups covertly represented their nations, and the nation with the highest score could acquire wealth through the exchange of points obtained from other countries. This wealth possesses the potential to elevate an entire nation, overshadowing all others economically. Such a notion is utterly astonishing. Upon reading this letter, others felt the winds of change. "Mr. Han, is it true that we are fighting for our country?" Ling Han inquired, perplexed. The elder was taken aback for the first time. "Which dynasty is this, China?" "The older generation places immense value on national honor." Han Li responded, "Currently, we are third." "Damn it, that won't do. We must seize more," the elder exclaimed, exhibiting a rather fierce demeanor. "Well then, it seems you've mustered some spirit at this moment." After much persuasion, the elder calmed down. The group spent a few more days in London, acquiring local specialties, before preparing to depart. Han Li had previously promised the elder to pursue his own affairs, and Ling Han, feeling concerned, decided to accompany him. Thus, the group split into two factions. The elder and Ling Han sought vengeance, while Han Li also pursued his own vendetta. Upon arrival, they communicated via phone. "Rest assured, Mr. Han." Han Li watched as the elder and Ling Han departed, purchasing a plane ticket for himself to Yingzhou. A constant stream of assassins appeared, risking their lives. This indignation could not be tolerated. 3 days later, in Yingzhou, at a certain dock, Han Li transformed into a middle-aged man, standing still and gazing into the distance, awaiting a rendezvous with a ninja. "Han Li?" Startled, Han Li smiled and remarked, "It seems you have learned well." In the next moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in ninja attire, with piercing eyes and hands forming seals. It was indeed the last ninja to survive alongside Han Li during the Night of the 100 Demons. "I heard you open a ninja dojo?" The ninja inquired. "A trivial matter. What brings you here?" If not for their prior acquaintance, he would not have come personally. "I seek vengeance. A minor task. Simply tell me who, and I shall resolve it for you." The ninja replied earnestly, seemingly sincere. "This could be considered a repayment of favors." Han Li stated, "The Emperor's brother." The ninja was taken aback. "What? Are you serious? That is the Emperor's brother. And so what? Just tell me if you will assist me." Han Li would not flinch due to this relationship. An eye for an eye. This is a principle the people of China would never compromise. The ninja held his forehead, conflicted, as this seemed to be a matter he should not involve himself in. After much contemplation, he finally said, "I can assist you discreetly. That will suffice. By the way, could you provide me with some manpower?" The ninja asked. "How many do you need?" "A dozen or so." "No problem." After bidding farewell to the ninja, Han Li ventured alone to the train station indicated on the card given to him by Q. The area was sparsely populated, and it was said that the next train would not depart until the day after tomorrow. "Sir, we have yet to commence operations. I apologize, but I lost a valuable item here earlier. Could you assist me in locating it?" Upon seeing the money in Han Li's hand, the staff member smiled. "Thank you." Consequently, under the enthusiastic guidance of the staff, Han Li thoroughly familiarized himself with every corner of the train station. In his mind, in a lavish mansion, the Emperor of Yingzhou paced anxiously, disturbed by news of his brother's entanglement with the enigmatic Han Li from Huaxia. "Your Majesty, what shall we do about this?" murmured an attendant, for no one dared to underestimate Han Li. The last time, he had indeed attempted to assassinate the Emperor. Rumor had it that Han Li had been struck by a vehicle yet emerged unscathed, a truly terrifying notion. "This cannot stand. I must contact the production team." However, despair washed over him as he realized that since Han Li's arrival in Yingzhou, he had closed his live stream, rendering him unreachable. What a calamity. Meanwhile, within a dojo, over a dozen ninja apprentices sat upright, their gazes fixed on their master, who slightly bowed his head. Upon noticing Han Li standing behind their master, an air of solemnity enveloped them, and they rose in unison, exclaiming, "Mr. Han, we are honored." Han Li regarded the ninjas with curiosity. "Is this your arrangement?" One ninja, slightly embarrassed, replied, "The ninjas of Yingzhou have come to idolize you." "Ah, I see, a fan club." In all, the apprentices gazed up at the man who had single-handedly vanquished the Kamikaze Brigade. "My idol at last," they thought, revering him as a living legend. Han Li, unfazed and exuding confidence, unfurled a blueprint and declared, "Gentlemen, this time, we shall rob a train." The apprentices erupted in excitement. "This is peak action," they exclaimed, their adrenaline surging. "Remember, it is imperative to adhere strictly to my instructions. Understood?" "Yes." They chorused eagerly. Under Mr. Han's guidance, the ninja observed the fervor of his students, feeling an inexplicable mix of jealousy and inadequacy. "Mr. Han, what is our target?" they inquired. Han Li pointed to a specific carriage, noting its uniqueness compared to the others. First, we must weaken the police presence. By the end of this operation, the apprentice's eyes lit up, blood coursing with fervor, their hands trembling with anticipation. As an aside, should anyone disobey, I will be the first to eliminate them. Han Li radiated an aura of a hardened criminal, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the apprentices. After countless encounters with crime, Han Li's presence intensified. Even the ninjas who had previously worked with him felt a sense of trepidation. The newcomers, however, were engulfed by fear. The man before them existed on an entirely different plane. Chapter 179. What kind of life are you leading for a few thousand a month? After hearing their assignments, the apprentices gaped in admiration. This is the genius of crime, they thought, marveling at the meticulous detail of each step. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed such audacious criminality was possible. Simultaneously, Han Li reactivated the Huaxiao livestream, and it exploded with excitement. Robbing a train? What a novel approach. The backstage of the production team was rife with tension as staff approached the director, requesting that we disclose Han Li's location from Yingzhou. The director, tilting his head, feigned ignorance, replying, I didn't hear. How infuriating. We must protect our own. However, given the stringent security checks, Han Li and his associates could not possibly bring weapons aboard the vehicle. Before he could finish his thought, the scene revealed Han Li stealthily entering the Yingzhou train station with numerous bags in tow, in full view of the online audience. They proceeded to bury a series of dark packages. The director, witnessing this through the screen, felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, what a genius. How did he evade the surveillance? The train station had been thoroughly compromised. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with curiosity about the buried items. What could they be? Could it be guns? Unbelievable. My dear Han, he managed to bypass security and hide them along the tracks. It seems the crime prevention manual will soon have another entry. Before long, Han Li and his team had completed their preparations and departed without a backward glance. The following day, they executed their plan. After Han Li spoke, each concealed apprentice sprang into action, blending into the crowd as they boarded the train. The viewers in the live stream, eagerly anticipating the heist, were particularly excited for the grand theft to commence. It has begun. This is monumental. Why isn't Mr. Han on the train? From his hidden vantage point, Han Li watched a mysterious group escorting an elderly man onto the train and smiled faintly as he melted into the crowd. He took his position in a command vehicle, ready to oversee operations. This time, he was the commander. Mr. Han, I've spotted several police officers. One apprentice reported. I've counted 2 here. How vexing. The police presence has unexpectedly intensified today. As Han Li listened to each apprentice's report, he jotted down notes. The police force appeared to be 3 or 4 times greater than anticipated, which posed a challenge. Meanwhile, inside a private compartment, the founder of Yingzhou sipped hot tea, flanked by a dozen burly bodyguards. Our security measures for this trip are impeccable, he remarked. Indeed, quite satisfactory. The man dismissed his guards, instructing 2 Yingzhou ladies to attend to the elderly gentleman properly. Oh, what a shame that the Huaxiao man survived, the elderly man grumbled, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Fortunately, the assassin would not disclose his plans. For safety's sake, he decided to travel abroad to evade the spotlight. He deliberately chose the most ordinary train, ensuring that his departure would go unnoticed. Han Li, I will eventually eliminate you. As time ticked away, the Yingzhou police patrolled incessantly. Han Li had discerned their general timing and began issuing commands. The operation commenced. In car 3, a robust Yingzhou man abruptly stood, delivering several heavy blows to the face of a nearby Yingzhou woman. Wake up, you fool. The Yingzhou woman, bewildered, responded with confusion. In an instant, the two erupted into a quarrel, drawing the attention of nearby officers. Officer, he struck me. You know how serious that is for me. Silence. The inspector just intervened when, unexpectedly, another brawl erupted in the adjacent carriage. I heard that someone even brandished a knife. Fearing for lives, several officers refrained from patrolling and rushed to control the scene. Quick, send reinforcements here. Instantly, the carriage became a cacophony of chaos, with fighters, onlookers, and those inadvertently caught up in the fray, all in disarray. Observing the situation, Han Li remarked, that's enough. In the previously tranquil 5th carriage, 5 apprentices abruptly stood, synchronously claiming they needed to use the restroom, when in fact, they intended to retrieve the weapons they had prepared a few nights prior. During a brief lull in the fighting, they successfully acquired specially crafted firearms. The train was in peril. The apprentices donned the masks essential for bandits, all uniformly adorned with pink pig motifs. With stealth, the occupants of the 5th carriage managed to traverse the top of the train, bypassing the soothing inspector, and made their way to the foremost carriage. Upon leaping down, the first apprentice produced a jammer created by Han, severing the signals in the area. The other robbers followed suit. Witnessing this, the passengers fell silent. What? They had guns. One staff member attempted to call for help, only to discover that the line was dead. Even the alarm system had ceased to function. What on earth? A robber deliberately spoke in a chilling tone. If you wish to live, behave. Bang. As he spoke, the trailing robber forcefully shut the main door, sealing their fate. The passengers in Yingzhou gasped in shock. Come here. Following Han's orders, the robbers seized the staff member, coercing the driver to open the door. The driver, with no other choice, complied. Once the robbers entered, they had completely dominated the train's most critical aspect. In less than 5 minutes, it was astoundingly swift and direct. No time for chatter. They got straight to business. Han Li nodded in approval. Well done. The audience in the live stream grew exhilarated. Such thrilling scenes had not been witnessed in ages. Was this not more thrilling than magic? Damn, the blood of a bandit within me is awakening. One apprentice addressed the hostages. Now, passed these weapons over. Before them lay a box of arms. The hostages trembled, fully aware they were merely props. Yet still frightened to the core. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off. Is this for real? One by one, the Ingzhou individuals, under the robbers' watchful eyes, transported the cache of weapons to various carriages. In each compartment, lurking robbers emerged, seized the firearms, and proceeded to the rear. What was most egregious was that they slaughtered indiscriminately as they advanced, showing no mercy to the terrified fleeing hostages. Soon, the Ingzhou inspector learned of the robbers and was taken aback. What the hell? The robbers were hijacking the train, and they had weapons. How did they bypass security checks? Damn it, they even brought machine guns. A police chief, adorned in vibrant paintballs, stumbled forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Run for your lives." The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The other officers gazed in horror at their fallen colleague, then turned to see the armed robbers behind him, brandishing machine guns. It was over. Indeed, when the officers, armed only with small handguns, confronted these heavily armed assailants. The tide of battle swiftly turned against them. The gunfight was fierce, and the police suffered significant losses. Retreating without even noticing the apprentice who had previously quarreled with an elderly woman, now grinning sinisterly. Then, with a loud shout, he flung open his coat, revealing a detonator and activating the makeshift bomb strapped to his body. The viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. "How ruthless," exclaimed one, while another remarked. "This is a high-stakes game. It's terrifying." The officers, upon witnessing this human bomb, were nearly paralyzed with fear. "Don't come any closer. Retreat," they shouted. But retreat? The robbers were right behind them, leaving them with no escape route. The police finally realized that the train carriage had only 2 exits, both blocked by the robbers, effectively sealing their fate. Regardless of the circumstances, they were doomed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the train, detonating the entire carriage. Han Li, comfortably seated in the command vehicle, set down his radio and listened to the symphony of chaos. He sighed, pondering the worth of a meager salary in such perilous circumstances. Every officer from Ingzhou perished. Chapter 180. Not a single passenger left unscathed? This is madness. Hearing the commotion outside, the elderly founder grew anxious, pushing away the woman beside him and shouting at his bodyguards, "What is happening outside?" "It seems there's a gunfight," one bodyguard reported. The founder's eyelids twitched. Gunfight? Had they encountered robbers? How unfortunate. No, something was amiss. There must be a trick at play. Quick, send a few men outside to investigate. A few bodyguards pushed open the door, armed with real weapons. The moment they opened it, a barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving them momentarily stunned. What? Paintballs? They soon realized that the projectiles were not real bullets, but rather specially designed paintballs for the production team. Before the bodyguards could fully comprehend the situation, a black object rolled into the room. "Is this fake too?" one exclaimed. "No, that's real. Drop it. Back away, back away." The founder's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the unmistakable shape of a grenade. In an instant, panic ensued among the bodyguards, who attempted to flee, only to realize they were aboard a train. Where could they escape to? Jumping off? No, they cried. Boom. The grenade exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. Who is it? Who's responsible? The elderly man staggered to his feet, his vision blurred. In the next moment, he was knocked unconscious. An apprentice turned and declared, "Time's up, prepare for extraction." Yes, at that moment, the apprentice controlling the train brought it to a halt and stepped out of the control room, addressing Han Li. "What should we do with the remaining hostages?" "Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive," Han Li commanded from the back of a large truck, following the train closely. "Remember, we are ruthless bandits." The apprentice took a deep breath. "Understood, Mr. Han." He then turned away. He raised his firearm and ruthlessly swept away the hostages before him, accompanied by an elderly man bound in a hood. The group leaped from the train under the terrified gazes of numerous police officers. Awaiting their arrival was Han Li's welcoming party. How infuriating, they had escaped. The large truck sped away, vanishing into the wilderness. On the train, the hostages and officers were all adorned with paintball marks, presenting a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. An entire train of people had been eliminated. A young man seethed with frustration, although it was merely a show. The thought of an actual train full of casualties was unfathomable. How ruthless these bandits were. No, they were no mere robbers, but fierce criminals. Their operation was meticulously orchestrated and executed with alarming speed, leaving no opportunity for defense. Conversely, the elderly folk from Ingzhou appeared unfazed, exclaiming, "Wow, these young men are quite formidable." One even quipped, "Goodness, he just shot at my head. How outrageous. You officers seem to be utterly incompetent. How could you allow them to board the train with AKs when I was prohibited from bringing a simple razor? How disgraceful for Ingzhou." Embarrassed by the elder's remarks, the officers of Ingzhou bowed their heads in silence, consumed by shame. "What are you standing there for? Call for reinforcements." Soon, the Ingzhou Police Department, since being retired by Han Li, had Officer Mu Mu assigned to the most leisurely position of answering calls. And now, the phone rang again. "Moshi Moshi, what is it?" "The train has been robbed." "Oh, a robbery? How much was taken?" The officer pondered, replying, "No money was stolen, only a person." Thank goodness. It was merely the Emperor's brother. Officer Mu Mu nearly spewed blood, his eyes widening as he stammered, "You didn't stop them? We were eliminated. And the hostages? All perished. They wouldn't be wearing Peppa Pig masks, would they? Hey, how did you know?" "Uffed. Officer Mu Mu, why are you bleeding? Someone call for help. Officer Mu Mu has lost it." 30 minutes later, the officers from Ingzhou arrived to assist, only to find that nearly no one on the train had survived. They collectively gasped in horror, drawing in breath after breath. Everyone is dead? This was the first incident of such magnitude in Ingzhou's history. A whole train of casualties. Reports indicated that over 130 lives had been lost. Terrifying. Such a massacre was unprecedented. Come here. The Yingzhou officers rushed into the room prepared specifically for that esteemed individual, only to find the floor littered with unconscious bodyguards, with no sign of the elderly man. This is disastrous. Where is he? This is a calamity. The emperor's brother has been abducted. Get to the bottom of this. In utter confusion, they had allowed this to happen. Such disgrace. The officers of Yingzhou soon grasped the methods employed by Han Li and his accomplices, their scalps prickling in fear. They observed the pits embedded in the ground at the waiting area, which explained the source of the criminals' weaponry. First, they diverted attention, then seized control of the driver's cabin, subsequently taking hostages and cutting their way out. The disparity in firepower was overwhelming, not to mention the sheer number of assailants. This was a complete crushing of the Yingzhou police force, one veteran analyzed. This method is truly terrifying. Everyone instinctively thought of that man, for he alone could crush them into mere dust. No, he hasn't returned, has he? For heaven's sake, don't scare me. Quickly, contact headquarters, initiate level 1 alert. The truth cannot be concealed. Han Li's return to Yingzhou, slaughtering an entire train of people and abducting the emperor's brother, sent shockwaves throughout the vast territory of Yingzhou. The internet was rife with the mournful wails of the citizens. For heaven's sake, has he not already claimed the lives of hundreds? I heard from my friend that he shot them one by one. The shocking train robbery will be etched in history, a monumental event. Surely this cannot be scripted? Terrifying. This man from Huaxia is truly fearsome. Han Li observed as a group brought the elderly man before him, taking a seat and gesturing for one to remove his hood. For heaven's sake, it's you. The old man trembled at the sight of Han Li, utterly taken aback, realizing that this was the Han Li who had come seeking vengeance. We meet again, old man, Han Li said with a benign smile. Yet, to the old man, it appeared utterly sinister. He revealed a vicious snarl of desperation. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? You are merely a contestant, not a true criminal. You cannot do anything to me. I am the founder. You are but a player. What can you possibly do? So, you believe that grants you the freedom to act without consequence? Han Li raised an eyebrow. What nonsensical reasoning is this? The old man, in a fit of madness, assumed a position of authority, bellowing, "This is my power, you wretch. I can do as I please. In a short while, my brother will arrive, and you will be imprisoned for life." Even at death's door, he remained arrogant. Who grants you such audacity? Han Li rose, moving behind the old man, patting him on the shoulder. You will come to regret this. What? Chapter 181. The Emperor? The Emperor must bow to me as well. In the next moment, Han Li abruptly ensnared the old man's neck with a noose hanging from the beam, causing him to gasp for breath. What are you doing? The old man was lifted by the rope, his feet struggling to find purchase on the chair, his body swaying uncontrollably. The apprentices turned their heads, unable to bear the sight. Although they were citizens of Yingzhou, Han Li was their faith. This was different. Calm down, Han Li, the old man pleaded, grasping at the rope as he watched Han Li approach, his heart racing. He can't be serious, can he? Bang. Han Li smiled, kicking away the chair beneath the Yingzhou official. For heaven's sake, a madman. The old man lost his support, as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, his breath faltering, struggling like a fish out of water. Even more cruelly, Han Li was broadcasting this live. The scene was streamed across screens large and small throughout Yingzhou, with passers-by halting in their tracks, wide-eyed and gaping at the display. Is that not the emperor's brother? Is he truly to be hanged? For heaven's sake, what is happening? Madness. The Yingzhou police department is in a state of despair, with officers' faces ashen, as they scramble to trace the live stream's location, only to find it repeatedly thwarted by hackers. What on earth is happening? Haven't you found anything yet? My apologies, Your Majesty. Inside the vehicle, the emperor, consumed by rage, hurls his phone to the ground, his fury palpable. He has never felt such urgency before. After all, it is his brother who is now being treated like livestock, suspended in agony. Ding ding ding. Hello? Your Majesty, it has been quite some time. The familiar voice belongs to the assassin from Huaxia, stirring a torrent of emotions within the emperor. What do you want? Han Li, seated comfortably, savors the sight of the elder's struggles. Speaking to the emperor on the other end. 100 billion yen. Pay up, or I will execute the ransom. 100 billion yen? Why don't you go and rob a bank? The national treasury doesn't even hold that much. Moreover, you've already begun the process. This is a crime. A true crime. I will have your nation pursue you. The emperor retorts fiercely. Han Li replies, do you have any evidence? The emperor's mind races, truthfully. He seems to lack any proof. How can this be tolerated? This indignation is unbearable. Han Li whistles, indicating that your brother appears to be nearing his limits. 100 billion. I cannot produce that amount right now. I beg you stop this. The esteemed emperor of Yingzhou is now, at this moment, compromising before a Huaxia individual, even resorting to a pitiful plea. I'm sorry, your authority holds no weight here. 100 billion is assuredly within your brother's reach. You have 3 minutes. As his time is running out, the struggling elder's complexion turns as pale as a corpse, his attempts becoming increasingly futile. He is nearing the end. You. 100 billion, transfer it to this account, or prepare to collect your brother's remains. The tone, the stance, the outrageous audacity. In that instant, the emperor, the pinnacle of power in Yingzhou, finds himself unable to retort. He lowers his voice in submission. I understand. Beep beep beep. The viewers in the live stream. Is this for real? This is outrageous. Mr. Han, asking for 100 billion is terrifying. Could it truly lead to a life being lost? As for those upstairs, I cannot say for certain this time. The audience understands that it was the elder from Yingzhou who initiated this conflict. Should Mr. Han take his life, there would be no grounds for reproach. Upon ending the call, countless banks in Yinzhou commenced a frantic remittance operation, unleashing an economic storm that swept across the entirety of Yinzhou. The head of the Yinzhou paper mill exclaims, "What? I have been mortgaged?" The CEO of the Yinzhou Entertainment Company shouts, "How can this be? My shares have been sold out suddenly." The head of Yinzhou Manufacturing wonders, "What is happening? I just woke up, and my company is gone?" One company after another was uprooted, sending shockwaves through the ranks of Yinzhou's executives, who feared another economic crisis. Little did they know, this was merely the entirety of Yinzhou rallying to raise a ransom for one individual. Ding dong. Following a flurry of notifications, Han Li pulls out his phone, momentarily taken aback. He discovers that he has inexplicably acquired numerous shares in major corporations, along with a staggering remittance of 500 billion. At this moment, he finds himself in possession of several companies from Yinzhou. Suddenly, I have become a business magnate. Incredible. Is this for real? Has money truly flowed in? Han Li, I have overnight transformed into a business tycoon. This is astonishing. Han, single-handedly, has mobilized the entire Yingzhou. It's igniting excitement. This venture is a means to earn a modest living and benefit the Huaxia. The Yingzhou company is now under Huaxia's governance. The barrage of comments flooded in, all praising Han for his earnest efforts. Han Li, no, I truly haven tea. Unbelievable. The ninja beside him was salivating, eyes gleaming with admiration. The apprentices gazed at him in awe, as though a deity had descended. Please, set me down. The elderly man, deliberately dangled by Han Li, was now lamenting in agony. The phone rang. Emperor. Beep, beep, beep. Without hesitation, Han Li hung up. Ninja? Apprentices? Live stream audience. Incredible. The leader of a nation personally called you, and you didn't even answer, but hung up instead? What audacity. Someone light a cigarette for Han. I am utterly bowing down. Meanwhile, on the other end, the emperor, having finished the remittance, was bewildered. He hung up on me. A mere passerby from Huaxiao hung up on me. Unbelievable. Furious. Beeping in anger, he now had to yield, for his brother was in Han's grasp. Moses? The emperor, fearing this madman would hang up again, softened his tone. How disgusting. Let us hear a word from Han. The ninja erupted with excitement. This is too intense. Emperor. Hey, it seems your brother may be in trouble. Han. The emperor, shedding tears, cried out, damn it. I must express my sorrow even while weeping. Han Li felt at ease. Not bad, there lies potential. Upon uttering this, the viewers in the live stream were overwhelmed. Their CPUs nearly overheating. You have received the money and the company. Can you now release my brother? Han Li could indeed set him free. Several apprentices gently lowered the feeble elder, who, in a daze, repeatedly muttered, I was wrong, spare me. Concurrently, the Yingzhou police, having traced the live stream's location, arrived in droves at a factory not far from the river. This is the place. The most elite special forces from Yingzhou disembarked from their armored vehicles and swiftly surrounded the factory. Tank, bring in the tanks. The emperor wiped away his tears. This was the first time he had felt so vulnerable. I demand this Huaxiao individual pay the price. Chapter 182. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The emperor's troops quickly surrounded the entire factory, hastily searching for Han Li and the other robbers. If caught, there would be no mercy. Unbelievable. You say there are no signs of them? The emperor, infuriated, began striking with his cane. The onlookers trembled, witnessing the emperor's uncharacteristic display of vulnerability. The good news was that Han Li had indeed freed the founder of Yingzhou, who was rescued. The bad news. As they emerged, he was on the brink of collapse, his mental state teetering on the edge of insanity. Demon. The old man clutched the emperor's garment with all his strength, barely able to stand, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt an inexplicable wave of shame wash over them. What has happened to my brother? The emperor inquired, turning to the physician at his side. The doctor hesitated momentarily before stammering, Your Majesty, he has suffered psychological trauma to the brain. Speak plainly. It's PTSD. He has been left with lasting shadows. A wave of embarrassment swept through the crowd. Quickly seize him. The emperor's teeth clenched in fury. This man from Huaxiao must perish, for his demise would ensure Huaxia's safety. The command was given, and the troops swiftly mobilized, launching a widespread manhunt in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Han Li walked along a narrow path with the ninja, beside a small river, approaching a checkpoint. Something big has happened. The ninja sensed impending danger. Indeed, they had gone too far this time. In the darkness, he spotted a series of flickering lights, swaying ominously. These were the troops dispatched to apprehend them. What should we do? The ninja glanced at Han Li. This was a detail Han Li had not disclosed to him. Otherwise, he would never have brought his apprentice along. By the way, where are your other disciples? Be patient. Han Li replied, withdrawing his hand from the water. As he dragged a bag from the river, the ninja sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained 2 diving suits. What is this? Diving suits? Surprised, aren't you? Han Li responded. The ninja was bewildered and asked, You planned this? What else could it be? No, you anticipated this all along. No wonder you were sneaking off to the thicket earlier. The ninja sighed, cursing internally. Han Li was still the same crafty individual, always 10 steps ahead. Stop talking and put it on. Han Li tossed a diving suit to him, and they both donned the gear before plunging into the water, navigating downstream along the river until they reached the checkpoint. There, a gate obstructed their passage, severing the flow of the river. What now? We rest. The ninja watched as Han Li climbed up to the gate, sitting beneath the bridge as if he were an elder. Are you mad? They'll see us here. The gate was swarming with guards, patrolling back and forth. One misstep, and they would be discovered. To the ninja's astonishment, Han Li disregarded his advice, even drifting into a light slumber. The audience in the live stream was astounded. This is insane. He's right in front of them. The ninja realized the sounds above were growing louder, and without further thought, he squeezed beside Han Li at the gate. Hurry, hurry, Baka. The emperor commanded that the individual from Huaxia must not escape. Nagashima emerged, assuring the emperor's envoy, rest assured, this Huaxia man shall not flee. I am guarding the checkpoint. He cannot elude capture. Furthermore, even if he were to breach the checkpoint, how could he swim back? Behind the checkpoint lies nothing but a vast expanse of ocean. Swimming would surely exhaust him. That puts my mind at ease. If you manage this well, the rewards for you will be substantial. Nagashima chuckled, thinking to himself that this Huaxia man, in his cleverness, had underestimated the situation. Did he truly believe that traversing the water would pose no issue? He was gravely mistaken. This very choice would serve as his prison. Illuminate the area. With unwavering confidence, Nagashima declared, should he attempt to navigate the waters, I shall ensure he finds no escape. We possess the most powerful floodlights. Hiding beneath the surface will be futile. Previously, they had utilized these potent lights to unearth numerous individuals attempting to cross clandestinely, achieving perfect success. The soldiers under his command, having received the emperor's directive, commenced their search, igniting one illuminating beacon after another, casting a brilliant glow upon the water's surface. The ninja felt a surge of anxiety. The vast illumination rendered concealment ineffective. Fortunately, they were sheltered beneath the checkpoint, where even the most intense lights failed to reach them. He occasionally glanced at Han Li, who was resting nearby, feeling a profound astonishment. Who had just claimed I was lacking in intellect? The ninja turned away, whistling softly. The live broadcast was buzzing. The most perilous locales often provide the greatest safety, do you understand? One soldier remarked with a chuckle. Let us see how long he can hold his breath. The intelligence of these soldiers was concerning. They were clearly struggling to keep pace with Han Li's line of thought. After a while, as the soldiers failed to spot any figures, they were left perplexed. Nagashima smirked. They must be holding their breath. How foolish. Let's see how long they can endure. With a silly grin, he reveled in their predicament. Below the surface, Han Li calmly retrieved his phone, watching the minutes tick away, murmuring, it's nearly 8 o'clock. Hey, brother, we need to devise an escape plan. The ocean lay just beyond the checkpoint. Do not suggest swimming out together. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Han Li inquired, at this hour, what vessels might be present at the checkpoint? The ninja paused, contemplating. 8 o'clock. The checkpoint suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement. Fishing boats. At this hour, fishing boats would undoubtedly be setting out, and the checkpoint would typically allow passage. They could seize the opportunity to board a vessel. The ninja recalled that fishing boats from Yingzhou were notoriously abundant. Just then, as if in response to their conversation, the sound of a boat horn echoed across the water. Audible from afar, it was indeed a fishing boat. The ninja was elated, and Han Li's lips curled into a smile as he stowed away his phone. Redonning his diving suit, he focused intently as the boat approached, now just 7 or 8 meters away. Han Li seized the moment, observing the crew as they lowered the ropes. Before the boat could reach the checkpoint, it would need to dock for inspection. This was Han Li and his companion's best opportunity. Let us go. Originally languid, Han Li suddenly leaped into the water with remarkable agility. Are you a turtle? The ninja quickly followed suit. The two of them, taking refuge in the shadow of the fishing boat, evaded the searchlights and swiftly climbed aboard using the ropes. What are you doing? One of them asked, bewildered. Searching the ship, of course. Are you foolish? The most pressing matter now is to locate that Huaxia person the emperor desires. Once we find him, fortune and promotion will surely follow. Stop being so dim-witted. This rickety boat isn't worth the trouble of searching. Ah, that makes sense. Sir, are you not going to search? Let us go, don't hinder my success. Thus, they merely conducted a cursory search of the fishing vessel before allowing it to depart. Hastily seeking Han Li's whereabouts, Han Li stood at the stern, glancing back at the bustling crew as they passed through the checkpoint, escaping unscathed. What will happen to my subordinates? They will be taken care of. Just then, a loud shout echoed, and they turned to see a tall, one-eyed old man glaring at them, bellowing, who are you? Chapter 183, Murderous Intent in the Heart of a Pig. Have we been discovered? The captain was about to shout when he suddenly saw Han Li draw a firearm aimed directly at him. Shoo! In an instant, the captain clamped his mouth shut. Mistaking Han Li for a genuine robber, Han Li exuded an air of bravado that genuinely frightened him. He continued, we will only stay for a moment before departing. If you insist on causing trouble, I wouldn't mind. He gently squeezed the trigger, prompting the captain to hastily shake his head, signaling that he meant no offense. Excellent. Han Li and the ninja swiftly took control of the entire vessel, as none of the crew dared to defy them, each raising their hands in surrender. After a considerable time had passed, the captain hesitantly spoke, the destination you seek is approaching. Ahead, a protruding shoreline marked the nearby dock. Here is some money for you. Han Li handed the captain a sum, which the latter accepted with a nod, indicating his understanding. I have not seen you. The crew echoed his sentiment, allowing the ninja to experience the true power of wealth. At the dock, Han Li and the ninja entered a restaurant. What are you planning to do? A food broadcast. You understand? The ninja replied, perplexed. Murderous intent. Baka, where are they? Long Island's eyes were bloodshot as he berated those below him, fatigue etched on his face. A whole day has passed. Dawn has broken, yet where are they? Head, I don't know. The water is nearly illuminated. Yet there is not a soul in sight. This is absurd. Logically, even with diving gear, one cannot hold their breath for an entire night, right? Could they have escaped? Upon uttering these words, everyone deemed him insane. How could that be possible? Are you out of your mind? Our checkpoint is impenetrable. No one can escape. Many netizens on the Yingzhou forum echoed Long Island's confidence, believing that Han Li was certainly trapped. Even a geographical expert from Ingzhou expressed his opinions. How absurd. From a physical standpoint, it is impossible for a mere human to breach the gates, for Han Li to escape. He must rely on the nod of the minister of Changdao. There was once a statistic indicating that at the Ingzhou checkpoint, which ranked first, 50% of criminals would voluntarily abandon this route. The netizens of Ingzhou fervently agreed. It has been proven that as long as control over the gates lies firmly in our hands, there is no cause for concern. They have maintained vigilance, and not even the most inconspicuous of individuals could evade the watchful eye of the law. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of numerous vehicles echoed nearby, and armored cars came into view, sending a wave of tension among the personnel at the checkpoint. A luxurious Lincoln came to a halt, and out stepped the highest authority of Ingzhou, the Emperor. Your Majesty, are you the one in charge? He inquired. Have you found him? Changdao stammered. Your Majesty, I regret to report that we have not yet located the individual, but rest assured, with me guarding this checkpoint, he cannot escape. It is merely a matter of time. The Emperor chuckled nonchalantly. Could he have drowned? Ah, it is possible. Possible, my foot. The Emperor bellowed, causing Changdao to kneel in fear, trembling. You fool. It is precisely because of imbeciles like you in Ingzhou that a mere Huaxiao man can toy with us. Just wait and see if he escapes. With a resounding crash, the Emperor hurled a mobile phone at Changdao's face. Bewildered, it was the first time he had witnessed the Emperor's wrath and found it incomprehensible. As he picked up the phone, the screen revealed Han Li sitting in a restaurant, voraciously devouring steak and sipping on beverages, with a table laden with delicacies. He was dumbfounded. How could he be in a restaurant and eating so well? This is impossible. I have been guarding the checkpoint and saw no one escape. Suddenly, a junior officer realized something and discreetly informed Changdao, Boss, a fishing boat did leave earlier. What? The revelation struck Changdao like a thunderclap, causing his legs to weaken as he sank to the ground. He understood now. This Huaxiao man had cleverly used the fishing boat to slip through undetected. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. He clung to the Emperor's leg, sobbing in despair. Family, I have failed. Do as you wish. Han Li raised a golden goblet and downed its contents, exclaiming, What a delight. This life is truly enjoyable. For those listening, it was as if a dagger had sliced through their very souls. The discomfort was palpable. The live stream chat exploded with fervor. How wicked. This is a heartless act. Han Li exclaimed, My friends, I have done it. The Emperor kicked Changdao aside, feeling embarrassed on his behalf, and coldly declared, You are dismissed, fool. In the aftermath, the Huaxiao production team, upholding a spirit of camaraderie, provided the records of Han Li's exploits to Ingzhou, much to the chagrin of the Ingzhou director who gritted his teeth while maintaining a facade of a smile. Delightful. When the officers of Ingzhou reviewed Han Li's intricate plan, from the strategic arrangement of weapons to his clever use of an unassuming fishing boat to achieve his escape, they acknowledged that, while the execution was not overly complex, it was strikingly effective. Unable to comprehend, yet unable to emulate, countless police stations repeatedly scrutinized the situation, only to be left perplexed. The criminal experts of Ingzhou aspired to salvage the dignity of the Ingzhou police chief, but ultimately, they relinquished their efforts. It was simply futile. They were utterly defeated. Han Li, get out of Ingzhou. You only come here to wreak havoc. Go abroad instead. At this moment, netizens from Huaxiao incessantly replayed Han Li's eating broadcast. Many Ingzhou netizens were rendered speechless in an instant. Even the experts seemed to vanish without a trace, their accounts obliterated. Ha ha ha, laughable. Still at the first checkpoint? Han Li remarked, Is this all you've got? In no time, I'll break through. In another location, a group of robbers donned with Peppa Pig masks brought a person tied up. This individual was none other than the director of the Ingzhou program. As the tape over his mouth was ripped off, he looked around in fury, shouting, Why am I tied up? Who are you people? The assailants remained silent, merely observing as the bewildered ninja stared at the scene, wondering if this was indeed the program's director. Did I instruct them to kidnap the director? It seems your disciples possess considerable insight. Han Li chuckled as he stepped forward. Ingzhou certainly did not anticipate that while they focused their attention on themselves, Han Li had dispatched his main force to infiltrate the program's headquarters, resulting in the director's abduction. Why are you tying me up? The director retorted, gazing at Han Li. You're being eliminated. Han Li waved dismissively. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. What on earth? It can be done like this? The director panicked, fully aware of the implications, and immediately began to struggle. You traitors, release me at once. He aims to destroy us in Ingzhou. What? Everyone was taken aback, collectively turning their gaze toward Han Li. Chapter 184. What? What we did? Oh, then it's no big deal. I need a favor, ninja. For the first time, Han Li spoke with a tone of earnest pleading, leaving the ninja utterly astonished. This man was actually requesting his assistance? The sky must be falling. Quickly stop him. You are from Ingzhou, why aid a Huaxiao person? The director continued to implore the group. I no longer wish to be involved in your affairs. The ninja stated before quietly exiting the alley, his apprentices following suit. Traitor! The director screamed in despair, realizing he had become the lamb for slaughter. With his back turned to the ninja, Han Li expressed his gratitude. Thank you. In the next moment, gunfire erupted in the alley. However, no fatalities ensued. The director, glancing at the red dot on his forehead, sighed in resignation. With his elimination, the Ingzhou program's director would allow Huaxia to acquire 200,000 points. Coupled with the previous abduction of the founder and his subsequent elimination, this chain of events would yield no less than 500,000 points. With these 500,000 points, Huaxia could ascend to second place, closing in on the first-place contender, Country M. Meanwhile, in a secluded headquarters situated on an island, amidst a dense forest, stands the only towering edifice, a grand conference room. At its center lies a colossal round table, adorned with 13 chairs, each representing one of the 13 founders. Suddenly, one of the chairs dimmed, losing its radiance. A staff member, noticing this anomaly, entered the room and, upon confirming the situation, spoke to another individual. Ingzhou has been eliminated. Over. Is Ingzhou gone? How can this be? Who could have done this? Panic ensued within the building, as the representatives from 13 nations, tasked with monitoring the real-time leaderboard, found themselves in disarray. Just moments before, the representative from Ingzhou was reveling in the joy of adding 50,000 points to his nation's score. This disheartening news plunged him into despair. Impossible. No. This cannot be happening. All the hard-earned points gone just like that. The representatives from other nations shared in his anxiety, fearing they might be next. The representative from Huaxia was drenched in cold sweat, having witnessed the first national elimination, signaling that the competition was nearing its conclusion. Anxiety permeated the air, as no one wished for their nation to face elimination. Once a nation was ousted, its points would be redistributed to others. I must report this immediately, he declared, dialing a number. A highly esteemed leader answered. Hello? Leader, we have a grave situation. Ingzhou has been eliminated. Oh, a nation has been eliminated. It could very well be our turn next. The leader struggled to suppress a chuckle, feigning ignorance. Is it that serious? Indeed. But rest assured, this matter will not befall Huaxia. The leader suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the representative perplexed. What do you mean? Are you not aware? The mastermind behind Ingzhou's elimination is none other than us, Huaxia. The revelation struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving the representative in disbelief. Really? He asked repeatedly. The director informed me that a contestant named Han Li single-handedly brought down Ingzhou. Initially, I was skeptical, but upon reviewing the footage, I was convinced this young man is formidable. Han Li, who doesn't he know him? He currently reigns at the top of the Huaxia crime leaderboard. Thus, it became clear that the source of anxiety among the other nations stemmed from their own. The representative's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, the agitated representatives around him erupted into chaos once more. Look at the screen. Oh my god, this cannot be real. This is cheating, it must be cheating. In stark contrast, the representative from Huaxia hung up the phone with an air of composure and approached the screen, secretly amused. They were unaware that at this hour, the much-anticipated screen would update the international real-time rankings. Yesterday, the standings were as follows. First was Nation M, second was Rooster Nation, third was Huaxia, and fourth was Nation Y. However, now, Huaxia, which had previously been in third place, had suddenly displaced Rooster Nation, soaring to second place. A staggering 50,000 points have inexplicably appeared. The overseers of the Rooster Nation were utterly shocked, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. In an instant, they found themselves outpaced by Huaxia, leaving them several streets behind. Truly astonishing. The overseers from numerous countries simultaneously cast their gazes towards Huaxia's representatives, contemplating this ill-gotten wealth. It was evident to all that it must be linked to the elimination of Ingzhou. You scoundrel! Shouted the overseer from Ingzhou, who, even if dim-witted, could discern that this was surely the work of Huaxia. He clamored for a confrontation. The Huaxia overseer, the bewildered old Su, waved his hand dismissively. I'm not aware of it either. How shameless. Damn it, invincible. Old Su retorted, I do not admit to it. What can you do? Little Ri, in tears, lamented loudly about the tides of fortune. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished. In a single day, such monumental changes had transpired, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. They hurriedly reported to their respective national leaders. In Country M, the president, stroking his hair, muttered, damn it. Such a thing must never occur. We must unite to defeat Huaxia. He instructed his secretary to contact Country Y and Rooster Nation immediately. Rising from his seat, he turned to his secretary. Have we discovered why Ingzhou was eliminated? It must be that Huaxia deployed their military, or perhaps organized some suicide squad. I've heard that the contestants from Huaxia tend to band together. The secretary's expression darkened. None of that is true. The president, perplexed, inquired, what then is the reason? It is due to one person, the secretary replied, presenting information about Han Li to the president. After perusing it, the president slumped back in his chair, unable to believe that a Huaxiao individual could achieve such a feat. Yet, he had indeed accomplished it. First in Huaxia. No wonder. Go, persuade him to join us. Yes, responded the voluptuous secretary, licking her lips and smiling as she booked a flight to Huaxia. Meanwhile, Han Li, who was blissfully unaware of the enormous storm he had stirred, was leisurely seated on a plane, engrossed in his phone. It had been quite a while since he last returned to Huaxia. Suddenly, a message from Ling Han pinged. Whoa. President Han, it's explosive news. I've heard, it's incredible. Also, hurry and check the official livestream. Quickly. Official livestream? Han Li retrieved his phone and, for the first time, opened the official website of Criminal Roleplay. He was taken aback by what he saw. A global leaderboard. The rankings of contestants worldwide. Where do I stand? Curiosity piqued. Han Li opened the document and immediately spotted himself ranked ninth. The ninth in the world. Ahead of him were all formidable talents. He put away his phone, deciding to take a short nap upon returning to Huaxia for a few days of rest before planning his next move. After all, he had eliminated the entire Ingzhou. At that moment, the captain's voice echoed through the cabin. We apologize, dear passengers, but due to weather conditions, we will be landing at Magic City Airport. We sincerely apologize. Magic City. A few minutes later, Han Li stood at the airport in the magical city, inquiring about flights, only to learn that there would be no flights to City S for the next 3 days. He would have to remain in the magical city for the time being. As he spoke, he was about to find a spot to sit down when he was taken aback. Not far away, a billboard proclaimed, Congratulations to Officer Li Yi for once again apprehending a criminal gang, earning the title of Nemesis of Crime. Unexpectedly, this individual was also present. Han Li stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling. It had been a while since he had engaged in playful banter with the Chinese police. Chapter 185. Crafting a gun by hand, terrifying the bigwigs. Han Li booked a flight to City S for 3 days later and hailed a cab. Preparing to find a hotel to stay in. Where to, sir? A nearby hotel, he replied. The driver, during the ride, regaled Han Li with tales of the magical city's various attractions, such as ancient towers, the towering buildings on the mountain, spires piercing through the clouds, and long bridges spanning between skyscrapers. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, which irritated Han Li. What's wrong, driver? The driver, looking embarrassed, explained. There's been an incident up ahead. An incident? Han Li looked up and, as the driver had said, noticed a large crowd gathering, with officers in bulletproof vests maintaining order and setting up barriers. Curious onlookers were being ushered away. It was indeed a scene of chaos. Vaguely, he activated his eagle eye skill, acquired in London, and his vision expanded dramatically. He saw clearly that on the side of the street, a foreign man was brandishing a gun, holding a female employee hostage. His expression was one of fury as he barked at the nearby officers in Chinese. Stop. I will shoot. Stand back. The woman, terrified and with a gun pressed to her head, trembled in fear, as anyone would in such a dire situation. Stay calm. What do you want? As long as it's reasonable, we can accommodate you. One officer attempted to negotiate, having encountered foreign robbers numerous times before. What the hell is going on? Foreigners robbing every day. It's like they're completing their daily KPI. The foreigner, seeing the officer's retreat, burst into a maniacal laugh, deriding the Chinese police, confident that a single hostage could bring them to their knees. He arrogantly proclaimed, bring a reporter, let the media cover me. Han Li found the robber's lack of professionalism amusing. If it were him, he would have disguised himself as a journalist, taking the robber by surprise and swiftly neutralizing him. The officers of the magical city retreated a few steps, seemingly conceding to the foreigner. You go. One officer shouted to a timid journalist nearby. The journalist nodded, fear evident as he cautiously approached the robber. Come here, stop dawdling. The robber barked. Yes, the journalist stammered as he reached the robber, trembling as he held up his microphone. Coward. The foreigner scoffed, dismissing the timid journalist entirely. He turned to the camera, declaring, remember, my name is Mike. And you lot are nothing but scum. Just then the unassuming young reporter suddenly launched a surprise attack, seizing the weapon from the robber, and before his terrified eyes, dismantled the magazine right in front of him. Quick! Li Yi commanded the officers behind him, who rushed forward to successfully subdue the foreign assailant. Damn it, this is cheating. All's fair in war, sir, Li Yi remarked as he cuffed him. The officers gathered around the foreigner in unison. This entire operation was orchestrated by Li Yi. Officer Li, you are truly impressive. Who would have thought of such a tactic? It's nothing, Li Yi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and smiling. The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible. Officer Li is so handsome. Well done. Even the driver couldn't help but raise his fist, exclaiming, that foreigner now knows the might of the Huaxia police. Han Li retracted his hawk-like gaze. This Li Yi had indeed grown stronger. Is he really that formidable? Absolutely. Although he comes from afar, in these past months, he has been nearly invincible, a general of constant victory, instilling fear in criminals. This Officer Li was remarkable. As the police cleared the obstacles, the vehicle continued on its way. Han Li glanced back at Li Yi, who was confidently being interviewed by reporters. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with me. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. That day, Han Li strolled around, purchasing various materials from different shops, before heading to a processing factory to discuss matters with the owner. He then locked himself in a small room, engrossed in his work. What could he be up to? The sound of clattering suggested something far more sinister than mere construction. The onlookers deemed him too busy to concern themselves with his activities. Inside the room, Han Li let out a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair as he admired his handiwork laid out on the table. A G3SG-1 replica, though not authentic, was sufficient to fire bullets. He also had several grenades, a tear gas canister, and a rudimentary timed explosive device. If anyone outside were to see these, they would surely be terrified. Isn't this the work of a ruthless bandit? The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Does CEO Han even know how to make guns? Despite being a half-finished product, it was indeed impressive. This is serious, a thorough investigation. Within the live stream, the host was at a loss for words, exclaiming in astonishment. She turned to look at the special guests for the day, a retired theater commander, a weapons expert, and an elderly official. All three wore solemn expressions. Old Li, could you provide your assessment? Can I recruit him into the Corps? The retired theater commander regarded Han Li as if he were a precious gem. Such talent should be utilized for the nation. The weapons expert even shared Han Li's weapon-making video within their small circle. What? A civilian making AG-3SG-1? You must be joking. He can barely manage a magazine. The expert scoffed in disbelief. This is absurd. Manufacturing firearms, let alone the legal implications. Without over a decade of training, he couldn't even forge a hammer. Not even a professor would dare claim such a feat, old Wang. You must be mistaken. Indeed. Upon viewing that video, Han Li effortlessly combined materials, skillfully assembling and loading a magazine within the span of just an hour. Although it was a mere prototype, he had astonishingly crafted AG-3SG-1 by hand. The audacity of creating AG-3SG-1 with nothing but bare hands? Unbelievable. A master among mortals. I revere you, old Wang. Do you take apprentices? Come to my company. I'll offer $1 million. A professor from a certain university excitedly stood up in class, exclaiming, this is absolutely phenomenal. The students were bewildered. The most exaggerated moment came when several new followers suddenly appeared in Han Li's livestream. Western Theater Commander has followed. Eastern Theater Commander has followed. Southern Theater Commander has followed. The viewers trembled in awe. Is this a live stream? It feels like an entire military conference. For a moment, no one dared to comment in the chat. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he was simply testing the weapon, firing a few rounds with impressive results. As expected, the system's skills were indeed formidable. After completing his tasks, Han Li packed everything up. As he left, a worker mocked him, asking what he had done that was so heavy. With a smile, Han Li exited and headed straight to a nearby jewelry store. Passing by a stall, he called out, "Master, give me a mask, something cool. How about this one? It's really stylish," the vendor suggested, handing Han Li a red mask. "Perfect, I'll take it." After paying, Han Li swaggered into the jewelry store. The manager was overjoyed upon his entry. But by the time Han Li emerged, he was weeping profusely. The alarm blared, signaling that the jewelry store had been robbed. In an instant, the sound of sirens attracted a multitude of onlookers. What? Robbing in broad daylight? How thrilling. Quickly, Han Li, with a bag full of jewels, jumped into a resting taxi, brandishing a realistic firearm to frighten the driver away. He drove off into the distance. The viewers in the live stream remained rather unfazed. Is that it? Just some jewelry? Standard procedure. I could have done it faster in 5 minutes. There's room for improvement. This batch of comments left the host of the live stream utterly dumbfounded. This is outrageous. 10 minutes later, police vehicles arrived, deploying the nearest elite squad led by Officer Li Yi, who surveyed the situation with his team. This area is under our jurisdiction. Which robber has the audacity to act so boldly? By the way, what should we have for lunch? Beef noodles, hold the noodles. Just the meat. Everyone remained composed, not out of arrogance, but because they had handled numerous similar cases flawlessly. Gradually, their confidence swelled. Meanwhile, the jewelry store manager was in a state of panic, cursing, "Damn it, they stole only the most valuable items." Clearly, an experienced individual. Rest assured, we will certainly recover it for you. Li Yi meticulously outlined the circumstances, his mind sharp and clear. Since the assailant had driven away, tracking them was feasible. His reputation attracted a throng of reporters, eagerly awaiting his emergence and clamoring to pose questions. "Officer Li, do you have confidence this time? I hear there is only one perpetrator. Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Yi, addressing the cameras with a grave demeanor, stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please have faith in our police department. I, Li Yi, assure you that this case will be resolved within 3 hours." Truly, he is Officer Li. Impressive. Emerging from the throng of reporters, Li Yi turned to the technical personnel in his team and inquired, "Have we tracked the vehicle's location?" "Indeed." The individual replied with a smile, handing over the screen, where a red indicated an abandoned factory. "This robber was careless. He forgot we could trace the license plate. It seems he was in such a rush that he didn't anticipate this oversight. Just a reckless fool." After reviewing the surveillance footage from the shop, Li Yi noted how brazenly the robber acted, neglecting to tamper with the cameras, rushing in to seize the goods before fleeing. One word, reckless. Frankly, such behavior is all too familiar. Either they are genuinely reckless, or they possess an absolute confidence in their abilities. Yet, most often, it is the former. Let us proceed. When soldiers come, I will meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. Aside from Han Li, I have yet to be defeated by anyone. Moreover, I am not the same person I once was. Meanwhile, Han Li set down his phone, having just achieved a quintuple kill. He surveyed the makeshift surveillance he had established, which covered the entire factory, allowing him to see everything clearly. All necessary arrangements had been made. He was merely waiting for the fish to bite. He then picked up a necklace valued at 5 million, tossing it aside without a second thought, as if discarding refuse. Such a price was inconsequential to him. He was indifferent to any small jewelry store. Robbing the jewelry store was merely a ruse to create an opportunity for a confrontation with Li Yi. Thus, he employed the most primitive tactics to deceive Li Yi and his colleagues into believing he was merely a fool. One who didn't even know how to tamper with surveillance footage. In reality, it was all an act, and by the time they realized, they would be ensnared in his grasp. They would take some time to arrive. In the meantime, he decided to check the rankings. Han Li pulled out his phone and accessed the official website for criminal roleplay, where he noted that his ranking remained unchanged at 10th place, now occupied by a competitor from a small nation. Desert Butcher, intriguing. He clicked on the profile, which displayed the criminal record of this contender. In the video, he single-handedly invaded a small town, eliminating over 100 individuals before dragging the town's treasury away on a train, disappearing without a trace. Han Li exclaimed, "Impressive." This fellow's marksmanship was exceptionally skillful, hitting targets with precision. He then turned to examine the other contenders. He successively opened videos of the top 10 competitors, showcasing feats such as scaling the highest towers and stealing the most luminous gems, alongside audacious acts like blowing up the entire city's police station overnight. Just as Han Li was engrossed in the viewing, a sudden sound emanated from the surveillance feed, prompting him to realize that Li Yi had arrived. Indeed, through the monitor, he observed a police vehicle making its way to the entrance of the abandoned factory. A group of armed officers disembarked, appearing to be elite police from the Magic City. However, at that moment, they lacked a sense of urgency, displaying an air of nonchalance. "Damn, such a remote location. I've spotted that guy's vehicle. I specifically brought a shotgun today. He wants to know what hit him." The squad members brimmed with confidence, a testament to their formidable prowess. Yet only Li Yi understood that while they were labeled as elite, the absence of his presence would significantly diminish their effectiveness. As the group stepped out of the vehicle, they noticed the factory's entrance intermittently opening and closing, as if concealing something within. The surroundings felt eerily vacant, with towering walls enclosing them, inducing a sense of suffocation in Li Yi. Xiao Hai, investigate. Li Yi sensed something amiss about the factory, as if it harbored secrets. Wang Dahai nodded, retrieving his equipment, swiftly hacking into the factory's surveillance system, revealing a series of images devoid of any anomalies. Captain, you are overthinking it. It's merely a brute, he asserted confidently, his technical skills ensuring the footage's authenticity. In the replay, the robber had not tampered with the cameras, indicating a lack of knowledge regarding network technology. It's fine, Captain, Li Yi remarked. I truly don't understand why he would choose to hide here instead of fleeing to the wilderness. That would pose a greater challenge for us. If it weren't deliberate, he wouldn't be waiting to be caught, would he? One elite officer chuckled, replying to Li Yi. It's quite simple. His vehicle ran out of fuel. Look, the tank is empty. He is forced to hide in this factory, so don't fret unnecessarily. Indeed. It seemed plausible that the vehicle had run out of gas, compelling a halt. With a sigh, Li Yi steadied his weapon and addressed his team. Stay vigilant and refrain from acting impulsively. Yes, sir. Move out. Li Yi led the charge into the desolate factory, flanked by his fully armed elite squad, renowned for their unbroken record of victories. Yet, inexplicably, the biting cold wind that greeted them sent chills down his spine. Chapter 187. Boasting. Catching a police officer in 1 minute. Li Yi and his team entered the abandoned factory, ascending to the second floor. As the main door creaked open, they hesitated to rush out. 2 elite team members took up positions, cautiously peering out to assess the situation. Nothing suspicious ahead. Over. Li Yi nodded and was the first to step out, heading towards a stone pillar. The rest of the squad followed closely behind. Under the flickering lights, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. A group of individuals discovered several tightly shut crimson doors on the second floor. Dispersed. Li Yi was resolute in preventing any surprise attack from behind. Any door here could potentially hide an assailant. Fortunately, with sufficient manpower, he decided to form small teams of 2 to guard each entrance. The teams swiftly positioned themselves at their respective doorways, weapons raised. Open the door, Li Yi commanded, as he gestured for a nearby companion to aim, personally pushing the door open and swiftly raising his firearm. Ahead lay a dimly lit corridor, the lights wavering in and out. Clear, clear, came the confirmations from the others. Unsurprisingly, the other doors revealed no enemies, and Li Yi finally exhaled in relief, convinced that there were no further adversaries lurking. But just then, the once flickering lights suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The group turned in unison, alarmed by the abrupt blackout, fearing an imminent assault. In a flash, a shadow darted past one of the team members, who instinctively ducked aside, drenched in cold sweat. Someone's there. Damn it, that was close. It must be the robber. As the other team members rushed towards the source of the alarm, Li Yi barked, retreat. It's a trap. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure emerged from the corridor, turning as a red laser beam swept towards him. Bang. The quick-witted Li Yi fired immediately, striking his target. Headshot. I'll check it out. Long, cover me. Li Yi ventured into the corridor, cautiously approaching the figure, while Long provided cover to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Li Yi halted, eyes widening in disbelief. The figure on the ground was not an assailant, but a dummy affixed with a hostage. Had he just shot a hostage? Damn it. He had fallen for a ruse. A wave of unease washed over him, an eerily familiar sensation. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Impressive, Han Li exclaimed. Congratulations on killing a hostage. What the hell? Li Yi retorted. At that moment, in a nearby surveillance room, Han Li munched on potato chips, leisurely enjoying the unfolding drama. The show was about to get interesting. Haha. Wait, why do I feel like the villain? I'm a model citizen. Inside the police station in Magic City, the chief was sipping tea, having invited several renowned criminology professors for a visit. By the way, where's Li Yi? He went to apprehend a robber, the chief informed them, recounting the events of that morning, which elicited laughter from the professors. This robber is quite something. Unprofessional, probably inexperienced, and too reckless. Just then, urgent shouts echoed from outside, and a police officer rushed into the office, exclaiming, Chief, the robber is streaming live. What? The chief and the professors quickly accessed Han Li's live broadcast on the Magic City network. On screen, a man donned in a suit and a red mask was striking the table, seated with a smile directed at the camera. How audacious. This brash individual remains oblivious to the fact that they are pursuing him. The internet has erupted. It is the first time I have witnessed a criminal broadcasting live in real time. Each viewer commenting, you are truly audacious. Ladies and gentlemen, the elite squad of Magic City is currently on my trail, asserting that they will apprehend me within 3 hours. I boldly declare today that I will capture a police chief in just 1 minute. Hiss, what a mad man. The audacity of this statement has left everyone utterly astonished. Most regard him with the gaze of onlookers amused by a fool. A joke. A grand joke. The chief shakes his head repeatedly. It seems that today's robbers are not quite right in the head. Other criminology professors burst into laughter, deeming this the most amusing jest they have ever encountered. Truly, this robber is beyond comprehension. 1 minute? Does he fancy himself a superhero? How absurd, how vulgar. Humph. Merely a clown. It appears that he is nothing more than a brainless buffoon. Han Li, however, is unfazed. After all, from a different perspective, he too finds this improbable. Nevertheless, he revels in the prospect of slapping their disbelief back in their faces. Subsequently, he steps out the door, ready to perform. Within the police station, the professors, thoroughly entertained, jokingly retrieve a stopwatch to time the minute. They are eager to see if he can indeed capture a police chief. Haha. Meanwhile, Li Yi has regained his composure and realizes he requires additional manpower. He withdraws other squads, leaving 3 to cover the rear. He leads the remaining team straight to the heart of the action. Fear not, Chief, we are here, and the rear is secure. My shotgun is itching for action. Reliable. As Li Yi and his team enter a narrow passage, they are startled by a sudden cacophony. What the hell? Steady. Fortunately, Li Yi maintains his composure and quickly reassures everyone. This is merely a dark jest. Damn it, guarding the rear is so dull, after all. There is only one of them, wouldn't you agree? As Dashi grumbles and turns back, he is left aghast. Suddenly, another team member vanishes, leaving only a pool of blood. Motherf. In the next moment, a crimson dot appears on his forehead. Bang. At this moment, within the police station, the professors monitoring the countdown glance at their watches, noting only 5 seconds remain. Ah, we truly are ridiculous, entertaining a fool. If he manages to capture a police chief in 1 minute, I shall serve as his professor. Haha. Ding. Suddenly, the live stream presents a shocking scene. A police chief hangs from a high beam, bloodied and dazed, in a ghastly state, swaying ominously. Han Li shifts the camera to himself first. Then, to their astonishment, another minute passes, and a second police chief appears suspended from the beam. Hiss, it has exploded. It has exploded. This is terrifying. This is horrific. The viewers in the live stream. The professors, witnessing this scene, feel their smiles freeze in place. They stand in shock, exchanging terrified glances, their skin prickling with goosebumps, their hearts gripped by fear. Chapter 188. I Azu. Challenge you to a duel. Bang. The sudden gunshot immediately captured the attention of Li Yi and his companions. Brother Long, come with me. The rest of you stay put. Move. Li Yi, unwilling to take risks, instructed the others to wait while he accompanied Brother Long to investigate the situation behind them. Damn it. As they reached the rear, a large door suddenly separated them from the second floor. When did this door appear? Look over there. Ahead. There were no signs of the two who were supposed to cover their retreat. Only 2 pools of blood. Damn it. Where did they go? Things were spiraling out of control. What sound is that? The remaining team members heard a strange noise, and one bold member shouted, let's go check it out. But the captain said to wait. Why are you hesitating? Just go take a look. We have enough people. Just be careful. As several team members saw him leave, they reluctantly followed. They cautiously proceeded, alert to their surroundings, discovering numerous large doors on both sides. Damn, so many doors. Shoo. A junior member approached one of the doors, pointing inside as if he sensed something within. I'll cover you. 2 of us will aim outside while one goes to open the door. That way we can prevent an ambush. Creak. The door was slowly pushed open, and an elite team member peered inside, finding the room eerily empty, save for an old television making a raucous noise. Safe, just a television. No sooner had he spoken than the floor beneath him suddenly collapsed, and he vanished from the view of the 2 outside. Ahi. The events unfolded with alarming speed. A wail echoed as the 2, in a panic, rushed into the room to assist their comrade. But just as they stepped inside, a door on the opposite side quietly opened. Han Li, gripping his G3GS1, awaited the unsuspecting duo, firing several shots. What the hell? The team member checking the room felt a jolt of fear. A gunfight had erupted. Go provide support. However, when they reached the scene, their faces were pale, the previous smiles wiped away. On the ground, there were no bodies, only a few pools of blood. Where are Ahi and the others? Are they dead? I don't know. This is too damn strange. The team members were on the verge of collapse. Did the robber not even spare the bodies? Meanwhile, within the police station, chaos reigned. The chief attempted to contact Li Yi, but found the calls impossible to connect, clearly due to a signal blockage. Li Yi, answer the phone. That robber is no ordinary criminal. Amidst the turmoil, the professors observed the screen, horrified as 3 more figures dangled from the beam, a shocking sight. Oh my god. One elderly professor collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. They're hanging there like sausages. It's too chilling. Exactly 3 minutes had passed. Just as Han Li had previously stated, he truly accomplished 1 police officer per minute. We have all been deceived by this robber. He has led us into a trap. He is no mere brute. He is a terrifying criminal. Chief, we need to send people for support. The situation is urgent. Officer Li is in danger. The director was taken aback by the sheer terror exhibited by the professors, revealing just how formidable the assailant truly was. Initially, netizens approached the situation with curiosity, but as the body count rose, dread began to permeate their sentiments. Surely, the police force wouldn't be entirely annihilated. Such a fate seemed inconceivable for the elite criminal investigation unit of the metropolis. Officer Li, with his remarkable prowess, would undoubtedly prevail. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing 3 officers on high alert, cautiously approaching a door. It was indeed the elite task force. Clearly, something significant awaited them. However, the audience's fleeting joy was abruptly shattered by a horrifying spectacle. Before one officer could even unlock the door, he was abruptly yanked inside, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Another officer, attempting to breach the door, was struck by a bullet that pierced through, staining his shoulder crimson. What was happening? The remaining officer stood frozen in shock when, without warning, a sturdy black cord descended, ensnaring his neck. As the apparatus activated, he was dragged across the floor like a lifeless animal, suspended in midair. His eyes wide with shock and terror. An unspeakable fear spread through the hearts of countless viewers. Within a mere minute, the so-called elites had been utterly vanquished. The scene transitioned once again, revealing 3 more bodies in the dim light, swaying ominously, each resembling a grotesque sausage. Only Han Li's laughter echoed through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 remain, he taunted, his chilling grin piercing through the collective psyche of the audience. It was utterly terrifying. Goodness, this person must be deranged. I can't watch this anymore, some declared in despair. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Officer Li Yi had become the audience's last beacon of salvation. Where's everyone? He wondered, frustration mounting. These little brats have become overconfident. Brother Long shook his head, sensing impending disaster. Li Yi and Brother Long scoured room after room. But all they found were pools of blood, no bodies in sight. This is insane, Brother Long murmured, rubbing his bald head in disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, they ventured into an area lined with countless glass panels, akin to a labyrinth. Brother Long, slow down, Li Yi cautioned, but Brother Long, consumed by urgency, quickened his pace. Before long, Li Yi lost sight of Brother Long entirely. Brother Long, he shouted, but the silence that enveloped him was deafening. Damn it, Li muttered. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that the communication devices of the others had gone silent. No responses, only a suffocating stillness. What a wretched reality lay before him. Once accompanied by over a dozen armed elite officers, he now stood alone, the fate of his comrades uncertain. This was undoubtedly the most desperate battle Li Yi had faced since his arrival in the metropolis. Stay calm, I must maintain my composure. After what felt like an eternity, as Li Yi mustered the strength to navigate out of the labyrinth, he found himself in a broader factory space. Treading cautiously, he discovered an abyss of darkness, rendering the surroundings invisible. Suddenly, the silence was broken by an ominous rustling. Not far from Li Yi, several flickering lights illuminated the scene, revealing a few silhouettes suspended like sausages, swaying back and forth. Ahi, Long Gu, Cheng Zai. Li Yi called out the names of his teammates, tears welling in his eyes. There was no need for further words. They were his comrades. A wave of despair washed over him as he beheld this tragic sight. Come out, I know you are here, Li Yi shouted, his heart heavy with anguish. Clap, clap, clap. Han Li emerged, applauding as he stepped into Li Yi's view, pointing at him and declaring, you must be the illustrious Officer Li from Magic City, am I correct? Li Yi replied defiantly, what do you want? He scrutinized the robber's demeanor, which exuded an air of ruthless bravado. Fool, they had been deceived. I hear your marksmanship is quite remarkable. Han Li circled around Li Yi, clearly oblivious to his true identity. Thus, Li Yi resolved to maintain his facade. He halted, produced a firearm, and placed it atop a paint can, grinning as he said, I wager my skills against yours. Let us see who is quicker. Chapter 189, Dimensional Strike, a brutal defeat as the spectators online witnessed this unfolding drama. Hope rekindled within them. When it came to marksmanship, Li Yi ranked among the best, but in terms of assembling firearms, he claimed the top spot without contest. Officer Li, teach him a lesson. If we can save one, we shall save one. Go, officer. Li Yi clenched his fists. He had no other option. The adversary wielded a weapon and held the fate of his teammates in his hands. All right. The two of them positioned the firearms on the paint can, first emptying the magazines, then disassembling the guns into their individual components for the sake of fairness. 10 seconds, and then we begin assembling, Han Li stated. Li Yi focused intently on the parts laid before him, his mind racing with memories of firearm assembly. He was confident he could reassemble the weapon within a minute. There was a chance. 10, 9, 8, Han Li counted down. Those fleeting 10 seconds felt interminable to Li Yi. 3, 2, Han Li paused, if only to unsettle his opponent. 1. In an instant, both men bowed their heads and swiftly set to work assembling the firearms on the table. The complexity of the components was akin to threading a needle. For any officer, assembling a firearm was one of the most daunting tasks. Li Yi, however, was intimately familiar with firearms. He had meticulously arranged the parts in his mind in the correct order, simulating the process countless times. Once he began, he moved with astonishing speed. Faster, even faster. Before him lay the lives of his teammates. With all his might, Li Yi had assembled 2/3 of the weapon. And with just the magazine left to attach, he could finish. The final step. He affixed the magazine and completed the assembly, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he was struck dumb, as if plunged into an icy abyss. A chill coursed down his spine, enveloping him entirely, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Before him, Han Li had already assembled the firearm, even loading it with bullets, yawning as he aimed it at his forehead. You have lost. The audience watching this deadly confrontation online was utterly astounded, having witnessed the entire ordeal from beginning to end. They fervently wished that the robber had resorted to deceit. However, Han Li ruthlessly overwhelmed them with his prowess. A firearms expert, dining at the moment, was taken aback and spewed his noodles upon observing Han Li's masterful assembly of the weapon. Old man, you claim to have been the national champion in gun assembly? Remarked an elder beside him casually. Indeed, no one can match my speed. How fast are we talking? 48 seconds. Impressive, isn't it? The old man boasted proudly, his record remaining unchallenged to this day. Yet, his son, with an expression of disbelief, turned to him and exclaimed, this person finished in just 15 seconds. The elder's small eyes widened like brass bells as he gasped. 15 seconds, a veritable flash. Impossible. Look, he set down his phone, incredulously gazing at his foolish son. Damn it, my record is gone. A prodigy. Quickly, post this on the firearms forum. A peerless master has emerged. Before long, Han Li's video created a sensation on the forum, and countless individuals worshipped him as the god of guns. You have lost. Li Yi was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a thunderous crash echoed, like something heavy striking the ground. He twitched and raised his head to look into the distance. A figure, suspended in the air, suddenly plummeted, landing heavily on the ground, motionless. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, is President Han serious? Oh my god, he actually killed someone. This can't be real. No. Han Li's cold voice resonated in Li Yi's ears. What will you wager next? He felt his footing falter. I bet on a duel. Very well. 3 minutes later, Han Li delivered a powerful kick that sent Li Yi flying, causing him to cough up blood as he crashed against the wall. It was a complete domination. Li Yi felt utterly helpless, nearly questioning his existence. How can a robber be more formidable than a police chief? You have lost. Han Li concluded, releasing a rope. No, please. As his words fell silent, Li Yi watched in horror as yet another teammate plummeted rapidly to the ground, lifeless upon impact. His mouth gaped open, yet no sound escaped, his eyes bloodshot with despair overwhelming him. The livestream viewers gasped. Oh my, this is real. At that moment, panic ensued. President Han has crossed the line. My goodness, I knew he would become a criminal. He is no good person. Suddenly, Han Li's detractors emerged like mushrooms after rain, vehemently criticizing him. In the production team's backstage, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Director, we are going to jail. I anticipated such a day. Thankfully, I deleted those 200 gigabytes of data. The director, frantic, attempted to make a phone call, but found it futile. This is disastrous. Portrayal. Indeed, it is portrayal. On the other end, he could not restrain his tears, pleading, I beg you, spare my comrades. Even in such a state, Han Li remained silent, merely pondering, what shall you wager? Li Yi gritted his teeth, for this brigand was formidable, excelling in both marksmanship and combat. He was no ordinary criminal. He wiped away his tears, resolutely determined to save his teammates, exclaiming, I wager this time. He selected the aspect in which he excelled the most. Alas, he still faced defeat. Bang! Two figures collapsed to the ground. Li Yi knelt, tears streaming down his face, realizing that even in his area of expertise, he could not surpass his opponent. Despair enveloped him completely. You may kill me, but spare them. Han Li seized his hair, declaring, there remains one more. What shall you wager? Li Yi, overwhelmed, felt his once resilient heart shatter mercilessly. A sense of helplessness washed over him. The viewers in the live broadcast were startled by Han's unprecedented coldness. Li Yi stammered, I shall not wager anymore. Fearful, the mighty Li Yi was afraid at this moment. Inside the police station, countless officers remained eerily silent. Had they been in his position, they too would struggle to bear such pressure. The chief's teeth were clenched in fury. Born. Never before has there been a criminal like Han Li, who mercilessly slaughters officers. Terrifying. Useless. Han Li released Li Yi, and before his eyes, he hurled the last person down with brutal force. Bang. Ding dong. Even the system could no longer bear witness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title Perverse Killer. Reward skill, Killing Intent Slaughter. Killing Intent Slaughter. Unleash an incomprehensibly terrifying aura of killing intent, affecting the will of others. Remarkably powerful. It feels as though you are insulting me, dog system. Li Yi desperately ran over, and Han Li did not hinder him. Just then bang. The rear door was shattered open, and the captain of the criminal investigation unit from the city stormed in with a team of supporting officers. He glanced at the bodies lying on the ground and at the weeping Li Yi. Finally, he looked toward Han Li, standing in the center. Take him down. You are suspected of murdering multiple officers. You, boy, await your doom. Han Li retorted. How do you know I have committed murder? Chapter 190, a mint? I am thrilled. Do you think we are blind? Quickly, restrain him. Witnessing Han Li's indifference, the officers were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? At that moment, Li Yi's exclamation captured the attention of many officers. He approached the body of his teammate. Upon closer inspection, what he saw were not corpses, but rather lifelike dummies. Dummies? Han Li, you terrified me. Where's Hazy? Come out and face the consequences. Li Yi, amidst the sea of dummies, had previously been too anxious, compounded by the lighting, rendering him incapable of discerning the truth. Where are my teammates? Turning around, everyone realized that Han Li had already vanished. Where is he? Quickly search. 10 minutes later, in the hidden confines of a clandestine chamber within the metropolis, the police officers discovered the unconscious members of the Serious Crimes Unit, soundly asleep. The bloodstains upon the floor were nothing more than convincingly realistic tomato juice, merely the tricks of mischief makers. Thus, it was revealed that this was merely a drill. Subsequently, the director of the production team candidly communicated with the officers, unveiling the truth. When the director mentioned that the mastermind behind it all was none other than the infamous Han Li, a wave of trepidation washed over the police officers. Goodness, Han Li. He is the audacious individual who dared to demolish the Cherry Blossom Tower. I have heard whispers that the wealthy in London have been ensnared by his machinations. Ingzhou has barred Han Li from entry. To oppose him is to court death without clarity. Particularly evident was the expression of Li Yi, who was most taken aback. He had not anticipated that the individual in question was Han Li. Damn it, he had been bested once again by this fiend. He initially believed that honing his skills in the metropolis would enable him to catch up, yet the reality was brutally harsh. He was far from being Han Li's match. Should Han Li so desire, the annihilation of the squad could transpire in mere minutes. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Yi addressed his subordinates. This time, have you grasped the lesson Han Li imparted? Indeed, came the collective, their heads bowed in shame. They had been excessively arrogant, and such hubris had led to today as calamity. Li Yi resolved to absorb this lesson and emerge stronger. Meanwhile, Han Li's audacious exploits had captivated the online community, where everyone affectionately referred to him as Azu. Today my wife insisted I dress as Azu. What should I do? Bro, I feel you. Damn, Azu looks incredibly dashing. One man, single-handedly decimating the Serious Crimes Unit of the metropolis. Who else could accomplish such a feat? It's truly terrifying. Within the precinct, the chief of police sighed, lamenting his naivety, having believed that the Serious Crimes Unit could resolve all issues. Until encountering Han Li, he had not comprehended what a true villain entailed. Incorrect, interjected the professors. Suddenly serious. You remain oblivious to Han Li's intentions. He is inoculating you. Rest assured, the Serious Crimes Unit shall only grow stronger next time. This perspective, upon reflection, was not without merit. After all, no lives were lost, and these individuals would likely emerge from this ordeal with renewed vigor. Indeed, it could be seen as a fortuitous occurrence. The chief soon found solace in this realization and even felt gratitude towards Han Li for his merciless training of the unit. Why must you resort to such extremes? The director lamented, believing Han Li had crossed the line, anxiety etched upon his face. Upon returning to the airport in the metropolis, Han Li smiled and remarked, the stronger the police officers become, the safer the citizens will be, wouldn't you agree? You can articulate human sentiments. The viewers in the live stream were moved to tears. Goodness, the perspective has broadened. Han Li declared, you think I am a deviant? Nay, this is a matter of righteousness. The officer replied, I thank you. The director of the production team inquired, what are your plans now? Homeward bound. It has been far too long since I last returned. Han Li responded, concluding his call with the director. He then retrieved his ticket to City S, preparing to embark. Suddenly, a man, seemingly by chance, brushed against him. Apologies. The foreign gentleman smiled and departed, his back turned to Han Li. With a triumphant smile, Lena exclaimed, I have obtained his fingerprints. Han Li, noticing nothing amiss, proceeded to board the plane with his ticket in hand. 10 minutes later, he returned to City S. To be fair, ever since his departure, the safety of the city had significantly improved, with hardly any criminal incidents reported. The streets bustled with cheerful crowds, and to Han Li's surprise, Yan Qing had been appointed as the deputy director. What piqued his interest most was the recent rumor about the most popular actress in China, Fan Shui, who was performing in a series of shows in their city. Han Li observed the myriad advertisements featuring her, each more captivating than the last. It was said that many industry magnates sought to possess her, yet none succeeded, for she had a prosperous father, a figure of considerable influence, whom no one dared to offend. Furthermore, it was rumored that a new printing factory had recently been established in City S. A printing factory. Was this a sign of disrespect towards him? This was intolerable. Han Li felt an undeniable thrill, not merely for monetary gain, but rather for the excitement of the chase. Thus, he decided to attend Fan Shui's fan meeting, eager to partake in the experience as a fan and perhaps seize an opportunity. Inside the hall, it was packed with people, guarded by numerous bodyguards, leaving Han Li with little chance to act. On stage stood a stunning woman, exuding charm, who warmly waved to her fans below, her gentle smile illuminating the room. Ah, Shui, I love you. The fans erupted in fervor. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. What is going on? President Han has suddenly shown up at the fan meeting? Fan Shui appeared alluringly captivating. However, unbeknownst to them, while everyone assumed President Han was merely there to indulge in fandom, he stealthily slipped away from the venue, heading towards the parking lot. What was he doing? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Han Li glanced around, ensuring the coast was clear, before approaching a black luxury van. Yes, this was the one. He had seen the paparazzi's photographs of Fan Shui departing in this vehicle. Without hesitation, he retrieved a wire and deftly pried the door open. With the door ajar, he took a deep breath, feeling satisfied. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Incredible. What a bold move. Han Li nestled himself into the trunk of the car, shutting the lid and closing his eyes, ready to rest. Meanwhile, Fan Shui, draped in a coat and resembling a celestial being, stood poised and elegant. Yawning, she remarked, I need to get home to sleep. Miss. The second son of the Gaoqiang group is waiting, a bodyguard urged. With that, the bodyguards retreated, silencing any further protest as the group entered the vehicle. The assistant sensed something was amiss, though unable to articulate it, a persistent feeling that the car felt heavier. Don't joke around. Fan Shui inexplicably found herself amused and burst into laughter. By the way, Shui, is your father really planning to establish a mint in City S? Yes, she affirmed. My father said that City S is the safest. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone startled everyone in the vehicle. Whose phone is ringing? Not mine, nor ours. My phone's dead. A few of them exchanged puzzled glances, then instinctively turned toward the back of the car. The sound of the ringtone seemed to emanate from the trunk. Chapter 191. When the tiger is away, the monkeys claim kingship? Damn. Han Li was speechless. At this moment, Ling Han had caused trouble. He hastily silenced his phone. But it was too late. The abrupt ringing heightened everyone's alertness within the car. Stop the car. The bodyguard commanded, then signaled for everyone to exit. I swear, is it yet another deranged fan? This is infuriating. Fan Shui pulled the car door open in a huff, her anger flaring at these obsessive fans who had now taken to hiding in trunks. Have they no shame? Miss, be cautious. I'm fine. Fan Shui approached the trunk, preparing to kick it out of frustration. Please step back. Let us handle this, miss. Indeed, we are professionals. Two formidable bodyguards positioned themselves behind her. One produced a stun gun, while the other prepared to open the trunk. Kid, I advise you to come out on your own. No response came. The bodyguard scoffed. You've asked for it, and forcefully opened the trunk, while his colleague raised the stun gun, ready to fire at the first sight of a target. However, to everyone's astonishment, the trunk was completely empty. What is going on? The bodyguards were baffled. Turning back, they inquired, Miss, are you certain you heard something from inside? Fan Shui nodded. The ringtone clearly came from there. At that moment, she inadvertently glanced at the roof of the car, her eyes widening in shock as if she had seen something extraordinary. On the roof, the bodyguards were a beat slow, and it was this very moment that Han Li executed a grand leap, soaring downwards. A crow on a plane. A cacophony ensued, followed by a thud. Fan Shui stared in disbelief at the bodyguards who had been swiftly taken down. What the hell? Weren't you supposed to be the Thai boxing champion from Thailand? Is this it? Who are you? Let me tell you, my father is very powerful. Fan Shui gazed at Han Li, who approached with deliberate steps, her fright mounting. akin to a frightened rabbit. She shouted, "Assistant, call the police. I've already knocked her out." The increasingly panicked Fan Shui continued to retreat, yelling, "Stay away." Han Li chuckled softly. "Calm down. I'm not here to harm you. I merely wish to invite you for a cup of milk tea. Who are you trying to deceive? You are merely envious of my beauty." Without waiting for Fan Shui to respond, Han Li swiftly intervened, initiating a hypnotic suggestion. "Remember, from this moment on, you are under my command, Han Li. You must obey my every instruction, do you understand?" He then released Fan Shui and snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, Fan Shui opened her eyes once more, her expression softening. "All right, Brother Han. Yes, get in the car." Fan Shui nodded obediently and followed Han Li into the vehicle. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. "Han the thief, draw your sword. Someone must perish today." "Oh, my goddess Fan, she's no longer pure. Curse it, President Han, come clean, confess to receive leniency, I wish to learn." Countless single spectators erupted with excitement. This hypnotic technique was simply astounding. Who could resist its allure? "President Han, this reminds me of a movie." "Shut up, you upstairs. I can't keep up with the speed." Han Li, seated in the driver's seat, was too lazy to drive and let Fan Shui take the wheel. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience suddenly regained their composure. What a waste of resources. A typical straight man. "Now, call your father and tell him you've been kidnapped." "Oh, how should I address you?" "The bandit, Peiqi." Fan Shui replied. "So cool." Han Li said, "Hello, Daddy, I've been kidnapped. Yes, by someone named Bandit Peiqi. That is all I was told." Fan Shui promptly hung up the phone. "How did I perform?" Han Li gave a thumbs up. "Not bad." Meanwhile, in an office, Fan DeBayo, who was managing the establishment of a new money printing factory, was initially bewildered and then horrified. "Oh no, my daughter has been kidnapped. Quickly, contact that bandit. Whatever he demands, I shall provide. She is my only precious daughter." Han Li pulled out his phone. Since their departure from S-City, the management of the guest house had been entrusted to Grandma, and he wondered how she was faring. "Hello, Grandma. How have you been?" "Boss, it's you." "I'm doing well. All is well." Han Li replied. "Just a moment. I'll return to the guest house. Sorry for the trouble." At this point, Grandma suddenly fell silent, prompting Han Li to furrow his brow and inquire, "What's wrong?" With a bitter tone, Grandma lamented, "I'm afraid it's not possible. The guest house has been seized." "What?" Han Li could hardly believe it. Under the broad daylight, how could someone dare to take what belonged to him? What happened? With tears streaming down her face, Grandma recounted the entire ordeal to Han Li. Essentially, after Han Li's departure, a series of incidents catapulted him to fame, drawing in a multitude of fans, while simultaneously attracting some reckless individuals who set their sights on him. During Han Li's absence, a gang of competitors, having learned of his guest house, brazenly intruded, driving Grandma away and claiming it as their own. Now, they had established themselves as the rulers of that mountain. Given the gang's nefarious reputation, even the police of S-City were at a loss. Thus, the situation had dragged on until now. "I understand." The elderly woman wiped away her tears as a group of young men harassed her, a frail old lady utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, Han Li's anger surged within him. Such blatant bullying was intolerable. It was as if a tiger was at home, and the monkeys declared themselves kings. This matter would be entrusted to me. After hanging up the phone, Han Li called Deputy Chief Yanqing of the police station to inquire about this mysterious gang. Yanqing was somewhat surprised by Han Li's return. "This gang consists of formidable individuals. I will send you the information." "Thank you. Are you planning to leave S-City after this?" "What?" Yanqing hesitated. "I mentioned before that I would treat you to a meal." Nearby, Fan Shui perked up, paying keen attention. "Let us save the meal for next time." Fan Shui was speechless regarding Han Li. Han Li instructed Fan Shui to drive towards the hill where the inn was located. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Han Li was astonished to see the sign erected there. Wuxing Mountain. This mountain didn't have that name before. Good heavens. 5 monkeys dare to call themselves saints. What audacity. They truly consider themselves the kings of a counterfeit realm, don't they? The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated, anticipating a good show. "Mr. Han, teach them a lesson. Damn it, it's heating up." Han Li ripped down the sign, holding it in his hand, and said to Fan Shui, "Come on, let us head up the mountain." At the inn on Wuxing Mountain, a few local ruffians were gathered, drinking and carelessly vandalizing the property. "What are you doing?" "This is my beloved's inn." The group turned to see the elderly woman angrily scolding them. This was her 10th visit. Without fail, she faced the same disrespect. This time, however, she was determined not to leave without a fight. The ruffians laughed wickedly, and the leader set down his drink. Old 3. A burly man stood up and shoved the elderly woman to the ground, sneering, "This is now the territory of our Wuxing gang. Get out. You are going too far." The old woman cried, tears streaming down her face, shocked that such scoundrels still existed in society. Yet, to the ruffian's surprise, the elderly lady stubbornly stood up again, showing no intention of retreating. "My boss is coming back," she declared. "Your boss? What a joke. When he arrives, he's as good as dead." Old 3 stepped forward, seizing the old woman's neck, lifting her frail body off the ground. "I advise you to leave," he threatened. The old woman's face twisted in pain, her body trembling. Yet she resolutely replied, "This is my home." "Ha ha ha, you old hag." Old 3 swung his fist, ready to strike. But at that critical moment, a figure appeared, one hand gripping Old 3's muscular arm. The crowd was taken aback. "Who are you?" Old 3 glared at the newcomer, incredulous at the sight of such a young and handsome individual. "Boss." Han Li glanced at the old woman and said, "Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Hasn't your mother taught you that?" In the next moment, the third man trembled all over. feeling as if his usual invincible strength was gradually being worn down by this man's slender arms. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his might, but to his horror, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Third brother, are you capable of handling this? Damn it, don't go easy on him. That scrawny fellow, deal with him. The crowd clamored. While they shouted, the third man, facing away from them, looked utterly horrified, glancing fearfully at Han Li. What is happening? Bang. A crisp sound heralded an unexpected turn of events. Han Li suddenly exerted force, gripping the third man's arm and flipping him over effortlessly. Hiss. Han is magnificent. Tyrant. It's you. With a resounding crash, the dust settled, leaving the third man dazed, his eyes swirling with stars. Meanwhile, the young man stood motionless, ensuring everything was in order before gently placing the old woman down. Boss, sob, don't worry, Grandma. I'm back. Brother. I don't recall us having any grievances, do we? The eldest brother remarked, astonished. This young man possessed divine strength. Damn it. I thought such things only existed in novels. Today, I encountered the real deal. Indeed, why not each take a step back and let the sea be vast and the sky high? The other ruffians began to panic. Han Li remained silent. Receiving a plaque from Fan Shui, he addressed the group. Is this yours? Yes, the eldest replied. 5 saints, such audacity. Suddenly, Han Li, in front of everyone, tossed the plaque into the air, executing a beautiful spinning kick that shattered the wooden sign into 2 pieces. The ruffians exclaimed in disbelief. I'm coming up there to deal with you, Han Li declared. Fan Shui echoed. Yes, we'll deal with you. The expressions of the ruffians darkened. Clearly, it was a case of a fish dying with the net. Let us do it. We're not to be trifled with. The audience in the live stream erupted. Damn it, we're going all out. The second brother brandished a butterfly knife and charged at Han Li. In but a moment, the man remained while the knife vanished. What? My butterfly knife? Is this what you mean? Han Li effortlessly revealed a butterfly knife in his left hand. The second brother was astonished. This is unbelievable, a thief. I'm coming. The fourth brother jumped out, drawing a crossbow from his waist. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. The second brother felt elated. His sibling was a shooting champion. However, before he could pull it out, his hat was suddenly knocked off. The fourth brother stood there, stunned, his hand frozen mid-draw. His eyes widening. What the hell, a master? Han Li lowered a special revolver he had crafted in Yingzhou, blowing on it. Who else is there? I surrender. The fourth brother immediately knelt, raising both hands high. Pa, coward. The second brother scoffed, also kneeling, laughing. Little brother, don't be rash. You're still young. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. Is this all? 5 saints, challenging my Han. You seek death. The second brother remarked. This isn't cowardice, it's simply following one's heart. As the 3 faced defeat, the 5th brother glanced at the eldest brother and asked, what should we do now? With a sigh, he replied, it seems I must take charge again. Young one, you still have a chance to escape. Han Li questioned, what happens if I don't flee? A sinister smile spread across his face, followed by a terrified scream from Fan Shui. Ah, look, brother Han. Han Li was taken aback, astonished by the sight before him. The courtyard had become infested with centipedes, venomous snakes, and a multitude of pests, all converging ominously toward him, as if to encircle him. Good heavens, this is terrifying. Disgusting. Han Li glared at the eldest brother, who seemed unperturbed while the insects avoided him. It dawned on him that this was all his doing. You can control these pests? Indeed. I am known as the king of poisons from the northwest, proclaimed Yin Fanliang with a mischievous grin. Fan Shui clutched Han Li's sleeve in fear. She loathed those creatures. As the army of insects advanced towards her shoes, she wept. We're doomed. Huh, that's what you get for being arrogant. 30 years on the west bank, 30 years on the east. Who would have thought? The second and fourth brothers stood up once more. This time, let us see how you escape. The eldest brother raised his hand, and a sinister white snake seemed to heed his command, rearing up and opening its gaping maw to strike at Han Li. The viewers in the live stream felt a shiver run down their spines. Meanwhile, in another location, an elderly man gazed at his phone, murmuring, the king of poisons from the northwest, Yin Fanliang, has gone to City S? This could spell trouble. Grandpa, can Han Li defeat him? Asked a young boy, looking up at his grandfather, a former expert in poisons. The elder shook his head. An army of such venomous creatures would be too much for even my younger self to handle, let alone an ordinary person. The Northwest's foremost poison king is formidable. Don't you think? Chapter 193, Subduing the 5 Saints, Hypnotizing with a Snap, Shocking the Scientific Community. Little brat, if you plead for mercy now, I might let you off. Yin Fanliang declared, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Anyone facing such an unexpected army of venomous creatures would falter. Previously, a police chief who attempted to suppress them had suffered greatly, leaving many female officers traumatized. Isn't that the famous actress? One of the onlookers exclaimed. Wow. Just wait until we bring her over. It'll be delightful. Please no? Fan Shui cried. The army of insects was now a mere step away from Han Li. The first to strike was the white snake, remarkably agile. It lunged and swiftly coiled around Han Li, encircling him with alarming speed until it reached his neck. Hiss. This is perilous. A bite from this snake could be fatal, declared an animal expert. This species is exceptionally lethal, especially the white variant, whose venom is 10 times more potent than average. Speak plainly. A bite would leave you gravely injured, if not dead. Han Li found himself ensnared, unable to move. To his astonishment, despite its small size, the white snake's constricting power was nearly equal to his full strength. A hissing white serpent flicked its tongue, poised as if ready to feast. Its venomous fangs were already in place. Yin Fanliang sneered. You are already dead. At that moment, Han Li, who had remained motionless for a considerable time, produced a watch, waving it tantalizingly before the white serpent. What on earth was he doing? Boss, he aims to hypnotize your snake. Laughter erupted. Ha ha, this is absurd. Is he a fool? Several ruffians laughed heartily. They had never encountered such a fool. Attempting to hypnotize a snake? Did he think he was a Piper of Hamelin? However, to their astonishment, the once ferocious white serpent fixated on the watch, swaying gently. Not only the white serpent, but also the entire army of venomous creatures inexplicably ceased their movements, oscillating in an eerie rhythm. This scene left Yin Fanliang and his companions utterly bewildered. The livestream audience was equally perplexed, as the white serpent gradually released Han Li, leisurely sliding onto his shoulder. It had lost all its aggressiveness. Shall I bite him? Commanded Yin Fanliang. The serpent remained still. What the hell? That's my snake. In a more terrifying turn of events, as Han Li slowly turned to face Yin Fanliang and his cohorts, countless poisonous creatures simultaneously redirected their gaze towards them. What are you doing? I am your master. Kill him. Han Li ordered. Surround him. Instantly, a tidal wave of venomous creatures surged towards Yin Fanliang and his group, encircling them with ferocity. The situation had flipped in an instant. The livestream audience erupted. Incredible. He can even hypnotize venomous creatures. How astonishing. Han Li declared. Your snake is quite impressive. However, it now belongs to me. The scene was astounding. In a certain valley, an elderly expert in the art of insect manipulation snatched his grandson's phone. Fixated on the unfolding spectacle. It was inconceivable, beyond comprehension, simply astonishing. Grandpa, what does astonishing mean? It means something extraordinary. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed someone hypnotizing venomous creatures for control. It was simply unprecedented. Even the Poison King would have to kneel before such prowess. Meanwhile, in a domestic research center, a professor specializing in hypnosis noticed a group of students gathered around a phone, neglecting their important experiments to watch some trivial live stream. I say, why waste time on such nonsense instead of focusing on serious matters? One student interjected, Professor, do you think it's possible for a person to control insects? Control insects? Silly child, have you watched too many movies? The professor was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. Ah, I understand the pain of your sleepless nights impersonating scholars. To date, no one has achieved such a feat, but Mr. Han seems to be an exception. Mr. Han, other students chimed in. He hypnotized a whole swarm of insects, and even a white serpent. The professor was taken aback. Thus, he too joined the throng, unable to contain his astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, Incredible, incredible, incredible. This is a groundbreaking event, a monumental leap in human history. It is astonishing that there exists an individual capable of commanding a multitude of insects through a mere timepiece. This marks a groundbreaking moment in the annals of hypnosis. Could it possibly surpass our own abilities? The professor exclaimed vehemently, with the Guba experiment. We could secure the Nobel Prize, the pinnacle of scientific honor. The crowd gaped in disbelief. Is it true? I, Han Li, an ordinary passerby, have casually unraveled a conundrum that the scientific community has long grappled with. With one decisive action, I shall apply for the Nobel Prize. The professor, brimming with excitement, realized that at this very moment, a descendant of Huaxiao was crafting a legend. In the realm of hypnosis, he was indeed invincible. Brother, who exactly are you to this elderly lady? Several bruised ruffians, trembling in fear, bowed before the old woman, vowing to rectify their misdeeds at the inn. I am Han Li. Han Li? Han Li. Yin Fanli gasped in astonishment. The notorious Peiqi bandit. Why didn't you say so sooner? To be bested by Han Li is a privilege of a lifetime. Laughter erupted. We, the Five Saints, have made a name for ourselves. Just look at the caliber of those who have crossed paths with Han Li. Now, their status had undeniably ascended. You truly possess no shame, Han Li remarked. Brother Han. That snake. Fan Shui pointed at the white serpent coiled around Han Li's neck, writhing and emitting peculiar sounds, as if in heat. Ha ha ha, the allure of Han Li. Even the snake is captivated. Everyone, I have a bold proposition. You there above, you were speeding. Accompany me for a moment. Yin Fanli recounted the events surrounding their occupation of the inn to Han Li, revealing that they merely sought to elevate their own notoriety. Especially since Han Li had become a figure of immense popularity. Having been defeated, do as you wish. I, the foremost Poison King of the Northwest, am no coward. The second, third, fourth, and fifth members fell silent. Boss, you are not. We are. We fear for our lives. Fear not, you still hold value. Han Li replied with a mysterious smile, brandishing the hypnotic watch before them once more. Soon, the Five Saints ceased to exist, replaced by 5 steadfast and loyal followers of Han Li. From now on, you shall be known as the 5 Mice. Brother Han, I would brave any peril for you. I stand firm behind my principles. Damn it, if I perish, Han Li must not. Yin Fanli declared passionately, I pledge my unwavering allegiance to Han Li. Fan Shui, taken aback, wondered at their swift transformation. Brother Han, what is the matter? Han Li turned, puzzled. Fan Shui, appearing bashful, confessed, I twisted my ankle. Could you carry me? Her vulnerability was captivating. The 5 mice looked on, their hearts stirred. Sister, I shall carry you. Han Li glanced at her, then produced a branch he had found, handing it to her. This might help. Let us proceed. Goodness, how ruthless. Within the precinct, Yanqing suddenly received a call from the recently prominent figure, Mr. Fan, who had established a printing factory and brought considerable benefits to City S. Oh dear, my daughter. I understand now. Yanqing sighed as she hung up the phone. It was evident that only Han Li could audaciously abduct a celebrity in broad daylight. Deputy Chief. Does Han Li have feelings for Fan Shui? Impossible. Yanqing felt a surge of agitation but quickly regained her composure, stating, clearly, he is after the printing factory. Upon hearing this, the other officers in the S City police station were taken aback. This is bad. That cursed memory has returned. Chapter 194, Dual Line Combat. I've got this. Han Li's move undoubtedly challenged the S City Police Station, inadvertently granting an advantage to the officers. However, for some inexplicable reason, Yan Qing felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a formidable world boss returning to a novice village to wreak havoc on NPCs. We must formulate a plan immediately. In the midst of the night, the police station was brightly lit, with meetings ongoing. Simultaneously, the S City Police Station communicated with the officers responsible for the printing factory, who had been transferred from other regions and were fresh graduates from the police academy, lacking much experience. Robbers, let them come. They'll find me unyielding. Yan Qing sighed. The youth of today. At the mountain lodge, Han Li oversaw the renovations, and the old woman returned to the front desk to continue her work. After dinner, the group gathered in a small room to discuss the plans for robbing the printing factory. Han Li turned to Fan Shui and inquired. You are familiar with your family's printing factory. You must know its structural layout, correct? Indeed, she replied, sharing all the information she had about the factory's internal structure and personnel. Is this a complete betrayal? Fan Shui had already begun to align herself with Han Li. On the easel behind, the entire layout of the printing factory was sketched out as Han Li utilized his orator skill to begin persuading the group. First, we must address security. The plan is meticulous. However, one of the group members expressed doubt. But can we really pull this off? We are merely a bunch of ruffians, with only the leader having some prowess. Rumor has it that the printing factory is filled with armed officers, each ready with firearms. Moreover, another voice chimed in. I feel there is something amiss. Suddenly, Yan Fanli seemed to regard Han Li as a true brother and spoke up. The other side should be aware of our objective. Wouldn't that be disadvantageous for us? Han Li replied. So what if they know? The 5 ruffians were momentarily stunned. Damn, no wonder he's a big shot. His words carry weight. The more Fan Shui observed Han Li, the more her eyes sparkled with admiration. What is the time frame? Han Li responded. Let us set it for 2 days from now. During this time, you all should rest well, while I attend to some matters. What matters? One of the members asked. Do not inquire about what should remain unasked. Han Li shot him a cold glare. The third brother immediately lowered his head to his chest, still haunted by the memory of being effortlessly overturned by Han Li, feeling as insignificant as an ant. What about me? Fan Shui suddenly inquired, leaving everyone, including Han Li, perplexed. Are you serious? That's your biological father. Han Li asked, his mouth twitching. Fan Shui nodded. This is too thrilling. I can't possibly miss out. All right then, Han Li said as he retrieved several masks from a nearby bag, adhering to the tradition that each person should select one, thereby assigning themselves a unique code name. Nearby the printing plant, several young police officers buzzed with enthusiasm, warmly welcoming Han Li's arrival. A ruthless bandit? So what? I've heard that Han Li is the foremost criminal in Huaxia. Huh, that's merely a show. Do you really believe it? Yet, following the international incidents, the young officers felt a twinge of insecurity. They maintained a brave front, but deep down, they were apprehensive, after all. This was the man bold enough to attempt an assassination on the Emperor of Yingzhou. No worries, we have Captain Liu. He is the one who can make Han Li pay. At that moment, a young officer spoke up. Hurry, Captain Liu seems to have something to say. A few minutes later, in the conference room, everyone beheld Lu Dong, who appeared as casual as before. I presume everyone is aware that the notorious Han Li is planning to rob the printing plant? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. I have a plan, Lu Dong declared, determined to capture Han Li, particularly enraged after learning of his beloved disciple's brutal treatment at Han Li's hands. After Lu Dong laid out his strategy, the room fell into stunned silence, deeply shaken. Time, 9:20 a.m. On the hillside, among the thickets, figures were lying in ambush. The second brother was using binoculars to survey a road below. They had divided into 2 groups. One was headed towards the vicinity of the printing plant, while they were tasked with intercepting the cash transport vehicle, effectively conducting a dual operation. The success of the second brother's team was crucial, prompting Han Li to provide them with several high-quality specialized weapons, such as sniper rifles. The fourth brother was particularly enamored, behaving like a lovesick girl, constantly fondling his firearm. How's it going? The third brother huffed as he approached, responsible for laying landmines. The specially designed mines, crafted by Han Li, possessed sufficient power to immobilize the cash transport vehicle. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Everything is in place. We just need the right timing. The second brother slapped him hard. Shut up with your nonsense. Are you planning to take the exam? The fifth brother and the others quietly awaited their cue. According to Fan Shui's intel, the cash transport vehicle was expected to pass this way shortly. However, as time slowly ticked away, the group of ruffians saw no sign of the vehicle. Damn, where is it? The third brother exclaimed. Could they have changed routes? They must have anticipated our target and adjusted their plans. The fifth brother, the most timid among them, trembled while holding his gun. Useless. Meanwhile, near the printing plant, time was running short. Han Li sat in the van, glancing at his watch. Beside him were Fan Shui and the Poison King, Yin Fanliang, who had the ability to control venomous insects. The trio had previously scouted the area. In recent days, the security surrounding the printing factory had become increasingly stringent, with patrols frequently traversing the vicinity, presenting a far greater challenge than what Fan Shui had initially disclosed. However, the greater the difficulty, the more exhilarating the conquest became. It is noteworthy that few dared to directly rob a printing factory within Huaxia. With the aid of Eagle Eye, Han Li could perceive the distant happenings with remarkable clarity, even catching sight of a police officer slacking off, clandestinely smoking a cigarette. Ah, a vehicle, he remarked. Indeed. At that moment, an armored truck emerged from the printing factory and sped away. It appeared to be transporting currency. George, prepare to take action. Han Li instructed through the intercom. Received. On the hillside, several ruffians who had long been waiting grew impatient as they heard the approaching roar of the vehicle. The armored truck. That's it. Second, you go ahead and engage them. Try to lure them into the minefield. Remember to be adaptable. These officers might have their own schemes. Han Li directed. Understood. The second swiftly dashed down the hill. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic. Watch my moves, exclaimed the second. Damn it, we're finally robbing it. I've been waiting for this, he declared as the armored truck suddenly halted in response to his unexpected appearance, the two young officers inside exchanging glances. Comrade, my leg is broken. Could you give me a ride? The second feigned a pitiful demeanor, looking toward the officers inside the vehicle. Chapter 195, a forceful assault on the printing factory. In that moment, he resembled a deity of firearms. A broken leg? The second touched his thigh, feigning pain. The officer in the passenger seat gripped his specialized firearm tightly, displaying signs of tension, while the slightly older officer beside him chuckled. What brings you out to this desolate place? The second, adept at improvisation, replied, Oh, I just came to gather some vegetables in the mountains. Please. It's not far ahead. He gestured toward a specific spot up ahead, which was precisely where the minefield lay concealed. Once the armored truck ventured into that area, it would surely be incapacitated. Inside the vehicle, the two officers exchanged troubled glances. At that moment, the second showcased his cunning. He produced a cigarette and said with a grin, How about a smoke? It's quite invigorating. Ha ha ha. However, the officer in the passenger seat declined the offer, hesitating to bring this individual along. According to protocol, they could not do so, hence the officer in the driver's seat firmly stated, Brother, according to the rules, we cannot take you with us. I hope you understand. The second glared, unwilling to let them leave. Is it truly impossible? The two officers' expressions darkened. This individual was tenacious and troublesome, unmistakably a ruffian. Enough talk, accelerate, commanded the driver through gritted teeth. All right. The officer pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Disregarding the second's attempts to cling on, the vehicle surged forward. The second in command gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, are they trying to trick me? Brothers, let us take action. He was no fool. He understood that their adversaries were attempting to escape and immediately called the men on the hillside to block their path. Whether by design or sheer coincidence, the vehicle, accelerating with all its might, veered slightly and barreled straight into the minefield. They had shaken them off. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion erupted beneath the car. A tire burst, causing the vehicle to skid to a halt. What is happening? Get out. It's an ambush. The vehicle's incapacitated. On the hillside, a mighty roar echoed. Here come the heroes. Let us seize that loot. The second in command grabbed the radio and spoke to Brother Han. We've made our move. With that, he armed himself with a specialized firearm and, along with the third in command and others, engaged in a fierce gunfight with the police officers who had exited the vehicle. With a series of rapid gunfire, Han Li set down the radio, his face alight with excitement. They've begun. Let us join in. Fan Shui, exhilarated, realized it was her first time participating in such an event. In the next moment, the alarm system at the front of the cash transport vehicle, which had been functioning normally, abruptly lost signal, leaving several guards momentarily stunned. The bandits are here. At that moment, the police officers ambushed at the entrance sprang into action. For Han Li, they had equipped themselves with powerful, specialized weaponry, determined to ensure he wouldn't leave unscathed. Suddenly, a multitude of venomous creatures, having appeared out of nowhere, swarmed the ground, sending shivers down their spines. Scorpions, toads, and wasps. What on earth was happening? Oh no, I'm terrified of bugs. Are these guns even effective? Damn it. Retreat, retreat. The heavily armed SWAT officers felt an inexplicable frustration, yet they were compelled to hastily withdraw as the army of venomous creatures forced them back. Behind this horde of insects stood a man wearing a scorpion mask, who, with a whistle, commanded the swarm, overwhelming the officers with sheer surprise. They had never anticipated such a tactic. The viewers in the live broadcast exploded with excitement. Wow, this scorpion tactic is brilliant. Incredible. One officer exclaimed, What the hell? Now we have venomous creatures to contend with? This is an all-out assault. It was more thrilling than a movie. Taking advantage of the chaos at the entrance, Han Li, armed and accompanied by Fan Shui, stealthily infiltrated the printing factory from a less defended flank. In no time, they seized the high ground. What are you planning to do? Fan Shui asked, bewildered, as she crouched with a striking sniper rifle slung across her shoulder. Han Li leaned against her, aiming the weapon. Eagle eye. From above, he surveyed the scene below, and the first shot rang out. Bang. One officer, bewildered, looked at the smoke surrounding him. Am I finished? Damn it. The enemy has a sniper. The officers were thrown into disarray. There. They quickly located Han Li at the highest point, preparing to retaliate, yet none dared to act. Why aren't we moving? The squad leader questioned, perplexed. Report, Captain, he has taken the young lady hostage. Huh. Han Li grinned malevolently as he aimed his weapon. Fan Shui shielded herself, knowing the enemy dared not fire. He, however, could shoot without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple shots rang out, each one finding its mark. As the bloodthirsty Han Li resembled a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of the officers one by one. Ultimately, he executed maneuvers that seemed to belong solely to the realm of video games. His blind shots were nothing short of a display of marksmanship. The officers below were left bewildered. A sharpshooter? Witnessing their retreat under Han Li's relentless sniper fire, they struggled to breathe. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh, this is making my scalp tingle. One man is like an entire army. Brother Han, I want to shoot too. So handsome, soaring high. Ah, Fan Shui murmured. This fellow must be a devil, right? In the end, a bizarre scene unfolded. The officers eliminated by Han Li stood frozen, lighting a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff while watching Han Li eliminate their comrades. Hey, old Li, you got shot too? Come, this angle is perfect. Wow. That shot left me in awe. Hey. He's dancing unbelievable. Especially the fresh recruits, who had not yet even seen Han Li, were swiftly taken down. Now, they huddled in a corner, secretly weeping. Why is it that the disparity between us is so immense? This marksmanship. Even our instructors would kneel in reverence. The live stream was in an uproar. Western Theater Commander. This marksmanship is flawless, utterly formidable. Eastern Theater Commander. Comrade Han Li, if you are eliminated, come to me. I will offer you the highest rewards. Southern Theater Commander. Damn it. Who dares to compete with my men? A sharpshooter who never misses, hitting every target in the head, is of immense importance to the military. The production team, staff members, for the first time, witnessed one individual suppressing a whole group. The director's phone was inundated with calls from the military seeking Han Li. The director laughed. What a splendid situation. By the way, ISNT the live stream connected to other countries? Hurry, let the world behold this spectacle. Are you serious? Soon. Han Li's live stream was modified by the production team to include other international teams. What on earth? A live stream from Huaxia? A bandit? Ridiculous, let me see. How audacious, claiming to be the sharpshooter. My country hasn't even spoken yet. A multitude of foreigners flooded into the live stream, ready to disparage Han Li. Yet, it wasn't long before they realized their ignorance. Chapter 196. Bitten back, caught in a trap? The foreign live stream went utterly wild. What terrifying marksmanship is this? My goodness, 100% accuracy. Is this even human? What are the limits of Huaxia? Can that sharpshooter teach us a few tricks? A new sharpshooter indeed. I am the head of the Firearms Police Academy in M country and wish to extend an invitation for you to teach at our institution. Funding is not an issue. One by one, they were captivated. Amidst a haze of smoke, many helpless officers stood, armed with advanced specialized weapons, yet found themselves at a loss. The first line of defense at the printing facility has now crumbled. Freeze. The second in command, gun drawn, aimed at several officers ahead, effortlessly taking control of the armored vehicle. Before such overwhelming firepower, everything proved utterly futile. The eliminated officers cursed under their breath. Damn it. Is this the kind of weapon a thief possesses? Where did that guy get a Gatling gun? It's even better than what the officers have. Once again, the sound of explosives and the roar of the Gatling gun echoed, leaving the officers with no choice but to sigh in resignation. The second-in-command surveyed the battered armored vehicle with a grin, exclaiming, "This weapon is quite effective." He patted the trunk, where the cash remained unharmed, shielded by a thick layer of steel, allowing them to fire indiscriminately. Those who have been eliminated, step down. Third, drive. We are leaving. The cash truck is ours. At that moment, they launched their attack simultaneously, catching everyone off guard. The viewers in the live broadcast were left astounded, while the invited experts nodded in agreement. Absorbing the knowledge. In the future, we shall develop strategies specifically targeting such sudden actions. Moreover, the security forces of the cash trucks must be reinforced. Indeed, their counter-reconnaissance capabilities should also be enhanced. This time, Han Li provided the officers of Huaxia with significant experience. With a dual-pronged approach, they achieved success. This is the access card. Yan fondly handed an access card to Han Li. Under the cover of the swarm of insects, the three successfully approached the armored vehicle's entrance. The door creaked open, and Han Li, accompanied by his companions, stepped into the printing facility, where the real challenges were about to commence. What the hell? Who are you? A worker stepped forward, ready to curse, only to be startled back by Han Li's gun. Everyone get down. The sound of gunfire erupted, causing many workers to drop to the floor in terror. Wait, have the robbers really come in? Aren't there many fully armed officers outside? Take us to the printing area. A worker, filled with resignation, led Han Li and his companions to the printing section of the facility. As Han Li stood before the assembly line, observing the scene, his jaw clenched tightly. Although stacks of banknotes lay before him, they were all denominations of a mere few dollars. What is this? Just a few dollars? This is infuriating, Han Li exclaimed, bewildered. Even he was taken aback. Turning to Fan Shui, he inquired, what denominations does your family print? It's impossible. It used to be $100 bills. Soon, Han Li realized he had been outsmarted by the officers, a pure act of malice. Are we supposed to take this? Yan fondly scratched his head, admitting he had never witnessed a printing facility producing only small denominations. Let us take it. A few individuals began to pack up and call upon other workers to assist in the exodus. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out, startling Han Li and the others. Who triggered the alarm? Were not all the outsiders eliminated? What is the situation? Report, Captain Liu. As you anticipated, despite our preparation of formidable new weaponry, Han Li has breached our defenses. The officers hidden outside are now advancing inward. The captain of the printing factory's security team, accompanied by the ambushed officers, swiftly surrounded the perimeter of the factory, effectively sealing it off. They had been lying in wait, ready to encircle the factory should it be compromised, thus trapping Han Li within. Alas, the cost has been heavy. This captain bore a look of sorrow, acknowledging that this rare opportunity was bought with the blood of his comrades. This time, Han Li must not escape. The officers nodded in unison, sealing the exits of the printing factory. One officer, wielding a large megaphone, shouted inside, Han Li, you are surrounded. Surrender and cease resistance. Inside the printing factory, Han Li peered through the crack of the door and saw a multitude of officers outside. It was a trap. What should be done? Fan Shui exclaimed. I will lead the army of venomous insects out. Yan Fanliang immediately commanded the swarm of insects to charge towards the entrance. intending to use their previous tactic to force back the officers. However, the ambushed officers had already encountered the insect army and were well prepared. One officer stepped forward, clad in protective gear and mask, wielding a jet-propelled device aimed at the advancing insects. The insects were taken aback. Is this a game we cannot play? With a loud roar, flames erupted fiercely, sweeping away the insects in their path. Yan Fanliang was struck with shock. My insects! It was a flamethrower. The once formidable army of insects was instantly halted, forced to retreat. Upon witnessing this, the officers cheered in triumph, exclaiming, now, Han Li is stripped of his insect allies, making it exceedingly difficult for him to breach our blockade. Damn it, my insects! Yan Fanliang's face contorted in anguish. Those insects were his treasures. Clearly, the adversary had dismantled their trump card. The situation was dire. Do not panic, we still have a hostage. Han Li glanced at the terrified workers around him and seized one, dragging them beneath the surveillance camera. Regardless of the circumstances, hostages are always the best bargaining chips. Come here. Han Li pressed his gun against the hostage, threatening, if you do not wish for these workers to perish, compel those officers to withdraw. His fierce demeanor escalated, exerting pressure on those behind the surveillance. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, I will execute one. As he spoke, he eliminated the worker in front of the cameras. The viewers in the live stream reacted with recognition, exclaiming that this was the notorious bandit. Every officer felt a wave of pressure wash over them. Soon a cold, indifferent voice emanated from the surveillance. Give me 10 minutes to consider. 5 minutes. No room for negotiation. Very well. Han Li left the monitoring room, vanishing from sight. On the other side, the police commissioners, observing everything through the surveillance cameras, exchanged knowing smirks. This Han Li is doomed. Team leader Lu, with uncanny foresight, recognized Han Li's attempt to obfuscate his intentions using hostages, but alas, we had long prepared for this. As he spoke, a responsible officer commanded through another encrypted channel, 5 minutes. You have only 5 minutes. Received. In the air above the mint, a helicopter swiftly approached, harboring a fully armed special operations team, seated with utmost discipline. The captain nodded to the pilot, signaling the commencement of action. The helicopter began its gradual descent until reaching the minimum altitude. Ropes were cast down. One by one, the Special Forces members stealthily ascended through the open skylight. Moments later, they had quietly infiltrated the lobby of the mint. Unbeknownst to anyone, eliminate the target, the notorious criminal Han Li. The captain ordered. Understood. Chapter 197. A single brick can bring down a warrior. Special Forces? The host in the official live broadcast was utterly taken aback. The police had actually deployed an official special operations unit. It should be noted that the prowess of Special Forces is not comparable to that of the armed police. Professor Li, what is your perspective on the police's counter-surrounding strategy? Professor Li, who had been silent, observed Han Li's predicament in the live broadcast and objectively commented. The police have executed this operation exceptionally well. It is evident that team leader Lu's cunning foresight lured Han Li into the mint, implementing a counter-surround. Even anticipating the hostage situation. Given that the Special Forces have infiltrated secretly, does Han Li stand a chance of escape? Professor Li held a fondness for Han Li. However, a formal special operations unit launching a surprise attack without prior knowledge would leave Han Li defenseless. In other words, Han Li was undoubtedly doomed this time. Hey, what did you just say? One officer reprimanded another, who had inadvertently leaked information about the Special Forces. Nothing. Damn it, the Special Forces. The police have set a trap. Brother Han is in danger. The second officer, sharp-witted, quickly grasped the situation. What should we do? We change our route and go to support Brother Han. The second officer replied. As his underlings, how can we not come to his aid? Meanwhile, after exerting pressure on the surveillance, Han Li remained restless, feeling an unsettling tension within him. Why is the police commissioner so composed? Suddenly, he sat up, drenched in cold sweat. That tone was too indifferent. Not at all characteristic of a police commissioner in such a situation. There must be something amiss. Caution is the mother of safety. He instructed Yan Fanli to keep an eye outside, while he took Fan Shui to check on the hostages tied up at the back. Traversing the corridor, they found the bound group huddled together, crying out with palpable emotion, feigning terror. No, I'm still young. Is this program inclusive of meals? I'm quite hungry, remarked Fan Shui. Is there anything unusual? Han Li inquired, glancing at the time. It was nearly 5 minutes until the critical moment when the police chief would make a decision regarding the withdrawal of the officers outside. Yan Fanliang. What is the situation with the officers outside? They remain unchanged, not a single movement, Yan Fanliang replied. No signs of any shift? This is hardly indicative of the police chief preparing for negotiations. Something is amiss. They intend to resolve my situation within 5 minutes. Han Li chuckled. Such a casual approach. This is the police chief's gravest oversight. To think they could resolve my matter so swiftly. Indeed. Only a special forces unit could accomplish such a task in an exceedingly brief span. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the peculiar badges on the workers' chests. What is this? Our work badges, they replied. Han Li swiftly yanked one off, and, upon closer inspection, discovered a miniature locator affixed to the back. So, this is a cunning ploy. Han Li addressed the workers, my apologies. The hostages looked on as Han Li approached with a mischievous grin. Do not come any closer. Once the special forces arrived, they swiftly proceeded in a singular direction, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. One operative glanced at the screen on his arm. The red dots converged in one location. These red dots represented the hostages that Han Li had taken. It turned out that previously, Team Lu had arranged for the workers at the mint to wear badges equipped with locators, thereby facilitating the rescue operation for the special forces. How are we looking? All in one place. Within 5 minutes, it will be a cinch. The captain responded, confident that this was a trivial matter for the special forces. Moreover, the adversaries remained oblivious to the fact that they had stealthily infiltrated the mint. Very well, once we rescue the hostages, we will commence the elimination of the captors. The police chiefs within the command center appeared visibly excited. The most notorious criminal in Huaxiao was on the verge of being apprehended by them. At that moment, the red dots on the screen began to shift, and to their astonishment, they scattered. What? The special forces paused, gazing incredulously at the diverging red dots on the screen. A wave of frustration washed over them as they realized the hostages had been separated and were now in different locations. The previously unified group had split into several smaller factions. Disperse and act independently, maintaining communication at all times, the captain instructed his team. Understood. Once we rescue the hostages, we will regroup here. The special forces, accustomed to operating solo, each possessed formidable individual capabilities, scattering in pursuit of their respective rescue missions. Alone, having spent 3 years in the special forces, felt confident in his abilities. When it came to combat, he had never feared anyone. Thus, he genuinely looked forward to facing Han Li. We are nearing our destination. Turning this corner, he listened intently, cautious not to charge in recklessly, and retrieved a patrol cart to probe ahead. The area was a storeroom, dimly lit as the cart rolled in. Having navigated all potential ambush routes and confirmed the absence of landmines, Aaron swiftly dashed into the supply room. He untied the hostages. Wah! The hostages' eyes widened in terror. Do not fear, I am here, Aaron reassured them. Wah! The hostages were in a state of panic. Look behind you. One of the hostages exclaimed as Aaron retrieved a cloth from one of them. What? Bang! A sharp crack echoed. The formidable special forces operative, Aaron, collapsed to the ground, dazed, showing no signs of resistance. Han Li emerged from the shadows. The hostages gasped in shock upon seeing what he held. A brick. He struck the special soldier with it? Unbelievable. Who would have thought I would one day employ this skill? Han Li mused. You've been given a brick. A surprise attack from behind. Guaranteed success. Coupled with blend into darkness. Invincible. Special soldier? The soldier king has arrived, and you shall all be subdued. The live stream erupted. What the hell? No chivalry in combat. A brick? Seriously? Regardless of skill, one fears a brick. Absurd. Han Li dragged the special soldier, binding him as well and confiscating all his equipment before making his exit. Han Li donned a new facade, disguising himself as Aaron. The aura of a special forces operative naturally emanated from him. With the enhancement of Film Emperor, Han Li truly resembled a seasoned veteran, his gaze sharp. He grinned maliciously. The time for deception is now. Subsequently, leaning against the screen, Han Li reversed his trajectory, disregarding the other special forces members as they went to rescue the hostages. He aimed to infiltrate their base. Han Li surmised that a helicopter must be present. This time, he would seize their aircraft and escape from the money printing facility. The audience in the live stream reacted with confusion. What? Incredible. Looks like President Han is getting us a helicopter. The police chief remarked. Wait, this script is off. Indeed, shortly thereafter, he discovered thick ropes hanging down in the hall, typically used for helicopters. As he looked up, a helicopter hovered above. At that moment, the pilot noticed Aaron on the ground. Already? Below, Aaron waved cheerfully at him. Chapter 198. Helicopter? Hand it over. The helicopter pilot scrutinized the figure below, questioning the return of Aaron. Han Li imitated Aaron's voice, grinning. Damn it. The captain sent me to grab some things. This voice and tone were unmistakably Aaron's. The pilot had no inkling that Han Li not only could disguise his appearance, but also mimic others' voices. The information available to special forces was inherently limited. Once Han Li boarded the helicopter, he casually remarked, Oh, by the way, I'm not Aaron. The driver was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Han Li suddenly drew a dagger and pressed it against his throat, threatening, behave yourself. The driver's face was etched with terror. What the hell? Aren't you along? You. Shoo, quiet. Han Li shifted the dagger slightly. If you disobey, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow. He's really stealing the base. Damn, he's hijacking the helicopter. The driver thought, what the heck? This is some intense maneuvering. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, he clenched his teeth, swallowing back his words. Humph. It was merely elimination. At worst, it would be a case of mutual destruction. However, he soon dismissed that thought, for the chilling sensation penetrated his skin and reached his core. To his horror, a large white snake was coiling around his neck, flicking its tongue at him. Terrifying. A snake? Yes. As long as you comply, I assure you, nothing will happen, Han Li stated calmly. The driver was bewildered. Stay steady. The helicopter hovered midair. And at that moment, Han Li had complete control over it. Just then, from below, Fan Shui, who had stealthily approached, waved at the helicopter, utterly astonished at Han Li's audacity to hijack the aircraft. Brother Han is truly impressive. Han Li called out, What are you dawdling for? Get up here. Earlier, he had devised a plan to seize the helicopter and instructed Fan Shui to notify Yin Fanliang to withdraw from the front lines. With Fan Shui's thorough knowledge of the area, they navigated through secret passages, evading the searching special forces. This was a remarkable turnaround. Absolutely magnificent. Yin Fanliang was astounded. This was the aura of a true leader. Simultaneously, he was carrying a large bag filled with cash, with more following behind. This was all thanks to the assistance of the insect army. Under Han Li's direction, Yin Fanliang utilized ropes to haul one bundle after another of bags onto the helicopter. This certainly saved them a considerable amount of effort. The driver was speechless. He imagined that the special forces would never have anticipated that they had come all this way only to deliver a helicopter. Damn. Yin Fanliang gazed at the bags, his eyes gleaming. Wow, that is a lot of money. Although each bill was only a few dollars, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Outside the mint, the police inspectors were on high alert, observing the situation from a distance. One inspector, utilizing binoculars, vaguely spotted a figure peeking out from the doorway. Curious, he noted that the figure had maintained that position for over 10 minutes. Perhaps he was waiting for our response. Ha, that is probably not going to happen. From the beginning, the inspectors had no intention of contacting Han Li again. With the special forces on their side, they were confident they could eliminate him. Speaking of which, I wonder how the special forces are faring. Just then, a gust of wind unexpectedly swept past the inspectors, then rushed into the mint. Wow, it's really windy today. The officer in charge rubbed his eyes. As he once again peered through the telescope at the printing factory, he was struck dumb. Something was amiss. What happened? It was a trap, he shouted, pointing ahead. The crowd turned to look. There, at the entrance of the printing factory, a mannequin had been blown over by the wind, revealing its true nature. It was merely a dummy? The chief exclaimed in disbelief. Charge in. Han Li is making his escape. Damn it. We've been guarding a mere mannequin all this time. What a farce. The anxious officers rushed into the printing factory, only to find that Han Li and the others had completely vanished. It was utterly empty. What now? Where are the special forces? They immediately contacted the special forces to relay the situation. The scattered soldiers happened to be rescuing hostages from various locations and were currently en route to a designated gathering point. The captain picked up the radio. This is impossible. They have practically scoured the entire printing factory and have seen no sign of the robbers. How could they have made their escape? Captain, we're missing one person. The captain's eyes narrowed as he surveyed those present, pointing them out one by one. And indeed, one was missing, along. Where did he go? Report, we've lost contact. A chilling sensation gripped the hearts of the gathered individuals. Meanwhile, a cacophony echoed through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Is that a helicopter? Listen. It's preparing to take off. The disappearance of Along, the vanishing of the robbers, the peculiar helicopter. Everything seemed to be interconnected. The helicopter. Back to the helicopter. The special forces hurriedly returned to the helicopter's location, closely followed by the officers. When they arrived in the hall, they discovered the helicopter had already begun to ascend slowly, its rotor blades spinning rapidly, preparing to depart. Halt. Pilot, I command you to stop. Fire, fire. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous officers drew their weapons, making a final desperate stand. Yet, all was in vain. Inside the helicopter, Han Li revealed his true face. Crouched and gazing down at the multitude of anguished faces below, he smiled, then raised a friendly middle finger to all the officers and special forces. Until we meet again. Gentlemen, those below stood in stunned silence, before erupting into a chorus of curses. Ha, President Han is quite the trickster. The officers lamented, I've been breached. This is outrageous. The helicopter departed from the printing factory, speeding away into the distance. Where's Han Li? Oh, he is flying away in the helicopter. Damn it. The special forces were furious. How will they return? This news instantly froze the previously jubilant command room. He cannot escape. We have special forces. The officers lamented helplessly. He stole the helicopter. The last line of defense has been breached. This is truly unbelievable. Everyone wailed in despair. Is this really happening? Damn it. I'm done. Let whoever wants to take it. I am utterly taken aback. Who could have anticipated that what was once a flawless operation would hinge upon their greatest reliance, which ultimately became Han Li's point of breakthrough? Alas, Team Lu. We have failed, miserably, I acknowledge. It seems the onus now rests upon me. In the darkness, Lu opened his bright eyes. Chapter 199, Forced Landing. A grave radiating with blue light in the mountains? Han Li piloted the helicopter, breaking through the perilous printing facility, intending to rendezvous with the second-in-command and subsequently trade with the production crew for currency. Ding. Impressive host. Daring to seize a helicopter has rewarded you with the skill. Master of Escape. Master of Escape. What prison? Merely my backyard. I can leave whenever I wish. What a ridiculous skill. Han Li disregarded it. What prison was there? That could wait for another time. Hearing that Han was safe, the others, including the second-in-command, breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Han, how did you manage to escape? Third question, bewildered. A special forces soldier, managing to break free. Remarkable. Han Li replied. I commandeered their helicopter. Inside the printing vehicle, silence reigned, a deathly hush. We should never have provoked Brother Han. We were incredibly foolish. Lamented the fifth. The audacity to seize a special forces helicopter. What criminal could achieve such a feat? Even within the criminal underworld, it was astonishing. Creak. The fifth, seated at the back, startled at the sound emanating from behind the partition where the printing templates were stored. He was the most timid among them, turning to glance at the trunk, trembling. What was that noise? Fifth, what is going on? It's nothing. Did you say we're out of fuel? Han Li glanced at the pilot, his eyes twitching. The pilot nodded, seemingly having encountered an issue. He assured Han Li that they were indeed out of fuel, even showing him the gauge confirming their dire situation. This was troublesome. The surrounding area was desolate, and any misstep could lead to disorientation. Han Li was not well acquainted with this region. Yet, with the helicopter out of fuel, they had no choice but to make an emergency landing. Prepare yourselves, everyone. We are about to land. The pilot, prioritizing the safety of all aboard, reluctantly brought the helicopter to a halt on a hillside. They disembarked from the aircraft. Yan Fanli, furious, seized the pilot by the collar, exclaiming, Did you do this on purpose? You chose to land in the most dreadful spot. Was it intentional, or merely an accident? Intentional, the pilot answered truthfully. Since they were landing anyway, he figured it might as well serve as a form of retribution against these robbers by allowing them to threaten him. Han Li intervened to prevent Yan Fanli from lashing out further. He commanded the white snake to descend from the pilot's neck and return to his shoulder, where it now obediently coiled around him, having nearly forgotten its original master. Once back on Han Li's shoulder, the snake wrapped around his neck, flicking its tongue and exhibiting palpable joy. You are of no further value. Leaving you here, I assume you possess a signal flare or something of that nature. Han Li remarked. The pilot nodded. Immediately, he retrieved a signal gun and fired a signal, confident that soon the police and special forces would trace the smoke to this location. This place was not far from the mint, ensuring the driver's safety. Han Li did not linger. He promptly led Yin Fanliang and the others, carrying their bags, towards the base of the mountain. Soon, their companions would come to their aid. On the mountainside, the dense forest was abundant, with mosquitoes buzzing intermittently. To be honest, what astonished Han Li was Yin Fanliang, who moved with the grace of a fish in water, his steps swift. Almost forgetting that he was an expert, he chuckled. This little hill is nothing. The deep mountains of the northwest were 100 times more perilous. At this moment, Yin Fanliang displayed a sense of pride. Simultaneously, he was secretly impressed by Han Li's counter-surveillance awareness. Although Han Li appeared slow and lagging behind, he was quietly erasing their tracks, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. It was no wonder even the special forces could not apprehend him. His awareness was unparalleled. I can't go on. I'm exhausted, he muttered, realizing that amidst the two men, there was also a woman burdened with a heavy bag. Yin Fanliang, feeling a bit shy, took the initiative to lift her burden onto his own shoulder and quickened his pace once more. A true man performs good deeds without looking back. Can you keep up? Han Li inquired softly as he approached her. Fan Shui bit her lip and nodded. I can. Never mind. I'll just carry you. Han Li noticed the skin on her foot was already scraped, as if she had twisted it. This isn't good. Come here. All right. Fan Shui wrapped her arms around Han Li's neck, and as they drew close, she felt an inexplicable warmth and her heart raced. The white snake. You're blushing like a teapot. Hiss, Han Li, that's mine. For some reason, Fan Shui felt that the white snake looked at her as if she were a rival. Perhaps it was just her imagination. In the next moment, Han Li exerted himself, his form as nimble as a swallow, effortlessly navigating the dense forest, his unusual agility rendering even the thickets powerless to impede him. Yin Fanliang was taken aback. How fast? Before them, Han Li seemed to flit among the trees like a bird, an astonishing sight. Along the way, they encountered a few insects, but Yin Fanliang skillfully managed the situation without any issues. Gradually, the sunlight began to wane, and the ground became smoother, resembling a small basin. Han Li crouched down to feel the earth beneath him. He looked up. The sky was darkening. Where are we? Fan Shui sensed something amiss. The surrounding scattered stones gave her an uneasy feeling. Han Li pulled out his phone, discovering that the signal, which had previously been present, was now utterly gone. No signal? Yin Fanliang glanced around and casually remarked, It's fine. It's always like this in the mountains. Just watch out for snakes. A single bite could be fatal. We'll be there soon. As the sky darkened completely, the once familiar forest transformed into something unrecognizable, foreboding and eerie. Fan Shui, desperately suppressing her urge to urinate, trembled as she spoke. Could there be ghosts? Stop saying such nonsense. The audience in the live broadcast room was taken aback. Those who had just finished their meal were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, they were immersed in an exhilarating crime scene, and now it had transformed into a supernatural show. Even the participants of the program were somewhat unnerved. Goodness, in this deep mountain forest, who could predict what they might encounter? Kan Li, be cautious of what lies ahead, warned a companion. Kan Li, with his keen eyesight, suddenly noticed a peculiar blue light emanating from a certain spot. A blue glow? This was decidedly unsettling. Just as the trio hesitated, an infuriating cacophony erupted behind them. Kan Li turned around. With his eagle eye ability, he spotted clusters of bright lights in the distance. Clearly, a special forces unit was pursuing them from the other side of the mountain. They were coming. In the pitch darkness, Kan Li remained unfazed, but the other two found it difficult to conceal themselves. Thus, he instructed Yin Fanliang to scout ahead. To his dismay, Yin Fanliang returned, cursing under his breath. His face pale as a ghost. There's a tomb up ahead, he exclaimed. This mountain holds such a sinister grave, it's terrifying. A tomb? No. I am not going there. Kan Li chuckled lightly. We shall indeed venture into the tomb. Surely. The special forces would never anticipate that we would take refuge among the deceased. You must be mad, exclaimed the audience in the live broadcast. A tomb robbery? In chapter 200, they stumbled upon a plethora of artifacts, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Under Yin Fanliang's guidance, Kan Li and his companions entered the woods behind them, where they encountered a tomb radiating an eerie blue light. Beside it stood a stone tablet. What on earth? How did we end up at someone's tomb? Mr. Khan, this is an opportunity to expand our business. Fan Shui trembled in fear at the sight of the ominous tomb, her anxiety palpable. No, I won't go down there. Oh, city folks are so delicate. There's nothing to fear about this tomb, Yin Fanliang scoffed dismissively. Hurry this way. At that moment, the voice of the driver echoed behind them, and the lights drew near with alarming speed. Undoubtedly, the special forces were closing in rapidly. They've caught up so quickly? Yin Fanliang urged them to hurry into the tomb for refuge. Let us go. Without further ado, Kan Li hoisted the struggling Fan Shui onto his back and, alongside Yin Fanliang, entered the tomb. Upon their entrance, darkness enveloped them, rendering them unable to see. Ah! Fan Shui screamed. Kan Li swiftly covered her mouth and nose as a commotion erupted outside. Several soldiers were moving about, seemingly alert to something unusual. What noise is that? The special forces soldiers instantly became vigilant, scanning their surroundings, but finding no sign of life. Hey, What is this tomb doing here? One soldier exclaimed upon discovering it. Damn it, let us get out of here. Who would want to encounter a tomb in the middle of the night? Only someone with a screw loose would dare. As Khan Li and Yin Fanliang listened to the footsteps gradually recede, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Khan, you truly are a warrior. Even such a tomb frightens me, yet you descended without hesitation. Impressive. It is rumored that the tomb harbors numerous perilous traps, capable of inflicting fatal consequences with alarming ease. Suddenly, Fan Shui produced a candle from an unknown source. In the blink of an eye, the candle was extinguished. This scene sent a wave of fear through the elementary school students, who huddled behind their guardians, peeking out with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. As if every pore on their bodies had opened wide, the production team felt a chill run down their spines. How audacious of Han Li to enter a tomb. The sight was utterly chilling. One could only imagine the terror they felt in that very moment. What was happening? Abruptly, Yin Fanli's face contorted in alarm. His brows knitting together as he raised a trembling hand to point behind Fan Shui, his expression one of sheer horror. Behind you. Fan Shui slowly turned her head. A shadow emerged. Oh, stop screaming, it's just a mouse. Han Li remarked dismissively. Just a mouse? Fan Shui echoed. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. City folks are so timid. Yin Fanli laughed. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. What is this? Yin Gu is being mischievous. This is too funny. Fan Shui, irate and ready to scold him, suddenly froze, her mouth agape. Behind you. Huh, I once he fall for that. Yin Fanli retorted confidently, dismissing the ruse as mere trickery. However, when Han Li also appeared astonished, his expression betraying shock, Yin Fanli's demeanor shifted, his laughter fading as concern crept in. Could it be? Is there truly something behind me? A sinister hissing sound emanated from behind Yin Fanli, reminiscent of a serpent. Suddenly, a large glob of saliva dripped onto him, coating his face in a sticky mess. He recoiled in disbelief. This is utterly absurd. Spinning around, he found himself face to face with a python, towering above him. Its blood-red eyes glinting menacingly as it fixated on its prey. Yin Fanli trembled uncontrollably. The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. Wow, is this a genetic mutation? Is this a crime show? No way. That thing could swallow my head whole. Hangu! Yin Fanli shouted in desperation. Han Li immediately attempted to cast a hypnotic spell on the colossal creature, but to no avail. It didn't work? What now? This is bad. With a swift motion, the python coiled around Yin Fanli, its gaping maw poised to consume him. No. As half of Yin Fanli was engulfed, suddenly, Han Li's white snake sprang into action, darting towards the enormous python and extending its tongue. Is this really happening? In an astonishing turn of events, the large python regurgitated Yin Fanli and then, in an unexpected display of camaraderie, gently licked the small white snake, seemingly treating it with kindness. You understand the language of snakes, don't you? Han Li inquired, glancing at Yin Fanli in disbelief. Yin Fanli grotesquely remarked. It seems this python has taken the white snake as its progeny, thus sparing us. Is there such a fortunate circumstance? Subsequently, Han Li and his companions not only established a cordial rapport with the python, but it also personally guided them into the depths of the tomb. There, to their astonishment, they uncovered a trove of treasures. Yin Fanli could hardly believe it. Had he known, he would have ventured into tomb raiding himself, given the abundance of riches. The python flicked its tongue, seemingly indicating, take what you will. Fan Shui interjected. These are cultural relics. They cannot be sold. A luminous jade pot caught their eyes. Isn't this an ancient bronze artifact? Exclaimed one, overwhelmed by the value of each discovery. Incredible. Han is truly remarkable. Han Li mused. Is it a crime to casually hand over a collection of cultural relics? Each piece would suffice for the production team to indulge in a fine drink. The crew was left speechless. What luck, encountering a tomb and stumbling upon such artifacts? Unbelievable. The director, in a flurry, urged, quickly, secure a loan. Nonsense. The director slapped him, exclaiming, these are cultural relics. We must submit them to the state, and we shall receive compensation. Forget about loans. In his desperation, he even resorted to using his privileges to contact Han Li, insisting, these artifacts must be submitted to the nation. Han Li replied, I am no fool. I seek my reward. The director, resigned, ultimately offered him a substantial bonus in exchange for the relics. This significant event soon sparked a considerable uproar. Meanwhile, Han Li and his companions refrained from recklessly handling the artifacts, instead providing the production team with their location, preparing to exit the tomb. I have a brilliant idea. Han Li gazed at the colossal python beside him. Meanwhile, down below, Ertzi and the others arrived at the designated meeting point. He lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs while waiting for Brother Han and the others. 20 minutes had passed. Could something have gone awry? Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. The group, startled, turned their gazes towards the nearby woods, witnessing trees inexplicably falling. What colossal creature could this be? Could it have stolen an armored vehicle? In the next moment, Ertzi and his companions realized their own naivety. Under the moonlight, the massive python glided down like a mythical dragon, stirring the branches with fierce grace. Casting a chilling glance at the group, it was a sight to behold. Goodness, has it been nurtured with steroids? Ersan, overwhelmed, lost control of his bladder. Run. It's a monster. Ertzi scrambled into the vehicle, panic-stricken. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Where are you going, Ertzi? Huh, that voice. Chapter 201, The Twist. Lu Dong's Revenge. Has Han Li been shot? The voice belonged to none other than Brother Han. Ertzi halted, summoning his courage to look up at the immense python, where a figure stood confidently. Han Li, arms crossed, exuded authority. Wow, Brother Han, your steed is magnificent. Incredible. Is this creature truly tameable? Yin fondly relayed to them the astonishing story of their unintentional entry into the tomb and the subsequent discovery of a multitude of relics. Truly remarkable. One could easily pen an entire novel. Where's the fourth one? Yin fondly pondered, perplexed by the absence of the young lad. The second brother rubbed his nose, offering a sheepish grin. Ah, that child has fallen asleep. I see. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, the special forces exchanged glances, confronted by the terrifying remnants of destruction, shattered branches, and a scene of utter chaos. A colossal python slithered past them, nodding its head in a peculiar gesture of politeness before vanishing from sight. Did I just imagine that? Captain, shall we continue the pursuit? The captain gritted his teeth, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Lives are paramount. Coughing, he decided to take a detour. Consequently, the special forces lost their singular opportunity to apprehend Han Li. Without further ado, let us board the vehicle, Han Li declared, dismounting from atop the python. He had no intention of bringing such a behemoth into the city. It was best to allow it to return to its natural habitat. Evidently, the python felt a tinge of reluctance, affectionately nudging Han Li before turning away, reluctantly disappearing into the dense forest. What is this flute? Yin fondly inquired, intrigued. Han Li picked up the flute, smiling as he replied. This was gifted to me by the python. Who knows, it may prove useful in the future. Eventually, Han Li and his companions reunited with the second brother, and the group promptly boarded the vehicle. From here on, we simply need to hand these over to the crew, Han Li stated. This case can be considered closed. Throughout their journey, they encountered no hindrances. The second brother navigated the vehicle to a mysterious dock, where a silhouette could be discerned in the distance. In the cold breeze, the crew trembled, gasping for air. We have arrived. Han Li and the fifth brother disembarked, preparing to deliver the contents of the trunk to the distant staff. The trunk isn't lacking in items, is it? The fifth brother shook his head. Not much. Have you inspected it? Han Li shot him a glance. The fifth brother replied, well, I just gave it a cursory look. Go ahead and open it. The fifth brother hesitated. There's nothing to worry about. Go on. Han Li urged. Ultimately, he did not possess absolute trust in these ruffians. Should the need arise to abandon them, he would not hesitate. Cold-blooded. All right. The fifth brother dared not resist, slowly approaching to open the trunk. Han Li observed as the trunk revealed a collection of templates required for a counterfeit currency operation. A considerable fortune. The fifth brother climbed in, quickly becoming engulfed by the chaotic assortment of templates. Initially, Han Li paid little mind, but after 3 minutes, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Where's the fifth brother? Fifth brother? What is happening? Han Li immediately became alert, instinctively drawing his specialized firearm, aiming it towards the trunk. A human presence should not generate silence unless something had gone awry. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed, prompting Han Li to prepare to pull the trigger. Don't shoot, Han Ge, I found it. It's the fifth brother. Han Li exhaled in relief. This fellow. He lowered his weapon. Why were you so quiet? The items were overwhelming. My apologies, the fifth brother chuckled. Han Li dismissed his concern, taking the templates and turning to approach the distant crew. Just then, a click echoed, causing Han Li to halt in his tracks. He could distinctly feel a gun pressed against the back of his head, the cold, dark muzzle resting directly against his scalp. He dared not relax for even a moment. Who are you? The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. The figure standing behind General Han was none other than Captain Lu Dong, the very man who had previously bested him. What was happening? How did he suddenly appear here? Han Li's mind was racing. Lu Dong, clad in a trench coat, emerged from the trunk, grinning as he addressed Han Li. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your guidance to my beloved apprentice. You were hiding in the trunk all along. Han Li questioned incredulously. Indeed. I was utterly exhausted. I even wet my pants out of fear and could not dare to show my face, all to await this moment. Lu Dong's grin was grotesque, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in the joy of a long-awaited catch in the frigid wilderness. This was his plan B. Han Li was taken aback, letting out a resigned sigh. Was this truly necessary? No, I do not harbor any hatred towards you. Rather, I am grateful for your role in Li Yi's growth. Truly, Han Li, I sincerely thank you. Lu Dong's words were heartfelt, yet his finger tightened ever so slightly on the trigger. Ruthless. Yin fondly. Han Li shouted. Stop calling out. He and that young lady are already asleep, Han Ge. The voice belonged to Air, who swaggered over with Lao San and Lao Wu, his previous jovial demeanor replaced by a fierce expression. I apologize, he simply gave too much. Inside the car, Yin fondly glared in disbelief, unable to fathom that his own brother had betrayed him. Fan Shui had long since fallen into a deep slumber. You've been tricked, Han Ge. Run. There's an officer lying in wait in the trunk, Lao San remarked. In this world, one must endure cuts and bruises, Han Ge. It's a pity about Lao Si. His head's muddled, and he truly fell for you. Lao Wu waved his hand dismissively. Officer Lu, this has nothing to do with us, right? Captain Lu smiled. Of course. It has been a pleasant collaboration. Go, there's a mole among us. Damn, so well hidden. I was deceived. Air cursed. You truly deserve this, Lao Air. Han Li quickly realized that Air and his accomplices had already been bought off by Lu Dong. When did this happen? It must have been on their way to rendezvous with him. Now, you shall be eliminated, Han Li. I shan't waste words. Last time, I suffered losses. Captain Lu chuckled, his finger poised to pull the trigger. As he had stated before, this time he could not afford to give Han Li even the slightest chance. The viewers in the live stream grew anxious. It can't be. General Han must have a plan. Humph. I, General Han, am so composed. I will undoubtedly turn the tables. Just wait and see. The netizens had long revered Han Li as a deity. No matter how perilous the situation, they believed he would find a way to prevail. After all, he had always managed to survive until now. This time would be no exception. However, as Han Li felt the gun pressed against his head, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. This was it. Setting aside the presence of air and the others nearby, the mere fact of the gun against his skull rendered Han Li utterly powerless. Because Lu Dong's firearm was undoubtedly faster than his own, a realization that compelled him to deliberately turn his back. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. It was hard to believe that someone like Li Yi, in comparison to this man, appeared so utterly innocent. What to do? Han Li felt that perhaps this time, he was truly at the end of his road. Farewell, my show. This time, it is truly goodbye. In the brief span of a second, Lu Dong removed the cigarette from his mouth and, without uttering a word, mercilessly pulled the trigger. Subsequently, a gunshot echoed across the dock. Chapter 202, Awakening in the Pentagon Prison of Country M? The silence of the dock was broken by the first shot. However, Han Li was not eliminated. Instead, Lu Dong stood in shock, staring at the handgun that had been knocked to the ground. This shot was not fired by him. Who could it be? Just as he turned to look, he heard a rush of wind grazing his cheek, striking the grinning second-in-command. Thud. He collapsed on the spot, a tranquilizer needle embedded in his neck. Was this also your arrangement? Han Li inquired. Lu Dong replied, no, there are others involved. Clearly, this was not the work of the police. Bang. No sooner had he uttered those words than a tranquilizer dart, shot from an unknown source, struck him, causing him to lose consciousness. Following that, the staff, including the third man, remained until only Han Li was left. Visibility was obscured. Even with his eagle-eye ability, he could not discern the opponent's location. The trajectory of the bullets was exceedingly peculiar. The adversary's marksmanship was on par with his own. In the next moment, a wave of numbness washed over him. He looked down to find a tranquilizer needle already lodged in his neck. Damn. Thud. Han Li collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. The live stream went black, leaving the audience bewildered. What was happening? Were they eliminated upon falling? What transpired? The production team was in shock, their connection with Han Li inexplicably severed. Han Li would never voluntarily cut off contact, indicating that someone had orchestrated this. A grave situation had arisen. The director, in a state of urgency, realized that everything had spiraled out of his control and immediately called his subordinates to confirm Han Li's real-time location. However, the news was grim. Director, it's bad. The camera of contestant Han Li has been destroyed. This was a disaster. Was it him? A well-dressed man from country M bent down to inspect Han Li. If Han Li were awake, he would surely be astonished to recognize this man as the one who had collided with him at the airport. Beside him stood another man clad in a thick winter down jacket, his head obscured, carrying a specialized sniper rifle, coldly remarking, the god of guns? Merely that much. The White Death, impressive. Finally, an explanation could be given. The man lifted Han Li's arm and discreetly removed a small sticker from the back of his hand. The sticker was, in truth, a locator. Thanks to this, they were able to pinpoint Han Li's location with precision. Now that they had him, it was time to depart. The man was impatient, eager to leave Huaxia behind. The White Death asked, are you afraid? Nonsense, this is Huaxia. With a moment's lapse, one could find themselves imprisoned. If you possess the audacity, stay and assist this man in reviving the unconscious Han Li, and escort him aboard a yacht moored at the dock. Just jesting. The White Death follows closely behind, awaiting Han Li's awakening to engage him in a decisive battle. A group of individuals set sail on the yacht, oblivious to the fact that, upon their departure, the previously unconscious Lu Dong suddenly opens his eyes, struggling to rise, cursing under his breath, scoundrel. Son, listen to me. Take this to the bank, be good. The young boy turns to glance at his father, and, clutching the AK in his hands, strides toward the bank. In the reflection, the visage of young Han Li materializes. Goodness. Han Li abruptly sits upright, drenched in cold sweat. The absurdity of this dream overwhelms him. Is this memory that of the original owner? The boy must be the original owner's childhood self, as he had seen photographs. As for the man inciting him, he is the original owner's father. Yet, what kind of father would send his son with an AK to rob a bank? Returning to the present, Han Li finally perceives the peculiarities surrounding him. He finds himself within a vast, transparent glass enclosure, utterly incapable of escape. Rising from the wooden bed, he approaches the clear glass and surveys his surroundings, where countless similar boxes contain men of various skin tones, all clad in mismatched prison garb. Indeed, this is a prison? Surprised, Han Li recalls nothing after his fainting spell. He must have been brought here. Hey kid. Han Li turns to see a muscular man with brown hair in a nearby transparent cage grinning at him, as if appraising a national treasure. Are you new here? Ha. You look like a Huaxia person. There are quite a few of us here. I just wagered $100 with old by next door that you won't last 3 days. Where's this place? Han Li inquires. The man appears momentarily perplexed before bursting into laughter, mocking him as if he were a native stepping into the city. What else could it be? This is the so-called most secure Pentagon prison in the United States. The revelation strikes Han Li like lightning. He fell asleep and awakened in a foreign country? No complaints. Looking down, he discovers that the camera on his chest has been removed, indicating that he is no longer under the program's control. A sense of impending danger envelopes him. What are those people? Between the glass enclosures, long corridors are lined with guards donning black masks and wielding M4A1 rifles. I advise you to tread carefully with the prison guards. Do not provoke their ire. By the way, I am Mashi. You can call me Sharphead. Do you speak Huaxia? Yes, the previous occupant of your cell was a Huaxia person. He occasionally taught me a bit of the language. Previous? What does that mean? Where is he now? Mashi was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, of course, you were shot dead. Just as you imagined, literally shot dead. Goodness. A summary execution. This prison is truly terrifying. Han Li scanned his surroundings. inhaling deeply to compose himself. Soon, his mind began to devise an escape plan. He had no desire to remain in this place for even a moment longer. His current predicament was perilous. Why had he been captured here? Why had the program's cameras been dismantled? His captors were clearly well prepared, harboring sinister intentions. While Han Li was engulfed in frustration, he noticed an elderly man in another glass room, lost in a daze as he drew on the glass with his hands. You are doomed, utterly doomed. He laughed maniacally, resembling a lunatic. Mashi remarked, his name is Sirivas. He was merely 12 years old when he arrived here. Now he is 70. 70 years? He had spent decades in this place. Han Li quickly grasped the reason behind the old man's erratic behavior. Who would not go mad under such circumstances? Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air, startling everyone present. What is happening? Mashi looked up, already accustomed to such chaos, and scoffed. Another fool attempting to escape. TSK, how foolish. They should weigh their own worth. I wager they will be shot dead imminently. Indeed, mere minutes later, 3 guards in black dragged a bloodied man past Han Li and Mashi, right before the eyes of the other prisoners. Han Li felt his eyelids twitch as he beheld the man. A bullet wound in his forehead. He was cold and lifeless. Bang. You come out. At that moment, a guard approached the glass room where Han Li stood, banging on the glass and glaring at him menacingly. Just arrived and already leaving, kid. What is your name? Tomorrow, I shall offer incense on your behalf, Mashi said, clasping his hands together and mimicking a monk. Hurry up, fuck, Han Li urged, only to be met with a kick from the guard. Chapter 203, Don't rush, I am preparing to escape. Han Li was escorted to an unfamiliar room, resembling an interrogation chamber. A standing prison guard, wielding a baton, glared at him furiously. At the table sat a sharply dressed man who gestured for him to take a seat. Please, sit down, Mr. Han Li. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mike, affiliated with the FBI. We sincerely apologize for your abrupt arrival here, but it was unavoidable. Please take a look at this document. In the next moment, a classified file was laid out before Han Li. Upon lifting it, his expression turned icy. Is this a contract? Indeed. You are the illustrious Han Li, the notorious bandit who has astounded the world. Trust me, there is no one who values your talents more than our country. Our president genuinely hopes that you will join us, and we will do our utmost to fulfill all your needs, Mike expounded, presenting an enticing offer. All this requires is your signature, Mr. Han Li. The secretary beside him handed a pen to Han Li. At the very bottom of the contract, there lay a blank space designated for a signature. Should he inscribe his name, Han Li would be entitled to the highest honors of the M Nation, a residence of his choosing, women at his leisure, and even the president himself footing the bill. A life of indulgence, one that would entice any soul. Yet, this entailed an allegiance to the M Nation, serving what they term a president, and contending against his own homeland. Han Li remarked, those who recognize the times are indeed wise, Mr. Han Li. He did not reach for the pen but instead fixed a cold gaze upon Mike, smiling as he posed the question, what if I refuse? Then you shall spend the remainder of your life within this prison, kid. Suddenly, a stern man approached, slamming his hand on the table, disdain evident in his eyes as he regarded Han Li. This was the highest security Pentagon prison of the M Nation, where no one had ever escaped. Unless, of course, one were to perish within its confines, their spirit ascending to the heavens. Ha ha ha. The surrounding guards erupted in laughter. He speaks the truth, Mr. Han Li. Not even a fly could escape this prison. You would do well to act rationally and not make matters worse for yourself. It was clear that for the M Nation, whether one consented or not, torment was the order of the day. Join us, he urged, nudging the contract forward. Han Li gazed at the document, took the pen, and resignedly said, it appears I have no other option. With that, he accepted the pen and affixed his signature. What a joke, this so-called bandit. The prison warden scoffed, regarding the proud Chinese man with utter contempt, asserting his dominance over this territory. Once you entered, there was no exit. Mike secretly reveled in the situation, thinking that even the mightiest of nations could not withstand the pressure imposed by a single country. Indeed, thank you for your cooperation, FUCK. Mike shouted. Hey, watch your tone. No, look, he wrote FUCK, can you believe it? Mike exclaimed, showing the contract to the prison guards. The warden was taken aback. On the contract, in the blank space, were boldly inscribed the words, FUCKYOUBITCH. Instantly, both Mike and the warden's faces flushed crimson, never having experienced such humiliation. Are you mocking us? Indeed. Han Li replied candidly. They had been outwitted by a Chinese man. It seems you quite enjoy this, Mr. Mike. Let me reiterate, I will never betray my country. And I stand tall, unlike you. Han Li wore a smile, one laced with contempt for the M Nation. You are utterly foolish. A madman. So incredibly foolish. Mike cursed, angrily grabbing the documents. Before departing, he instructed the warden, let him know the might of our M Nation. Rest assured, the warden said as he escorted Mike out. He then seized Han Li by the collar, laughing rather than fuming. You know, I've encountered many with a stubborn tongue like yours. Their fates always culminate in bowing to me, and you will be no exception. Is that so? You might want to take a look at your hands. My hands. The warden glanced down, his eyes widening in disbelief as his mouth fell agape. His hands were shackled. Where are my cuffs? How is this possible? Unbelievable. Han Li raised his hands, being pressed away from the room by the prison guards. Warden, he stated, you once proclaimed that thus far, no one has managed to escape from your prison, correct? Inside the room, the warden, flustered and humiliated, instructed his colleagues to remove the shackles. He lifted his gaze towards the young man who had turned back to look down upon him. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Han Li's eyes. Then I shall be the first. The warden's heart felt as if a time bomb had been dropped, after countless years of steadfastness. He was hearing such audacious words for the first time. The unsettling calm lingered. Keep your eyes on him. Han Li, being pushed back into the glass enclosure, felt quite uncomfortable. The Americans were bound to torment him, compelling him to submit to that despicable president. Kid, what do they want with you? Han Li replied nonchalantly. Do you know who the boss of this prison is? The boss of the prison? Emoshi was taken aback. Aren't you seeking death? What are you planning to do? Han Li leaned against the bed, silently observing his surroundings with his keen eyes. Escape. Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Emoshi exclaimed. Are you serious? Han Li sat up, listening to the ringing sound that echoed once more, distinct from the earlier alarm. What is this now? It was a rare moment of relaxation during the day, a signal to gather. Let us go. I'll introduce you to the various characters in this prison. Emoshi stepped out from the glass enclosure. Simultaneously, numerous glass rooms opened, releasing different prisoners. Everyone, under the vigilant watch of countless guards, congregated in a designated resting area. This space was divided into various factions, each seemingly marked by their own territories, refraining from encroachment upon one another. Look, that's the Bison Gang. They'll knock you out with a single punch. Over there is the Sneaky White Gang. Be careful not to provoke anyone. You're new here. Emoshi, taking on a mentor's demeanor, guided the newcomer to familiarize himself with the factions. I only want to know who the boss of the prison is, Han Li stated. The area was not large, and he could overhear snippets of conversation. The boss. Just you? A few prisoners, hearing Han Li's voice, turned around, grinning sinisterly as they approached. Emoshi exclaimed. This isn't good. Hey, several brothers, this guy just arrived and doesn't he understand the rules? Give me some face. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Emoshi? Step aside. Emoshi, anxious, urged. Kid, just apologize, and this will all blow over. Apologize? Han Li retorted. Why should I apologize? His words ignited an uproar among the crowd. How audacious. Doesn't he know that newcomers must bow their heads? Emoshi covered his face in despair. There's no saving you. Even Jesus couldn't rescue you now. The inmates here are all vicious criminals. Which of them hasn't tasted blood? At that moment, a fierce man adorned with lion tattoos, wearing a headscarf and towering at 2 meters, loomed over Han Li, his tone icy. Kid, do you know how many people I've killed? In an instant, several of his subordinates surrounded Han Li. The towering man extended his large hand. Grasping Han Li's head tightly, he demanded a bow, promising to spare him. Emoshi remarked, a bow? It's nothing. Life is paramount. The prison guards found amusement in the scene, while the warden, observing through the surveillance monitors, wore a sinister grin. This inmate was notorious in bear country for having slain over 20 individuals with his bare hands, and, even severely injured, had single-handedly taken down a black bear named Depu. His immense hands could crush life itself. Medical personnel were on standby, pitying the unfortunate Chinese man. The warden lifted his cup of red tea, chuckling with delight. Chapter 204. The prison explodes. Who is this Chinese man? The newcomer had the audacity to confront them, undoubtedly becoming the center of attention, with everyone watching intently. As for the fate of this Chinese man, they were indifferent. If he perished, so be it, an ignorant Chinese person. Even the patrolling guards above unanimously believed Han Li would be thoroughly taught a lesson by this fearsome brute, possibly leaving him crippled. Depu, immensely strong and muscular, held Han Li's head as if it were a mere chick. The head of a Chinese person is indeed small. He laughed heartily, preparing to deliver a brutal lesson to this presumptuous fool. However, to his surprise, this Chinese man maintained an air of calm, even displaying a sense of disdain. This peculiar gaze made Depu unable to fathom that this short man dared to look down upon him, seeking his demise. In an instant, he tightened his grip around Han Li's head, veins bulging, as if he intended to crush it entirely. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. Kid, don't put up a fight. Emoshi attempted to intervene, but was restrained by several of his subordinates. As Depu's colossal hand enveloped Han Li, obscuring his features, a sharp, resounding crack of breaking bones echoed through the air, sending chills down spines. Crushed alive? Disgusting. A voice interrupted. Depu, that's enough. Someone stepped forward to pull him back, yet the towering Depu remained unmoved, leaving the crowd perplexed as to why he would not relent. At that moment, a louder sound of bones fracturing erupted. Suddenly, the onlookers witnessed Depu's massive hand contorting grotesquely. He emitted a pained bear-like roar, stumbling backward. My hand, he cried, raising his battered hand, a horrifying sight. A collective gasp filled the air. It became evident that a brutal truth lay before them. Depu's hand was rendered useless. Your hand is weak, Han Li remarked with a smile, walking towards the howling Depu under everyone's watchful gaze. Looking up at him, he then said, You're too tall. In an instant, Han Li reached out, seizing Depu's beard, and with a forceful motion, he slammed the giant's body to the ground like a willow tree. Bang! Ah! Depu lay on the ground, blood pouring from him. The impact left his internal organs severely damaged. The onlookers, comprising criminals and henchmen alike, stood frozen in astonishment. The guards above were equally taken aback. In the background, the prison warden spat out his coffee, his gaze fixated on a lone figure, his eyes filled with disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the scene. A silence so intense it was almost palpable. Moshi shouted, Depp, release him. If you have the guts, face me in a duel. Yet, as he turned his gaze, he found Depp sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape in surprise. What on earth was happening? Han Li sat atop the colossal Depp, surveying his surroundings. Who was the true master of this prison? The atmosphere erupted with chaos. Everyone was in shock. Who was this formidable individual? Depp had been defeated in an instant. Could it be that the people of Huaxia possessed such strength? What intrigued the onlookers even more was Han Li's audacious display of power, openly challenging the prison's authority. Was he vying for the position of leader? Impressive. I like this kid. Would he join our gang? In the prison, strength reigns supreme. Exceptional individuals always attract followers. Han Li's extraordinary prowess instantly elevated his status within the prison, inciting envy among the various gangs who sought to recruit him. In that moment, Han Li standing within the prison soared dramatically, much to the chagrin of the warden, who watched in frustration. Kid, do you know martial arts? Can you teach me? Ma Shi, having shed his previous bravado, dared not act superior before Han Li any longer. He had a plan. While Han Li fought, he would win hearts. Together, they would grow powerful within these prison walls. Just then, a path parted in the crowd as the criminals stepped aside. A man, sporting a beard and exuding an intimidating presence, approached Han Li step by step. His deep blue eyes radiated strength. It was Gino, the prison's leader. Ma Shi recognized him immediately. Simultaneously, the various gangs fell silent, standing behind this man, providing him with unwavering support, akin to a formidable army. What is your name? Gino, an American, had a penchant for strong personalities. Han Li, what do you want with me? Han Li rose from Depp's side and walked confidently towards the formidable man, showing no signs of trepidation. I wish to escape from this prison, and I require your assistance, Han Li declared. Gino hesitated. He had heard countless individuals express similar desires, only to reveal their foolishness in the end. Kid, don't harbor thoughts of escape. Settle in here, at least you won't meet a swift demise. If anything arises, just mention my name, Gino. With that, Gino turned to leave. Won't you at least listen to my plan? Han Li implored. Gino halted, his gang members displaying their ferocity. Kid, don't push your luck. Wait, Gino commanded, glancing at the guards above. He leaned in and said softly, for your sake, I'll hear your plan. Thus, Ma Shi beheld in astonishment as this newcomer, seemingly inexperienced, stood shoulder to shoulder with Gino, the leader of countless gangs within the prison, both at equal standing, sharing the same space. It was utterly breathtaking. I find myself envious of such high stature. My goodness, what connection do you have with this newcomer? Who is he to be so impressive? A fierce and intimidating criminal. He has the audacity to drape his arm over Ma Shi's shoulder, often bullying him. To be candid, he is actually my distant cousin. In an instant, this criminal recoils from Ma Shi, fear evident in his voice as he pleads, Ma Shi, let bygones be bygones, shall we? Ma Shi's heart swells with joy. Is this the power of a true leader? There is a saying in our homeland. What is it? Ah, yes, it's quite remarkable. After listening to Han Li's plan, Gino pondered deeply, wishing to showcase his cultural prowess, yet could only recall this one phrase. I was too hasty earlier. I must apologize and address you as elder brother according to our hierarchy. Han Li shed his aggressive demeanor, revealing a genuine willingness to cooperate. Indeed, you possess a fine character. The more Gino observed this young man, the more he appreciated him. He inquired, so, your first step is to enter the isolation chamber, correct? Yes. In the next moment, Gino suddenly sprang into action, his movements swift as lightning, delivering a powerful blow to the unsuspecting Han Li. Bang. Chapter 205, Nested Dolls. A 5-star challenge in the maritime prison. You seek death, daring to provoke the prison chief. You shall never escape this place. Bang. Han Li was unceremoniously thrown into an airtight isolation chamber by several fully armed guards. His body was covered in bruises. Clearly, Gino's actions were very convincing. As Han Li's face burned with pain, he stood up, pacing as if searching for something. The surroundings were comprised of stone walls, save for one side, which was turned away from Han Li and featured an air vent. What could this be? Suddenly, Han Li crouched down and noticed several rivets embedded in the ground. Securing a steel plate, if removed, this plate could be opened. Rather than probing further, Han Li stood up, burying this significant discovery in his mind. First, he must endure the isolation. However, he was intrigued by the air vent, which occasionally let in a chilly breeze carrying a faint fishy scent. Han Li, time is up. Outside, the warden awaited him personally, his tone menacing. Next time you transgress, I assure you, you will wish for death. Upon exiting, Han Li was astounded to find that he had garnered quite a reputation within the prison. Numerous unfamiliar inmates approached him. Brother Han, please, have some water. To the uninformed observer, he might appear to be a notorious mob leader just released from incarceration. Ma Shi chuckled. Kid, you've become famous. On your first day, you fought with the prison chief. Impressive. Is everything all right? Where's Gino? Shoo, you must address him as Brother Gino. Where is he? Over there. At that moment, Gino, surrounded by his followers, was savoring a special plate of steak, eliciting envy from all who beheld it. Ma Shi's mouth watered. He longed for just a taste of that delicacy. In the prison, only those of high rank were worthy of steak. The rest were left to consume mere scraps. Han Li, come here. Suddenly, Gino spotted Han Li and waved him over. Oh no, are they planning to gang up on you? She thought nervously, perceiving the situation as seemingly hostile. However, as Han Li approached and calmly sat down to share a meal of steak, exuding an air of camaraderie, she rubbed his eyes. Feeling that something was amiss in this world, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, drooling at the scene. How is it? Gino asked. Han Li took a bite of beef and quietly responded. The prison is vertical, likely underground, indicating proximity to a water source. The sound of water flows beneath the steel plate in the confinement room, so it's almost certain. Impressive. Have you escaped before? Gino inquired. I assure you, this is my first time. Do you believe me? Han Li replied. Gino raised an eyebrow. What tools do you require? A metal blade, Han Li stated, wiping his mouth. Gino responded, understood, leave it to me. Observing Gino's imposing figure, Han Li couldn't help but admire him. A true man of society, succinct in speech yet reliable. What do you mean by being unreachable? The production team had consulted various technicians, but still failed to contact Han Li. Let us call the police. At this point, there was no other option. Soon, the Huaxiao police took over the investigation into Han Li's disappearance, a revelation that sent shockwaves around the globe. Han Li had vanished. This was inconceivable. In Spain, Ling Han and De Yi, on a bus, furrowed their brows upon hearing the news. Let us hope nothing has happened to Mr. Han. In the interrogation room, Gino sat back in his chair, deliberately provoking the prison warden. Isn't it pathetic that you were bested by that Huaxiao man? This is none of your concern. Tell me, what does he intend to do? The warden demanded. He is merely a pawn in the game he has established within the prison. He aims to escape, Gino replied. How does he plan to do that? The warden pressed eagerly. Gino chuckled. He is foolish enough to create chaos and then steal the keys to make his getaway. Really? You expect me to believe that? The warden's demeanor softened as he poured red wine for both himself and Gino, smiling. He is truly naive. Make sure to keep an eye on him, Gino. Of course. Once Gino departed, the warden's expression hardened. Escape? That is more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Wait. What happened to the metal blade from the bottle opener? In the prison assembly area, Mo.Shi began gathering his followers, intent on strengthening his and Han Li's faction, carving out a niche for themselves. Cough, my cousin can fight. I'll tell you, Boss Gino treated my cousin to steak. Wow. The crowd gasped in admiration, impressed by this display of grandeur. Big brother Mo.Shi, we'll rely on you. Big brother, come sit. Just as Mo.Shi was rallying his followers, Han Li received the tool he needed, a metal blade handed to him by Gino. Han Li, I hope you can help me escape, he said. Rest assured, Han Li replied. With the knowledge of an escape master, his mind was flooded with the intricate layout of the prison, countless routes flashing before him. Brother Gino, could you assist me once more? Han Li smiled, a grin that sent shivers down Gino's spine. Surely not. Again? Bang. As they dined, everyone was taken aback, followed by a sense of speechlessness. Here we go again. Han Li and Gino were at it once more. This time with such ferocity that even the guards could not intervene. All of you, to the solitary confinement cells. Bang. The guards, witnessing Han Li stroll in with a smile, were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Didn't he just arrive yesterday? You scoundrel, are you toying with us? This time, Han Li and Gino found themselves segregated in different cells. Once the guards departed, Han Li suddenly sat up. Here it comes. He opened his mouth and produced a metal blade. Approaching the steel plate from before, he effortlessly pried out the rivets with the small blade, one after another. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been left agape. Creak. The steel plate loosened as Han Li slowly lifted it, glancing around. With his keen perception, he noticed a guard approaching and promptly laid back down. Clang. The guard knocked on the solitary confinement cell, observing Han Li sleeping like a log, and sneered before departing. These guards are quite the nuisance, Han Li mused. However, he quickly devised a solution. He moved to the adjacent cell and tapped on Gino's confinement. Gino stirred, recognizing this as Han Li's signal. He immediately shouted out, Damn it, what kind of place is this? I swear, it's unbearable. Instantly, the raucous commotion drew the attention of all the guards, who were now focused on Gino. This, without a doubt, provided Han Li with the perfect opportunity. Brother Gino, I adore you. You're incredible. Seizing the moment, Han Li swiftly lifted the steel plate and leaped down. Splash. Water splashed as Han Li steadied himself, realizing he had landed in a sewer. Beside him was a vertical pipe, presumably leading to the highest point. A grin spread across Han Li's face. With bare hands, he began to climb. To Han Li's astonishment, it wasn't long before he reached the top of the pipe, where a water cover awaited. If he could lift this cover, he could escape this Pentagon prison. Han Li removed the cover, and a beam of sunlight struck his face. As he emerged, however, he was immediately frozen in shock. Nothing could be more despairing than this. He was not underground. Instead, he found himself aboard an immensely large ship. The sound of a foghorn echoed as seagulls soared overhead. The prison was built on a ship? Han Li was dumbfounded, gazing at the azure sky and the vast, endless ocean surrounding him. There was no escape. This ship was a moving prison, and on board, countless guards quickly spotted him. Don't move. In an instant, Han Li's forehead was dotted with crimson spots, surrounded by numerous prison guards. With weapons drawn, they issued a warning. To their astonishment, he had indeed escaped. The warden emerged, clapping his hands, tilting his head with a smirk. Impressive, Han Li, and I must extend my gratitude to you. Turning his gaze, he referred to none other than Gino. Chapter 206, The Failed Escape, Gino's Betrayal. Gino remarked, Don't forget the promise you made to me. As he spoke, he departed amidst the throng of guards. Shall we execute him? A guard aimed his weapon, ready to pull the trigger. Yet, the warden waved his hand, stating, Mike said we cannot kill him. Take him away. Yes, sir, the guards complied. Han Li, brimming with resentment, wore a despondent expression. Ha! The warden, exuding the air of a victor, declared, Han Li, I told you. There is no escape for you here. In this round, he had triumphed. Upon returning to the prison, the warden relentlessly tormented Han Li, seeking to shatter his spirit by any means necessary. Whenever Han Li attempted to sleep, the guards would rattle the glass partition and indiscriminately beat him, depriving him of rest. He was often dragged out for further torment. Such occurrences became all too frequent within the prison walls. Over time, Mo.Shi personally observed as Han Li gradually deteriorated, resembling a broken man, as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Who would have imagined that this individual once effortlessly defeated a towering figure like Depp? Ha ha. Look at his pitiful state. I bet I could fell him with a single punch, Mo.Shi scoffed. The criminals who once respected Han Li turned against him, hurling insults, no longer fearing him. In a single night, Han Li's standing had plummeted to a level nearly equal to that of Mo.Shi. On this day, in the assembly area, Mo.Shi consumed his repugnant food, grumbling, Damn it, a bunch of ingrates, leaving whenever they please. Aren't you going to leave? Han Li hung his head, his voice barely a whisper. Humph, where would I go? You're fortunate I'm not after you. Ma Shi continued to eat, cursing under his breath. Timidly, Han Li lifted his spoon to sip the soup and inquired, by the way, how did you end up here? The criminals here were all notorious, guilty of heinous acts like murder and arson. Yet Ma Shi, who couldn't even fight, declared, I was framed. I'm a businessman, but I encountered an even more avaricious businessman. And thus, I ended up here. The people inside resented my wealth, you understand. He produced a photograph, lamenting that he hadn't seen his wife in ages. Han Li asked, so, do you want to escape? Escape? Ma Shi gazed at this tattered figure in horror. How dare he utter such words? Was he not suffering enough? Brother, don't dream. The news of Geno's betrayal of Han Li spread like wildfire through the prison, yet no one stood up for him. Instead, they hurried to curry favor with Geno. Since his return, Geno has had the opportunity to patrol the deck every few days, allowing him to engage with the outside world. How splendid. That Geno, humph, what a pathetic leader, utterly treacherous. If I were you, I would eliminate him. Ma Shi fumed. Han Li set down his spoon. Enough. What do you mean by enough? You still have plenty of soup left, don't waste it. No, what I mean is, this is enough. Saying this, Han Li revealed another hand, displaying a tiny trinket. Did you make this? At that moment, Depp swaggered over, catching sight of the dejected Han Li. A saying flashed through his mind. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Sucker did not relent. Today, I shall redeem myself. Damn it, Han Li. Today I shall. However, before he could finish, the once drooping and despondent Han Li seized Depp's face and, amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, slammed him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Scram, don't bother me. Depp. Han Li released his grip, disregarding the panic of others, and strode toward his glass room alone. Has he gone mad? Who knows? Thankfully, I didn't provoke him. Ma Shi scratched his head. He couldn't quite articulate it. But he felt something was amiss with Han Li. Meanwhile, on the ship, in a control room, Geno, having ascended to the deck through privilege, smiled at several guards, offering them cigarettes and engaging in pleasantries. The guards replied, well, this is the mark of someone doing great things. Keep it up. Humph, a two-faced individual. One guard, particularly disdainful, openly scorned Geno for being such a vile person. The other guards felt awkward. Yet they understood that Geno was ultimately a prisoner and dared not act against him. What are you looking at? Bang. This audacious guard boldly struck Geno in the face. Don't be so humiliating. Geno wiped the blood from his nose, said nothing, and turned to continue his patrol. Witnessing this scene, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. While deep down, they looked down upon such a person. Humph, from now on, every time I see him, I shall strike. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce fire ignited within Geno. He would remember this grudge. Night fell. The guards observed Han Li, who resembled a candle flickering in the wind, shaking their heads and departing with a smile. Bent over, breathing slowly, Han Li's gaze was vacant. The warden noted this scene and nodded, very well. It was time. He instructed the guards to take the dejected Han Li to the room for negotiation with Mike. Along the way, they happened upon the returning Geno, who noticed the listless Han Li. The two passed each other without a glance, parting ways in silence. After Han Li was taken away, Geno halted, gripping the trinket tightly. Suddenly, he broke into an ecstatic smile, a smile that bordered on madness. Meanwhile, Han Li, restrained by the prison guards, concealed his face, preventing anyone from witnessing the uncontrollable, sinister grin that twisted upon his lips. Such a smile was utterly chilling. In the dimly lit interrogation room, the frail Han Li was propped up on a chair, surrounded by American prison guards who displayed their mockery without reservation, proclaiming, behold, the foremost criminal of China is nothing remarkable. His weakness was palpable. Mike observed this pitiable sight with a hint of concern, while the warden, brimming with self-righteousness, declared, this is my masterpiece. Mike, clutching a file, entered the interrogation room alone. A departure from the usual routine. Han Li slightly opened his eyes and, with a smile, remarked, Mr. Mike, you appear to be well? I am well. But you are not, Mike replied. No, no, no. I am truly quite happy, Han Li retorted, his bloodied visage contorting into a smile that was more grotesque than joyous. Reminiscent of a weeping child. Mike frowned. How ugly. You were once so handsome. You know why I am here, Mike stated. I believe this time Han Li will submit. For no one would willingly endure such inhumane torment. Simply sign your name. Han Li glanced at the contract, gesturing to his battered state. I lack the strength. Bring him food. Before long, a sumptuous feast of elbow meat, chicken legs, and hamburgers, tantalizing enough to tempt any criminal, was presented to Han Li. He devoured the chicken leg while sipping cola. Ah, delightful, he exclaimed, letting out a satisfied belch. Han Li was revitalized. Now that you are nourished, sign the document. Who told you I would sign? Mike's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, this Chinese man is toying with me again. What will it take for you to sign? Han Li waved his hand, stating, I need to heal first. That bastard warden has been tormenting me, and I am gravely injured. He revealed a ghastly bruise on his abdomen. I require assurance of my safety before I can consider signing. Mike was taken aback. Was this a concession? Very well. Internally furious at the warden's excesses, he promptly stood and escorted Han Li out of the interrogation room without the warden's permission. Reallocating several guards as they headed toward the medical facility, Mike stationed himself outside, knowing Han Li would not dare to act recklessly. Is this acceptable? He pondered, observing Han Li's weakened state. Inside, an elderly doctor began to tend to him. Young man, you seem quite robust. Not at all, doctor. Please, come closer. The elder leaned in, and in an astonishing turn of events, the ostensibly ailing Han Li abruptly sat upright, seizing the doctor's collar and inducing hypnosis upon him. The doctor gasped, Aren't you on the brink of death? Moments later, the doctor emerged, assisting Han Li as he approached Mike, stating, his injuries are severe. He requires immediate rest in a tranquil environment. What do you mean? The warden stormed over, visibly enraged. Mike, what have you done to my prisoner? The president has entrusted the matter to me. Do not forget. Mike instructed someone to arrange a comfortable lounge for Han Li. An agreement was reached. A day later, both parties signed the contract. The warden must attend to Han Li's needs. The warden gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Am I to serve a criminal? He thought. Warden. I desire a steak, Han Li stated. Are you testing my patience? The warden fumed. Cough, cough. I suddenly feel quite weak. Han Li feigned illness. Mike, who had just left, turned back. The warden exclaimed, what on earth? Arrange for him a steak. His teeth nearly ground to dust. I want Australian beef. Uffed. A guard asked, Warden, why are you spitting blood? After sending the jinx away, the warden pondered. Are we to endure this humiliation? When have we ever suffered such indignities? Damn it, give him what he deserves. Sighed the guards. Alas, there's no choice. The higher-ups ordered us to attend to him. Yet, the warden suddenly smiled coldly. I will cater to him well, but I never promised that one day, Mr. Han Li might unexpectedly perish in the night. And no one would know the identity of the culprit, would they? The guards all exchanged glances. So ruthless? The warden replied, I was merely jesting. Yes, sir. The guards understood the underlying implications. Tonight we act. The warden chuckled inwardly. This prison is my territory, if I desire your demise. Even the king of hell would not dare to intervene. On the deck, Gino, resembling a stray dog, followed the guard who had previously insulted him as they patrolled near the control room. What wretched weather. When shall we reach land? The guard grumbled, walking ahead, unafraid of whatever Gino might do. I heard you're quite formidable down below. Not much, Gino replied, his head lowered. The guard scoffed, let me tell you. The lives of those criminals down there are firmly in our grasp. What big shots, what gangs should I wish it, with a mere thought? They could all be reduced to ashes. Is that so? Gino noted that they were alone. The other guards had gone to rest. At that moment, only the two remained. The guard, enraged by Gino's words, turned and seized his electric baton, striking Gino as he had before. You dare to retort? Bang. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief as Gino caught the baton, exuding a fierce demeanor. Like a tiger awakening, his voice was low and menacing. Do you know why I am the leader? You dare to resist. Before the guard could utter another word, Gino executed a swift throw, slamming him to the ground, pressing his knee against the guard's neck. Speak, aren't you quite the talker? Gino maintained his grip on the guard's neck, coldly observing the struggling man as he gradually grew still. Gino, unfazed by having taken a life, felt no more than if he had slain a dog. He then proceeded toward the control room. He retrieved the locator that Han Li had entrusted to him, finding the only spot on the deck with a signal, undisturbed by interference, was the control room. Beep. The locator swiftly locked onto their current position, and then, following the steps provided by Han Li, Gino determined their location. Soon, a response was received. A sinister smile crept across Gino's face, dark and unsettling in the shadows. Success. It was unimaginable. 5 years. After 5 long years, he, Gino, was finally on the verge of escaping this prison. With a sharp crack, he crushed the locator, leaving no trace. He turned, donned the prison guard's uniform, and disposed of the body into the sea. Armed, he approached the entrance leading below. The ominous sky rumbled with thunder. The lifeless guard went unnoticed. This minor disturbance was about to unleash a tremendous storm upon the ship. Loading his weapon with a click, he observed the guard asleep. A few prison guards exchanged grins as they stealthily approached Han Li's resting quarters, the warden's voice crackling through the walkie-talkie. Next, I will disable the surveillance under the pretense of a malfunction for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I expect to see Han Li's corpse. Fear not, Chief. The guards witnessed the nearby cameras go dark, their hearts racing with fervor. Within the prison, murder was merely their privilege. Sharpening their knives, they advanced like wolves toward their prey. The guards burst through the door, and upon opening it, they were greeted by the sight of a figure beneath the covers. Huh. The fool is still asleep. How pitiful. They exchanged glances, each one a ruthless individual. Without further ado, they loaded their weapons and unleashed a barrage towards the bed, where Han Li lay. Bang, bang, bang. They had deliberately equipped their guns with silencers, ensuring minimal noise. Gazing at the tattered bed and the quilt riddled with holes, it was hard to imagine the state of Han Li within. Strangely, there was no blood. Indeed, the guards realized they had fired relentlessly without leaving a single drop. One guard stepped forward, slowly lifting the quilt, only to be taken aback. The others were equally astonished. For Han Li was nowhere to be found. Only a tattered pillow lay in his place. Where's Han Li? Here I am. The guards were instantly filled with dread, their hair standing on end. The voice was behind them. What the hell? A ghost. It was then they noticed Han Li, in a strange posture, propped against the corner on all fours. Suddenly, Han Li leaped down, not waiting for the bewildered guards, and dashed out the door. Bang! He slammed the door shut and locked it. Damn it, pursue him. Stop. Just as the guards were about to burst through the door, they discovered that it could only be opened from the outside. There was no handle inside. The guards stood there, dumbfounded. They found themselves trapped inside. Quickly, call the warden. Are you foolish? How could there be a signal in a place meant to confine criminals? At that moment, Han Li, who had locked this group of foolish Americans inside, hurried towards the control room. Utilizing his skills, he remained undetected throughout his journey. He had memorized the location of the control room earlier that morning, when Mike had guided him past it. Before long, he arrived at the control room and, taking advantage of the absence of personnel, slipped inside. Let us incite a riot, shall we? Han Li exclaimed, gazing at the button responsible for opening the criminal's glass cells, brimming with excitement and eager anticipation. Meanwhile, in the prison area, the inmates were sound asleep, except for Mashi, who simply could not find rest. He rose to jot down his thoughts. For some unknown reason, sleep eluded him. Perhaps he was unwell. My dear wife, I have made a new friend. A remarkable individual from Huaxia, but I grew concerned when I did not see him return today. Bang! Mashi exclaimed in frustration, cursing himself. Who writes in a diary like a serious person? Hanli, are you alright? If it comes to it, I'll take them on myself. Ha ha ha, Mashi. Just step out of the glass cell first, you fool. Humph, I could leave at any moment. Just as Mashi finished speaking, the lights in his glass cell suddenly illuminated. And an astonishing scene unfolded. The door of Mashi's glass cell opened automatically. What on earth? Mashi stepped outside, turning back to look at the other inmates. I'm out. In an instant, all the criminals sat up, staring at Mashi in disbelief. Is this a dream? He really made it out. Mashi, can you let me out? I'll acknowledge you as my elder brother. Me too. Exactly. Mashi was speechless. How could he possess such power? However, as if summoned by his words, the next moment, the doors of all the glass cells opened simultaneously, swinging wide. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, then gazed at Mashi with admiration. Mashi, you are my deity. He truly did it. I am overwhelmed with emotion. He kept his word. Mashi, Mashi, my lord, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. A throng of bewildered inmates lifted Mashi into the air, chanting with fervor. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? As Mashi looked at his passionate followers, uncertain of his own thoughts, he suddenly shouted, Damn it, let us take down those guards. Charge. Let us finish off those guys. My blade is eager for action. A riot erupted. The alarm resonated throughout the prison. The patrolling guards, witnessing a horde of inmates rushing towards them, realized they were in deep trouble. What is happening? Quickly, request backup. Where are the reinforcements? Meanwhile, in the background, the warden, awaiting news of Han Li's demise, instead received the explosive report of a prison riot. A riot, you say? The warden resumed monitoring only to discover the prison guards sent to assassinate were inside the room, crying out and banging on the walls. Damn it. It must be Han Li's doing. The guards were taken aback. They had been trapped in the room by Han Li. What nonsense. This is outrageous. Where's the backup? Meanwhile, countless guards clutched their stomachs, groaning in agony. Doctor, it hurts so much. Don't worry, young man. Trust me, I won't let you recover. A guard interjected, Huh? Old man, something's off with you. The elderly man grinned wickedly, observing the incapacitated guards before him, and burst into manic laughter. Long live Peiqi. His expression was grotesque, spiraling into madness. No support. A guard reported, Warden, the criminals are quite resilient. In the scene, ferocious criminals had, for a moment, pushed back the armed guards. Who was leading? It was him. The image revealed the criminals carrying a bewildered man, trembling in fear. It was Mashi. Damn it, guns run. The criminals retorted, What? Stand and fight. All right. A fierce brawl ensued, temporarily uncontrollable. Upon hearing this news, the warden was so frightened he slumped in his chair. Quick, capture Han Li. Chaos engulfed the entire prison, descending into utter disarray. At this moment, Han Li had completed his task and emerged from the control room. As he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly came face to face with a guard. What luck! The guard was momentarily stunned, holding a gun. Han Li? Chapter 209. Explosive Revelations of Geno's True Identity. Han Li prepared to subdue the guard. However, before he could act, the guard spoke first. It's me. That voice belonged to Geno. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief as Geno removed his mask, revealing a serious countenance. So, the riot has begun? Yes. Geno had just come from the detention area, where a large group of disgruntled criminals had begun to wreak havoc. This undoubtedly afforded them the perfect opportunity to escape. Realizing this, Geno looked at the young Huaxiao man before him with astonishment. This entire scheme was his design. Even the warden had been kept in the dark. He couldn't help but recall the bold plan they had devised in the solitary confinement room. You want me to betray you? No way. This way. The warden will trust you. I need you on deck to send our location. At that point, I'll create chaos, and that will be our opportunity. Returning to the present, Geno urged, Let's move, I'll cover you. Thus, Geno and Han Li made their way towards the passage leading to the deck. Along the way, they encountered no guards. Thanks to the old doctor. Suddenly, an explosion created a breach, causing Han Li and Geno to halt. They saw a criminal wielding an RPG, grinning menacingly. Ha! Perish. You bastards. Huh. Geno boss. Huaxia kid. What? Mashi sprang forth, gazing at Han Li with wide eyes, exclaiming, It's really you, kid. Mashi, you're still alive? Don't waste any time. Geno shouted, pulling Han Li towards the passage. Mashi quickly caught up with the pair, aware that Han Li was attempting a prison break. The trio dashed towards the corridor, only to come to a sudden halt. Before them, an electronic lock had appeared where there had once been an unobstructed passage. Damn it. Geno cursed, realizing this must be a last-minute addition by the prison warden. A password was required to unlock it. We're doomed. There's no time. Behind them, the cacophony of guards could be heard as they began to restore order. Han Li examined the electronic lock, pondering its structure. The circuitry seemed connected to the control room. If they could return there, they could unlock it. However, this also implied that one among them would need to risk their life to go back. I'll do it. Han Li began, but suddenly stumbled backward. Are you alright? Geno steadied him. You're out of strength. Let me handle this. Tend to your own wounds first. Geno had been shot in the shoulder and was still bleeding, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Amidst their bickering, the usually silent Mashi interjected. I'll go. Mashi, are you serious? Of course. Why would I be afraid? You two are just being cowards. Indeed, Han Li and Gino were in dire straits, having exhausted their strength. Their trembling hands barely able to grip anything. Returning would surely mean death, yet Mashi continued, I know this place best. There is a control room nearby. Besides, I am your senior. As he spoke, Mashi produced a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Han Li. If I don't come back, please send this to my wife and tell her I love her. Han Li clenched the photograph tightly. I will. He turned away, leaving the two behind in stunned silence. Han Li could hardly believe that this timid man had uttered such courageous words. He is a real man, Gino remarked with admiration. As Mashi ventured forth, he encountered numerous fallen inmates, with guards fiercely regaining control. He quickened his pace until he stumbled upon a control room and rushed inside. Where the hell is the switch? Confounded by the multitude of switches, he knelt to search diligently. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered the switch for the electronic lock. This is it. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and several guards, seeking to suppress the chaos, stumbled upon Mashi. Don't move. Startled, Mashi turned but pushed aside his fear. Gripping the switch tightly, ready to press down. I told you not to move. He shouted. Han Li, I'm giving it my all. You must escape. With a near scream, Mashi pressed the switch. Bang. The lock lit up with a green light. It had worked. Did Mashi actually pull it off? Just then, the warden and guards stormed in, discovering Han Li and Gino in the corridor, just as expected. The so-called riot was merely a diversion to create an opportunity for Han Li and his companions to escape. The only path led to the deck. Seize them. The prison guards opened fire indiscriminately, showing no regard for Han Li's life, their firepower overwhelming. Move. Gino, armed, fired several shots at their pursuers. Han Li was the first to dash onto the deck. Subsequently, Gino followed, continuing to shoot as he ascended. At that moment, the outside world was still cloaked in the darkness of early dawn. Where are the people? Gino inquired. They've arrived. Han Li surveyed the empty vessel, noting the absence of helicopters. Don't let them escape. The warden and his men charged forward, a sinister grin plastered on his face. This ship is adrift in the ocean. Even if you escape from the prison below, what do you think you can achieve? The guards prepared their weapons, and a tense standoff ensued. Han Li, a wise man knows when to yield. Do not jeopardize your future. Join us. At that moment, Mike ascended to the deck, exerting his last effort to dissuade them. However, Han Li stood resolute, unwilling to compromise. You see, he has no value. Fire. The warden was determined to eliminate Han Li. Faced with a multitude of firearms, peril loomed. Han Li turned to Gino. You did not deceive me, did you? Gino, however, was fixated on the sky, which was gradually brightening. They are coming. As rays of sunlight broke through, illuminating the cargo ship and dispelling the shadows, the warden exclaimed, Look around you. What is it? The warden cursed, turning to find himself speechless. Surrounding the cargo ship was an array of vessels, varying in size and number, ominously equipped with cannons. A horde of Somali pirates sang dirges, their spirits high. This is the Somali pirates, the most ferocious force in these waters. It is said that once they strike, there is no escape. Mike, drenched in cold sweat, realized the magnitude of the threat. We are from M Nation. Boom. A cannonball struck near Mike, obliterating an entire container. The warden trembled in fear. Have these lunatics gone mad? In the next moment, a horn sounded. Board the ship. Pirate ships launched grappling hooks, connecting to the cargo vessel as waves of jubilant pirates climbed aboard. Pirates? Han Li observed as their fiery gazes fixed upon him, each wielding an AK-47. AK? My goodness, times have changed. Captain, in an astonishing turn of events that left the warden and his companions in disbelief. The Somali pirates knelt before a man of Chinese descent, not Han Li, but Gino. Mike suddenly grasped the situation, his body drenched in cold sweat. Gino stepped forward, passing Han Li to stand before the pirates, his smile radiant. You arrived too late. Han Li, I told you, my people had long since arrived. He turned to Han Li, the evening glow casting a warm light upon them. Gino donned an eye patch over his left eye and exclaimed with excitement. I forgot to mention, everyone on the street calls me Jack. Han Li was taken aback. The king of Somali pirates, Captain Jack. Chapter 210. Farewell to the eternal second-in-command of Somalia. Boss, a pirate draped Gino with the captain's crimson cloak. How would they handle this? The pirates, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, displayed their ferocity. The warden and others, facing the throngs of Somali pirates, became mere lambs. The situation shifted dramatically in an instant. Gino declared, these Americans are all dead. What about this guy? A burly man, shouldering an RPG, seized Han Li and inquired, he is my brother. A collective gasp echoed among the pirates, their disbelief surpassing even the notion of their own demise. So he is the new second-in-command. Second-in-command. The pirates promptly knelt once more. Huh. Han Li was utterly baffled. What? I've become the second-in-command of Somalia? The pirates eagerly offered their services. Is there anything we can do for the second-in-command? Han Li pondered for a moment. Actually there is. Can you help me find someone? His name is Mashi. What ensued was undoubtedly a one-sided massacre. You lunatics, provoking the Americans will bring you all trouble. Gino, think carefully. Mike shouted in fury. Somalia, no matter how perilous, dares not provoke an entire nation. The next moment, the reply was a bullet. The guard stared in shock at Mike's lifeless body on the ground. What the hell? You're killing a subordinate of the American president just like that? A pirate retorted, I'm barefoot and unafraid of those in shoes. What is there to fear? The ocean is vast. If you dare come, you will be left behind. You think this is merely about killing and arson? Indeed. Engaging in reason with the fiercest Somali pirates is not a display of wisdom. 30 minutes later, on the deck, the criminals gazed outside, then at the vast sea, and finally down below. This prison was actually floating on the ocean? Damn, Who is the fool that conceived such a design? Naturally, they were now exhilarated. They had escaped. How could they not be joyful? Freedom beckoned them. Oh, wait, that was a group of pirates. Damn. Now, the maritime prison was officially under the command of Captain Jack. This vessel would undoubtedly become another fearsome pirate ship for Somalia. As was tradition, let the festivities commence. Thus, the previously menacing prison cargo ship transformed into a paradise of pirate revelry. Hurry, get up and dance. A pirate brandished a gun, compelling the reluctant warden to perform a pole dance. The other captured guards, humbled, served drinks to the pirates and criminals. Jack approached, offering a drink to Han Li. My subordinates have located Mashi. He was near death, but fortunately saved in time. He is a tough one. I like him. Upon hearing that Mashi was unharmed, Han Li sighed in relief, handing a photograph to Jack to return to Mashi. Tell him she to take good care of his wife. What are you planning to do? I wish to return home. Han Li stood up, gazing into the distance. Huaxia, that place is his eternal homeland. Jack playfully put his arm around him and teased. Stay with me and become a pirate. You'll be my second in command. Your intellect surpasses mine, and together we shall amass untold treasures. Forget it. Speaking of which, you, the king of Somali pirates, the sovereign of these waters, how did you end up imprisoned? Han Li was exceedingly curious. Mike, whether from drunkenness or shame, turned crimson, scratching his head before leaning in to whisper, it was a sunny day. Upon hearing this tale, Han Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. How absurd. Indeed. Regardless, you rescued me from this prison, making you my benefactor, Jack. I shall fulfill any request you have. Should you encounter trouble in the future, just call upon me. Jack smiled knowingly. Han Li understood that henceforth, he would have a formidable ally at his back. At that moment, not far away, a police yacht drew near. On board were an international police officer and Lu Dong, who had rushed over upon receiving a peculiar signal. Damn, isn't that a pirate? We've been tricked. Run. The yacht was about to turn back when Lu Dong abruptly stopped it, declaring, wait, I see Han Li. A sleek little boat approached them. And on board was the long-missing Han Li. Han Li, we found him. The director leaped out, wiping away a tear, nearly convinced that this fellow had been killed. Hello, everyone. Han Li greeted Lu Dong and the others. What has transpired? The director grasped him, his face alight with excitement. I'll explain everything in due course. By the way, you must thank Captain Lu. Had it not been for him, we wouldn't have made it here, the director remarked. Lu Dong. Lu Dong lounged lazily in his chair, casually responding, don't thank me, thank Li Yi. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bothered. Thank you. Setting aside the criminal and police roles, in this moment, they stood as proud Huaxia people. Let us go? Just as the yacht was about to depart, a sudden cacophony erupted from countless Somali pirate ships. What? An enemy attack? Pirates. However, to everyone's astonishment, the numerous pirate vessels were launching fireworks. A vibrant array of colors burst into the sky. At the bow, throngs of Somali pirates cheered, their voices resonating in unison. Second in command, fare thee well. Second in command, come back and visit the brothers often. Second in command, I shall miss you. The director was bewildered. The international police were taken aback, quietly reaching for their handcuffs. Lu Dong, on the other hand, wore a mischievous grin, reveling in the irony. In just a few days, you've become the Somali second in command? I am not. I didn't. They are framing me. Han Li was at a loss for words, besieged by their incessant chatter. It seemed he could not evade the title of second in command. Han Li noticed a man on the deck, wrapped in bandages, who loudly called out his name. Hey, wasn't he handsome just now? Mashi shouted with a grin. Han Li took a deep breath and shouted back. You look quite dapper. Gradually, he observed the multitude of pirate ships receding into the distance, followed by the cargo ships, and then Mashi's figure vanished from sight. How would Country M explain this? He glanced at the director beside him. Country M, would they dare? Lu Dong smirked, in this matter. It's like a mute eating bitter gall. Their president will have to swallow this grievance, even if it means death. Then I can rest easy. Han Li replied as he collapsed. He rarely enjoyed the bright sunlight, and it had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. He resolved to grant himself an extended vacation. Suddenly, with a click, the previously silent Lu Dong approached and cuffed Han Li's hands. Han Li looked at the handcuffs in confusion. What does this mean? Am I being arrested again? Lu Dong grinned mischievously. Come with me. Someone has specifically requested you. Who? The higher-ups. Chapter 211. Did Country M cross the line? A single phone call from Han Li directly altered the international maritime situation. Han Li swiftly boarded a plane back to Huaxia, and as for the news of his rescue, the Huaxia police had kept it suppressed, citing it as a secret. Is this a form of elimination? Lu Dong remarked while reading the newspaper. Not at all, be honest. The two were handcuffed together, inseparable. You aren't. Shut up. Han Li whistled while gazing out the window. Being captured by the people of Country M was entirely different from being apprehended by his own. Congratulations, host. On escaping from a 5-star prison. Skill reward. Engineering master. Engineering master. Give me a steel pipe, and I could pry up a planet. However, he was unaware of the tremendous shock his escape had caused Country M. Inside the White House, chaos reigned. The Pentagon prison has been breached? Damn it. This is no joke. I'm dead serious. The high-ranking officials were nearly losing their minds. All of this was orchestrated by a single Huaxiao individual. Han Li. That damned fellow again. The president of Country M, in a fit of rage, slammed the report down, his eyes ablaze with fury. He never anticipated that this Huaxiao man would be so ungrateful. A grave incident has occurred. Mike has been killed. Impossible. The president of Country M exclaimed in panic. Staring at the lifeless body on the ground, his teeth gritted in anger, trembling with rage. Provocation? There will be consequences. I shall make Huaxiao pay. The officials were taken aback, unable to quell the fury of this iron-willed president. Huaxia, prepare to face the wrath of Country M. Soon, a shocking spectacle unfolded before the world. Country M's ships brazenly crossed the border, heading towards a small island on the fringes of Huaxia. This stirred the high-ranking officials of Huaxia and alarmed countless citizens. On the plane, Han Li caught sight of this news. He hesitated for a moment before pulling out the note Jack had given him, which bore a phone number. Ring ring. Hello? Brother Jack? Huh. So soon you address me as brother. I presume it relates to that international incident? Han Li chuckled nervously. Indeed, he had initiated the call to solicit Jack's assistance. Leave this matter to me, rest assured. Beep beep beep, on the other end. On the island. The indigenous people gazed in astonishment at the fleet of vessels from the M Nation. What is happening? Has the M Nation gone mad, intending to assault the island? Run. Run from what? They are already upon us. On the sea, several ships of the M Nation blatantly disregarded the warnings issued by the Chinese customs, crossing the border and advancing towards the island. On the deck, the commander received the message, I understand. In an instant, countless cannons were aimed at the island belonging to China, poised to unleash their firepower. A quick barrage, and then we retreat. When questioned, we shall claim our cannons malfunctioned. What can they do to us? The commander chuckled. Fire. The sudden assault caught China off guard, preventing an immediate response. Just as the cannon was about to fire, it unexpectedly fell silent. The commander waved his hand, ordering all M Nation soldiers to halt. His eyes wide with terror as ghostly ships emerged around them. A flotilla of varying sizes encircled them like a school of sharks. Most striking were the flags adorned with skulls. Somali pirates. Damn it, let us get out of here. Commander, why should we fear them? One soldier inquired, confused. Aren't they just a band of pirates? The commander swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Fool, do not jeopardize my life. All units retreat. He was well aware that Somalia had once obliterated a small nation. Thus unfolded a scene that drew international attention, as the M Nation's vessels, initially poised to fire, turned tail and fled like frightened dogs. In time, informed nations learned that it was the infamous Somali pirates who had safeguarded China's island, defiantly planting their flag between China and the M Nation's border. Jack's audacious action startled numerous countries, clearly signaling that from now on, the seas of China were under the protection of Jack and the Somali pirates. Anyone daring to cause trouble should think twice. The president of the M Nation, gripped by fear, abandoned his ambitions. The world was in an uproar. Somalia had never deigned to ally with nations. Yet, this formidable force had unexpectedly sided with China? What transpired? Impossible. This was not Somalia's character. Bribery? No. They lack for nothing. Baka, we could offer them 10 islands and they would scoff. What has China done? In no time, vessels from other nations refrained from harboring ill intentions towards China, even going so far as to curry favor with Chinese ships, merely through customs. China benefited from significant reductions in export tariffs, saving tens of thousands of dollars. Even more astonishingly, the Somali pirates escorted Chinese vessels safely through perilous waters, with scarcely a ship sustaining damage. Such privilege. The small nation? The Y nation? The M nation? The Indian subcontinent? By what right? In Somalia, do you share a close alliance with China? This has truly left the higher echelons of China in astonishment. What does it mean to have stature? This is it indeed. In light of this unexpected fortune, the Chinese elite reached out through channels to the pirate king, Captain Jack. Captain Jack, we are immensely grateful for your assistance to China, they expressed. Jack, with a smile, responded, it's nothing, my brother, is in your hands. Brother? Who might that be? Han Li. The officials exchanged glances. Han Li, that name again. How on earth did this young man become entangled with the Somali pirate king, and calling each other brothers? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Where is he? Report. He has been captured. Captured? Release him. We owe a great deal to this comrade Han Li. However, he is currently on a covert mission. The officials were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. Is it about that matter? Lu Dong received a call and turned to Han Li, who was sipping soda, a look of disbelief etched on his face. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just now, a matter that could potentially incite a national war was effortlessly resolved by Han Li with a simple phone call. Lu Dong broke into a cold sweat. It is said that now, whenever Chinese vessels pass through the sea, others hastily retreat. Such extraordinary treatment can be attributed to Han Li. His remarkable influence is astounding. It is hard to fathom that this seemingly ordinary individual has the capacity to sway the nation's situation. Isn't this akin to holding the world in one's hands? I was mistaken. Han Li remarked. What? Lu Dong surprisingly removed the shackles, adopting a serious demeanor. You, Han Li, are indeed a significant figure. Just then, the driver opened the car door, and Han Li looked outside, revealing a desolate wilderness. Not far away stood an elegantly dressed woman in a qipao, holding an umbrella over an elderly man to shield him from the sun. Behind them, Han Li was taken aback, gasping in shock. His scalp tingled at the sight of an array of armored vehicles and a multitude of fully armed soldiers, with helicopters hovering above. Is this a welcome for me? He wondered. No, Lu Dong said, his expression filled with admiration. They were merely protecting an elderly man. A vast army, solely to safeguard one individual? This piqued Han Li's curiosity as he gazed at the elderly man leaning on a cane. Chapter 212. The Objective. Reclaiming the dragon's head. The wind stirred, and in the wilderness, the elderly man awaited with anticipation as he saw Lu Dong approaching with a young man. Go on, Lu Dong said mysteriously, stopping in his tracks. Aren't you coming? I haven't reached that level yet. Good luck, Han Li. Lu Dong felt a sense of relief. This matter was far more complicated than capturing Han Li, and he was eager to distance himself from it. After a thorough security check by the military, under the woman's guidance, Han Li accompanied the elderly man to a small room. Within, there were only the two of them, while a whole battalion guarded the exterior. The stature of this arrangement was truly extraordinary. Han Li expressed his admiration while curiously observing the elderly gentleman before him, pondering his significance that warranted the protection of an entire army. I have heard the news. You have performed admirably, truly a young hero, the elder remarked, removing his hat, revealing a warm and amiable demeanor. There was no pretense or insincerity. He clapped his knee and stated earnestly, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I know you are a remarkable young man, particularly adept at bank heists." Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that this was not an accomplishment to take pride in, especially coming from an elder. The old man seemed to sense Han Li's discomfort and chuckled heartily. "No need for modesty. Your talents are precisely what we need, young one. My surname is Qin, having dedicated my life to the nation. You may call me Elder Qin." "Elder Qin," Han Li responded, "I can see your love for your country, which surely means you will offer your utmost support in times of national distress, correct?" Elder Qin took a sip of tea, smiling warmly. "Is the country asking me to rob a bank?" Han Li queried. "Not exactly. To be precise, we are to reclaim treasures that rightfully belong to our nation." Elder Qin's eyes glinted with fervor. His voice rose slightly, asserting authority. "You are familiar with the Dragon Head, are you not?" Han Li sat up straight, recognizing that it was, indeed, a supreme treasure of their homeland. "But, isn't it missing?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this incident be related? "Precisely," Elder Qin acknowledged, his expression one of approval. "We discovered the Dragon Head on Han Island and demanded its return, yet those rascals feigned ignorance, obstinately refusing to acknowledge it. How could there be such shameless individuals?" "Calm down, Elder Qin." Han Li felt a surge of anger himself. It turned out the Dragon Head had not been hidden away, but rather concealed by Han Island. They intend to steal our Dragon Head. Indeed. Therefore, since they lack any sense of shame, we shall not indulge them. Elder Qin hinted at deeper implications. "I understand." Han Li readily agreed. "As it pertains to national treasures, I, Han Li, shall lend my full support. I accept this mission." "Excellent. According to our intelligence, the Dragon Head is concealed within the most secure bank in their nation, held by the largest conglomerate on Han Island, a behemoth that wields immense power. Here are the details for your perusal." Han Li picked up a confidential document and quickly scanned the prominent headlines: "Miraculous engineering, the world's most secure vault, an unbreakable order." It appeared that the Dragon Head was indeed hidden within this vault. Han Li clenched his fists in frustration. How audacious of these individuals to flaunt the treasures of Huaxia so brazenly. Meanwhile, at Samsung Bank, the bank president was impeccably dressed, welcoming the conglomerate's representative with a smile. "Our bank's profits have been quite impressive lately, especially from the United States, which has provided us with considerable benefits to restrict Huaxia." The tycoon nodded in agreement. "Recently, Huaxia has made strides at sea, particularly with Somalia, causing trade to double. Quite tantalizing. Let us not dwell on that. I want to see my treasure," the tycoon declared. The bank president's eyes gleamed, and he obsequiously replied, "Of course, right this way." Within the vast vault, he lifted the lid, and in that moment a masterfully crafted artistic treasure unfolds before the eyes of the tycoon. This is the jewel of China, the Dragon Head. In his perception, it symbolizes supreme authority, something that no one can usurp. It is rumored that recently, China has sought the return of the Dragon Head. The tycoon scoffs, asserting that without direct evidence, he will never concede. What can China do to him? "The government of Han Island is also under my control. No one can confront me." Moreover, upon exiting the vault, the tycoon encounters a suspended platform, atop which lies a security device resembling a balance scale. It stands like an angel, safeguarding this treasure. "Mr. Mirhan, your design is truly astonishing," he remarks. Behind him, the bespectacled Mirhan steps forward, brimming with pride. "The order scale I have designed remains unbroken to this day. You need not worry. Indeed. Our bank is right opposite the military, always at the ready. Rest assured, should the bank be destroyed, this vault will remain untouched." The bank president chuckles. "If any fool dares to covet my treasure." The tycoon casually picks up a stone and tosses it into the activated order scale. The stone lands on the vault floor with a thud. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberates, as if the balance tipped, and the vault door swiftly seals shut. Then, under the watchful gaze of the bank president and others, torrents of water surge into the vast vault like a tempest, gradually filling every inch, leaving no void. If a person were inside, they would surely perish within moments. "I shall let him drown," the tycoon sneers, gritting his teeth. Alas, how cruel to drown a person alive. The bank president quivers. Mirhan, however, remains uncertain. This is precisely the effect he desires. Anyone who enters will surely perish. After all, even the most notorious criminal in Han Island barely lasted 7 minutes within, becoming a lifeless corpse. Humanity is indeed fragile. The satisfied tycoon departs the bank, signaling to the military across the street, on standby 24 hours a day. At the slightest anomaly, storm the bank and kill without mercy. This bank is unshakable. The following day, at an airport in Han Island, a woman wearing a baseball cap, a tank top, a jacket, and jeans removes her sunglasses. A conspicuous mole rests between her brows. Amidst the bustling crowd, she spots a figure, a handsome young man holding a cup of cola, clad in a shirt adorned with a panda emoji. "What in the world? A joker? Han Li? Xiao Mimi? How do you know my name?" Han Li, picking up an identification card, replies nonchalantly, "Isn't it written here?" Xiao Mimi is taken aback. "Isn't that her passport? When was it stolen?" Chapter 213, A Master? "I, Han Li, will stand atop the summit." Xiao Mimi scrutinizes Han Li. examining whether this is truly the most formidable outlaw of China. Watching was not an option, she mused. Little did she anticipate that in the next moment, her credentials would be deftly pilfered by Han Li. For a thief like her, this was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face. She was also astounded by Han Li's thieving skills. Follow me, he beckoned. As the two of them traveled in a discreet vehicle, they encountered a throng of residents from Han Island, all gathered in protest, brandishing signs and shouting, "Down with the chaebols! Give us back our sunny skies! Get out!" Countless citizens resisted, causing a significant disruption to the flow of traffic. What were they doing? Xiao Mimi dismissed it. What else could it be? The anti-chaebol movement, although fervent, had proven futile. On Han Island, the chaebols wielded nearly absolute power. No one could stand against them. Han Li remained noncommittal, then posed a provocative question. How do the chaebols compare to the Emperor of Yingzhou? Instantly, Xiao Mimi was rendered speechless. Indeed, she had forgotten that this ruthless individual beside her had once dared to assassinate an emperor. Recently, he had even been linked with the king of Somali pirates. Who could he possibly fear? 5 minutes later, in a concealed gathering place, Han Li followed Xiao Mimi to meet the members involved in this operation, including Elder Qin. This is Dog Dan, a hefty man bellowed. Call me Wang Ponzi. Nice to meet you, Hangu. Han Li nodded. This rotund figure seemed to be the hacker for their mission. Nearby, an elderly gentleman approached, cradling a box. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was taken aback. Inside were contraband items, AKs, M4A1 rifles, explosives, sulfuric acid, and even arsenic. This is Lao Mo, responsible for procurement, Xiao Mimi introduced. Lao Mo was affable, brandishing an AK with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer as a gift, so please excuse me. That is Jielong, a former Special Forces soldier, she continued, gesturing to a burly man leaning against the wall. He eyed Han Li, and, for reasons unknown, his body tensed. Sensing a formidable presence, this Han Li was indeed powerful. And I am Han Zong, your devoted admirer. A somewhat daft yet endearingly cheerful youth approached, shaking Han Li's hand vigorously. I'm a Liang, in charge of miscellaneous tasks. Han Zong, you are so handsome. Wait, is this your true appearance? How annoying. Han Li said, withdrawing his hand and turning to Xiao Mimi. What about you? Xiao Mimi, with a hint of pride, replied, I excel in disguise and thievery. With all members introduced, it was evident that each possessed a unique skill set. Xiao Mimi felt a sense of equilibrium, although Han Li was indeed extraordinary. They were all experts in their own right. They did not seek to surpass him, but at the very least, they wished to be on par. Cough, cough. Now that everyone is here, let us commence our planning, Elder Qin announced as he slowly descended the stairs. Elder Qin, everyone regarded this venerable man, who had dedicated himself to the nation, with deep respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we have but one opportunity this time. Moreover, once exposed, we are left to rely solely on ourselves. So, have you all made your preparations? The crowd nodded in agreement. Old Qin's eyes glistened with emotion. They were all good children. He unfurled a plan upon the table and began to elucidate its intricacies. To commence, he presented a video for everyone to behold. This was the order's scale. Aliang gasped in astonishment. Are you aware of this? This is the most miraculous engineering feat in history, renowned as the first impregnable vault. Wealthy individuals would go to great lengths to store their valuables within. Impenetrable? Han Li scoffed. The Pentagon prison was said to be the same, yet look what transpired. The truth revealed itself. When human folly prevails, do not blame the uneven road. As the video played, they witnessed a figure stealthily infiltrating a bank, overcoming numerous obstacles, ultimately entering the vault. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until the fateful moment of entry. Suddenly, the vault's grand door slammed shut, and they beheld torrents of water cascading down, gradually submerging the entire vault. The thief was left lifeless, a pale corpse, a chilling sight indeed. Behold, the voice resonated. The most terrifying aspect of the order's scale lies in its unyielding conservation laws. Once an object enters the vault, it disrupts the equilibrium, unleashing water until the vault is completely filled. Old Mo expressed his confusion. Isn't that invincible? Entering means certain death? Can't we wear diving suits? Jielong raised his hand. How do you escape? If one cannot exit, even a diving suit would fail. A heavy silence enveloped the group, their respect for Mr. Mikhail's devilishly clever design evident. Take these days to contemplate. Old Qin continued. Our first step is to hack into the bank surveillance system. He turned his gaze to the portly figure. Wang, it's on you. Wang, eager to showcase his prowess, puffed out his chest and declared, Fear not, Old Qin. I, Wang, am the foremost hacker in Huaxia. According to my calculations, the Samsung Bank surveillance system will require a specific sequence to breach. Although it may be tedious, there is no other option. Even the world's premier hacking organization would take a full day. I will be swift enough. He rambled on about his elaborate plan to disable the surveillance. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. That won't be necessary. The group fell silent, and Wang turned toward the source of the voice, his anger flaring. Ready to retort, he discovered it was Han Li, and begrudgingly held back his ire, asking, Brother Han, what do you mean? I mean, you need not intervene. Han Li replied as he approached a nearby computer, exploring its contents. This is my computer. Brother Han, without my fingerprint, it cannot be accessed. With a chime, the computer booted up, and Han Li gained entry. Wang was left dumbfounded. What just happened? In merely a minute, Han Li had breached his own computer system. With rhythmic keystrokes, Han Li worked diligently. In no more than 5 minutes, he exhaled in relief. It's resolved. Samsung Bank surveillance is all here. We can manipulate it at will. It's no big deal. I'm just going back to sleep after staying up late yesterday, feeling rather fatigued. Then, Han Li yawned, rose, and left in astonishment before everyone. After a while, Liang scratched his head, wondering if that was it. Isn't it a hacker? It can't be that quick. Wong Fatty. How long did it take you to disable the surveillance before? Xiao Mimi inquired. Wong Fatty, twitching like a child with cerebral palsy, stammered. If lucky. A day and a half. How long did it take him? 5 minutes. Upon uttering this, Wong Fatty trembled, hardly believing that disabling the surveillance was as simple as crossing the street in the morning. Incredible. Ha ha ha. Familiarize yourselves well. Old Qin shook his head and ascended the stairs. The crowd exchanged glances and, in unison, lowered their proud heads. Masters? Of the same caliber? Nonsense. He effortlessly crushed them. They were not even on the same level. Remembering that Xiao Mimi previously thought she could stand on equal footing with Han Li, her face turned crimson as she turned to leave, utterly embarrassed. Fatty, where are you going to Han Li's room? Oh, I'm going to seek mentorship. Want to join? Liang, let us go? Chapter 214, divided into 3 paths. Infiltrating the bank. Han Li returned to his room, where he informed Ling Han and De Yi, who were far away in other countries, of recent developments. De Yi, seeking revenge, journeyed to the Middle East, and it seemed that things were progressing smoothly, thanks to the power of wealth. The armed forces in the Middle East were more than willing to assist De Yi in eliminating his enemies. In the accompanying picture, Ling Han held a selfie stick, surrounded by a group of bearded individuals, each armed with an RPG, smiling amiably. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was rapped upon, and Han Li glanced outside. Who is it? Me, Xiao Mimi shyly replied. Come out for a moment. What is it? Oh, just come out. Can't you say it directly? With a flushed face. Xiao Mimi whispered. I would like you to teach me a few moves. Han Li, come in then. All right. Xiao Mimi entered the room. Meanwhile, Liang hid behind the wall, seemingly witnessing something he wasn't meant to see. Liang, what are you doing? Shoo. Liang covered Wong Fatty's mouth and whispered, don't make a sound. Brother Han is handling serious business. He informed him about Xiao Mimi entering. What? They might be discussing the bank heist. Wong Fatty, skeptical, replied, Xiao Mimi hates men the most. In the next moment, the two stood there, listening to the cacophony emanating from the room, their faces flushed. Is this a discussion? Your family discusses things? Such a commotion. I can't believe how fierce Brother Han is. Damn it, Xiao Mimi ignores me, but Brother Han gets all the attention. Crap. Wong Fatty lamented. The next day, Han Li and Xiao Mimi were discussing theft techniques in the conference room when they coincidentally encountered Liang and Wong Fatty. Did you guys get beaten up by Jialong? Xiao Mimi tilted her head. The two of them had dark circles under their eyes, swollen as if they had been through a battle. Based on the surveillance observations, I have discerned the layout of the bank, and infiltrating the establishment poses no issue. However, Wong Fatty's expression revealed his unease. The vault. This presents their most formidable challenge. Accessing the vault necessitates several conditions, 2 keys located in different places, and the bank manager's fingerprint. Only then can we unlock the vault, Mr. Qin stated. In other words, they currently need to acquire these 3 items. Let us proceed, everyone. The group became tense. For the time to act had finally arrived. We shall split into 3 teams. At Samsung Bank, the morning's residual glow had yet to fade. A few security guards, yawning, monitored the passing vehicles. Suddenly, a van drove in, and as the window rolled down, a cheerful face emerged. Hello, we are the cleaning company sent by the bank manager. Liang said with a smile. The guard hesitated momentarily, then, upon confirming the information, permitted them entry. The van rolled in, and Liang turned to his companion Han Li. Brother Han, it is an honor to act alongside you. In the first team, Han Li and Liang, having learned in advance of the cleaning company's arrival, disguised themselves as cleaners to blend into Samsung Bank. In the second team, a woman dressed in an exquisite trench coat and high heels, exuding charm, walked into the bank. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? I am the portrait scanner for this operation, Su Jun. Xiao Mimi presented her credentials. The guard stepped aside. Please, come in. Ha ha ha, Miss Su Jun, welcome to Samsung Bank. This way, please. The bank manager personally came to greet Xiao Mimi, visibly pleased by the presence of such beauty. Hello, Manager Yin. You are just as handsome as in the photographs. Noticing her hands were occupied with a coffee cup, Manager Yin graciously offered to take it from her. And they shook hands. Thank you. Thus, Xiao Mimi effortlessly acquired the bank manager's fingerprint, striding confidently into the bank, flashing a smile at a nearby camera. Success. In the back, Wong Fatty and Mr. Qin, who were monitoring these developments, felt invigorated. Excellent. The first step has succeeded. Next, Han Li and Liang, having infiltrated the bank, split up once more. Liang pushed a cart, swiftly passing through various rooms without pause. Recalling the layout, he located the control room of the bank, placed a do not enter sign at the door, and then entered the server area. He retrieved a set of equipment from the cart and directly connected it to the server, importing the data. Import successful. Liang punched the air triumphantly. The bank surveillance was now at Wong Fatty's disposal. In the third team, Han Li, head bowed, quietly pushed his cart into a vast, empty conference room. There was no one else present. Excellent. Through their understanding of the bank's layout, they discovered that the conference room was situated directly above the vault. Undoubtedly the optimal reconnaissance location. Producing a detection device, Han Li crawled beneath the table, skillfully connecting the sensor to the floor, probing downward. The data continued to update. In the monitoring room of Samsung Bank, a figure appeared. As everyone rose to their feet, bowing respectfully, they exclaimed, Commander, please, take a seat. The elderly man with silver hair casually found a place to sit. His name was Fang Xiui, the former commander of the military district. Now retired and tasked with safeguarding the bank. Countless criminals had attempted to seize its treasures, but he had thwarted them all, leaving no one able to escape his grasp. During this time, he sensed a disturbance in the air, as if someone had set their sights on the bank. Increase the intensity. Yes. The old man stood and surveyed the surveillance monitors, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning every inch. Suddenly, he halted, fixating on a particular spot. What is that woman doing? Meanwhile, Han Li, who was analyzing data, heard the sound of a door opening, followed by the shuffle of footsteps. Let's hold the meeting here today. A group of individuals entered, taking their seats and preparing for the conference. Is there a meeting today? Han Li was perplexed, but he quickly composed himself, lowering his voice and holding his breath. He estimated that these individuals wouldn't convene for long. He merely had to wait a while. The group chattered noisily, engaging in a heated discussion. Han Li focused on the detector, noting that the progress on the screen was nearing 95%. Just 3 more minutes, he thought, and he would be able to complete this analysis and exit unscathed. Beep. Just as he finished his thought, the detector emitted a faint alert. The screen lit up and read, 95% stuck? This was interference. There was a jammer hidden here. Damn it. Han Li's heart sank, his body tensing, for he feared that others might have heard the sound as well. Sure enough, one of the attendees inquired, what was that noise? Are you imagining things? No. There is something, it seems to be coming from below. The man moved from above to beneath the table, peering as if something lay hidden beneath. He bent down, preparing to investigate. Under the table, Han Li spotted a hand and realized that the man was about to discover him. His entire body tensed, his heart racing. Chapter 215. Key duplication successful, conditions met. Would he be found out? The man slowly lowered himself. With just a slight tilt of his head, he would see Han Li concealed beneath the table. Ahem. Suddenly, the speaker at the podium, the manager, expressed irritation. Are you daydreaming while I am speaking passionately? Apologies, manager. I was just picking up my pen. He hurriedly withdrew. Han Li exhaled, relieved to have narrowly avoided discovery. He reactivated the detector, and the data continued to update. Ding. Achieve 100. Meanwhile, the meeting attendees concluded their session and departed the office. In a flash, Han Li swiftly concealed the detector within a cart and nonchalantly proceeded down the corridor. On the other side, disguised as an art scanner, Xiao Mimi addressed the bank manager, pointing to a painting hung on the wall of the office. This artwork was one of the manager's prized possessions, cherished dearly. Thank you. I, by nature, am fond of tranquil environments and require your concession. Xiao Mimi skillfully diverted the bank president. All right. He chuckled as he departed. The moment he exited, Xiao Mimi swiftly approached the surveillance camera, gesturing an OK sign. In the background, Wang Fatty hastily switched the office's surveillance feed, pausing it at the moment when Xiao Mimi was ostensibly cleaning the oil painting. The replay appeared remarkably natural. A ruse so clever that even the adversary would not suspect a thing. Impressive, Wang Fatty. How did you conceive such a strategy? Old Mo nodded in approval. Wang Fatty beamed with pride. This was taught to me by General Han. In the office, Xiao Mimi had no intention of cleaning the painting. Instead, she turned and approached a wall, unlocking a storage cabinet. Inside, she discovered a key. Let the operation commence, she declared. Minutes later, Xiao Mimi emerged and addressed the bank president. Next. All right, just like before. However, just as she prepared to record the repeated surveillance, the bank president unexpectedly barged in. How did you get in here? He asked. This painting is my greatest treasure. I merely stand by in silence. You need not worry, he reassured her. Xiao Mimi was taken aback. Wang Fatty, witnessing this scene, thought, oh no, Xiao Mimi has been cornered by the bank president. Simultaneously, in the bank's monitoring room, the commander scrutinized the footage of Xiao Mimi, observing her repeatedly wiping the canvas, which struck him as peculiar. Let us take another look. If anything seems amiss, intervene immediately. Old Qin remained calm. It's fine. She can handle it. Indeed, after a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Mimi had a sudden inspiration and smiled, saying, Bank President, could you please step back? Why? The upper management requires us to shoot a work video. It's quite troublesome, Xiao Mimi pouted. All right, the bank president, albeit a bit lecherous, took out his phone and positioned himself outside the surveillance range to film her. At this point, a solution had materialized. Wang Fatty immediately captured the footage of Xiao Mimi cleaning and replaced the repeated sequence, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If they lingered too long, their ruse might be uncovered. Yet, how would Xiao Mimi duplicate the key? Old Qin pondered. Let Han Li handle it. Understood. Wang Fatty relayed Xiao Mimi's predicament to Han Li, who promptly made his way to the office. Intentionally, he spilled a bucket of filthy water onto the floor. Then he shouted, oh no. The effect was immediate. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the bank president rushed to the door and, upon seeing the puddle of muck, frowned. What has happened? Opportunity knocked. Xiao Mimi swiftly retrieved the key and began the duplication process. Outside, Han Li restrained the bank president, preventing him from entering the room. Don't dock my pay. I understand now, let go. Wait, you're not a homosexual, are you? Bang. They both turned to see Xiao Mimi emerge, wearing an unusual expression, and she announced, I've completed it, I must take my leave. Han Li released the bank president, coldly stating, Bank president, I quit, and then proceeded to push the cart away. The bank manager, left in a state of bewilderment, hurried indoors to open the safe, where he discovered the keys still inside, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. Inside the club, Xiao Mimi placed her findings on the table. Embedded within the clay were exact replicas of 2 keys, indistinguishable from the originals. Then, she produced an intact coffee cup and, using paper, lifted the residual fingerprints from its surface. With the final fingerprints secured, all conditions to unlock the ultimate vault were met. Everyone couldn't help but admire Xiao Mimi's adeptness. Thus, only one thing remained. Elder Qin turned his gaze towards Han Li, who stood beside the whiteboard. What do you think? Han Li had sketched a large blueprint on the board and pointed at a design resembling a reservoir. This vault is equipped with a safety mechanism akin to a scale, which measures its weight. If the weight changes, it causes the reservoir above to tilt, leading to the vault door locking automatically. However, while this may seem insurmountable, achieving weight equilibrium renders the mechanism ineffective. Han Li marked an X on the scale. Our goal is to incapacitate this balance. It seemed there was newfound progress. Yet the exterior of the vault was composed of a formidable material, making drilling impractical. Old Mo, having assessed the vault's thickness, sighed. What shall we do? Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to drill our way in. The group fell into contemplation. At that moment, Han Li smiled and remarked, "Isn't the solution glaringly obvious?" The others looked puzzled as he pointed towards the square outside, where a large crowd had gathered, holding signs that read, "Get the tycoons out." The protest was fervent and ongoing. "This is our opportunity," Han Li declared, grinning. Xiao Mimi quickly grasped the implication. "It's feasible. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, we can easily infiltrate. This could work." Aelion concurred. Elder Qin nodded. "Then tomorrow, we shall breach the vault and reclaim the dragon's head." The group enthusiastically agreed. Han Li called over Old Mo and Aelion. "Come with me. We need to prepare some items." Inside the bank, the manager was enjoying tea with the commander, discussing their futures. "Provided nothing goes awry, I shall soon be promoted within the tycoon's ranks, and I will surely not forget you." The old man scoffed, glancing at a nearby janitor. "New face? Ha. You're mistaken. He's an old employee, always been here." The bank manager shook his head with a wry smile. The old man suddenly recalled the two janitors from yesterday. They must be new hires. "But we haven't hired anyone recently," the janitor replied, perplexed. He remembered distinctly that no new employees had been brought on board in recent days. "Are you saying you haven't hired anyone lately?" The old man frowned. "Yes. I need to see the employee roster." The bank manager waved dismissively. "What is the point of dwelling on that? Hurry." "All right. Soon enough." The elderly man noticed the employee roster of the janitors, his keen eyes scanning it, only to find the absence of the two cleaners from the previous day. "There's something amiss. Investigate those two suspicious individuals immediately. Our bank is being targeted." The bank president was taken aback. "Is it that serious?" The report revealed that the two individuals had no registered information, only two unassigned phone numbers. This confirmed their suspicions. The elderly man, stroking his chin with cautious deliberation, sensed that the impending days would bring danger. "Since they are coming, I shall wait for their arrival." Orders were issued. Within the bank, all security personnel began to prepare, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the robbers. In a moment, the bank's covert vigilance intensified, with 24-hour surveillance cameras installed in every concealed location. Chapter 216. The bank is sealed off. This is indeed a trap. Suddenly, such a large crowd gathered. There had been no unusual occurrences at the bank in recent days until today. Outside the bank, a large group of citizens inexplicably appeared, clamoring and raising placards. "Oh, it's the recent anti-conglomerate movement. How strange that it would come to Samsung Bank. Typically, don't they protest in the city center? What is happening today?" A sense of foreboding washed over the elderly man as he gazed through the window at the crowd below, filled with concern. Outside the bank, the crowd was in an uproar, chanting, "Conglomerates, get out! Out with you! Comrades, our victory is at hand. Let us overthrow the Han Island conglomerates." Suddenly, a man holding a placard noticed something was amiss. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence." In the next moment, the man vanished, and he found those around him consumed by fervor, losing their rationality. "Remarkable." Aelion gasped, unable to fathom how Han Li, with mere incitement, could draw such a crowd here. What was most alarming was that he had managed to involve others, who, in a daze, followed suit. Ultimately, the throng surged forward, resembling a religious initiation. "Citizens, let us overthrow the conglomerates and establish the people's rule." Han Li shouted from within the crowd, inciting the unaware citizens of Han Island, who echoed in fervor. "The people shall govern." Excellent. The plan can now be executed. Observing the chaos at the bank, Han Li knew a large number of guards would be needed to disperse the crowd, and thus he slipped away from the throng. Meanwhile, from their elevated position, Xiao Mimi and her companions prepared. They were situated atop a high platform, a mere 100 meters from Samsung Bank, ready to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil to stealthily infiltrate the bank via a launched rope. The brilliance of this strategy was undeniable. The group watched as Han Li returned, their admiration for his cunning plan rekindled. "Let us commence," Aelion declared, launching the rope towards Samsung Bank. The clamor outside held little significance in comparison. A group of individuals, utilizing ropes, ascended towards the bank. Shortly thereafter, they successfully reached the summit of the Samsung Bank. "Look, this is hollow glass. It saves us time," Aelion chuckled. Damn it, the bank is so ostentatious, typical of the tycoons. However, this very extravagance proved to be their downfall. "Heh," Xiao Mimi remarked, speechless. Yet, Han Li exhibited an excited grin, thinking, the naive child of a landlord, how delightful. The group directly descended through the glass window, landing on the third floor of the bank. In an instant, the rotund Wong in the back swiftly altered the surveillance feed, ensuring they left no traces. Upon witnessing this, Old Qin expressed his admiration. "Perfect. You little ones are truly in sync." "Indeed. This time we are destined to succeed," Aelion boasted. However, just as he finished speaking, a sharp, piercing siren blared ominously in their ears. The group was startled. Triggered the alarm? Impossible. Xiao Mimi refused to believe it. As they had not even touched the alarm, Han Li, quick-witted, soon discovered a red dot concealed within a potted plant nearby. A detector. It's a trap. Do they know we're here? Everything transpired so swiftly. Oh no, look above. A Liang exclaimed in terror, pointing towards the air. That was the route they had taken. The fragile glass window now bore an iron barrier, firmly sealed with not a single gap. Their escape route was utterly severed. How ruthless. A Liang's face burned with humiliation. Having just been struck down by fate. Simultaneously, throughout the bank, disturbances were noted, as countless iron doors descended, revealing the hidden guards, their expressions twisted in menace. Outside the bank, the security personnel ceased their engagement with the unruly intruders and, upon receiving orders, retreated back into the bank. In the next moment, the bank's entrance was locked tight. Damn it. Wang, observing the scene, broke into a sweat. What is happening? Old Qin rushed over, inquiring anxiously. It's over. The entire bank is sealed. Han and the others are trapped. Old Qin was left bewildered. What occurred? They were ambushed. Report. Intruders have been identified. The bank is sealed. In the bank surveillance room, the Korean personnel rejoiced, astonished that the big fish had taken the bait. The elder remained calm. Just a minor commotion. Merely a few petty thieves. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, the bank manager said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. The elder instructed, quickly dispatch the troops. Understood. The bank manager contacted the military camp across the street, and soon, a large contingent of soldiers surrounded the bank. Subsequently, he ordered the activation of numerous jammers within the bank, effectively cutting off the enemy's signals. Thus, their success was assured. On the third floor, A Liang felt a sense of panic. The path was blocked. What should we do, Wang? Think of something. However, the response was silence. What is going on? Fatty. This isn't a joke. It is no time for jest. I have also lost contact with Fatty. Xiao Mimi seems rather peculiar. Han Li remarked, it must be jammers. It appears the adversary has deployed numerous devices to render us isolated and helpless. So, they are aware of our arrival? Damn it, could there be a mole among us? A Liang felt a chill envelop him, his scalp prickling with dread. Han Li, uncertain yet resolute, responded. It is likely that our identities as cleaners were unveiled the day before yesterday. The enemy is cunning. Are we doomed then? A Liang exclaimed in despair. They would undoubtedly be apprehended. Old Qin had stated that this operation was theirs to manage. We are surely facing imprisonment. Xiao Mimi furrowed her brow, realizing that this was indeed a trap laid by the enemy. As doubt crept into their minds, Han Li, with unwavering determination, declared, we have come this far. We shall see it through. At this juncture, it was merely a case of the brave prevailing in narrow encounters. With that, he sprinted ahead. Are you still a man? Xiao Mimi followed suit. A Liang, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and trailed behind them. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. A battalion of guards was advancing. Damn it. A Liang halted, for ahead lay the guards. It's over. We are to be captured. At that moment, Han Li retrieved several smoke bombs from his bag and deftly hurled them towards an intersection ahead. Instantly, tear gas engulfed the guards, leaving them in disarray. Curse it. This is tear gas. Cover your mouths and noses. They had not anticipated that the enemy would possess such weaponry. How had they acquired it? This development undoubtedly bought Han Li and his companions some precious time. What shall we do now? Xiao Mimi inquired. Han Li became the anchor for the trio. Let me think. As the smoke began to dissipate, the guards, grim and armed with firearms and shields, advanced step by step. Xiao Mimi and A Liang felt their hearts race as they realized the guards were drawing perilously close. Chapter 217. Breaching the Miraculous, returning home with the dragon's head. Just as the guards were about to close in, Han Li glanced to the side and noticed a utility closet. Yes, let us go there. If memory served him right. The closet connected to the bank's ventilation ducts, which might allow them to bypass the guards. Exactly, the ventilation ducts. Xiao Mimi quickly grasped the plan. And the three of them dashed towards the utility closet. They had to escape. Stop, you rascals. Seize them. The guards burst forth from the smoke, catching a fleeting glimpse of three indistinct figures. Where do you think you're going? Capture them. They lunged forward, but collectively halted in shock. It was merely three dummies clad in coats. You fools, they are at the other end. Came the irate voice of the elder over the intercom. Inside the utility closet, Han Li swiftly shut the door behind them. The trio removed their outer garments, having used them to mislead the guards. Now, one by one, they ascended into the ventilation duct. Within the cramped confines of the duct, Xiao Mimi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she frequently warned A Liang not to gaze indiscreetly. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person, A Liang insisted, his eyes fixed intently ahead, so perfectly round. Meanwhile, Han Li, at the rear, was diligently climbing while extracting various gadgets from his bag, placing them within the ventilation duct. What have you installed? Someone inquired. A surprise, Han Li responded. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind them. Bang! Following this, a cacophony of anguished cries from the Han Dao people ensued. Ah, where did the bomb in the ventilation duct come from? Damn! In the bank's backroom, everyone was left speechless. A bomb in the duct? Where could it have originated? The elderly gazed wide-eyed, utterly at a loss. This is a recipe for disaster. A Liang burst into laughter. What a relief, President Han. It was essential. Thanks to Han Li's explosive device. The three of them were the first to emerge from the ventilation duct. Bang! As the panel was kicked open, Han Li and the others descended. Ahead lay a pitch-black expanse, the dim underground illuminated only by a chasm-like hollow area in the center. They found themselves on a platform, directly opposite the path leading to the bank's underground vault. It's so deep, A Liang exclaimed in fear. If we fall, we're done for. However, he felt reassured, for they had already anticipated this scenario. The trio retrieved their backpacks, extracting segments of pipe that could be assembled into a ladder. They propped one against the opposite platform. Yet, inexplicably, a sudden gust of wind swept through the abyss, sending the assembled ladder into disarray. Damn, how can we cross? Liang stepped back, apprehensive of the fierce wind. Are you afraid? Xiao Mimi taunted as she boldly stepped onto the ladder. Afraid? Liang retorted angrily, climbing up the ladder and preparing to execute a daring maneuver. Han Li remarked, after traversing the precarious bridge, they finally arrived at the final location. Outside the vault door of the bank, the group exchanged glances. Xiao Mimi produced a key and a fingerprint scanner from her bag, each corresponding to the requirements for unlocking the vault. They awaited in anticipation. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the grand door slowly opened. Standing outside, Han Li and his companions beheld an object covered in lavish fabric at the center of the vault, the silhouette of protruding dragon horns barely visible. The dragon's head. They exclaimed in unison, excitement radiating from them. We did it. The coveted dragon's head is now within our grasp, Liang declared, nearly stepping inside before being halted by Xiao Mimi. Be cautious, don't forget the order of balance. Above the vault, a statue resembling an angel, sword in hand, solemnly scrutinized everyone approaching the vault. One misstep could invoke its wrath. Should the balance be disrupted, the three would meet their end within, unable to retrieve their own bodies. Today, a man named Han Li was poised to issue a final challenge to it. How intriguing. Han Li gazed upon the angelic statue and its intricate internal mechanism, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the flawless design. Yet, perfection is but a fleeting illusion in this world. With that thought, Han Li donned a protective suit and retrieved a small liquid oxygen canister from behind him. Is this your solution? Indeed. Han Li raised the liquid oxygen canister and began to spray it fervently around the foundation of the vault. This time, he had procured several bottles from the old well. As each bottle was expended, a layer of white frost continued to manifest on the ground. Liang observed the stillness of the vault with a grim expression. No effect? Han Li reassured him. Patience. The three waited anxiously, and at that moment, Han Li, with keen eyes, pointed to the floor. Inside the vault, ripples of icy energy suddenly erupted, spreading forth into the depths. Before long, the entire vault was enveloped in a frigid expanse, encased in ice. Is this sufficient? Liang still felt a tinge of fear. To dispel the apprehension, Han Li stepped boldly into the vault without hesitation. The others gasped in surprise. However, no door sealed shut, nor did torrents of water cascade. All remained tranquil. In this scene, Han Li shed his protective suit, radiating the aura of a victor as he smiled at his companions. Damn the angels. Incredible. Han, you are truly remarkable. Liang exclaimed. Xiao Mimi entered and, finding everything safe, curiously asked Han Li, how did you accomplish this? Quite simply, he replied. Since this security device relies on weight fluctuations, we merely maintain a constant weight. By utilizing the liquid oxygen canisters to freeze the entire mechanism, it becomes incapable of sensing our weight, thus remaining unchanged. Xiao Mimi marveled. Is this the power of knowledge? A fierce bandit with culture. How terrifying. Time was of the essence, and Han Li urged, we must hurry inside. The effects of the liquid oxygen were fleeting. The trio swiftly entered the vault and unveiled the veil. Instantly, the dragon's head was revealed. A magnificent aura enveloped them, leaving the three momentarily awestruck. Truly, this was a treasure of Huaxia. The dragon's head should not be concealed in such a place. Liang, gazing at the treasure, felt a surge of anguish at the thought of the nefarious Han Island conglomerate claiming it for themselves. Indeed, we must bring it home, Han Li asserted. The three carefully placed the dragon's head into a container. This exhilarating news, however, could not reach Old Qin in time. How do we leave? Liang found himself in confusion again. The escape route had been sealed off by their adversaries. Yet, Han Li remained unperturbed. Fear not, assistance is on the way. What do you mean? Xiao Mimi and Liang inquired in bewilderment. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed from outside. The three emerged from the vault to discover an opening had been carved out, revealing the old Wu, donned in a safety helmet. He spat out some debris, exposing his gleaming white teeth as he brandished a drill. Hey boys, let's go. Old Wu, you are my savior. What brings you here? At that moment, the arrival of the old Wu was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune amidst their dire circumstances. How did you discover this? Liang inquired. Han Li informed me, Lao Mo replied. Liang's eyes brimmed with tears. President Han, you are the best. It turned out that Han Li had kept a secret, discreetly instructing Lao Mo to carve a passage through the sole vulnerability on the bank's exterior. The group emerged through the opening and was immediately met by a throng of mixed protesters. They blended into the crowd, escaping seamlessly, unnoticed by anyone. It was only when the bank manager, accompanied by security, arrived at the underground vault that they realized it was utterly empty. With a thud, the bank manager collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had departed. It's gone. I'm finished. The elder seethed. Where are they? Report. Outside is filled with people. How can we search? Damn it. The crowd erupted in curses. These thieves came prepared. Inside the club, Elder Qin rose from his rattan chair. He approached slowly, as if bearing witness to countless years, until he stood before the dragon head. With a gentle touch, reminiscent of a parent caressing a child returning home, he whispered, Child, you have returned. Chapter 218. The Return Show, The Great Sage Returns. The dragon head's return signifies that what belongs to Huaxia ultimately remains with Huaxia. No one can claim it for themselves. The tycoon gazed down at the dragon head, his teeth clenched in rage as he smashed everything in sight, venting his fury. Damn it, how could this be stolen? I demand that those robbers be captured. The butler remained speechless. The dragon head is, after all, Huaxia's. Are you suggesting you would report on yourself? Ah, the tycoon howled. Since my youth, I've never felt so wronged. Young master, Given that the dragon head has returned to Huaxia, it might very well have been the work of Huaxia people. Perhaps we should direct our anger towards them. Upon hearing the butler's words, the tycoon's eyes brightened, and he grinned malevolently. Indeed, I like this idea. That day, Han Li and his companions prepared to return to Huaxia when a sensational news story broke. A Liang, clutching a newspaper, was infuriated, cursing vehemently, wishing to condemn the ancestors of those responsible. Damn it, this tycoon is a fool. President Han, look. Han Li took the newspaper, his expression darkening. The headline read, Samsung factory fires all Huaxia employees overnight, leaving countless individuals bereft of their livelihoods. As they poured out of the factory, many were in tears. For losing their jobs felt like a dead end. Han Li, the flight tickets are booked. We depart in the afternoon. Xiao Mimi, dressed exquisitely, entered but was taken aback. On the side, Han Li's face was particularly grim, his grip on the newspaper nearly crushing it. His tone was chillingly indifferent, instilling fear. I still have one matter to attend to. He pulled out his phone. As the ringtone echoed, he spoke. Hello? Boss, do we have people on Han Island? Yes. Good. Do you need me to come over? Joseph's tone was grave. Han Li replied, I will handle it. With a decisive click, he hung up. Mr. Han, what are you planning? Take me with you. Upon hearing this call, A Liang immediately stood up. Take me with you. Jia Long emerged from the bedroom, visibly displeased about not participating this time. And me? Xiao Mimi raised her hand. After spending several days together, they had already formed a familial bond. All right. Han Li led them to a nearby supermarket, where they purchased an array of masks. These masks are quite something. On another front, the tycoon, having dismissed all the employees from Huaxia, settled down comfortably, sending away the women as he swirled his glass of red wine. Having wealth is truly delightful. Huaxia people, how dare you covet my treasures? This might incite discontent from Huaxia, causing the lawyer to scratch his head in frustration. Tycoon, Han Island, who can challenge me? What a joke. The tycoon is akin to the heavens. The Huaxia individuals, upon arriving at Han Island, must bow their heads and behave modestly. Indeed, the lawyer concurred. Suddenly, a ringing interrupted. The tycoon, noticing the lawyer's troubled expression, felt a sense of unease. Not good. The lawyer turned around, hastily exclaiming, the bandit Peiqi has issued us a challenge. Peiqi? The tycoon was taken aback. Quick, contact the Han Island Police Department and summon them all, along with the military. Instantly, the entire Han Island police force stirred with agitation. The criminals from Huaxia dare to cause trouble here? They are courting death. Bring it on, bandit Peiqi. I'll capture every single one. The dismissed Huaxiao employees had found new jobs, and I would have the Huaxiao enterprises stationed on Han Island provide for them. Elder Qin looked at Han Li. Elder Qin, have I acted impulsively? Elder Qin nodded, chuckling, young people after all. Can you really call them young if they aren't a bit impetuous? Go ahead. Behind you stands Huaxia. Han Li nodded and slowly donned a mask resembling the great sage. Murmuring theatrically, I shall strike down all demons and monsters. One step at a time, he walked out, with Xiao Mimi and the others wearing their respective masks. Following him out of the clubhouse. Outside the clubhouse, countless black sedans were parked, and the crowd surged. Each member of the Angel Society in white suits bowed to Han Li, exclaiming in unison, Boss. Let us go, Han Li said, getting into the car. With a flurry, numerous members piled into their vehicles. This spectacle ignited a surge of excitement in A Liang, his blood boiling with fervor. Simultaneously, Han Li informed the program team back in Huaxia about this operation, marking it as his grand return. Buzzing in the Huaxia program team, the director raised his fist. Han Li, this young man is about to do something monumental. It's getting exciting. Mr. Han, my Mr. Han, has returned. Let us go, the great sage is back? Incredible. In the live stream, some viewers noticed Han Li's return, erupting in fervent excitement. Online, it was akin to a festival. Mr. Han is back? Incredible. This is a major event. Forget the girlfriend, I just want Mr. Han. In the live broadcast room, the number of viewers surged at a terrifying pace, almost inciting envy among the biggest stars. In mere moments, millions flocked to the stream. And within an hour, countless media outlets exclaimed that the viewership had surpassed 95 million. Just 5 minutes later, it soared to 300 million. What madness is this? The frenzy was palpable. Where are the limits? The server held steady as the barrage of comments filled the screen, rendering the visuals nearly invisible. Welcome back, Mr. Han. Meanwhile, on the streets, a relentless procession of police vehicles from Han Island flashed their lights. In Chapter 219, chaos ensued as the tumultuous battle intensified. A fierce detective gripped the collar of an officer, signaling a bloody conflict was on the horizon. In his years of service, he had never required such a formidable display of police force, even when dismantling the most notorious gangs. Who were they up against? Wang Yinxiu turned to see his superior. You lead the charge, and anyone associated with Han Li is to be apprehended. Remember, deliver them to the conglomerate. The directive was given in hushed tones. Forget about any show, the conglomerate reigns supreme. Wang Yinxiu felt a chill run down his spine. Once this man from Huaxia fell into the hands of the conglomerate, he would undoubtedly meet an untimely and obscure demise. You are a veteran member of Angel. Should you be eliminated this time, I will ensure you receive due compensation. Han Li stated, his fists clenched. Who dares claim that a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake? What of the conglomerate? It was time to teach them a lesson. Yes, boss. The minister of the Han Island branch of Angel replied, ready to bring his subordinates into the fray. Mr. Han, are you still accepting new recruits? A Liang inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Han Li chuckled, the live stream is buzzing. Ha ha ha, such is the aura of a big shot. He continued, I haven't been a leader for many years, my path has strayed, but the young men's horizons have expanded. In A Liang's eyes, Han Li's stature had ascended yet again. This time, a single utterance from Mr. Han had mobilized the entire police force of Han Island. Numbering no less than several hundred elite personnel, he recognized that the most formidable individual on Han Island stood before him, and their advantage was merely numerical. The factory primarily processed gold and jewelry, valued at 10 billion, making it one of Han Island's few key enterprises. If we can disrupt such a significant business. Han Li chuckled, prompting laughter from those around him. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Is this the beginning of a decisive battle? Han Island is destined to be humbled by Mr. Han. It seems a few will inevitably be eliminated, though the outcome remains uncertain. The police of Han Island are no amateurs. They fear not being able to contend with the local snakes. The viewers believed in Mr. Han's capabilities while also harboring curiosity about how this confrontation would unfold. As they approached the factory, the members of Angel, armed with specialized weaponry, were palpably tense. Such a grand scene is indeed a first for us. Yet, there is no doubt that they are all exhilarated, eager to show these residents of Han Island a thing or two. Suddenly, the wailing sirens of police cars pierce the air, startling everyone. They have arrived. The great showdown commences. The police chief from Han Island is on the move. Meanwhile, Han Li, accompanied by Liang and others, initiates a flanking attack, first seeking a vantage point from which they can observe everything below. This will suffice. As he speaks, Han Li, after a prolonged absence, retrieves a specially crafted sniper rifle, a weapon that had been a considerable challenge to airlift. Brother Jialong, I must trouble you. Beside him, Jialong, donning an Ultraman mask and wielding a machete, nods and strides toward a patch of grass below. Laughter erupts. Grandpa Chui has a successor. Han Li encourages, go for it, Brother Long. Is this Brother Long truly formidable? Just as the audience begins to question the capabilities of this newcomer, Jialong swiftly silences them, leaving them kneeling in submission. Before long, Han Li and his companions spot several police officers, including one from Han Island carrying a sniper rifle. These individuals appear to be the enemy's marksmen, seeking a high ground. Unfortunately, they are met with a barrage of gunfire. Two are swiftly taken down, leaving the group in shock. A master marksman. Quickly, take cover. However, before the remaining snipers can react, a fierce warrior emerges from the grass. With a single stroke of his machete, Jialong sends the remaining snipers sprawling, swiftly dispatching the last of them with a decisive cut. Eliminated. A swift strike to the throat. My goodness, this individual is a true expert. He must be a special forces operative. The Han Island snipers are left in utter disbelief. What? We just arrived and it's over? This is outrageous. They seethe with frustration, cursing their own inadequacies. Han Li approaches, indifferent to the disgruntled snipers, cheerfully seizing their walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, at the factory, the newly arrived police officers from Han Island receive a call. Is the sniper team in position? Oddly, the snipers confirm their readiness, and the superior officer ends the communication without further thought. There seems to be something amiss at this factory. Wang Yinxiu approaches, having just reviewed the files, only to find them alarmingly sparse regarding this facility. The superior's expression darkens. Do not inquire into matters that should remain unasked. Wang Yinxiu feels a surge of anger, simultaneously convinced that something nefarious lies within. Deep within the factory, flames roar, the heat causing the air to sizzle. Continue the refinement. A rotund man, holding a bottle, bellows at the employees below to expedite their work. Brother, will this batch of contraband go undetected by the higher-ups? Beside him, a menacing figure with a scar sneers. Rest assured, we are working for the Chaebils. Who would dare expose us? Ha ha ha. Indeed, with the backing of a conglomerate, they exude confidence. The vaults are brimming with boxes of wealth. If the police chiefs of Han Island were aware that these so-called gold bars were, in fact, stuffed with narcotics, one wonders what their reaction would be. The surrounding gang members chuckled in unison. Yet, all of this was captured by a drone stationed outside the railing. A blatant act of crime. Liang was at a loss for words. This gang was so brazen, daring to manufacture drugs right within the factory? Doesn't the police chief intervene? Oh right, the police chief listens to the conglomerates. Damn, Mr. Han, let us take them all out. The members of Angel were also seething with anger, because previously, this gang had exploited their fellow countrymen. But patience is key. Now is not the time to act recklessly. Anyone who dares to attack first shall face my wrath. Subsequently, Han Li hacked into the nearby surveillance, gathering intelligence on the police forces of Han Island. He felt a growing sense of assurance. Mr. Han, just say the word. My brothers can hardly contain their eagerness for action. As seconds ticked by, suddenly someone shouted. Oh no, one of the police chiefs has been eliminated. Whereas the sniper, the higher-ups of the Han Island police were struck dumb. How could they be assassinated by the enemy? Report, it was the sniper who was eliminated. Hurry, take some men to investigate. Meanwhile, this commotion startled the gang members on guard, who scratched their heads, bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon looking up, they were taken aback. An armed police chief rushed over, looking quite urgent, seemingly ready to launch an attack. A surprise attack? The gang member panicked and hurried deeper inside, shouting to Scarface and the others, Boss, it's bad. Those cops are about to come in. Who gave them the audacity? Arm yourselves, brothers. One by one, they armed themselves with real firearms and charged towards the exit. At that moment, Han Li's gaze turned icy. The time had come. Chapter 220. A clever use of a knife to slay an enemy, stirring up turmoil. Gunfire erupted, genuinely astonished the police chiefs. Without understanding the situation, a large group armed with guns suddenly charged out, shooting indiscriminately at them. Real weapons? Damn, they're serious? Retreat. How fierce. The gang members scattered, utterly disorganized, facing opponents wielding real guns. Seeing this, the upper echelons of Han Island were distressed. He knew these individuals were working for the conglomerate. Yet with the arrow already knocked, this drill was under the scrutiny of the entire nation. He couldn't let these real criminals escape. Aren't they our own people? Scarface called for a ceasefire. Chief, long time no see. Fool, don't try to get chummy with me. The police chiefs were perplexed. The chief gritted his teeth. Damn it, you've caused me a catastrophe. He pointed at Scarface and declared, the net of heaven is vast yet meticulous. Capture these criminals. Not a single one shall escape. Scarface was taken aback, and soon, the police and the gang found themselves inexplicably embroiled in a brawl. What are you doing, you fools? We work for the conglomerate. Eliminate them, eradicate them completely. The director's eyes burned with fury, yet his heart bled within. The Shiba gang was doomed. The director, dashing in appearance, rallied his forces. Charge forth. The police officers hurled copious amounts of tear gas, forcing the scar-faced man and his associates to retreat into the factory. This old fool, is he serious? Damn it, if we're going down, we shall all perish together. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of a drone hovering high above. Liang and his companions stood transfixed, unable to articulate their thoughts. How unexpected. Who would have anticipated that the enemy would turn upon themselves? Remarkable. Mr. Han, this is a classic case of killing with a borrowed knife. Ha ha. Infighting within the Shiba, Han Li remarked, the fisherman benefits from the chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst their disarray, he instructed, create some trouble and steal all those drugs. What about those police officers? One inquired. Eliminate them, Han Li commanded. Rising to his feet, he declared, let us go. A fervor ignited among the eager members. Soon, they breached an opening and surged deep into the factory. Who are you, Shiba? They shouted in alarm. Bang, bang, bang. A few remaining gang members, caught off guard, fell one by one to Jialong's prowess. They would soon realize the consequences of their actions. The members of the Angel faction nodded in agreement, tasked with obstructing both the gang and the police. At that moment, the scar-faced man, cursing vehemently, shouted at the police officers engaged in a gunfight, utterly oblivious to the fact that their hideout had already been compromised. Where are the drugs? Liang exclaimed in astonishment. This can't be right. There were heaps of them just moments ago. How could they have vanished? They must have transported them out. A man emerged from a slope, unable to endure the chaos any longer. I saw several individuals carrying bags of drugs through the underground waterway. Are they attempting to escape? A foul odor wafted through the air as several gang members navigated the sewer. They had received word that the police had gone berserk and were hastily moving the drugs. The load was heavy, necessitating a cart for transport. Did you hear that? One queried. There seems to be some commotion behind us. Damn it. The tycoon, on the brink of collapse, sat upright in alarm. You mean the factory personnel and police are clashing? Indeed, the lawyer replied with difficulty. The police and gang were ostensibly allies. Shiba, hand me the phone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the director received a call, causing his scalp to prickle in trepidation. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. In an instant, both the police and gang halted their assault. What the hell? Are we not fighting anymore? The scar-faced man bellowed. There's trouble at the factory. Those Chinese have taken over. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over with the alarming news. The director was momentarily stunned. The factory, if the drugs were destroyed by the Chinese, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Drills are suspended. Everyone, charge with me and vanquish those Chinese bandits. The director led the charge alongside the scar-faced man into the factory. The police officers were left bewildered. A bizarre scene unfolded as the police chief of Han Island allied with the gangsters, united against the members of the Angels. The members of the Angels stood guard at the entrance, each brandishing weapons. Soon after, they collectively donned pig masks, declaring, no one shall be spared. A member, wielding a heavy machine gun, advanced forward. A heavy machine gun? Is this a war film? Retreat. The police chiefs of Han Island were thrown into a state of panic. The thunderous gunfire of the machine gun left both the police and gangsters bewildered. The arsenal of Han was indeed formidable. Ha ha ha, a rampage ensued. In a short span, the member armed with the machine gun sent the joint forces of the police and gangsters retreating in disarray. The viewers in the live broadcast were exhilarated. The scarred man could hardly believe that these Chinese individuals had managed to catch them off guard. Moreover, how could their terrifying firepower surpass theirs? Each had an AK. Ha ha. How does Grandpa's bullet taste? Little scoundrels, meet your demise. This onslaught directly injured several police chiefs. Naturally, a few members on their side were also wounded. The scene descended into chaos. Ding ding ding. Somewhere, at the International Police Headquarters, an officer answered a call. Who is this? I have a case for you. Are you interested? What? A drug dealer? Are you sure? The officer became serious, realizing that the case coincidentally unfolded on Han Island. Of course, officer. But you need to give me a few minutes. Why? Beep beep. Han Li hung up the phone, gazing at the few honest gang members nearby. A smirk crept across his face as he coldly remarked, let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 221, High and Mighty, you'll spend your days behind bars. The small fry in the sewers were of no concern to Han Li, who dispatched them effortlessly. Looking down, he saw the cart piled high with narcotics. With the goods in hand, it was time to retreat. Outside the factory, Liang and others responsible for the pickup arrived in their vehicle to collect Han Li, who emerged from the sewers. So much. This is outrageous. Liang felt a chill run down his spine. The value of this haul was astronomical. Once in the vehicle, Han Li expressed his gratitude to the brothers guarding the entrance and began directing Liang to leave the factory via their previous escape route. Swish. A truck sped past, and a few eliminated snipers from Han Island licked their ice pops. Did something just pass by? I think I saw a monkey mask. Damn it. They escaped? Back in the factory, the gunfight was fierce. Although the members of the Angels were well armed, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Gradually, the situation began to tilt unfavorably. Don't worry, young master. We are on the brink of victory. The chief discreetly dialed a call to the tycoon. I want that man Han Li captured. Without fail. Gradually, the members of the Angels were picked off one by one. Only then did the chief breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, Shiba. I thought you truly had a chance to turn the tide. You nearly frightened me. Heh. Did you genuinely believe you could triumph over our chief of the Han Island? He gazed down upon the crowd. Where's Han Li? Summon him forth. It is all over. The Angel leader spat contemptuously onto the ground, dismissively stating, Who told you we have won? What do you mean? Haven't you all been eliminated? Just as the chief of Han Island was still in a state of bewilderment, the scarred man who had gone to inspect the goods rushed over, panic-stricken, and exclaimed to the chief, Madman! Madman! Damn those Huaxia people, he has made off with the goods. The chief stood frozen, dazed, exclaiming, What did you say? Shiba! Observing all of this, the Angel leader erupted into laughter. The sacrifices of his comrades were worth it. Delightful. The people of Han Island must be seething with rage. Ha! When the police of Han Island stormed deep into the factory, all they found was a red flag planted in the ground, emblazoned with, Peichi was here. Han Island Police. Shiba, what does this mean? So, we are the villains? It is utterly, shamelessly humiliating. Shiba, how could this Huaxia bandit be so audacious? The netizens of Han Island, observing this spectacle, were infuriated. This was the first time that their faces had been ground into the dirt in such a manner, each one's south smile frozen in place. Ha! How amusing. It is exhilarating. The Huaxia netizens were in an uproar, relishing the drama, their blood boiling. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. But the media of Han Island arrived precisely when Han Li was departing with the goods. Good news. The police have eliminated many individuals. Bad news. The main culprit has escaped. How shall we report this? Chief, how do you feel about the elimination of so many? Chief, get lost. This is a heart-wrenching blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Li drove, transporting that batch of goods, alongside Liang and others, toward a certain location. What shall we do with the contraband? Liang inquired. The contraband, naturally, must be returned to its rightful owner. Han Li replied with a smile, his gaze icy. Oh. Liang felt a twinge of fear. As he spoke, Han Li took out his phone and dialed again. Moshi Moshi? Is it you? Indeed, officer. It is I once more. The Interpol officer stood up, excitement coursing through him. If he could seize a large stash of narcotics, his reputation would soar. Han Li, I will provide you with the location. Very well. The officer silently noted the address. Are you certain? I assure you. Han Li replied with a smile. Ending the call, he gazed at the screen, observing the latest updates from the conglomerate. Recently, a substantial order of drugs was placed, accompanied by an image of a man in a bathrobe embracing a woman, in a high-end hotel in Han Island. Within a room, clothes strewn about. A woman donned stockings and smiled seductively. Mr. Zhang, do I look good like this? Very much so. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated from outside the door. Who is it? It's nothing. It must be the arrival of my medication. The woman felt a sense of shyness. You are truly mischievous. Last time, I lay in bed for days and nights. The tycoon exited the living room and, upon reaching the door, glanced outside to see an exceptionally beautiful woman. Oh. He opened the door. Xiao Mimi smiled and asked, Mr. Zhang? Indeed, he replied. This order has been delivered to you. She gestured towards a small cart behind her laden with goods. The man stole a glance. Siba so much? Miss, would you like to join me? The tycoon thought Xiao Mimi could rival any star in the industry. Xiao Mimi waved her hand dismissively. No need. Sticking out her tongue, she hurriedly departed. Chuckling, the tycoon pushed the goods inside. Hey, you must admit, this is heavy. Siba, today I shall battle with it for 7 days and nights. With this thought, he first placed the goods into the storage room, then proceeded to the bathroom to frolic with the woman. Darling, I have a surprise for you. Oh. The woman was filled with anticipation. What could it be? Knock, knock, knock. A loud rapping echoed. The tycoon, filled with anger, wrapped a towel around himself and stormed out, shouting, You little rascal, what is all this noise? Be careful, or I might just kill you. Creak. The tycoon was taken aback. Outside stood a throng of fierce-looking undercover officers, led by a man who held up a badge. Interpol, someone has reported you for possessing contraband. Please cooperate with us. The tycoon's heartbeat quickened. Contraband? Ridiculous. He was no fool. Where would he have contraband? He remained haughty, retorting, Who gives you the authority? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you. Bang. However, to his astonishment, an officer from Interpol, a black man, delivered a swift kick. Stop chatting. Get inside and search. You. The tycoon was speechless. In an instant, all the officers surged inside, rummaging through everything, creating utter chaos. You're seeking death. If you don't find any contraband, I'll take you to court, and you'll all end up in prison. The tycoon bellowed, You little brats. You'll all perish. The black officer turned to an elderly detective beside him. Are you certain that the informant was truthful? This is a tycoon from Han Island. If we make a mistake. I know, the old detective replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, visibly anxious. For he too was taking a gamble. As time passed, with no results in sight, the tycoon began to smirk. He pointed at them one by one. Lawyer Chui, what should be the punishment for these intruders? Lawyer Chui, who had hurried over upon receiving the call, replied respectfully, life imprisonment, a minimum of 10 years. And up to 50. The faces of the officers turned grim. Ha ha ha, splendid. Just then, one officer shouted, What's in here? The tycoon replied, Nothing, officer. Just some enhancement pills, all for men, you understand. The old detective's eyes lit up. He strode to the storage room and yanked the door open. Suddenly, a multitude of bags tilted out all at once. Due to the force of the impact, several bags burst open. Instantly, On the floor lay a patch of powdery white substance. A detective picked it up, sampled it, and turned to the tycoon. Do you require narcotics? The tycoon was taken aback. How could this be? Where did this drug come from? The seasoned detective felt a surge of joy. He glanced at the mountain of drugs, his scalp tingling. This was worth billions. He had made the right bet. No, impossible. Someone is framing me. Yes, that woman. The tycoon exclaimed. The detective replied. We have both the person and the evidence. Do you think we are fools? Turning to his captain, he inquired. What will be the verdict? Life imprisonment, came the response. The older detective pulled out a handful of the powder, his expression grave. My dear, where's the surprise? The woman emerged, momentarily stunned. Before her stood the once mighty tycoon, now akin to a dog, kneeling on the ground, handcuffed by a multitude of detectives, utterly devoid of spirit. Oh my God, this surprise is terrifying. The woman shrieked. Lawyer Chui, save me. Lawyer Chui, witnessing the tycoon being taken away, retreated from the scene, silently exiting the hotel. Eventually, he paused before a black truck. Boss. The window rolled down. Han Li smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Chui. Chapter 222. A new territory unveiled. City of Sin. The following day, the citizens of Han Island were stirred by news that kept them awake at night. A certain tycoon hoarded 35 tons of narcotics and has been captured by Interpol. He is expected to receive life imprisonment. It caused an uproar. That scoundrel was caught? The once untouchable tycoon, apprehended? Could this be an April Fool's joke? Yet, when the inspector released a photo of the tycoon's sentencing, the internet went into a frenzy. It's a celebration. Who was the brave soul behind this? I recognize him as my father. Shouldn't we erect a statue? Heaven has opened its eyes. It must be divine retribution. At the Han Island Police Department, countless officers hung their heads, yet their lips curled in glee. Only the higher-ups trembled in fear. The tycoon has been captured? Who is this Chinese individual? At the Interpol Han Island branch, the veteran detective who had just received the highest honor wore a broad smile as he exited. More than 30 tons of drugs, enough for the tycoon to drown in. He dialed the mysterious informant once more. Hello? Haha, thank you for your tip-off. May I inquire your name? No. The detective, unfazed, responded amiably. Then let us be friends. I'm Old James. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. All right. Beep, beep, beep. Old James hung up, glancing at the badge of the Interpol division chief pinned to his chest. His status was extraordinary. In Han Island, numerous tycoons caught wind of this news, instantly evaporating as if they had vanished from existence, fleeing the country overnight on planes to seek refuge. What is happening? You don't know? I heard that President Zhang was taken down by a Chinese individual and is now in deep trouble. Are you joking? A tycoon can't be sanctioned like that. Run away. I can't dare to return to China for a while. Take care. On the other side, beneath the setting sun, Han Li and Liang stood atop the mountain, savoring the breathtaking view. Regarding the eliminated comrades from this operation, Han Li was naturally generous, exchanging points for substantial rewards to bestow upon them, particularly the one wielding the heavy machine gun, who received the most. Old Qin remarked that their performance had been commendable, and a banquet would be held in Huaxia to celebrate. Liang said with a smile. Han Li, what are your plans upon returning? Han Li replied. I intend to continue participating in the program. After all, I have not yet been eliminated. Suddenly, Han Li's phone rang. He pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? He wondered. Hello? A strange voice echoed from the other end. Is this contestant Han Li? Yes. Congratulations. You have triggered the program's Easter egg, Sin City. What? The call abruptly ended. Han Li was left bewildered. Sin City? He hastily logged onto the program's official website and discovered a significant update. Currently, the global rankings had undergone a drastic change, primarily due to the storm brought about by Han Li. To his astonishment, he had surged from 10th to 5th place in one breath. Such an ascent in ranking was no small feat, as even moving up one position previously had posed tremendous challenges. At that moment, a special notification popped up. Congratulations. Contestant Han Li, the Sin City region is now open to you. This meant he could venture into Sin City? What is going on? Xiao Mimi tilted her head and hesitated. You see, I helped as well. You must treat me to a meal. I have matters to attend to. You all go ahead. Han Li said hurriedly as he left, leaving Xiao Mimi in a state of confusion. Who am I? I am the clown. Liang erupted in laughter, clutching his stomach. Meanwhile, in a certain location in London, Q paused on the street, glancing at his phone with a knowing smile before answering. Hello, Han Li. Q. Did you receive the news? What news? Q feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Sin City, what do you know about this place? Han Li inquired. If anyone could provide insight, it would undoubtedly be Q. Haha, I didn't expect you'd make it to Sin City. It seems you've broken into the global top 10. I'm familiar with that place. I spent some time there before. To put it plainly, it's a paradise for criminals, a lawless gathering of the most ferocious individuals on Earth, including past program contestants. Past contestants? Han Li felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the formidable nature of Sin City. What if I were to enter now? Q pondered for a moment. You might manage to last a month. A month? So, the 5th most notorious criminal in the world can only endure for a month? Han Li thought to himself. I see. This place is indeed a den of peril. I must tread carefully. Remember, Sin City operates on an entirely different level compared to the petty skirmishes outside. Q concluded before hanging up. Glancing at the London police officers sprawled on the ground, he chuckled. Is this all you have, old man? Not nearly sufficient for a city steeped in crime. Above, atop the grand edifice, stood a formidable figure, bare-chested with bulging muscles, adorned with an imposing tattoo of a demon on his back. He sat cross-legged at the pinnacle, surveying the chaos below. Smoke billowed, flames soared. The scene was rife with turmoil, gunfire, screams, and bloodshed. Countless criminals ran rampant, turning the chaos into a veritable feast. Each one was an international fugitive, at least rated 4 stars. The international community categorizes criminals by their threat level, ranging from the lowest 1 star to the highest 9 stars. The higher the rating, the more dangerous the individual. Unbeknownst to the mighty man, a squint-eyed figure stealthily approached from behind. Above these criminals, figures like him reigned supreme. The 3 sovereigns, 2 kings, and 1 demon, the highest echelons of the city of sin. I will kill you, the man declared, his eyes bloodshot. I am the new demon. In an instant, he vanished from 100 meters away and reappeared behind the man. Ninjutsu. Instant kill. I am Sasaki, a 6-star criminal. With a swift motion, his blade aimed for the man's neck. Success seemed imminent. Yet, in the next moment, he froze. The blade could not penetrate. Impossible. The man's physical resilience surpassed that of the blade? How can that be? The formidable figure showed no concern. He took a sip of his drink and casually remarked, "You? Not worthy." As soon as the words left his lips, a gunshot rang out. Sasaki, horrified, felt a gaping wound appear on his forehead and slowly collapsed beside the imposing figure as blood gushed forth. The man, savoring his strong liquor, gazed with fervor. This era is not yet for you young ones. Chapter 223, Rallying the Troops, Training the Underlings. Damn it. The President of the United States seethed, glaring at his trembling subordinates below. China is about to surpass us. Currently, the rankings indicated that China was on the brink of claiming the top spot. Mr. President, in my view, it's all that Han Li from China. He is simply extraordinary, racking up points as easily as drinking water. Word has it that Han Island has also faced his sanctions. Ultimately, the Americans concluded that the root cause of their troubles was Han Li, the greatest obstacle to the United States. He must be eliminated. If only there were a capable officer. The president suddenly recalled someone and spoke up. Remember, John is set to return, right? At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. General John, if he intervenes, it could work. Soon, laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, in a distant land, the desert stretched endlessly. Amidst a desolate ruin, several trembling robbers raised their hands in surrender, their surroundings a scene of devastation. Are you the leader of the organization? A man removed his sunglasses, revealing his sharp canine teeth. I am John, a pleasure to meet you. Spare me, and I can provide you with valuable intelligence. John sighed. This cowardly demeanor was unmistakably not that of a leader. Take them away. The robber felt a profound sense of despair, momentarily believing that his adversary might spare him. John, you are a devil. Behind the robber, bullets littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river, with dismembered bodies strewn about. Viewed from above, it resembled a slaughterhouse. General John, your call, someone announced. John swiftly picked up the phone. Hello? John, there's a mission I need to assign to you. Understood, John replied, wiping the blood from his face, a smile emerging. No problem. It's just a contestant for a program, right? What is the latest on this Han Li? Is there a leader involved? A police officer inquired. I've heard he is qualified for the Sin City. Then we shall wait for him there. Having returned to Huaxia for only a few days, Han Li attended various banquets, though he merely observed from the shadows, relishing the joy of people celebrating the return of treasures. After parting with Elder Qin, he planned to head back to City C. During this time, Aoyang, Fat Wang, and Jia Long expressed a desire to accompany him, but due to their identities, they bid each other farewell. In City C, Joseph was reporting to Han Li about the recent developments of Angel across various nations. There is hope. We might launch this year. What about the charity? Joseph replied confidently, we may not be first, but second is within reach. That is good to hear. I've gathered some information about Sin City, Joseph continued. Han Li's heart raced as he realized Q was correct. This place was perilous. It resembled a hellish challenge. The criminals within were all 5-star rated, akin to placing a provincial champion on a national stage. In terms of danger, Han Li currently rated only 6.5 stars. After a moment of hesitation, he said, let us send someone to scout the area. We need to secure a substantial sum to establish connections. In this place, money still holds power. Indeed, Joseph nodded. What is the status at the factory? Everything is proceeding smoothly. How many people do we need to send to Sin City? Joseph asked cautiously. This location appears formidable, more challenging than before. I estimate it requires no less than 1,000. However, Han Li shook his head, rising to look at his subordinates outside, sighing, this time is different, numbers won't suffice. What I need are elites. Reflecting on the previous operation in Han Island, despite the Angel members being well-armed and adequately staffed, they were still defeated by the police and the gang, primarily due to inadequate individual capabilities. This was untenable. As his direct organization, it was unacceptable to lack a few key pillars. Resolute, Han Li suddenly turned to Joseph and instructed, tomorrow, gather those qualified young individuals at the square. Joseph felt a chill run down his spine. Is this going to be training? The audience in the live stream reacted with confusion. Military training? The police chief remarked, indeed, it seems that General Han requires a few formidable subordinates. Currently, with Ling Han and the Elder absent, Han Li truly lacks powerful allies to support him. Understood. Joseph was naturally elated. The esteemed General Han himself was imparting instruction, and one could only imagine the remarkable progress that would ensue. The following day, this news ignited a fervor among all members of Angel. What? General Han is stepping onto the training ground? The very individual who fraternizes with the king of Somali pirates? Excitement ensued. On the morrow, at the playground, approximately 100 top students stood proudly in the center. General Han, these are all your elite. Joseph accompanied Han Li as he exited. Countless gazes fixated upon this legendary figure, the one who stirred the winds of change. How dashing. Even I, the Wu Yanzu of Foshan, must momentarily retreat into the shadows. The thrill was palpable. With his hands clasped behind his back, Han Li surveyed the scene, albeit somewhat perplexed. What is the meaning of this? I am conducting rigorous training, and yet you all appear as if attending a fan meeting. Coughing lightly, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. Today, I have gathered you all because I will select 30 of the elite from among you 100. I require only 30. A roar of astonishment erupted throughout the assembly. Their eyes widened, fists clenched, blood surging with fervor. Han Li continued, next, there will be a selection process. Those who succeed will move forward, while those who do not will unfortunately have to leave. If anyone wishes to avoid hardship, now is the moment to withdraw. A burly man stepped forward, his gaze fervently fixed on Han Li. Brother Han, I will undoubtedly remain. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Me too, they shouted in unison. Excellent, Han Li responded, visibly pleased. I wish you all the best of luck. With that, he turned and departed. Joseph stepped forward, taking the microphone, scoffing, enough talk. If you're a man, get on the bus, the selection begins. Boom. A fleet of vehicles came to a halt. Get on. Chapter 224. The Forest Selection, Lone Wolf Zhao Rui, ruthless and reticent. Where are we? It's so dark. Fool, take off the blindfold. Oh, my apologies, I was too nervous. The participants removed their blindfolds, gasping in astonishment. Before them lay an expansive forest, seemingly endless, its undulating mountains instilling a sense of dread. At the exit, Joseph, clad in instructor garb, assumed his authoritative role, declaring sternly, remember, this time, only the elite among the elite will remain. The objective is to traverse what is reputed to be the deepest forest in City C. The first 40 to emerge will stay. Traverse this forest? On foot? Goosebumps rippled through the crowd. This was exceedingly arduous. Is there no support? Get in there. Joseph barked. In an instant, the crowd erupted in complaints as they plunged into the forest. Only the first 40 would be permitted to stay. In summary, this time, more than 60 would be eliminated. It certainly won't be me. One exclaimed, damn it, I can't see the path at all. Brothers, I am the champion of foot races. This will be a walk in the park. Viewers in the live stream were thrilled. For the first time, they witnessed the training of underlings by a criminal mastermind. What a spectacle. What is this? Selecting the most outstanding criminals? Incredible. Director of the show, is it possible to play like this? Impressive. Joseph watched as the last contestant entered the forest, then turned back to a shaded area on the hillside where several people were seated. Han Li took a sip of coffee. Not bad. Mr. Han. They have all entered. Han Li set his coffee cup down. You should prepare as well. All right. Joseph removed his instructor's uniform and donned the attire of a bandit. Grasping a firearm, behind him stood a group of similar bandits. Let these kids taste some hardship. Han Li observed everything unfolding in the forest through surveillance. The screen displayed various contestants' data, as each participant had been equipped with a data tracking wristband beforehand. Han Li noticed one young man whose data remained almost eerily calm. Who is this person? Oh, his name is Zhao Rui. He was once a soldier and later a boxer, eventually becoming a boxing coach before joining. To maintain such composure under these circumstances is quite promising. Within the forest, no one noticed the drone hovering overhead. Countless contestants were panting, some sitting on the ground. Others sprawled out, tongues lolling like dogs. Damn, I'm exhausted. This forest is too eerie. I can't find a way out. I need to think of a plan. Just then, they vaguely saw a figure emerging through the mist. Who are you? Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Joseph charged out, weapon drawn, and unleashed a barrage upon the few slackers. That hurts. Stop shooting, I surrender. Once the gunfire ceased, these young men were left bewildered, covered in paint. Brother Joseph, how come you're dressed like that, and here? And why did you shoot at us? Congratulations, you fools. You have been directly eliminated. With that, Joseph and the other pursuers departed. Damn, how treacherous. And armed like this? In an instant, gunfire erupted throughout the forest. Contestants were continuously eliminated amidst curses. Meanwhile, Han Li, sitting in the back, munched on potato chips, looking quite pleased. It seems Joseph and his team are quite dedicated. Brother Han, you are being too cruel. Not only do they have to trek across this entire forest, but you also have them ambushed. A devil. However, despite the harshness, some individuals persevered, even pulling ahead, forming the first echelon. Among them was Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui possessed keen counter-surveillance instincts and agile skills, impressive indeed. Especially just now, when a torrential rain fell in the forest. While the others sought shelter, he alone chased after the rain, opening his mouth to replenish his hydration. Han Li took a keen interest in Zhao Rui. He bore an aura reminiscent of Grandfather Cui. In the footage, Zhao Rui, hungry, resorted to gnawing on tree bark. Its bitterness ineffective yet necessary, as he grimaced while consuming it. So bitter but truly delightful. Han Li savored his hot pot, the lamb and tripe abundantly piled, accompanied by a chilled cola, a delightful experience. The others questioned, is this truly acceptable? At that moment, Joseph's voice echoed, Mr. Han, we've eliminated more than 20. It's time to move to the next phase, I assent it? Han Li replied, indeed. Let us commence. Suddenly, in the depths of the forest, the weary contestants were startled by an unusual sound reverberating from above. What was that noise? Upon turning, they were struck with fear. What is happening? Run. A helicopter is approaching. In a shocking turn of events, a helicopter hovered above, where Joseph, wielding a heavy machine gun, smiled and announced, surprise, boys. A barrage of bullets ensued, swiftly eliminating several sluggish contenders. Goodness, Brother Han is a devil. Be human, lamented the fallen. It's so tough for us these days. The audience in the live stream could barely bear to watch. This is hell. What will you do? Han Li wondered with intrigue. Indeed, Zhao Rui was the first to devise a plan. He swiftly located a nearby pit and buried himself, camouflaging with leaves to evade the bullets. Joseph was baffled, hiding in a dog hole. Damn it. The eliminated contestants departed reluctantly. Thus, the numbers dwindled to 40, leaving 60, with 20 more to be cast aside. Hold on. Zhao Rui gritted his teeth, undeterred by the mud covering him. Crawling forward while keeping his eyes fixed on the sunlit direction ahead, freedom was near. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Zhao Rui found himself encircled by 2 or 3 members of the Angels. What do you want? One man chuckled. Join us. And we'll let you go. Zhao Rui contemplated briefly before uttering a single word. Scram. Such arrogance. A lone wolf is quick to perish. Each eliminated brother meant one less contender. Observing this unfold, Joseph questioned, isn't that a bit unfair? Han Li, however, remained unfazed. Intrigued instead, let us see what he is capable of. Suddenly, without warning, Zhao Rui seized a handful of dirt and flung it at them. Ah, get him. The trio recoiled instinctively. In that instant, Zhao Rui charged at the weakest among them, unleashing a flurry of punches. Immediately, the unfortunate soul collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. He was a martial artist. With a resounding kick, Zhao Rui sent the second adversary flying, teeth scattering. What a madman. The remaining assailant could hardly believe such feats were possible. The livestream audience erupted in excitement. Did he just take out 2 elites in an instant? This kid's future is limitless. His physique was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Rui glared fiercely at him. Brother, spare me. As the saying goes, leave a thread for future encounters. But he was cut off before he could finish. Zhao Rui, exuding an aura of menace, swiftly subdued the man, forcing him into a state of frothing at the mouth. Joseph, in the helicopter, was on the verge of standing up in excitement. How extraordinary. Such a character. How had he not known of him before? Joseph, if you were to engage him, who would prevail? Perhaps a 40-60 chance in his favor, he replied. Han Li displayed a thrilling smile that sent shivers down the spines of the others, a grin akin to that of a predator who had just discovered its prey. Below the drone, Zhao Rui cast a glance, spat blood, said nothing, and turned to leave. Chapter 225, Multiple Jewelers Robbed, a Trial Run. The sky was draped in gloom. As Zhao Rui was the first to emerge from the forest, he cast a proud glance at the camp, seemingly taunting. Joseph gritted his teeth, infuriated by the audacity of this brat. No one was surprised by his first-place finish. It was a testament to his strength. Subsequently, more members exited the forest until the last one emerged, marking the conclusion of the selection process. Thank heavens, it was finally over. He thought to himself, I shall never return to this forest again. However, just as they settled down, they were ruthlessly drenched by a sudden spray of water, leaving them flustered. Han Li set down the hose and spoke gently. Tomorrow's special training will commence. If it does not meet expectations, I shall still eliminate those who fail. How heartless. A devil, indeed. Han Li was truly such a person. Would this special training involve practical exercises? A robbery, perhaps? Surely not. Special training in criminal activities? Meanwhile, backstage at the production crew, the staff were left dumbfounded. The selection of criminal elites was already absurd, and now there were plans for practical exercises? Such audacity. What does this audacity even mean? Director, are we not going to manage this? The director coughed. They are just children, still young. On the streets of City C, an undercover police officer strolled leisurely, as the security situation had been inexplicably high, with little to no crime occurring. The next moment, a black van screeched to a halt in front of a jewelry store. You lot, don't mess this up. Zhao Rui donned a skull mask and led the charge. Stepping out of the vehicle, the other members inside nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, the so-called special training was indeed a heist at a jewelry store. Zhao Rui naturally assumed the role of leader. Hey, what are you doing? The police officer approached an inquiry. Without a glance, Zhao Rui raised his submachine gun and ruthlessly unleashed a barrage upon the officer. Decisive and ruthless. One could predict he would become a valuable asset to Han Li in the future. How impressive. Zhao Rui heard Han Li's voice over the radio. You have only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the police in City C will collectively pursue you. Should you be apprehended then, I shall not be able to assist you. Consider this an assessment. Beep. Han Li was taken aback. How dare they hang up on him? Inside the jewelry store, Zhao Rui first shot out the surveillance camera at the entrance before pulling out 2 smoke grenades and tossing them at the doorway, providing cover for the others to enter. In an instant, the jewelry store was enveloped in smoke. Such awareness. Han Li thought, this is acceptable. Thus, the outside world could not discern the happenings within. Indeed, Zhao Rui, unlike others, was the first to consider concealing their movements. As expected, within moments, under his decisive command, the jewelry store was promptly secured. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I can handle it alone. Zhao Rui, are you being overly cautious? The members tossed the bags onto the counter, instructing the staff to fill them with jewels. Yet, Zhao Rui remained unmoving. What is the matter? Zhao Rui scanned the heads and suddenly remarked, one is missing. The staff collectively froze, a chill creeping over them. According to the prior information, there should still be one security guard. Where could he be? Zhao Rui's sharp gaze quickly detected that several employees, seemingly anxious, instinctively glanced towards the restroom. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Zhao Rui swiftly approached the restroom and kicked the stall door open. Inside, the security guard, phone in hand, was left dumbfounded. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Is that President Han? The second Han Li? Impressive. At that instant, the guard suddenly raised his hand. However, Zhao Rui had already taken the initiative, firing a shot that struck the guard's forehead. You have been eliminated. Damn. The guard gritted his teeth in fury. This robber is formidable. What did you say? The police headquarters in City C had not been this lively in quite some time. Indeed, News had arrived that a jewelry store had been robbed. Was it Han Li? No, but they were also wearing masks. The director paced. Relieved it was not Han Li, then instructed, you lead the team to apprehend them. Yes, hopefully, this is not related to Han Li. By the way, also call Lu Dong. At this moment, Lu Dong, returning to City C, was summoned to capture a gang. Yawning, he surveyed the scene. The opposing party was quite experienced. First, they obscured visibility, then disabled the surveillance, completely sealing off the flow of information. Another ruthless character. How many are there? Lu's preliminary assessment suggested there were likely 4 individuals. Lu Dong, how many minutes have passed? 20 minutes. This is bad. Suddenly, a police officer received a phone call, panic-stricken. Meanwhile, at a jewelry store on a street, the manager had just tidied himself up and stepped out to greet customers. Unexpectedly, while welcoming guests, they were met not by good people. Boss, may I borrow your jewels? A fierce-looking man, wearing a stone Buddha mask and brandishing a shotgun, roared. Instantly, several robbers ransacked the jewelry store. The sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility. Hurry, President Han has given us 10 minutes. Yes. Buzzing, seal the doors shut. Do not let the hostages escape. Han Li's voice echoed. The stone Buddha obeyed. Seal the doors. Immediately afterward, Han Li turned to another side, where 4 robbers scattered a box of jewels onto the street, inciting a frenzy among the crowd, plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, 5 jewelry stores in City C were being robbed simultaneously. Each time, Han Li issued the same command to them. Mr. Han, is this special training, or are you serious? Joseph was taken aback. Something felt amiss. As news of the jewel heists reached Lu Dong, he was informed, Captain Lu, the jewelry store on Wushui Street has been robbed. The bifurcation jewelry store has also been hit. A relentless stream of reports ensued, leaving the police captains of City C astonished. What on earth? 5 stores robbed simultaneously. Were they in cahoots? Lu Dong, furrowing his brow, stood up. If it were merely a single gang, they would not coordinate such an operation. There could only be one conclusion. It was an organized endeavor. Immediately, a shadowy figure crossed his mind, and he pondered, could it be him? Chapter 226. The Lamb? No. A hidden wolf. The heists undoubtedly provided these select members with invaluable experience. Even Joseph nodded in agreement, acknowledging their prowess. These individuals were already exceptional and would likely excel even further. He believed they would prove invaluable in the den of iniquity. However, Han Li dismissed the notion, stating, this is merely an appetizer. They are yet to undergo further specialized training. Nevertheless, I find 2 of them quite promising. Who? Zhao Rui and that stone Buddha? Han Li replied. Zhao Rui speaks little, but possesses a sharp mind and keen awareness, making him suitable for handling certain affairs. As for the stone Buddha, despite his simplicity, his raw strength is undeniable. In terms of physical power, I cannot compete. He is undoubtedly a solid shield. As for the others, he planned to enlist professionals for their specialized training. Once he had established a firm foothold in the den of iniquity, he would bring them over. Han Li grinned wickedly, intent on molding these subordinates into a special operations team, rivaling any military unit. What shall we name this squad? Let's call it the Sharp Blade. Joseph looked at Han Li, reminiscent of their first encounter, and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Is the name unpleasant? No, I just feel that time has flown by. In just a few months, Angels has become a prominent international force, vastly different from before. Indeed, after all, you almost buried me alive back then, Joseph replied, recalling the dark humor of that moment. As the days passed, Han Li's efforts to establish connections in the den of iniquity were nearing completion. It was time to depart. One day, following the special address on the ticket, Han Li arrived at a private airstrip. This flight was destined specifically for the den of iniquity. Brother Han, give me a week, and I will conquer the den of iniquity, exclaimed the stone Buddha, his rough exterior hiding a restless spirit. Lone Wolf, once we arrive, don't let me down. You are the one who needs to be cautious. Zhao Rui, clad in a black bodysuit, lowered his head, listening to music through his headphones. This time, they would break the norm and accompany Han Li to the den of iniquity. Woohoo, we're headed to the den of iniquity. I'm so excited, super excited. Brothers, take a guess. How long will it take for me, Brother Han, to conquer the den of iniquity? Gunfight. I crave for a gunfight. At that moment, a mysterious waiter approached, one eye blind, yet he bore a gentle smile. The ticket. Han Li handed over the card to him. Please, come in. The waiter welcomed these unsuspecting lambs heading toward the city of Sin with a smile. Oh wait, Han Li abruptly halted. Please arrange a good seat for these 2. He indicated to Zhao Rui and Shifo behind him. Shifo exclaimed, I'm dying. Mr. Han, you are truly good to your brothers. After the plane took off, the waiter instructed Han Li and his companions to don blindfolds. Even the windows were sealed, seemingly to obscure their route to the city of Sin. In the restroom, the waiter was washing the bedding. As he scrubbed the cup, he mused aloud. A few lambs have come up. What shall we do? From the other end, a sinister laughter echoed. Is it fat? Very fat. The waiter gazed at the 1,000 yuan tip Han Li had given him, chuckling. Haha, splendid. These lambs know nothing and dare to board the plane as usual. When the time comes, you take 7, I take 3. After finishing with the bedding, he suddenly grinned coldly. Very well. Bang. He slammed the cabinet shut, from which foul blood continued to seep. A faint outline revealed it to be a human finger. The waiter retrieved a bottle of putrid poison, silently dripping it into a cup filled with drink. Stirring it, the poison dissolved, vanishing without a trace. Hee. The flower of death, colorless and tasteless, the product of the Poison King, just a drop, and it leads to demise. Once consumed, certain death. Even the gods cannot save you. Now, he merely needed to wait until they stepped into the city of Sin. At that moment, it would be his opportunity to strike. Soon, The plane's announcement echoed. The plane has entered the boundaries of the city of sin. The waiter suddenly opened his eyes wide, smiling at his reflection in the mirror. The king of hell has come to collect lives. Once they crossed into the city of sin, all restraints would be lifted. Murder would be permitted. He emerged nonchalantly with the cold drink, spotting Han Li and the others. Sir, would you like a cold drink? It's quite hot today. Han Li removed his blindfold and replied, sure. Haha, so naive. The waiter maintained a facade of calm, but inwardly he rejoiced, handing the cold drink to Han Li. He fixed his gaze on Han Li. Drink up. Drink it down. Then perish. Han Li lifted the cup, about to bring it to his lips. However, he paused and turned to the waiter beside him, asking, so, we've entered the boundaries of the city of sin, haven't we? Huh, yes. Han Li rotated the cup, speaking calmly. So, everything we do is permitted? The waiter froze momentarily, then suddenly jolted in alarm. Damn it, this guy knows the rules. In a flash, he drew a knife and lunged at Han Li. Danger! Shifu gasped in shock, wondering how the waiter had suddenly brandished a knife. Die! The waiter dropped the pretense. With that knife, it was swift. However, to the server's utter astonishment, Han Li did not evade but boldly approached. Eager for death? However, in the next moment, Han Li clasped the oncoming blade with his hands, as if they were pincers. The server was left dumbfounded. The stone Buddha gaped in disbelief. Incredible, to catch a blade with bare hands. Yet, the audience in the live stream remained remarkably composed. Just a routine maneuver, nothing extraordinary. Are you even human? The server felt a rush of embarrassment. Zhao Rui, Han Li called out. From behind the server, Zhao Rui appeared as if conjured, swiftly incapacitating the server and restraining him. Damn it, weren't you supposed to be in the restroom? I tricked you. The server was bewildered. These fellows had discovered his true identity early on. He was not merely a server. The stone Buddha was left in a daze. Well, there's a fool among us. Server. Ha. Although you've uncovered my identity, unfortunately, you won't survive long. Han Li glanced down at the blade's tip. Poison. You know how to poison? This is the venom of the Poison King. No one can cure it. Ha ha ha, you are doomed. Indeed, the toxin began to spread across Han Li's palm, faintly revealing a green hue. Disturbing. What have you given my brother Han? Bring out the antidote. The stone Buddha exclaimed, gripping him fiercely. The server shook his head. No cure. Yet, Han Li waved his hand, smiling. Unfortunately for you, this Poison King has encountered me. To everyone's shock, the spreading poison was suddenly suppressed. The server appeared as if he had seen a ghost, screaming. How is this possible? It cannot be. Someone can actually counteract the Poison King's venom? Damn. Subsequently, Han Li extracted some information from him. These individuals seemed to specialize in masquerading as servers to deceive novices and then rob them. Moreover, he learned that this flight had a total of 10 aircraft, corresponding to the top 10 on the current crime rankings. Speaking of which, Han Li suddenly recalled that the official website had bestowed a title upon their top 10, the era of utter evil. How intriguing. A few minutes later, Han Li and the others disembarked from the plane. Is this the city of sin? Foolish. This is merely an entryway. Han Li turned around. Not far away, a man clad in a coat, with red hair, a scarred face, and a mechanical prosthetic, approached slowly, pointing at Han Li. I am Hong Lian, ranked 4th in the world. My ambition is to become the king of the city of sin. Ha! Will you be my stumbling block? Chapter 227, Sudden Outbreak, Hunters Encircle. Targeting the 5 billion new star Han Li. Kid, step aside. The red-haired Hong Lian shoved Han Li aside, swaggering into the tavern with a band of lackeys. Hey, look at my temper. The stone Buddha instantly rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the red-haired man, but Han Li stopped him. There are more pressing matters at hand, Zhao Rui remarked. The stone Buddha snorted in response. The three of them then stepped into the bustling tavern, instantly drawing the attention of many. Han Li also began to observe the individuals present. The boisterous red-haired man was toying with his mechanical arm. The enigmatic diviner, adorned with a sword at his waist, lifted a tarot card, a sly smile gracing his lips. Surrounded by numerous henchmen, a notorious gang leader loomed nearby. A monk, clad in prayer beads, murmured sacred verses. What is required? At the counter, a man brandished a double-barreled shotgun on the table, inquiring if trouble arises. I wouldn't hesitate to plant a bullet in Han Li's head. Are you familiar with the black market around here? Han Li asked. The man merely smirked, holstering his shotgun, and replied, There's one in the East District, but entry requires a fee. Thank you, Han Li said, producing a stack of bills and pushing them toward the man, who accepted them without a second thought. It's only natural. You're new here, aren't you? Han Li nodded. Take my advice, don't oppose the drug emperor. Lowering his gaze, Han Li noticed a corner of his right arm, tainted with poison, and hastily concealed it. I will heed your warning, he assured the proprietor. Not lingering any longer, Han Li sought to suppress the toxin, though he could not fully eradicate it. He required specific materials from the black market. Meanwhile, peculiar individuals began to mobilize towards the city of sin. Indeed, what a grand appearance, but I wonder how many will survive. In the tavern, seasoned hunters exchanged glances, a table laden with a stack of bounties before them. Not too many, not too few, exactly 10. Diviner Jared, bounty, 3 billion. Mechanic Scarlet Lotus, bounty, 4 billion. Godfather Bang Ki, bounty, 2 9 billion. And finally, the last one. All gazed enviously. Ruffian Han Li, bounty, 500 million. At the station, Han Li and his companions stood, gazing at the desolate cityscape before them, reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. It was hard to fathom that this was once a place for human habitation. With a deafening explosion, the city was on the brink of detonating within mere minutes. No wonder no one repaired the stone Buddha, they muttered. At that moment, an odd bus arrived. its exterior blackened and decaying, even oozing a foul liquid. The stone Buddha pointed at the vehicle, questioning, "Can this carry passengers?" With a hiss, the doors creaked open, revealing a pallid-faced man who stiffly turned to face Han Li and his companions. "Are you boarding?" "Yes," Han Li replied, paying the fare before stepping aboard. To his surprise, he encountered the mysterious diviner from the tavern. As he settled into his seat, Jared remarked, "We meet again, Han Li." Taken aback, Han Li wondered, "Does he know me?" Jared shuffled his tarot cards and inquired, "Do you enjoy divination?" "No." "Why?" Han Li responded, "I dislike being manipulated by fate." Jared lowered his gaze, meticulously selecting from the myriad of tarot cards until he finally chose one. Holding it aloft, he revealed the card. The Reaper. An ominous omen. Suddenly, the tall Western man rose, addressing the driver. "I wish to disembark." The driver glanced back, assessing him. "Are you certain?" "Indeed." Gerald abruptly exited the vehicle without any forewarning, leaving Han Li and two others behind. Minutes passed, and Han Li, reclining in his seat, gazed out the window. The city of Sin remained an enigma to him, rife with peril. The earlier encounter had revealed his identity, a clear indication that his cover was compromised. "This is untenable. I must exercise caution." Swiftly, Han Li discreetly employed his skill as a makeup artist to assume a new visage. "Mr. Han, what has happened to you?" exclaimed Stone Buddha, his eyes widening in surprise. "Disguise, you fool," muttered Zhao Rui, who was resting in the corner. "Zhao Rui, I've long been dissatisfied with you. Stand up and fight me." Stone Buddha shouted, pointing a finger at Zhao Rui, who was seated in the last row. "I can't be bothered with you," Zhao Rui retorted, ignoring him completely. "Hey, foul temper." Stone Buddha hurled a punch, the fierce wind from his strike causing Han Li to involuntarily flinch. Such strength. Bang. Zhao Rui deftly dodged the blow, moving like a serpent. Puffing out his cheeks, Stone Buddha released his clenched fist, striking the railing with such force that it bent under the impact. Han Li watched with keen interest as the two engaged in their playful sparring. "Take another punch from me," Stone Buddha challenged, but before he could advance, the bus driver slammed on the brakes. "Hey, driver, what kind of reckless driving is this? Are you trying to get us killed?" The driver merely pointed ahead. "There's a blockage," he replied. Upon hearing this, the trio immediately tensed. Han Li silenced them and leaned out of the window, activating his eagle eye skill. What he saw nearly took his breath away. His pupils constricted in shock. Before the bus, a fleet of modified vehicles had come to a halt, and from them emerged a throng of ruffians, each brandishing exaggerated weapons, flaming axes, and electrified iron rods. Bang, bang. One lunatic wielded a Gatling gun, firing into the air with maniacal laughter. "What in the world? Is this a military operation? Are they here to hijack the bus?" Han Li exclaimed. The city of Sin was notorious for such chaos, yet the driver shook his head. "Their target isn't the bus, it's you. They are known as hunters, specialized in hunting down newcomers like you." As he spoke, the driver produced a wanted poster, holding it up for Han Li to see. There, emblazoned with Han Li's likeness, was the inscription, "Ruthless Bandit Han Li, Bounty, 500 million. Han Li was at a loss for words. "So it turns out I'm the one being hunted?" The audience in the live stream reacted with shock. "Wow, so they're after Mr. Han. 500 million? Wow, Mr. Han, I'm somewhat tempted." Han Li muttered. "What have I done to deserve this? Damn it, I'm being hunted. No wonder those people in the tavern were staring at me." He gritted his teeth, realizing his precarious situation. "This many people? Mr. Han, you should go first," Stone Buddha urged, displaying both loyalty and a hint of fear. If a confrontation ensued, the odds of survival were slim. Even Zhao Rui appeared troubled. "Escape? Driver, can the bus turn back?" Han Li inquired. The driver replied, "No, it can't. Damn it. The bus does not retrace its path." The driver exhibits an air of indifference. Indeed, in this city of sin, no one will offer assistance. Han Li finds himself at a loss for words, truly cursed by misfortune. Ahead, the bus approaches. A hunter raises Han Li's bounty notice, murmuring, "As per our usual practice, the first to claim the prize keeps the reward." The bus looms closer, and the hunters eagerly prepare for action. Chapter 228. What are you standing there for? Get on the bus. The veteran driver is about to accelerate. The audience in the live stream erupts. Goodness, so many people, densely packed. Mr. Han, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Isn't this an army of sorts? Damn, it's the apocalypse. The program has exceeded its limits. This time, they are serious. The show can no longer control this city of sin, far surpassing the expectations of countless viewers. In the production room, the director's brow furrows with concern. To be candid, inviting Han Li to this city of vice was not his decision, but rather that of the other 10 founders of the criminal roleplay. Cursed be the circumstances. He must now place his trust in Han Li. The crew is filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Han Li seizes the driver's throat, overpowering him and taking control of the bus. "You will regret this," the driver mutters. "Mr. Han, the steering wheel is on autopilot." Shifu shouts. "What?" The driver chuckles. "I warned you, this bus has no reverse. It can only go forward, for it follows a predetermined route. Hence, it is also known as the death bus. This is dire." Han Li watches helplessly as the bus accelerates toward the gang of villains, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Damn it, there's no choice but to fight. Zhao Rui reveals his fighting spirit, drawing his weapon, ready to risk it all. But at that moment, a thunderous explosion resonates from ahead. Han Li activates his eagle eye once more. On the road, a thick plume of black smoke billows upward. Some hunters scream, brandishing their weapons and firing at a specific location. Subsequently, a horrifying scene unfolds before them. A figure draped in a coat, with flowing red hair, raises his assembled mechanical arm, unleashing a concentrated energy blast. Boom. A blue shockwave of energy, akin to a sharpened blade, sweeps through the unsuspecting hunters. A series of explosions ensue, and in an instant, the modified motorcycle is ruthlessly torn apart. Shifu and Zhao Rui are left bewildered. While only Han Li sees clearly, the man is none other than the red-haired individual, Hong Lian. Ha ha, bunch of misfits. Hong Lian exclaims, lowering his smoke-emitting mechanical arm, panting, while supporting his head with the other hand. There are too many of them. You idiot. Boss, I can't believe it. The younger members lament. Their leader, bold and brash, dares to confront so many hunters head-on. Yet, this display allows the hunters to witness the infamous criminal ranked fourth in the world. Mechanic, Crimson Lotus, a deranged weapon expert specializing in mechanical modifications, who has developed an energy cannon capable of demolishing an entire building, is now internationally wanted and classified as a 7.5-star criminal. Bounty, 3 billion. By the heavens, it is Crimson Lotus, one of the supernovas. Let us end him, eliminate him, capture him. He is worth 4 billion. Of course, the hunters are no ordinary foes. They are abundant in numbers. A dark swarm closing in on Crimson Lotus. The atmosphere of the battlefield is exceedingly tense. Inside a bus, 3 individuals observe the unfolding chaos. Han Li, rendered speechless, feels a sense of gratitude towards Crimson Lotus. Mr. Han, what has happened? Stone Buddha inquires. Gunfight. Who? Another group, Han Li replies. He then turns to the two. I have a bold idea. Stone Buddha, bewildered, responds. Aren't we supposed to run? The livestream audience reacts with confusion. On a hillside, Jared grips his sword, having narrowly escaped disaster. Yet he never anticipated the situation spiraling out of control. Strange. Truly strange. He draws another card from his collection of tarot. This one emblazoned with the image of the star. Hope. Intriguing. One is a ruthless bandit, and the other a mechanic. 2 madmen. Could their synergy exceed the sum of their parts? Jared stows away the tarot card and turns to depart. Damn. Boss, is your energy cannon ready? A bloody giant wielding dual rocket launcher struggles to maintain his composure. Crimson Lotus, dragging a massive mechanical arm, replies earnestly, not yet. Suddenly, a man wearing a demon mask strikes him on the head, exclaiming furiously, then why did you attempt to fire it all at once? Everyone retreat. To hell with you. A hunter emerges from the smoke, raising a flaming axe poised to strike Crimson Lotus. 4 billion, I'll claim it. In the next moment, his eyes widen as a gaping wound opens across his chest, and he collapses, unconscious. Demon sheathes his scythe, wiping away the blood. Apologies. But this fool isn't dead yet. However, the number of hunters continues to swell, overwhelming Crimson Lotus and his group, peril lurking at every turn. Who will save us? A thunderous roar of engines disrupts the jubilant hunters. They turn to see the source, collectively stunned. A bus? The vehicle races towards them with astonishing speed. How can a bus go this fast? Stay back. Buckle up. The veteran driver is at the wheel. Han Li expertly maneuvers the steering wheel, elevating the bus's speed dramatically. Approaching swiftly, even the bound driver is left in disbelief. Can a bus really travel this quickly? Bus? Crimson Lotus scratches his head, puzzled. It seems to be heading straight for them. In a deft maneuver, the bus drifts precisely, positioning itself between the attacking hunters and the beleaguered Crimson Lotus and his companions. Then, Stone Buddha flings open the door and shouts to the bewildered group. What are you standing around for? Get in the bus, quickly. Demon quickly regains composure. Get in the bus. Now, in haste. Crimson Lotus and his companions board the vehicle. As the crowd approached, Han Li hastened his pace, driving into the distance. Boom. They boarded the bus. Damn it. This infuriates me. Quick, pursue. Pursue what? That is a bus belonging to King Arthur. The hunters, armed with rocket launchers and capable of obliterating both the vehicle and its occupants, remained motionless, their teeth clenched, watching as Han Li drove away. Let us go. One hunter shouted, having spotted thick smoke billowing nearby, accompanied by fluttering banners. A vibrant green haze approached. It was a toxic mist. The toxic monarch. Hurry. Damn it. What a stroke of bad luck. The hunters, realizing they stood no chance against such a formidable foe, swiftly retreated. Moments later, from within the poisonous smoke, individuals donned in gas masks and carrying canisters filled with green liquid disembarked. The leader, a man of imposing presence, observed the tire tracks on the ground, fixating on the direction Han Li had taken. Pursue. The toxic vehicle fleet surged forward once more. This is truly perilous, Hong Lian remarked, glancing back. Odd. Why aren't they chasing us? Han Li replied, they dare not pursue. What? The others were puzzled. Han Li confidently asserted that the bus was under the jurisdiction of a powerful figure within the city of Sin. Such petty operatives would not dare challenge a prominent individual. This was why he took the risk of driving the bus to rescue Hong Lian. No need for thanks. What is your name? Han Li. The figure known as the evil ghost felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly turned to the man at the wheel. Is this the same man who demolished the Ingzhou building and fraternized with the king of Somali pirates? Huh. What a joke, with your physique. Hong Lian expressed her disbelief. I saved your life. Humph. I detest being indebted to others. Speak. What do you desire? Chapter 229. The Australian Emperor Casino? I shall pay a visit. By the way, evil ghost, don't you think this man bears a striking resemblance to someone? The more Hong Lian observed Han Li, the more peculiar she found him. Is it this person? She handed over a bounty notice featuring Han Li's likeness. Ah, yes, that is him. Wait, comparing the bounty notice with Han Li, Hong Lian's expression shifted dramatically. You are the notorious bandit Han Li? Indeed. Ha ha, I quite admire you. Upon arriving in the city of Sin, I had heard of your exploits. You are truly impressive. My superintendent often discusses you. Han Li couldn't help but smile. I appreciate your admiration. In the city of Sin, Having one more friend is certainly preferable to acquiring another enemy. Wouldn't you agree? He glanced at Han Lian and the others. The evil ghost, sharp and perceptive, understood the underlying meaning in Han Li's words and inquired, while that may be true, it seems you Haven Tea brought many people with you. In the vehicle, only Zhao Rui and the Stone Buddha accompanied Han Li. It was said that in the city of Sin, hunters were far more terrifying, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. With just this handful, you are woefully outmatched. In the city of Sin, hunters were akin to police officers outside, but devoid of any principles. Criminals were ruthless, and the hunters were even more ferocious than the criminals. They are far more cunning than mere criminals. Otherwise, among the numerous internationally renowned offenders who come to this city, most would have been eliminated by these hunters. Han Li remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. My men are worth 10 of yours. Han Lian expressed her delight. How intriguing. The evil ghost turned to Zhao Rui, who had been silent, twirling the scythe in his hand with keen interest. Is that so? In the next moment, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Brother Han, shall we execute them? Zhao Rui remarked coldly. Han Lian was taken aback. How could the evil ghost, with all his prowess, fail to react? The evil ghost acknowledged. Impressive. I am humbled. Zhao Rui tilted his head, unfazed. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. What a spectacle. Han Li declared. Allow my subordinate to have a word with you. Zhao Rui, with his suave demeanor, nodded. As he lowered his weapon, he noticed that the scythe had somehow been aimed at his abdomen. I believe we can collaborate, Han Lian stated from his seat. Boom. At that moment, a bus arrived at the station, and a group disembarked. Then it settled, he concluded. Rest assured, Han Lian had no intention of accompanying Han Li. He departed with his subordinates. Just before leaving, he suddenly turned to Han Li and said, by the way, a formidable inspector has recently arrived in the city of Sin, and it seems he has set his sights on you. The inspector? They won't catch me, Han Li replied. Ha ha ha, you have guts. The group dispersed several times. Han, why collaborate with these fools? Sure Fo inquired. Han Li punched him lightly. Fool, isn't an energy cannon appealing? An additional ally is merely another shield. At that moment, they found themselves in the eastern district of the city of Sin, surrounded by dilapidated buildings yet imbued with an aura of danger. What is that? Suddenly, a fire erupted from an ordinary storefront, and a band of robbers emerged, only to be swiftly surrounded by a group of hunters, black on black. Such occurrences were commonplace. No one would intervene. Don't move, behave yourselves. The hunters bound the robbers and affixed reward posters to them before handing them over to the inspector. One hunter caught sight of Han Li. With delicate features and an innocent demeanor, he appeared to be nothing more than a weakling. Get lost, don't obstruct your betters. Han Li chuckled and turned away. It seemed they could not recognize him. Boss Han, the reinforcements have arrived. A few minutes later, a dilapidated van pulled up before Han Li. Boss Han. A man stepped out. He was the one sent to provide support, Wu Liang, who had lain in wait in the city of Sin. Wu Liang. Indeed. Han Li could hardly recognize him. He had become gaunt, almost unrecognizable. What happened to you? Sigh. Wu Liang lamented. It's all tears. Boss Han, we should leave. This place is unsafe. The streets were rife with violence. Very well. The group boarded the vehicle and departed. After a while, they arrived at a desolate waste station, where heaps of refuse exuded a foul odor. The viewers in the live stream reacted with disbelief. Is this it? How could Manager Han reside in a garbage dump? Surely not. Even dogs wouldn't stay here. Stone Buddha could hardly believe his eyes, questioning, can anyone truly live in this wretched place? Zhao Rui's brow furrowed, clearly displaying his disgust. Han Li buried his face in his hands and turned to the trembling Wu Liang, inquiring, is this how you conduct your affairs? With a thud, Wu Liang immediately cried out, Manager Han, I'm so sorry. The several million, they were swindled away. Swindled away? Several million? Wu Liang explained. It all began when I foolishly visited the Australian Emperor Casino. They insisted that if I didn't gamble, they would harm me. This implied that the so-called casino forcibly coerced individuals into gambling, a hallmark of a city steeped in vice. Where's this place now? Han inquired. Manager, it's perilous. You must not go there. If you do, you may not return. Yet Han retorted, but I cannot reside in such filth. He gestured toward the refuse. Wu Liang's face flushed with shame. He stammered, perhaps I could request additional funds from Angel? It would be cumbersome and take several days. Han Li dismissed the notion. He urgently required startup capital. In a city of depravity, one could scarcely move without funds. At the Australian Emperor Hall, outside the opulent casino, no criminal dared to stir trouble. They approached with utmost reverence. Ah, old Wong has returned. Last time, he lost 100. How discontenting. They lamented. When will a gambling deity arrive to overturn this place? The criminals sighed, aware that in this casino, only skill at gambling sufficed. Violence was futile. The doorman, clad in an impeccably clean tailcoat, attended to guests, not these destitute criminals, but rather the influential elite. Extravagant luxury cars arrived in succession, each accompanied by individuals of various backgrounds. Accompanied by their ladies, hauling cases filled with gold bars. Ah, truly remarkable, these distinguished figures, the doorman greeted politely. Just then, a dilapidated van appeared, starkly out of place among the luxury vehicles. What is that? Trash? Hilarious. Can it even run? Must have been scavenged. As Han Li and his companions alighted, their ordinary attire, dusty and somewhat worn, contrasted sharply with the opulence surrounding them. Is this the place? Wu Liang affirmed. Once inside, you must gamble, or else face dire consequences. Manager Han, think carefully. Nevertheless, Han Li remained unfazed, declaring, let us proceed. Yet, after only a few steps, they were halted by the doorman. Halt, you lot. Isn't that Wu Liang? The doorman seemed to recognize him. Indeed, it's you, the lost dog. How dare you return? Last time, you nearly lost a hand. Best to skedaddle. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away dogs, signaling Wu Liang and the others to vacate the premises. Damn it. They ought to recognize the nature of this place. How dare they bring such riffraff here? However, before he could complete the gesture, Zhao Rui seized his arm. What are you planning to do? The waiter, taken aback, exclaimed. A martial artist? Yet he remained composed, chuckling. Are you all seeking trouble? Have you grown weary of life? Indeed, as those words left his lips, in an instant, countless red dots adorned the bodies of Han Li and his companions. Surrounding them were rows of automatic heavy machine guns, all aimed directly at them. Nearby, several thugs glared menacingly. Han Li smiled and said, Hey, relax. We're not here to cause a ruckus. Oh, a well-dressed manager stepped forward and inquired. Then what are you here for? To gamble, came the straightforward reply. Isn't that obvious? Sure, FO bellowed in anger. The crowd fell silent for a moment, before erupting into laughter. He said, Gamble? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. A cacophony of laughter erupted among the criminals, while the influential figures merely sneered, dismissing the small fry. Humph, Gamble? What do you have to wager? The manager mocked. Do you even have money? Ha ha. All right. I'll give you $50, now scram. The ridicule was palpable. Wu Liang lowered his head, unwilling to let Han Zong suffer humiliation. Han Zong, shall we leave? No. Han Li approached the manager, retrieving his last $100 from his pocket and shaking it. What's this? $100? Do you take me for a fool? Wait a moment. It will turn into 10 million. The manager was taken aback. Everyone else was stunned as well. Where did this come from? Is he serious? 100 into 10 million? Dream on. Fool. Do you think you're a gambling god? The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. Is he exaggerating? Han Zong, you shouldn't speak so recklessly. 100 into 10 million. Is money that easy to make? Just as the thugs prepared to expel Han Li, the manager intervened. Since you speak so boldly, why not let you try, provided you're ready to face the consequences? He turned and entered the casino. Manager? Let him in. The thugs, impatient, scoffed. Let this fool go in. Yet Han Li remained utterly unfazed. Let us go? He led Sher Fo and Zhao Rui into the casino. In the blink of an eye, the opulent casino unfolded before them, filled with the laughter of the elite. Soon, Han Li fixed his gaze on a particular spot, approaching a gilded table surrounded by a throng of spectators. The affluent women regarded him with curiosity, while the powerful men looked on with disdain. Poor wretch. This table was a common gambling game of high and low stakes, known as Leopard, and it was the one Han Li felt most confident in. With all eyes upon him, he took a seat. He sat down. I thought he was merely an observer. Even the dealer was momentarily flabbergasted. Sir, are you here to gamble? Yes. He cleared his throat. Very well. The dealer began to elucidate the rules of the game, presenting a straightforward gameplay. Betting on high or low, numbers 1 through 10 signify low, while 11 through 18 denote high. Notably, if 3 identical numbers appear, it results in the most formidable combination, the Leopard, with a maximum payout of 20 to 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence forthwith. In another section of the casino, within an opulent VIP room in the city of Vice, a prominent figure conversed with a silver-haired woman beside him. He chuckled. This fellow dares to turn 100 into 10 million. Ha ha ha. But who can say for certain? He then inquired, by the way, how has your father been lately? The woman replied, my father has not been well, uncle. As you know, the drug lord has extended his reach towards us, his influence growing by the day. Her gaze fell on Han Li below, contemplating the necessity of a pivotal individual. The elder nodded in agreement. What's the holdup? A guest asked. We're just waiting for you. Hurry and place your bet. Oh, Han Li scratched his head, apologizing. At that moment, a sultry dealer approached, alluringly flattering the influential man while brazenly using her charms. Sir, wager a bit more, won't you? Oh dear, if you win, there will be delightful surprises. However, when she reached Han Li, her demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. How much will you bet? She inquired. Han Li produced a $100 bill and placed it on the table. I wager $100. The dealer, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you jesting? $100? Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, how absurd. Is every person from Huaxiao this stingy? Pathetic. She spat disdainfully on the ground, looking down upon Han Li. With such a pitiful sum, how dare you bet alongside us? Go to bed, little brother, the beautiful dealer remarked. All of this rendered Wu Liang beside him increasingly anxious. He grasped Han Li's arm, asking, President Han, do you truly know how to gamble? If you dare to approach it this way, you must possess some skill. Yet Han Li casually replied, Oh, it's my first time. The audience in the live stream reacted with disbelief. Is he out of his mind? President Han, are you truly that reckless? This operation is sheer madness. Gambling for the first time, he is destined for failure. Veteran gamblers nearby scoffed. Ha. He'll probably lose everything in one round. Is he even sane? Are you certain, sir? The dealer managing the table felt a twitch of concern. This was a reckless man inviting disaster. Let us proceed. Han Li maintained an air of nonchalance, prompting many to shake their heads in disbelief at his folly. Soon, the dealer picked up the shaking container, demonstrating impressive technique as she rattled it for some time. The sound of the dice echoed. With a decisive thud, she slammed it down on the table, smiling at the gathered crowd. Let the game begin. Han Li remained still, quietly observing the container. During this interval, he had employed eagle eye innumerable times, gradually realizing that when utilized to its fullest extent, it allowed for a fleeting glimpse into the container. Indeed, a glimpse. In essence, Han Li could discern the numbers on the dice within. Sir? The dealer appeared bewildered. Han Li appeared almost dazed. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. At this moment, most people were betting on large outcomes, believing it to be highly probable. Suddenly, Han Li placed his wager of 100, which he had exchanged. On a seemingly unlikely small outcome. What the hell? 100, hesitating like this. Fool, how could this possibly be small? The dealer covered his face. This guy must be joking, right? Bets are locked in, the dealer announced, proceeding to slowly reveal the dice. How much? The dealer lifted the lid, revealing an expression of disbelief, clearly stunned for a moment. He genuinely did not anticipate this. Stammering, he declared, 2, 4, 3, 9 small. What the hell? Many criminals cursed in frustration, having bet incorrectly. The dealer glanced at the calm and composed Han Li. Oh dear, did he accidentally hit the mark? Han Li smiled, collecting his winnings. 100 transformed into 3,000. His eyelids twitched. This guy. Was he guessing? Chapter 231. Consecutive triples, startling everyone. And you still claim you are not a gambling god. Did he win? Pure luck, sheer luck. Better stop now, Mr. Han. The other betting criminals lamented their misfortune, especially upon seeing this unknown small fry, Han Li, grinning while clutching his substantial winnings. This kid must have just stumbled upon good fortune. Fool. This is merely a novice's benefit. Haha. Indeed, newcomers often experience such luck. They unanimously believed that Han Li was just a rookie enjoying a fleeting thrill. Yet Han Li maintained his silly grin. Wow, Mr. Han, we made a profit. Stone Buddha exclaimed joyfully. The next round, however, was uncertain. Wu Liang, adjusting his glasses with concern, watched as the second round commenced. When everyone confidently wagered on large outcomes, Han Li again bet on small. The result? 1, 3, 3 small. Wow, incredible, Mr. Han. This luck is unparalleled. The criminal scoffed. Humph, this won't last. He is bound to lose it all in one round. Just wait. Damn, what terrible luck. Following this was the third round. The dealer picked up the cup, shaking it once more before placing it on the table. Betting commenced. Bang. I bet small. Large. This round has to be large. An experienced veteran criminal staked 1/3 of his wager on large, convinced that with the previous 2 rounds being small, there was an 80% chance this round would be large. And you? The dealer glanced at the dazed Han Li. What is this guy staring at the cup for? Can he actually see inside? I've made my decision. Suddenly, Han Li stood up, smiling as he pushed all his winnings into the area designated for triples. Triples? Is he out of his mind? For a moment, I thought he actually knew what he was doing. Damn, it turns out he's just a fool. The crowd was left speechless. Triples were nearly impossible to achieve. The live audience also grew anxious. This is bad. Whatever you do, don't bet on triples. Mr. Han is utterly confused. Disaster is imminent. Wu Liang kneels in agony, despondent. It's over. Everything is lost. He notices a few thugs approaching menacingly. Their smiles twisted with malice. Should they lose this round, their funds would evaporate, and they would inevitably be ousted. Huh, you dare to bet on a leopard? The dealer chuckles derisively as he lifts the lid. Everyone turns their gaze in unison. Inside the die cup lie 3 dice, perfectly aligned. 6, 6, 6, totaling 18, a leopard. The dealer trembles as he announces this, as if drained of all his strength. Unbelievable. A jolt of shock akin to a myocardial infarction strikes everyone, and they feel the world spin around them. The sky has fallen. Goodness, is it truly a leopard? Incredible. My word, Mr. Han, you claimed you wouldn't gamble. Wu Liang leaps with excitement, exclaiming, it's a leopard, it's actually hit. The payout is 20-1. Instantly, 1,000 becomes 20,000. Sir, let me assist you. You are truly remarkable, young man. A sultry lady sways her hips and pulls at Han Li's arm, playfully pouting. Han Li scratches his head. Is that so? It's merely good fortune. A wave of disbelief ripples through the crowd. Good fortune? This is the arrival of a gambling deity. Instantly, news of Han Li's unprecedented leopard spread throughout the casino. Criminals stood in stunned silence. A leopard? Come on, I do believe a bank heist before that. Really? Where? I must see this. Incredible. Who is this man? I simply must meet him. In an instant, at Han Li's table, 10, dozens, even hundreds gathered, breathless. The dealer conducted 5 rounds. Yet, the results were astonishing. Without exception, Han Li won every bet. Those who had mocked him, the seasoned gamblers and veterans, transformed their expressions in an instant. Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Brother, what is your name? Care to join us? Huazi? My goodness. You are quite the charmer. Then, everyone cautiously inquired. What will you bet on? Please place your bets. The crowd eagerly awaited. But Han Li remained fixated on the dice cup, unfazed. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Some, in their impatience, wagered high. Finally, Han Li smiled and executed a move that left everyone in shock. All in. I bet on a leopard. The entire room erupted. Are you mad? Mr. Han, think twice. Wu Liang interjected. 2 leopards in one day? Impossible. The odds are lower than winning the lottery. Sir, are you certain? The dealer asked solemnly. Absolutely, Han Li nodded, signaling him to proceed. Very well, the dealer thought. There cannot possibly be 2 leopards. He lifted the lid. 1, 1, 1, a leopard. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Another leopard? This is quite a spectacle, General Han. Have you considered purchasing a lottery ticket? The odds of hitting the jackpot once are 1 in 1,000, and twice 1 in 10,000. Truly terrifying. The entire criminal enterprise has been obliterated. Gambling god, you truly embody that title. Brother, I bow to you. Hitting the jackpot once is already remarkable, but twice? That is an overwhelming display of prowess. In the live broadcast room, numerous police officers surged forth. What do you mean? Han Li? The Jinan police have taken notice. Please, General Han, take action. The Northeast police welcome you for tea, Han. The audience was ecstatic. My goodness. General Han's gambling skills have literally blown the officers away. At that moment, the dealer, overwhelmed, shed tears. This is unbelievable. It's like a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, distressed and on the verge of tears. A glamorous lady poured a drink for Han Li, deliberately leaning closer to him. Smiling sweetly, "Young man, are you free tonight?" Han Li disregarded her. He had no interest. The beauty persisted, showering him with affectionate terms, shedding her previous disdainful demeanor. No one dared to underestimate this so-called pauper any longer. This round of betting equated to 4 million. Wu Liang's mouth gaped wide in disbelief. "General Han, you've recouped it all in just 30 minutes? Incredible." At that moment, a figure resembling a prominent criminal approached, bearing 2 scars across his chest. "Brother, may I place my bets alongside you?" "As you wish. I 1 and 2. What shall I call you?" "Han." "Brother Han, how impressive. My goodness. The people of Huaxia are truly remarkable." Countless foreigners eagerly followed Han Li, viewing him as a deity of wealth. Indeed, whenever Han Li placed a bet, they followed suit. And each time, they emerged victorious. "This is extraordinary, winning every single time. Brother Han, I will follow you for life." It must be understood that in this city of sin, money reigns supreme. Countless criminals gazed at Han Li with reverence, as if he were a god. Suddenly, the long-absent system notification echoed in his mind. Han Li perked up. "Oh, what skill will be rewarded this time?" Chapter 232. An invitation from the casino's heiress. Congratulations to the host for taking a gamble. Reward skill. Gambling god. Gambling god. When the BGM plays, invincible. The system, could it be monitoring me? Han Li chuckled. Proceed. Dealer. The dealer, now compliant, responded. Once, twice, thrice. How many times has it been? Before Han Li, the bets had piled high, nearly obscuring his entire head. You've won again and again. The dealer was numbed by the sheer number. In less than an hour, Han Li transformed an initial stake of 100 into nearly 6 million. Truly terrifying. The casino fell into a hushed silence, and everyone spontaneously erupted into applause. In all my years, I have never witnessed such prowess. Who is this man? Our brother Han. Can you believe it? Brother Han has helped me earn 1 million. As the manager, who had once mocked Han Li at the entrance, returned to the scene, he was met with a sight overwhelming in its magnitude, piles of wagers that resembled mountains, alongside an array of cash from others. Instantly, his expression darkened. "Manager, in just this hour, we've lost tens of millions," he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. "What on earth is happening? We must ascertain the details." Turning his gaze towards Han Li, who sat innocently in his seat, the manager trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking. Despite the sweltering heat of the day, a chill enveloped him. The shock was profound, an immense revelation.